Junior sister, can you fulfill one of my wishes? Senior brother, please say, I want to try again. On the day of ascension, the Tao partner took away all resources, unaware that Mu Changge had bound the fortune strategy return system every junior sister she. Left behind was his fortune power bank. The Saintess wants to cultivate together? First, let your master pay off his debts. When the genius senior sister of the Dharma aspect realm unfastened her clothes. Senior brother little sister's cold breath is about to explode. The system flashed. Fortune value returned 100,000. Cultivation critical hit 100 times. Enduring 1,000 years of hard cultivation? Better to lie flat for a day. Desperately training? Better to let loud dang smile and beckon. In this life, I want her to kneel and welcome the peak of the Immortal Realm, watching how the waste she abandoned pierces through the heavens with a single sword. Chapter 1. Tao partner ascends and runs away, leaving me with 10 spiritual bodies. All friends who clicked in are over 18 years old. Junior sister, before you leave me, can you fulfill one of my heartfelt wishes? Senior brother, please say, I want to try again with you. Bixiao Palace, back mountained a stunning beauty in a white split long dress, with straight, slender legs and delicate, fair ankles, stood like a painting under a peach tree. She is the current holy lord, Mu Changge, who has passed the tribulation to become an immortal and is about to ascend. Beside Mu Changge stands an old man, a laid-back elder, a cultivation failure. Time has left him with a head full of white hair, a hunched figure, a wrinkled face, and a very weak. You old dang, at your age, still thinking about those things, why not just die on my belly? Mu Changge said with a bit of annoyance, but couldn't bear to refuse. Since this is your wish, what's the harm in agreeing? Hurry, hurry, help me in, I can still do it. Mu Changge was so excited that he threw away the cane in his hand and was held by Mu Changge, rushing towards the small courtyard near the peach grove. 5 minutes later, an ancient and enduring world-shaking battle finally came to an end. Mu Changge supported his waist and came to the window, looking at the falling peach petals outside, feeling emotional. Junior sister, today's parting may be the last time we meet. I may not be able to accompany you to the end, but after being with you for hundreds of years, I have no regrets. He looked at the shy girl sitting on the bed, her face still holding a faint pink beauty, sighed, I just don't know what to do when I think of you in the future. The little leer in Mu Changge's eyes was as beautiful as when they first met, but unfortunately he had reached old age. After cultivating for over 1,000 years and wasting countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he still remained at the golden core stage, and his lifespan was about to end. Fortunately, he had a pair of eyes that could discover beauty, which allowed him to notice this little junior sister when Mu Changge entered the sect, and he took extra care of her, thus having the fortune to become Tao partners. However, the path of the Tao is long, and there will eventually be separation. He had long anticipated this day. Then, can I leave you with a spiritual body? Mu Changge pouted her thin red lips, not knowing which future he was referring to. Was it serious? Avoiding his fiery gaze, she lowered her head to tidy up her dress. Fortunately, this old dang was not as young as before, so she didn't need to change into another outfit before leaving. Do you look down on me, junior sister? Mu Changge said seriously, extending all his fingers. One is not enough. I want at least 10. Spiritual bodies are consumables, and 10 would only be a few hundred times. Better to die under the peony than to become a dried bone on the bedside. Mu Changge waved her hand, conjuring 10 spiritual bodies similar in form and spirit to her, which Mu Changge collected into his storage ring. Boom! A buzzing sound reverberated through the skies. Mu Changge glanced outside, only to see the path to the heavens about to close. Mu Changge could no longer linger in the lower realm. The two walked out of the small courtyard side by side, stepping on the fallen peach petals, hurrying towards the ascension platform. The ascension platform is located at the top of Bixiao Palace, towering into the clouds, surrounded by swirling mist, connecting heaven and earth. For thousands of years, many cultivators have embarked on the path to ascend here. Senior brother, let's stop here. Our fates here have come to an end. Take care of yourself. At the ascension platform, runes flickered and spiritual energy lingered, as if waiting for her arrival. Mu Changge released her hand, watching her delicate figure enveloped by the brilliant golden light descending from the heavens. He tightly locked onto that face, wanting to engrave every frown and smile in his heart forever. Little Lear. Mu Changge whispered, once you reach the upper realm, just forget about this useless senior brother. Her figure gradually became ethereal in the light, and a melodious bell sound echoed from above. From all directions, countless streams of light surged forth, landing and transforming into figures, which were the disciples of Bishao Palace. Their expressions were solemn, yet it was hard to conceal their excitement and reverence. The leading elders had particularly grave expressions. Congratulations, Holy Lord, on your ascension and achieving supreme Tao fruit. Congratulations, Holy Lord, on your ascension and achieving supreme Tao fruit. Mu Changge quietly returned to the small courtyard, with a cane in front of him, leaning back and forth on a rocking chair at a cup of clear tea, a pot of turbid wine. He watched the world with a smile, waiting for his lifespan to reach its end. How helpless, how regretful. Mu Changge looked up at the sky, holding a pot of turbid wine, took a gentle sip. The liquid went down his throat, carrying a hint of bitterness, yet also a faint sweetness. His gaze became somewhat hazy, as if through the sea of peach blossoms, he saw the bits and pieces of the past. Little Lear, you have indeed left. He held a spiritual body of Yun Qingli, feeding him grapes, while another spiritual body behind him kneaded his shoulders, and another spiritual body massaged his legs. Mu Changge nodded at the tip of the nose of the spiritual body lying in his arms. Do you think I'm very happy? No, you can't imagine my happiness. Ah, yes, right here, use a bit of strength. He took a bite of the grape and smiled satisfactorily at the spiritual body that was kneading his legs. Gulp, gulp. Spicy wine was swallowed down his throat. Just as he was about to drink another sip, a cold and mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's lifespan is about to end, meeting binding conditions. The strategy return system is binding. Binding successful. Mu Changge was stunned, nearly dropping the wine jug in his hand. He pushed away the spiritual body in his arms, jumped off the rocking chair, and with a bang, smashed the wine jug. System, do you know how I've been living for over 1,000 years? I don't even have a standard configuration for a traveler, and now that my wife has ascended, you finally show up. In the early years after arriving in Xuanwu continent, he had tried various methods to activate the system, but had never received a response, and later gave up. Never would he have expected that this dog system would only meet the binding conditions when he was about to die, that if he had known this, why would he have wasted various pills to forcibly extend his lifespan by hundreds of years? System, you must compensate me. Mu Changge panted heavily. Ding. Detected that the host's emotional fluctuations are intense. Soothing gift package is being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Innate Wash Marrow Elixir 1 Rebuild Bodily Functions. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Live Flat Cultivation Technique. Mu Changge found a porcelain bottle in his hand, and a cultivation method automatically merged into his consciousness, sparkling with starlight. What is the Live Flat Cultivation Technique? There are many cultivation classics on Xuanwu continent, but he had never seen one that contained only the words lie flat. Lie flat cultivation technique, unknown grade, has a unique cultivation method. As long as you maintain a lying flat position, you can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing your cultivation. Mu Changge was silent for a moment, then smiled self-deprecatingly as he looked up. Hard work may not lead to success, but lying flat certainly won't lead to loss. This cultivation method was to his liking. He laughed to release the accumulated helplessness and dissatisfaction over the years. Why should a hard-working waste remain a waste? Why can talented cultivators easily break through their bottlenecks and ascend to higher realms? Forget about effort. I want to achieve enlightenment and ascension by lying flat. Mu Changge downed the innate cleansing elixir in one go, and in an instant, his expression became refreshed. He lay back on the rocking chair, closing his eyes to enjoy the service provided by the three spirit bodies. At the tea first, Mu Changge didn't feel anything unusual, but then a stream of weak spiritual energy seeped into his body from all directions, filling his meridians. The lying flat cultivation method was working. He opened his eyes in delight, his gaze fixed on the eager spirit bodies, who seemed to have ulterior motives. Ding! Do you want to counterattack? Do you want to turn over and become a man, never lie down again? Do you want to regain your youth and find your wife? This system can help the host fulfill all wishes. Ding! Detected a woman of fortune, Does the host want to complete the good and achieve a great revival? Chapter 2. Detected a woman of fortune. The system wants me to dual cultivate on the spot. How do I go and get a woman of fortune? What should I do? Mu Changge felt puzzled. This peach grove had no one else besides him. Only Xiao Liar would come by occasionally to fulfill her duties as a partner. Usually, she would come every 3 to 5 days, or at most 10 days to half a month, and if he resisted in any way, he would be devoured until he complied. As for what Gungit was, he decided to first understand the rules so that he could grasp the system's functions. Ding! According to the system's detection of the woman of fortune, the host can make her fall in love with you, like you, submit to you, and worship you, all of which can activate the conditions and return her fortune value. Fortune value can be used to exchange for cultivation, techniques, magical treasures, pills, and other resources. Mu Changge couldn't help but feel troubled. This requirement would have been easy in the past, but now he was an old man with a white beard who would like him, worship him, let alone submit to him. The woman of fortune must be extraordinarily talented, and with his golden core stage 3 cultivation, he couldn't compete. The system was his only hope to alter his fate. If he couldn't activate the system, not only would he be unable to ascend to the higher realm and reunite with Xiao Liar, but he also didn't know how long he could live. And his wife just ascended now. He was asked to get someone else. Was this system serious? Friendly reminder to the host. You currently have only 10 years left to live. Mu Changge could no longer remain calm. He didn't know if the system was serious or not, but surviving was more important. Only by living could he ascend to the higher realm, and only by living could he find Xiao Liar. Would Gongyit, the spirit bodies, count? With Xiao Liar's talent, she was undoubtedly a woman of fortune, and the spirit bodies were closely related to her. Moreover, the system gave a hint, so perhaps the detected woman of fortune was them? It's getting late, let's go back and rest. Mu Changge wrapped his arms around the 2 spirit bodies, with one following behind, and they walked toward the room together. Everyone, work hard until your waists break. As soon as dawn broke, Mu Changge arrived in the yard. He sat on a stone bench beside the stone table, his face filled with worry. Last night, he had exhausted all his efforts to completely subdue those spirit bodies, even making them twitch and plead for mercy. Unfortunately, he hadn't activated the system, nor had he received any fortune value in return. However, his cultivation did break through a level, and he still had 10 years left to live. Previously, due to depleted vital energy, he couldn't absorb spiritual energy on his own, but the lying flat cultivation method compensated for this flaw, allowing him to break through. But it was of no use. Long-distance water couldn't quench immediate thirst. He was dying, and the spirit bodies were not women of fortune. And no matter how much chaos essence he expended, it wouldn't bring him any benefits. To increase his lifespan, he could only break through to the nascent soul stage, Gungit, the woman of fortune, and obtaining fortune value was the fastest and most reliable way. Where exactly was this woman of fortune? Ding! Please Gungit, the woman of fortune, as soon as possible to meet the system activation conditions. Why rush? Can't you see him trying to think of a solution? Mu Changge cursed irritably. With his current state so good, he might as well go outside and take a look to see if there were any women of fortune to get in the Bishao Palace. Just as he was about to question the system about where the detected woman of fortune was, a timid voice and soft footsteps came from outside the yard. Senior Mu, are you home? The voice was as crisp and pleasant as a oriole. He stood up, adjusted his robes, and walked slowly to the yard gate, where he saw a girl with a delicate appearance and picturesque brows standing outside. The girl wore the attire of an outer sect disciple, with curves in all the right places, and her eyes radiated a sense of spirit and innocence. Who are you? Mu Changge asked with slight confusion. Outer sect disciple Lin Wanner. I've come to see Senior Mu. Seeing him come out, the girl hurriedly bowed and presented a basket of fruits. I specially picked some spiritual fruits, hoping to help Senior replenish his energy. In fact, she had come to the peach grove yesterday, but hadn't dared to enter, only taking a distant look before leaving, as it was impolite to show up empty-handed. Early this morning, before dawn, she gathered enough fresh spiritual fruits and finally mustered the courage to formally visit. Lin Wanner was still feeling apprehensive. She had heard that Senior Mu, although easy to get along with, was someone who preferred solitude and didn't like being disturbed by others. She wondered if her visit would annoy him, especially under Mu Changge's gaze, which made her body tremble involuntarily. It was just that she lacked spiritual stones, and it was a critical moment for cultivation. Their outer sect disciples had very few resources each month. That's why she thought of coming to win over Senior Mu, hoping for some luck. Come and sit down. Mu Changge saw through something, but didn't make it obvious. He had lived for over 1,000 years, after all. Some things, when spoken, would only hurt one's dignity. Besides, being self-reliant was nothing to be ashamed of. I wouldn't dare disturb Senior's rest. He'll take my leave. Lin Wanner was somewhat flustered, placing the basket on the stone table in the yard and preparing to leave. It's not a disturbance, on the contrary. It's been a long time since anyone visited my yard. Mu Changge gestured for her to sit down. Seeing her so reserved, he smiled gently. Your name is Lin Wanner? Yes, Senior. She placed her hands on her knees, her expression somewhat awkward. Mu Changge nodded and asked, how long have you been in the sect? I've been in the sect for 3 years now. Lin Wanner timidly glanced at Mu Changge. I'm not very talented. I haven't broken through to the foundation establishment stage yet, and the resources I consume are several times that of other senior brothers. Opposite her, Mu Changge tapped his fingers on the table, not replying, his gaze fixed on her intently. Feeling the scrutinizing gaze, Lin Wanner grew even more nervous. Senior, did I say something wrong that upset you? Oh no. Senior Mu must have seen through her purpose for coming. Just as she thought about getting up to flee this small courtyard, Mu Changge asked again, how old are you? Lin Wanner thought Mu Changge was dissatisfied with her talent and lowered her head, feeling wronged. I just turned 18. Wow. Mu Changge nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. When he was 18, he was still at the 4th layer of chi refining. He had entered the sect early and made good connections, which led to his fortunate circumstances. People really could make others feel inferior. The old man shed tears of unworthiness. Ding! The spirit body came out holding a plate of spiritual fruits, placed it on the table, and then started to massage Mu Change's shoulders. Holy Master! Lin Wanner was startled, realizing that the tender and rosy face belonged to the Holy Master, and she jumped up in fright. She was still confused. Hadn't the Holy Master ascended yesterday? Why was she here with Senior Mu? Though puzzled, she didn't dare to look up. Oh, she's just... Ding! Detected a woman of fortune. Does the host want to go? Mu Change's words suddenly stopped. This girl was actually the woman of fortune. Moreover, with low cultivation and status, she is the best candidate for him to activate the system. Mu Changge couldn't hide his excitement as the light screen in front of him displayed Lin Wanner's relevant information. Name: Lin Wanner. Age: 18 years old. Identity: outer disciple of Baishao Palace. Cultivation: Chi refining stage 9 stuck. Fortune value: 5,000 could be pursued. Talent: medium potential, not fully developed. Personality: kind, resilient, slightly self-deprecating. Remarks: this girl has a kind heart and deep fortune. If one can win her heart, a large amount of fortune value will be returned. System: what do you mean by winning her heart? Beep. Playing dumb will get you struck by lightning. Huffed. Mu Changge spat out a mouthful of tea. Chapter 3. What does old Deng want when a lonely man and woman are in the same room? Senior, are you okay? Lin Wanner tilted her head and refilled a cup of tea, handing it to Mu Changge. It's nothing. Mu Changge waved his hand, wiping the tea that dribbled from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, this wasn't a proper system. He had lived for over 1,000 years. While he couldn't be considered a virtuous gentleman, he wouldn't stoop to targeting an 18-year-old girl. After all, she was a future blossom. How could he bear to do that? To be honest, this little girl was quite pretty. Those long legs would look great in white stockings from Blue Star. Cough. That thought was dangerous. Across from him, Lin Wanner instinctively tensed. That gaze seemed to be undressing her. It reminded her of certain outer sect senior brothers who wanted to exchange spirit stones for some secret dealings. Lin Wanner tightened her legs, her delicate feet turning inward. She wanted to escape, but was about to find an excuse when Mu Changge spoke up. From my observation, you've reached the peak of the 9th level of Chi refinement, only 1 layer away from the perfect 10th level. Mu Changge then asked his doubts with your talent. Why hasn't anyone taken you as a disciple? If you had a master to guide you, you wouldn't lack in cultivation resources. This was why he was certain Lin Wanner had no backing. It was a good thing for him. A lonely little girl would be easy to win over. As long as he gave her a bit of warmth, he could get a spring of rewards, and it could be a long-lasting benefit. He was referring to fortune value. Not anything else. I was already at the 9th level of chi refinement before entering, but now I'm stuck in place. The elders unanimously believe my talent is limited, so they are unwilling to take me as a disciple. Lin Wanner felt a bit embarrassed, but saw no need to lie. This was something anyone could find out in the outer sect. Mu Changge pondered for a moment and then asked, "Then how do you usually cultivate?" "I follow the basic techniques provided by the sect, meditating and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth every day." Her eyes showed confusion, but I don't know why. "Every time the spiritual energy enters my body, it dissipates instead of condensing." Lin Wanner had been troubled by this for a long time. She had thought that after joining the Bixiao Palace, this problem could be resolved, but she was disappointed. She had been tirelessly working hard, filled with both unwillingness and persistence. She didn't believe she was inferior to others. Mu Changge suddenly understood. This was the girl of fortune, and ordinary techniques wouldn't work for her. Your problem isn't with your talent, but with the techniques. As long as you find a technique suitable for you, it will be fine. "Senior, do you have a way to help me?" Lin Wanner's big eyes sparkled, her gaze intense. Mu Changge smiled and nodded. "It's not difficult, but I have a condition." Here it comes. Based on past experience, when a man makes a condition to a woman, it usually involves that kind of thing. But was Mu Changge, at his age, really able to do that? Regardless, she still wanted to hear it. She would decide after listening. "Just say it, Senior, as long as it's within my ability. I won't refuse. After all, the Holy Master was here. She should be safe." Lin Wanner looked up and happened to see the spirit body feeding Mu Changge a spirit fruit, then obediently returning behind him to massage his shoulders. Seeing her timid eyes, Mu Changge thought she was nervous and waved his hand to dismiss the spirit body. Lin Wanner understood this was a spirit body. "All right, my anxious heart has finally calmed down." No wonder the Holy Master looked only spiritually agile. His real body had indeed ascended. She was probably truly walking into a tiger's den this time. After escaping from so many outer sect senior brothers' entanglements, she would end up here. At this moment, she could already hear her own heartbeat. Ding! Detected that the host is being boiled like a frog in warm water. The system expresses dissatisfaction. Friendly reminder. It is recommended that the host does not take a detour. Mu Changge's mouth twitched as he cursed this damned system for being increasingly shameless. He ignored the suggestion and turned to Lin Wanner. "You just need to come here every day to chat with me and help me clean the courtyard." "Is that?" She was scared to death. She thought he would propose some other conditions. It turned out she was overthinking. She was just too used to seeing men who controlled everything in their power. This led her to be more guarded when meeting a stranger. Without thinking, Lin Wanner agreed. The Holy Master had ascended, leaving him a lonely old man. It was inevitable he would feel empty inside. If she performed well and won his favor, not to mention techniques, she wouldn't lack cultivation resources either. "Senior, then I'll go help you clean the courtyard." Lin Wanner felt much more relaxed and got to work. Mu Changge sipped his tea while watching her busy about. Although her movements were clumsy, she was very earnest, not even missing the fallen leaves in the corners. 3 years of cultivation, with no growth whatsoever. Even so, she still hadn't given up, hadn't taken a wrong path, and only wanted to obtain what she desired through her own hands. It seemed her character was quite good. But what kind of technique would suit her? It had to be tailored to her needs. "System, do you have a technique suitable for this girl?" A light screen appeared before Mu Changge, displaying Lin Wanner's physical constitution and aura. Spirit void body. Ordinary techniques are hard to match. Another piece of information appeared thereafter. Spirit void technique, celestial level technique. Specifically designed for the spirit void body. Cultivating it can greatly improve the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and break through bottlenecks effortlessly. Even with a solution. Mohanges Mood Versend. The cultivation techniques in the Xuanwu continent are ranked from high to low as Heaven and Earth, Xian, Huang. Celestial level techniques are already rare and precious. Where could he find celestial level techniques? Even if he had a celestial level technique, how could he easily pass it on? Otherwise, how would he explain the origins of the technique? Are there any other solutions? Mu Changge asked with a frown. With a ding from the system, the answer appeared in his mind. By mingling with the worldly atmosphere, you can cultivate normally. How to mingle? Comprehend it yourself. He only had 2 choices before him. Either follow the system suggestion or give up on Lin Wanner and search for another girl of fortune. But could he really find another outer sect disciple like Lin Wanner? Mu Changge was in deep conflict. Just then, Lin Wanner, who had finished cleaning the courtyard, walked over after hearing the sound. She picked up the teacup on the ground. Senior, is there anything else you need me to do? Alas, Senior Mu is really pitiful. Can't even hold a teacup steady. I must take good care of him. At the same time, she noticed many spirit stones and various cultivation resources beckoning her, making her salivate at the thought. Come with me, I'll show you something good. Mu Changge turned around and walked away. Behind him, Lin Wanner asked softly, Senior, what are you going to show me? I guarantee you've never seen it before. Mu Changge paused, looked back at her. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Also, not only the corners of the mouth can drool. Mu Changge left it at that. Lin Wanner stood there in shock. The senior had indeed seen through her intentions. Was this a reminder to not go too far? She was just curious about what treasure the senior would show her. Her anticipation grew. Until they entered, she was stunned. Chapter 4. 3 hours later. She broke through while crying. Senior Mu, don't do this. 3 hours later. Woo woo woo, Senior Mu. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I really misjudged you. In the room, Lin Wanner was disheveled, curled up at the foot of the bed, hugging her knees tightly, tears streaming down her face. How could you do this? I trusted you so much. She looked like a frightened little beast, her wet, red cheeks tangled with a few strands of hair, appearing so pitiful. Her innocence was just laid bare, and it was for an old man who was about to be buried. Lin Wanner sobbed as she glanced at Mu Changge by the bed, filled with anger, shame, and disappointment. Mu Changge hunched over, supporting himself with a cane. Quietly circulating his spiritual energy, he made his face appear extremely pale and gasped, Don't cry yet. Check your own cultivation. He coughed a few times, staggered over to a nearby chair, sat down, and drank a few gulps of water. How did I break through? Lin Wanner was pleasantly surprised to find that not only had she broken through her cultivation, but she had also reached the peak of the chi refining stage, ready to attempt a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage at any time. Mu Changge sighed, Your physique is special. Ordinary methods cannot help you break through your bottleneck. So I had to use a special method to help you unlock your potential. From now on, you can cultivate normally, but I, for your sake, have sacrificed my own well-being. He patted his chest in anguish. You are ambitious, polite, and talented. I truly couldn't bear to refuse you. I couldn't bear to see such a gifted individual like you be buried, so I had to risk my old bones. And the worst that could happen is to be criticized. He spoke with tears in his eyes. As he had only a few years left to live, what was there to fear from criticism? It was just a final contribution for you and the sect. Xiao Lier. I'm sorry. Mu Changge symbolically wiped away a few tears. How can I go out and face people with this old face? Senior Mu, I misunderstood you. Lin Wanner got out of bed and saw him breathing heavily, beads of sweat constantly oozing from his forehead, and his hands trembling on the cane. Her guilt grew stronger. This appearance was no longer that of the vigorous person from 3 hours ago. He clearly seemed like an old man on the verge of decay. Senior, are you all right? It's all my fault for not understanding your good intentions. She shook Mu Changge's arm, biting her lower lip. I was short-sighted and couldn't see your intentions. Even mistaking you for a bad person. It was truly inappropriate to blame him for sacrificing so much for himself. How guilty he must feel for doing something like this for someone he had such a good relationship with the Holy Lord. Moreover, look at how exhausted Senior Mu was. Wasn't it easy for him to hold on? He was truly too good, burning himself to illuminate others. Mu Changge shook his head. I'm fine. As long as I can help you solve the problem, that's enough. Look, what is a true master? What is a senior? Such noble character, without Senior Mu's self-sacrifice. How could she have broken through her cultivation to reach the peak stage? If she knew that her ability to reach the peak of the chi refining stage was entirely due to her own continuous accumulation, she wouldn't know what to think. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first strategy on the Luck Girl Lin Wanner. Strategy Index 30. System officially activated. Received 3,000 luck value refund. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Immaculate Dao Body, and granting the titles of Old but Strong and Best Actor. A light screen appeared before Mu Changge, showing his information. Host, Mu Changge, age, 1,024 years, cultivation, 4-stage golden core, increasing. Cultivation method, Lying flat immortal technique, grade unknown. Lifespan, 10 years remaining. System function, strategy refund, activated. Luck value, 3,000. Physique, immaculate Tao body. Immaculate Tao body? This was an unexpected gain. With such a physique, his speed of absorbing spiritual energy would be even faster. Then, Mu Changge glanced at Lin Wanner as personal information and found that her luck value had actually increased from 5,000 to 10,000. Her talent changed from medium to high. Her potential shifted to being activated, with a progress of 10 percentage points. Lin Wanner couldn't see the system's light screen and thought Mu Changge was in a daze. She quickly squatted down and patted his legs. Senior, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this. It's our secret. Since the senior was so good to her, she could only give this little bit of insignificant return and care, absolutely not letting anyone tarnish his reputation. I knew it. A master like Senior Mu would never be a man who covets beauty. No wonder, despite his low cultivation, his reputation throughout the sect was excellent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for once again completing the strategy on the luck girl Lin Wanner. Strategy progress 40. Received another 1,000 luck value refund. The system's prompt sounded in his ears. Mu Changge was bewildered. What has happened? How did he complete the strategy again? Had he done anything this time? Could it be that his performance over these 3 hours was too good? It must be that. He coughed and tried to put on a serious face, rubbing Lin Wanner's head. Wouldn't this be unfair to you? Not at all. Lin Wanner wrinkled her little nose. I know the senior's realm. All forms are illusions. You're just pitying me and want to help me, but it has caused you to lose so much vitality. Thank goodness that's flattery. Mu Changge's old face turned red. After doing such a thing, he felt it was unreasonable for the little girl to be grateful to him. Scoundrel. You just broke through. Go back and consolidate your cultivation. Don't waste this opportunity. Seeing Lin Wanner so innocent, he felt heartbroken and wanted to tell this silly girl the truth. Also, here's a pill. After experiencing the pain of breaking through, it will stop hurting once you take it. Mu Changge casually took out a pill and handed it to her palm. Senior, then I won't disturb you any longer. Lin Wanner walked towards the door, looking back 3 times. Can I come back to find you? If possible, Wanner hopes to continue receiving your guidance. Good. Seeing Mu Changge nod, she smiled and ran out. Once in the courtyard, she quickly took the pill, and after a strange sensation flowed through her, it indeed no longer hurt. Senior Mu was truly thoughtful. No wonder he was the man who could win the Holy Lord's heart back then. Much love for Senior Mu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for once again completing the strategy. Progress Index 50. Received 1,000 luck value refund. Hearing the system's prompt, Mu Changge's legs stopped trembling. His waist no longer ached, and the redness on his face returned. He no longer looked like he had lost vitality at all. Wouldn't this girl be getting herself into trouble? He stroked his chin, looking at the 5,000 luck value displayed on the panel. A smile spread across his face, his pupils glinting with 2 red lights. So fragrant. This luck value was enough for him to improve his cultivation, but he couldn't rush it. Only when he had enough capital could he reveal his true strength. He needed to continue progressing down the path of strategy. Life always had so many unavoidable circumstances. While Mu Changge was enduring the pangs of conscience, he released a few spirit bodies of Yun Qingli to massage his shoulders and legs. Chapter 5. The secret is about to be exposed. Little junior sister is panicking. Senior is so powerful. Lin Wanner felt very happy as she left Mu Changge's courtyard. For so long, he hadn't taken a break. Who said that getting older meant becoming useless? Senior Mu was like a skinny camel that was bigger than a horse. Even a broken ship still had 3,000 nails. A new ship can't compare. But how should she repay him? Lin Wanner had a bold idea, causing her little face to instantly turn as red as a ripe apple. She decided that as long as Senior Mu needed anything, she would willingly offer herself. And since he was such a strong man and his partner had ascended, he would inevitably feel a bit lonely in the future. So let her fill that gap. After all, it was not a loss, and she could gain many benefits. Lin Wanner had a sly look in her eyes, and it seemed as if devil's horns had sprouted from her head, exuding an aura of darkness. But how could Senior Mu, who was clearly feeling very sad, still have such thoughts? What was this inexplicable excitement about? Meanwhile, Mu Changge was leisurely lying on a rocking chair, enjoying the enthusiastic service of several spiritual beings. One spiritual being was massaging his shoulders, another was feeding him spiritual fruits, while another was playing the zither for entertainment, along with a spiritual being swaying its figure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for once again completing the Lin Wanner, with of 60, earning a return of 1,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, the Heavenly Eye, able to see through illusions. Clang! Mu Changge almost fell off the rocking chair, blinking his confused and innocent eyes. What just happened? This time, he really didn't do anything, and besides, Lin Wanner had already left his courtyard. How would he feel if he knew that Lin Wanner wanted to take revenge by repaying kindness, turning him into a human dry? The Heavenly Eye was indeed a good thing. It could not only see through illusions and perceive the world's myriad phenomena, but also penetrate a cultivator's true cultivation level. This was a significant life-saving measure. Mu Changge nodded in satisfaction, continuing to enjoy the service of the spiritual beings. Comfortable. This was what life was about. No wonder, in his past life on Blue Star, everyone wanted to become wealthy landowners. Were they really happy? It's just that ordinary people couldn't imagine it. Then, Mu Changge glanced at the plaque placed in front of him to remind himself, at all times, the heaven moves vigorously, and the gentleman strives unceasingly. Seeing the words on it, Mu Changge sneered. Ha! He waved his hand to erase the words and made two large characters reappear. Lie flat. Ding! The system kindly reminds the host, the road ahead is long and arduous. Please continue to, do not become complacent. I've been struggling for 1,000 years. Can I enjoy myself a bit? Mu Changge took a bite of the spiritual fruit handed to him by the spiritual being in his arms, then glanced at the two spiritual beings playing the zither and swaying their figures in front of him, continuing the music and dance. Just as Mu Changge was indulging in a life of decadence, Lin Wanner returned to the outer sect. Upon entering the training ground, she saw a figure standing not far away, dressed in white, with a demeanor as cold as frost. It was the genius of a younger generation within the sect. Lung Shuang. Lin Wanner. Lung Shuang turned her head to look, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. What have you been doing? Do you know that I am teaching this afternoon? Lin Wanner was about to explain, but quickly lowered her head. I'm sorry, senior sister Lung. Lung Shuang was recognized within the sect as a cultivation fanatic, strict not only with herself, but also with others. She could not tolerate others' laxity, especially those with good talent who refused to work hard. In Lung Shuang's view, talent was indeed important, but effort was fundamental. If someone slacked off in front of her, she would not be polite, lightly with cold words, heavily with direct punishment. Lin Wanner understood Lung Shuang's temperament very well, so upon seeing her, she felt a bit intimidated and never expected that this outstanding talent would pay attention to her, a seemingly inconspicuous outer sect disciple. You're not apologizing to me, but to yourself. What? As a mere outer sect disciple, do you look down on our Tianjin Peak's sword path inheritance and on me, this direct disciple? Lung Shuang stood tall like a sword, her brows and eyes exuding a sharp coldness. She then coldly snorted. Or do you think you are so strong that you no longer need to attend my classes? Senior sister, I absolutely did not mean that. Lin Wanner tightened her heart. It is an honor for us outer sect disciples to have you come to teach. I had some personal matters that delayed me, which is why I missed the time. Please forgive me, senior sister. She did not intend to skip today's class. On the contrary, when she went to Senior Mu's courtyard, she was still thinking about pleasing that senior to receive some spiritual stones as a reward, and then trying to break through her cultivation level through this sword path class. The sword path emphasizes moving forward courageously. Perhaps she would successfully break through her cultivation level. It wasn't until she left Senior Mu that the joy of her breakthrough clouded her mind, completely forgetting that she still had a class today. What personal matter could be more important than cultivation? Lung Shuang's gaze was like a knife, carrying a hint of questioning. Lin Wanner, do you know that the path of cultivation is like rowing upstream? Not to mention that you have made no progress in 3 years since entering the sect. The elders in your sect specifically asked me to find a breakthrough opportunity for you. Is this how you treat the cultivation of the elders? Lung Shuang looked at Lin Wanner with a gaze filled with undisguised disappointment. Originally, She had heard that Lin Wanner was eager to improve and had a good reputation among the outer sect, thinking she could help her. But when the opportunity presented itself, this girl actually took it lightly, missing her class for trivial personal matters. Lin Wanner lowered her head, not daring to meet Lung Qingshuang's eyes. Senior sister, I know my mistake. I will definitely not delay my cultivation again. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. The mistakes you make will not change a bit because of your regret. Lung Qingshuang frowned, her tone still icy. Missing it is missing it. The inheritance of our Tianjin Peak is not so cheap. Take care of yourself. Oh, Lin Wanner did not seem too disappointed. She looked up and smiled slightly. Still, I thank senior sister for telling me these things. Wanner will remember them. After saying that, she prepared to turn and leave. Wait. Lung Qingshuang's voice suddenly came from behind, her expression carrying a hint of surprise and doubt. Have you broken through in your cultivation? Lin Wanner felt a tightness in her heart, her steps suddenly halting. She turned around and smiled. I was lucky to break through. Hee, really? Lung Qingshuang's brows were like swords. You went from the 9th stage of qi refinement directly to the peak of the 10th stage. That's not something luck can achieve. Speak. Who has been guiding you behind your back? What to do? Lin Wanner bit her lip, unsure whether to reveal the matter about Senior Mu. But if she didn't say anything, Lung Qingshuang would not easily let her off the hook. Just as she was in a dilemma, Lung Qingshuang's voice rang out again. You need to think carefully. The sect does not allow disciples to privately accept guidance from outsiders. Looking at the silent Lin Wanner, her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. If you don't tell the truth and I find out, do you know the consequences? Chapter 6, just hoping senior sister will loosen her grip. Senior sister Lung. I was just lucky to break through. Lin Wanner thought it over and decided not to reveal anything about Mu Changge. He liked tranquility and should not be disturbed in his secluded cultivation. She also had her selfish motives. As long as others were unaware that it was Senior Mu who helped her, then this almost forgotten elder in the sect would belong solely to her. When the time comes, her cultivation would soar, and she wouldn't have to care about others' opinions. If senior sister has no other matters, I will take my leave. Her steps seemed calm, but her heart was already in turmoil. Lung Qingshuang's suspicions would not easily dissipate, and if she continued to pursue the matter, it would be difficult for her to withstand it. Furthermore, there was no way for her to explain this matter. She couldn't say that she had spent 3 hours with Senior Mu and then could continue cultivating, right? That would not only possibly get her killed, but would also make it difficult for Senior Mu to establish himself in the sect. She couldn't repay kindness with enmity. The key now was to quickly break through to the foundation establishment stage, to enter the inner sect or other peaks. As long as she obtained enough cultivation resources, she could establish a foothold in the sect. Lin Wanner, since you are unwilling to tell the truth, then I will investigate personally. I absolutely cannot allow any hidden dangers to exist in the sect. Lung Qingshuang kept her eyes fixed on her departing figure. In addition to their righteous sects on the Xuanwu continent, there were, of course, also evil paths, with the Saint Master having ascended and the Supreme Elder in closed-door cultivation. Those people were beginning to stir. She was worried that Lin Wanner would be used by those people without realizing it, and the girl's deliberate avoidance only made her more convinced of her suspicions. With Lin Wanner's rapid progress in cultivation, it could only be achieved through sinister methods. No matter who was behind it, she had to expose the person. Cold Qingshuang made up her mind, and just as she was about to leave, a lazy voice came from behind her. Oh, what a coincidence. I actually ran into my senior sister here. What are you doing here? She turned to see a young man in a blue robe leaning against a nearby tree, a playful smile on his face. The man's name was Li Changfeng, who came from the same Tianjin Peak as her. Cold Qingshuang had never gotten along with him. He acted frivolously and completely disregarded her, the senior sister, due to his own talents. He had even spread rumors about her, claiming she was reclusive and difficult to get along with, even insinuating that she had connections with certain sinister forces. Although there was no solid evidence for these rumors, they had significantly affected her reputation, forcing her to retreat into seclusion to cut off the external gossip. I heard there's a genius from the outer sect, but unfortunately, after 3 years of entering, there's been no progress. Li Changfeng glanced in the direction Lin Wanner had left. I heard my senior sister just finished her seclusion and came to the outer sect to teach swordsmanship. so I thought I'd come and see if I could help her out a bit. He moved behind Cold Ching Shuang and blew lightly into her ear. Cold Ching Shuang frowned and maintained a distance. My affairs are not for you to meddle in. Senior sister, we are fellow disciples. Why must you keep me at arm's length? Li Changfeng was not angry. Smiling as he spoke, you know I have admired you for a long time. I only hope to become a Tao partner with you soon. You're talking nonsense. Cold Ching Shuang's forehead twitched, and she summoned a long sword. I'll cut you. Buzz. The long sword hummed, and the sword's aura exploded. Senior sister, please don't be angry. It won't look good if you are. Li Changfeng dodged, opened his folding fan, fanned it twice, and then pushed aside the long sword pointing at his throat. I'm just expressing my admiration. Whether you accept it or not is your business. No need to make such a big fuss. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being rude. Cold Ching Shuang shot him a sideways glance, her killing intent undeniable. It was a taboo for fellow disciples to harm each other. She would not lose her composure nor give him any handle to grasp. Senior sister, wait, I'm here to help you. He blocked her path. If I may say so, why bother worrying about an outer sect disciple? Lin Jr. sister's breakthrough might not be as complicated as you think. What do you mean? Cold Ching Shuang gripped her long sword tightly, the tip slightly drooping. What do you know? I mean, she might not have gone down a sinister path. She probably just encountered her own opportunity. Li Changfeng closed his folding fan and leaned closer to Cold Ching Shuang. For example, that peach grove on the back mountain. I saw with my own eyes that she went there, and when she returned, she was like this. Li Changfeng, you really haven't changed at all. Actually stalking a disciple from the outer sect. Cold Ching Shuang glared at him, her long sword pointing at him once more. Soon, she frowned again. The back mountain? The peach grove? ISNT that Elder Mu's territory? Could Lin Wanner's breakthrough be related to Elder Mu? How could that be possible? Elder Mu Changge had a very high seniority in the sect, but due to his talent, he had stagnated at the golden core stage and was already aging. How could he achieve something that many elders in the sect could not solve? Could it be it seems senior sister has thought of something? Li Changfeng waved his folding fan. If this matter is related to him, why should senior sister worry? Elder Mu is low-key and a direct disciple of the Grand Elder. He might have some trump cards we are unaware of. If you are interested, you can verify it. You really know how to make excuses for your outrageous behavior. Even if it is related to Elder Mu, that shouldn't be a reason for you to sneak around and stalk. Cold Ching Shuang slowly retracted her long sword. Her gaze still cold. If what you say today is even half a lie, I will not spare you. Although Li Changfeng's behavior was somewhat frivolous, his words were not without reason. Elder Mu had stagnated in cultivation for many years. After all, he was a direct disciple of the Grand Elder. He might indeed possess many secret methods. Though I, Li Changfeng, love to joke, I would never speak carelessly about Lin Jr. sister's future and the sect's safety. He folded his fan again and cupped his hands. If senior sister has any orders, I am willing to serve. I only hope senior sister will loosen her clothes and spend the night together, so I can have a taste of your fragrance. Boom. Before Li Changfeng could finish, Cold Ching Shuang's anger erupted, and a fierce sword aura suddenly exploded, raising a cloud of dust around him. Kiss my foot. She transformed into a streak of light, leaving without looking back. As the dust settled, Li Changfeng's figure revealed itself. Cold Ching Shuang's temperament is still so impulsive. It suit me just fine. Li Changfeng's lips curled into a wicked smile. My dear senior sister, you are my prey. How could I let you escape? His eyes flickered with an unusual light, deep and enigmatic, as if hiding endless darkness, and then he transformed into a streak of light in the sky, disappearing without a trace. As night fell, the moonlight shrouded the earth. In the Peach Grove courtyard, Mu Changge slowly awakened, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and looked blankly at the spiritual beings around him. Why have you stopped? Change the tune and continue playing and dancing. Ding! The system reminded the host mechanically. With a hint of disdain, do more proper things. You're right, system. Mu Changge jumped down from the rocking chair. Come back with me. Let us fight until dawn tonight. Chapter 7. Li Changfeng forces himself on Lin Wanner. As the sun and moon alternated, sunlight bathed the earth. In her room, Lin Wanner exhaled a breath of turbid air. Her cultivation realm now stable. Although the way Senior Mu helped her was somewhat unique, the effect was immediate, and she was now able to cultivate normally. After getting out of bed, she couldn't help but frown. She couldn't let Cold Ching Shuang find out about her matters with Senior Mu. She needed to go to the peach grove and inform him quickly. In the peach grove, morning mist lingered. Petals fluttered in the wind, the scenery picturesque. Lin Wanner hurriedly walked through the forest, feeling a sense of unease creeping in. She always felt as if there were a pair of eyes watching her from the shadows. Yet she found nothing. Huff! She exhaled a breath of turbid air. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Who would come to Senior Mu's place? Lin Wanner shook her head, but suddenly a figure leaped out, blocking her path. Junior Sister Lin, what brings you to the back mountains so early? Is there something urgent? Li Changfeng had a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, his gaze wandering over her. Junior Sister Wanner, true to her name, is gentle and lovely. A beautiful girl. The young girl was still quite young, and her cultivation progress was impressive. Given this, it would be beneficial for him to take her down, which would greatly help his future plans. You're Li Changfeng from Tianjin Peak, right? Looking at the smirk on the person before her, she felt a tightening in her heart and instinctively took a step back. Senior brother, I just came to relax. It's nothing important. This person's gaze was so unpleasant, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. However, he was a senior brother from Tianjin Peak, while she was merely an outer sect disciple. In terms of cultivation and status in the sect, she was far inferior to him. Otherwise, she would have surely gouged out his eyes. Junior Sister Wanner, this peach grove is not a place to casually relax. Li Changfeng chuckled lightly, gently waving his folding fan. This is Elder Mu's territory. In a sense, it could be considered a forbidden area of Bixiao Palace, right? What Senior Brother says is true. As he moved closer, Lin Wanner's expression changed slightly, trying to maintain her composure. I'm just passing through. I'll leave now. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Li Changfeng stepped forward to block her again. Since we happen to meet, why not chat with me? I'm very interested in you, Junior Sister. I don't have anything to talk about with you, Senior Brother. Lin Wanner's inner alarm bells rang loudly as she saw the dangerous glint in Li Changfeng's eyes. She instinctively tried to dodge, but was instead grabbed by Li Changfeng by her wrist. He smirked, the wickedness in his eyes growing more intense. Is Senior Brother really that terrifying? Lin Wanner struggled, her face flushed. Li Senior Brother, please have some self-respect. Don't worry, Senior Brother means you no harm. He leaned close to Lin Wanner's ear, breathing heavily. I just want to check if you still have your virginity. You shameless. Lin Wanner pulled back her small hand and slapped Li Changfeng hard. He easily dodged and pinned her against a peach tree, his gaze sharp. What's wrong? Do you think I don't know your secret? He chuckled lightly. I'm skilled in the way of yin and yang. The masculine energy on you indicates that you've lost your purity. The one who took it from you is Elder Mu, right? You're talking nonsense. Lin Wanner's face instantly lost all color. How could her secret be seen through by Li Changfeng? But regarding Elder Mu, she absolutely could not admit it. Li Senior Brother, please let me go. She bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with tears, looking pitiful. Senior Brother is bullying me, and I am powerless to resist. But you slander Elder Mu? That's really audacious. Learning to use a backing so quickly? Li Changfeng chuckled indifferently, lifting her chin with his finger. As for the truth, let me have a try and you'll know. He waved his folding fan a few times, pointing to the grass nearby. How about over there? I promise to be quick. You might even come to love it. Get away. Lin Wanner was terrified, unable to believe that Li Changfeng was so audacious, daring to act inappropriately with her in the peach orchard. Was he not afraid of being expelled from Bixiao Palace? However, as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Peak's chief, known for his talent, who could be his opponent as long as the true inner disciples did not intervene? The sect would not punish a genius like Li Changfeng for an outer disciple like her. The greater possibility was that she would be accused of seducing an inner disciple, have her cultivation abolished, and be expelled as punishment. This was the true reason for Li Changfeng's audacity. Realizing this, Lin Wanner spoke with a hint of pleading. Li Senior Brother, could you please let me go? Once you fulfill me, I will naturally let you go. Li Changfeng laughed even more wantonly. As long as I am happy, I will take care of you in the sect. Lin Wanner glared at him, despair rising in her heart. With her strength, She couldn't possibly contend with Li Changfeng. The elder Mu she relied on and trusted would not be a match for him either, and besides, how much strength could he have left at his age? Calling for help would only endanger him, but she would not allow Li Changfeng to humiliate her. She would kill him if she found the opportunity. In Li Changfeng's eyes, Lin Wanner had already resigned to her fate. He smiled. Very good. You made a wise decision. He extended his sword finger, immobilizing Lin Wanner's body. Li Changfeng, you are so bold. Just as Lin Wanner was about to resign herself, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Lung Qingxuang, holding a long sword, appeared like lightning in front of the two, thrusting her sword straight at Li Changfeng. Upon her arrival, Li Changfeng showed no surprise. He had been waiting for Lung Qingxuang to appear intentionally. Sister, are you planning to fight me? Li Changfeng pinched her long sword between his fingers. A mocking smile on his lips. Why not join forces with Wanner? I've had my eye on your body for a long time. You seek death. A cold light flashed in Lung Qingxuang's eyes, her long sword suddenly shaking, releasing a surge of sword energy that forced Li Changfeng back several steps. Then she turned to release Lin Wanner's pressure points. Go. She pushed Lin Wanner aside and faced Li Changfeng with a fierce expression. Li Changfeng, you have provoked me repeatedly. Today I will cleanse the sect. With a sweep of her long sword, the sword light flashed like a rainbow. Li Changfeng narrowed his eyes and smirked wickedly. Why don't I help sister clear the way? He suddenly opened his folding fan, a green light emanating from the fan's surface, colliding with Lung Qingxuang's sword energy. The two instantly engaged in battle, sword light and fan shadows intertwining. The surrounding peach forest affected by the sword energy, petals fluttering down. Lin Wanner gritted her teeth and turned to run towards Elder Mu's courtyard. In the courtyard, Mu Changge was lazily lying in a rocking chair, holding a jug of wine, leisurely savoring it. Lin Wanner rushed in, panting, and upon seeing him, all her grievances surged forth, like a wandering child finding solace at home. Oh, Elder Mu, I've troubled you again. She dashed into Mu Changge's arms, holding him tightly. Cold sister fought with Li Changfeng to save me. I know. Mu Changge's calm words left her stunned as she looked up. Chapter 8. Hand over your treasure with me here. Nothing will happen. He gently wiped away the traces at the corners of Lin Wanner's eyes. For some reason, when she looked at Mu Changge standing up, his slightly hunched figure seemed so tall and grand, as if nothing would happen as long as he was there. Lung Qingxuang has been secretly following you. Li Changfeng can't hurt you. Mu Changge stood with his hands behind his back, his murky gaze mixed with a glimmer of sharpness. Perceiving the scene deep in the peach forest, his target is not you, but that girl, and of course me. Huh? Lin Wanner was taken aback. The events in the peach forest could not escape Elder Mu's eyes. He had not appeared not to protect himself, but because he had discovered Cold Sister hiding in the shadows. Li Changfeng's target was not her, but Lung Qingxuang and Elder Mu himself. What did that mean? As she glanced at his puzzled expression and worried gaze, Mu Changge smiled gently. They are coming. The sounds of their battle grew more intense from afar. The entire peach forest shrouded in a formation, making it imperceptible to the outside world. The residual waves of their fight drew closer, soon capturing the figures of Lung Qingxuang and Li Changfeng. Boom! Accompanied by a brilliant sword intent, Lung Qingxuang's figure fell into the courtyard, right at Mu Changge's feet. Puffed! Lung Qingxuang spat out a mouthful of blood, her long sword slipping from her hand and landing with a crisp sound. The spiritual light on it dimming as it lost its power. Seventh stage of the nascent soul. Lung Qingxuang's face showed horror. Li Changfeng, is this your true strength? Her face turned as pale as paper, blood at the corner of her mouth, as she struggled to stand with Lin Wanner's help. Cold sister, are you okay? With Elder Mu here, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. In truth, she believed that Li Changfeng alone was not a match for all of them. Lung Qingxuang shook her head, facing Mu Changge with a respectful salute. I am Cold Qingxuang from Heavenly Sword Peak. I greet Elder Mu. In her eyes, there was a hint of suspicion. If she was not a match for Li Changfeng, what could Mu Changge, with only golden core cultivation, do? Moreover, he was already old, unable to exert even 1/10 of his peak strength. What could possibly make Lin Wanner trust him so much? Could it be that her inability to break through her bottleneck was truly resolved by this old man before her? Or was it as Li Changfeng said? that there was some kind of relationship between him and Lin Wanner. A slight flush passed over Lung Qingshuang's cold cheeks, barely noticeable. She shook her head, clearing her thoughts. This was not the time for wild speculation. Besides, Elder Mu was so old. How could he have the energy to do such things? She must not let herself be blinded by Li Chongfeng's nonsense. Ding! Detected the daughter of fortune, Lung Qingshuang. Does the host wish to pursue? With the system's prompt, a light screen appeared before Mu Changge, displaying Lung Qingshuang's personal information. Name, Lung Qingshuang. Identity, chief disciple of the heavenly sword peak of Bixiao Palace. Cultivation, 6th stage of Yuaning. Fortune value, 20,000 can be pursued. Personality, cold on the outside, warm on the inside, resilient, meticulous, loyal to the sect, protective of fellow disciples. Extremely wary of strangers. Physique, Xianbing's spiritual body. Note, Lung Qingshuang was adopted by the chief of Heavenly Sword Peak since childhood, with exceptional talent. Due to her special physique, her emotions are suppressed, and she longs for warmth deep down. Mu Changge's eyes flashed with thought. Lung Qingshuang's aura of keeping others at a distance comes from her physique. Deep inside, she has a weak self locked away. Her willingness to fight fiercely with Li Chongfeng for an unrelated outer sect disciple shows that she has a passionate heart. As long as the knot in her heart is unraveled, she can be pursued, and her strength will rise to a new level. The first step is to earn her trust and dependence. Showing some strength is the best way to pursue her. With Lung Qingshuang's reclusive nature, she definitely admires the strong. Only the strong can bring a sense of security. Sister Lung, it seems you're not my opponent. Li Chongfeng stood on the wall, bowing to Mu Changge. The junior greets Elder Mu. Although he performed the disciple's greeting, there was little respect in his eyes. Elder Mu, Li Chongfeng's strength exceeds my expectations. Lung Qingshuang saw his silence and couldn't help but remind him that she didn't think Mu Changge could defeat Li Chongfeng. Mu Changge smiled faintly. Don't worry. Lung Qingshuang frowned slightly, unsure where he got the confidence to say such words with his golden core cultivation. Moreover, with things having come to this point, Li Chongfeng would definitely not let any of them go. I know your intentions, and I'm clear about your background. Mu Changge ignored Lung Qingshuang's thoughts and focused on Li Chongfeng. Your talent is good, but unfortunately, your heart is not right. With just you are not enough to act recklessly in front of me. Elder Mu, you are truly confident. Li Chongfeng waved his fan, chuckling lightly. I want to see just how capable you, the most useless elder in the sect, really are. With a flick of his folding fan, a sharp blue light shot straight at Mu Changge. The light contained the powerful spiritual power of the 7th stage of Yuaning, and he didn't intend to hold back. Li Chongfeng, you are really crazy to dare to attack a sect elder. Lung Qingshuang wanted to step forward to stop him, but as soon as she moved, she felt a sharp pain and stumbled. Lin Wanner quickly supported her. Sister Lung, you are injured. Why not trust Elder Mu? He will definitely be able to drive away the bad guys. She bit her lip, the trust from her heart covering the subconscious worry. But she was so nervous that her breath stopped. However, Mu Changge still stood in place, his expression calm, not even raising a hand, just glancing lightly. That blue light suddenly stopped 3 feet away from him, as if it had hit an invisible barrier. Li Chongfeng's pupils constricted, his smile froze, and seconds later, he revealed joy. As expected of the most seasoned elder in the sect, you have quite a few treasures on you. He thought Mu Changge had used external force to block this attack. Otherwise, how could this old man, being merely in the golden core stage, withstand his assault without showing any fluctuation of spiritual power? Lung Qingshuang was stunned for a moment. She took a deep breath and inwardly agreed with Li Chongfeng's statement. Elder Mu, it's best to hand over all the treasures on you. I can give you a quick death. Li Chongfeng looked at Mu Changge with eyes like he was eyeing a moving treasure. Since you're going to die anyway, rather than leaving the treasures to gather dust, it's better to hand them over to me. You, a disgrace, dare to covet Elder Mu's treasures? Phew. Lin Wanner scrunched her nose and couldn't help but curse. Lung Qingshuang tightened her grip on her sword. Li Chongfeng, if you do this, you may have to bear the consequences. If you kill us, how will you explain it to the sect? Sister, oh sister, if I say you're smart, you are quite naive. Elder Mu is of old age. What does his death have to do with me? He said with a frivolous gaze, leaping off the wall. As for you and Sister Wanner, I have my ways to make you my people and obey me. Do you think I use treasures? Mu Change's words interrupted Li Changfeng's laughter. He shrugged. What else? Now, he waved his hand, and the previously halted blue light instantly rolled back, heading straight for Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly waved his fan to block it. The power of that light exceeded his expectations, directly sending him flying back, crashing into the wall. Lung Qingxuang and Lin Wanner were stunned by this scene. An ant shaking a tree. Mu Changge glanced at him. The money for damaging my wall will be compensated by Heavenly Sword Peak. Let's say it's 1,000 spirit stones. Chapter 9. The elder becomes tougher. Lung Qingxuang's eyelids twitched slightly. Even at this moment, Elder Mu was still thinking about spirit stones. What would a person with little lifespan need those for? Could it be for? She secretly glanced at Lin Wanner, only to see that the girl's eyes were shining with admiration as she looked at Mu Changge. The calmness in her expression seemed to have anticipated this outcome long ago. Lung Qingxuang understood in her heart. Indeed, the reason this girl's cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds was due to this senior's influence. She felt a bit envious of Lin Wanner. If it weren't for this girl, the most low-key elder in the sect might not have acted. With such support, it was no wonder Lin Wanner didn't attend her lecture yesterday. Compared to the senior, she indeed had a considerable gap. She had always strived to be strong in Heavenly Sword Peak and even the entire sect, partly to maintain the appearance of a senior sister in front of many junior brothers and sisters. Another reason was not to disappoint her master and to repay her master's nurturing and teachings with her own strength. But to this day, she realized that her heart had always been empty. The feeling of being protected and cared for by elders was what she truly desired. Just like no matter what trouble she got into outside, as long as she returned home, someone would tell her, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Unconsciously, Lung Qingxuang looked at Mu Changge, her eyes misty, and the taut string deep in her heart began to loosen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pursuing the fortune girl, Lung Qingxuang. Pursuit progress 10, gained a return of 2,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward. Partial ability enhancement of Xianbing's spiritual body and unlocking proficiency in ice-type techniques. Hearing the system's prompt, Mu Changge's lips curled up slightly. Toof! Li Changfeng spat out a mouthful of blood after the heavy blow, struggling to get up from the ground, unable to believe that Mu Changge had so easily severely injured him. "You're not Mu Changge," he screamed hoarsely, fists clenched tightly, bloodshot in his eyes. "Who the hell are you? I don't believe a waste like you could have such cultivation." At that moment, he clearly sensed that Mu Changge defeated him without using any external objects. It was genuine spiritual power. Isn't he a waste? Wasn't he half buried in the ground already? How could he have such terrifying depth? Young people should have limits to their arrogance. Mu Changge exuded a profound aura. You will eventually pay a painful price for your ignorance. His gaze was filled with murderous intent. You, a mere evil creature, dare to cause trouble in Bixiao Palace? Do you think my sect has no one? Old man, don't think you have already won. Li Changfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning sinisterly. You hide deep. I have my trump card too. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Changfeng's aura suddenly surged. His originally 7th stage Yuan Ying cultivation directly climbing to the peak of the 9th stage. Additionally, a cold and violent demonic energy enveloped him, making him appear like a demon walking out of hell, exuding a terrifying presence. Li Changfeng, you are actually a demon cultivator. Lung Qingxuang gritted her teeth. Feeling frustrated that she had always taken the responsibility of protecting the sect and had been wary of demon cultivators infiltrating the sect. Yet she never expected that the demon cultivator had been right under her nose, and she was completely oblivious. However, Elder Mu, whom she met for the first time, showed no signs of surprise, as if he had already seen through Li Changfeng's true identity. Senior Sister Lung, this aura is terrifying. Lin Wanner shrank beside her, tightly gripping her arm. How could there be a demon cultivator in our sect? The methods of the demonic path are bizarre, with techniques that can erode others' minds and assimilate them into demons, turning those assimilated into mere shells. The hatred in Lung Qingxuang's eyes was icy. Li Changfeng was an undercover agent of the demonic path infiltrating Bixiao Palace. She still remembered an incident during a mission when she was ambushed by a fellow disciple. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have been severely injured or even assimilated into a demon. Now it seemed that everything was Li Changfeng's scheme. She finally understood why Li Changfeng had deliberately lured her to the Peach Grove. It was the best opportunity for him to strike. If he could assimilate her into a demon, she would obey him blindly, even willingly shedding her clothes without regret. Thinking of this made her feel utterly frantic, wishing she could crush Li Changfeng to ashes. Elder Mu, let's kill him together. She suppressed her injuries, grinding her teeth. She could not let this demonic scum escape. Lung Qingshuang could hardly imagine how many fellow disciples in Tianjian Peak had fallen victim to Li Changfeng's poisonous hands and lost their true selves. Ha! No matter how many ants there are, they're still just ants. Li Shangfeng lauga maniakadi. Lung Qingshuang, what does it matter if you understand? After this demon child deals with that old fellow Mu Changge, I will come and deal with you. He glanced at Lung Qingshuang and Lin Wanner, his eyes flashing with the cold light of a poisonous snake. Only girls like them, the pride of heaven, were worth him consuming his demonic power to assimilate. As for those mediocre talents, he wouldn't even bother. Elder Mu remained calm, seemingly unaffected by Li Changfeng's outburst. Qingshuang, step back. I'm going to show this old man some moves. Lung Qingshuang tilted her head. Elder Mu had just mentioned putting on an act. What was he going to act like? Old man, stop pretending. Li Changfeng, tainted by overwhelming demonic energy, had fierce red light bursting from his eyes. I will let you old man see what true demonic power is. He swung the folding fan in his hand, and a mass of pitch-black demonic energy transformed into a massive ghostly claw. As the ghostly claw passed, the air was corroded, emitting a hissing sound that sent chills down the spine. Elder Mu, be careful. Lung Qingshuang and Lin Wanner exclaimed almost in unison. However, Elder Mu remained unflustered. He raised a hand and gently flicked his fingers. A buzzing sound echoed as an invisible wave spread out, shattering the pitch-black ghostly claw before it could get close, dispersing it into swirling black smoke. Impossible. Li Changfeng found it hard to believe that his full-force strike had once again been easily neutralized by Elder Mu. I am at the 9th level of the nascent soul, and you are just a useless old man. How can you win against me? The 9th level of the nascent soul, is that strong? Elder Mu said expressionlessly. In front of me, you are just a clown. At the same time, Elder Mu's figure suddenly vanished from his original spot. The next moment, he had appeared right in front of Li Changfeng, lightly slapping out a palm. Bang! Li Changfeng didn't have time to react before he was sent flying by the slap, crashing into the courtyard wall, and his breath suddenly weakened. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fear filled Li Changfeng's eyes. Who exactly are you, and why do you have such strength? As you can see, I'm just an old man who is at the end of his life and not good at fighting. Elder Mu smiled at him. What you have done today has determined your outcome. If there is a next life, remember these 3 points I'm going to tell you. First, never act on impulse. Second, never overlook any wrongdoing. Third, decide the key to victory in a prudent manner. Lung Qingshuang stood by, listening to these words, and her heart stirred with ripples. She repeated those few sentences, suddenly realizing that this was not just a warning to Li Changfeng, but also a guidance for her. All along, she had been simply pursuing power, never considering that true strength is not just about cultivation level, but also about the elevation of one's mindset. Elder Mu's calm and effortless demeanor seemed to show that everything in the world was under his control. So this is what a true strong person is like. Chapter 10. A double strike. Elder Mu's words felt like a tailor-made lesson for her. She was strong-willed and decisive in her actions, often overlooking details, and sometimes too impulsive. Perhaps I should let go of some obsessions and try to get closer to others. Only by doing so can I elevate my mindset. She looked at Elder Mu's back and felt an inexplicable admiration for him. Ding! Lung Qingshuang's affection for the host increased again with the at 20, earning a return of 2,000 luck points. Elder Mu's lips twitched slightly. What's going on? This girl has been conquered again? It can't be because of a few casual words I said that made her realize something, can it? He merely wanted to put on an air of a master, having no other intentions. After all, his presence in the sect had always been as low as dust. However, he spent 2,000 luck points to exchange for a hidden cultivation experience card that would increase his cultivation level. And not only did he break even, but he also gained an additional 2,000 points. His total luck value had now reached 8,000, and Elder Mu secretly delighted in this, maintaining a calm facade. He cast a cold gaze at Li Changfeng. Do you have any last words? Old man, don't be smug. Even if I die, the demonic path 1T let you go. Li Changfeng's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. You kill me today, and tomorrow more demon cultivators will come to Bixiao Palace to take revenge on you. A clown like you, what is there to fear? Elder Mu sneered contemptuously. As for your appearance, it is merely as a pawn. Pawn? Deep down, Li Changfeng felt as if he had been stabbed hard. He was not Li Changfeng. There was no such person as Li Changfeng in this world. He was a projection of that powerful figure from the demonic path. Shut up, Li Changfeng roared. You righteous path people are all a bunch of hypocrites. Don't try to confuse me. Regardless of the righteous or demonic path, it's just a difference in principles. I have never looked down on anyone. Elder Mu stepped forward, saying, the way cannot define a person's good or bad. Demons also have their path. People die under greed and ambition. Hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Li Changfeng's eyes, followed by a brief silence. His expression gradually shifted from madness to complexity. This emotion lasted a moment before being drowned again by his obsession and hatred. He let out a manic laugh. If I win today, would you still be able to say these ridiculous words? Sigh. Elder Mu wasted no more words. You can go in peace. This is a relief for you. He raised his palm and struck Li Changfeng on the crown of his head, and a flame of spiritual fire erupted from his fingertips, burning his body. Dust to dust, earth to earth, past events are carried away by the wind. Li Changfeng's body gradually turned to ashes under the burning of the spiritual fire. Elder Mu retracted his palm, his expression indifferent. This performance should have been quite impressive, right? It's perfectly reasonable to conquer again. He stood with his hands behind his back, watching the distance. Maintaining the air of a master for quite a while, it did not receive any rewards from the system. Just as he wanted to turn back and see the reactions of the two girls, unexpectedly, Lin Wanner dashed forward, hugging his arm tightly, almost knocking him over. Elder, you are amazing. She was as cheerful as a little rabbit, constantly winking at Elder Mu. That palm strike was simply too cool. And that spirit fire left that scoundrel Li Changfeng with nothing but ashes, which was incredibly satisfying. At this moment, Lin Wanner's big, watery eyes seemed to be expressing 3 words. I want to be knocked down. Lung Qingxuang stood not far away, staring blankly, her small face slightly flushed. She learned something from Lin Wanner's behavior. A spoiled woman has the best fate. No wonder Elder Mu, such a reclusive expert, dotes on her so much. Elder Mu, thank you for saving me. Qingxuang expressed her gratitude. She communicated with her eyes, blinking her pitiful and innocent big eyes. To get closer to him, she first needed to win Elder Mu's favor. She mimicked Lin Wanner's actions and tightly grabbed the other arm of Mu Changge. Not you too. Lung Qingxuang. What happened to your aloof persona? Is it collapsing? Thankfully, Mu Changge had a few black lines on his forehead and used some strength to pull his arm back from the two women. Are you both okay? The two women shook their heads in unison. Then they exchanged glances, and it seemed like there was an invisible current in the air, neither willing to back down. Both grabbing onto Mu Changge's arms again, pulling him toward themselves. Mu Changge swayed left and right, almost pulled apart. Stop. He gasped for breath. You may be fine, but I'm not. What he wanted was a reward, not this kind of treatment. Mu Changge's eyes flickered. He had to do something. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying, which immediately frightened the two women. Elder Mu, are you all right? Both women exclaimed in shock, helping him to sit down at a stone table. Mu Changge raised his trembling hand, his lips pale and dry. Water. Quickly bring water. Lin Wanner jumped up in a panic, frantically looking around, and finally dashed into the house, bringing out a cup of clear water and carefully handing it to Mu Changge's lips. Elder Mu, take your time drinking, don't choke. Lin Wanner fed him water, nervously watching his face, afraid of any mishap. Lung Qingxuang was also quick, immediately checking Mu Changge's pulse, but didn't he notice he pointed at his armpit? In an instant, The worry on Lung Qingshuang's furrowed brow was replaced by terror on her face. Elder Mu, you actually sacrificed your vitality to temporarily boost your strength. She quickly took out a healing pill from her storage ring and handed it to Mu Changge. This is a special healing pill from Tianjian Peak. Please take it. Mu Changge pretended to cough twice, took the pill, and swallowed it slowly, letting out a long breath. I'm old, and I've embarrassed you. His tone carried a hint of fatigue. Lin Wanner and Lung Qingshuang lowered their heads, feeling guilty. Elder Mu, it's all our fault. We should have caused you trouble like that. Lin Wanner pouted, tears brimming in her eyes, shaking Mu Changge's arm. You're really something. At your age, how can you rely on such secret methods to improve your cultivation? Aren't you risking your life? You two call me elder, and I'm an elder of the sect. It's my duty to protect you. He chuckled and patted their hands. All right, don't blame yourselves. As an old man, being able to do something for you young people is already worth it for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Wanner and Lung Qingshuang's eyes turned red. This kind of sacrifice moved them, but also made them feel guilty. You always burn yourself to illuminate others. Lin Wanner held his hand tightly, her voice slightly choked. We are too useless. You must take care of yourself. It's our ignorance that has made you worry. Lung Qingshuang also lowered her head, her voice low from now on. We will work harder in our cultivation and not let you worry about us anymore. Just a little blood loss. Old things must go for new ones to come. Just like you women, there are always a few days of coughing. Looking at the two women's faces flushed like blood, with a hint of a playful pout. He quickly waved his hand. Maybe this old man can extend his lifespan because of this. Upon hearing this, the two women felt even more guilty. The stirrings in their hearts like flowers on the riverbank, harshly blown by a hurricane. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the luck-bearing girl Lin Wanner. Progress 70. Gaining 1,000 luck points back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the luck-bearing girl Lung Qingshuang. Progress 30. Gaining 2,000 luck points back. At this moment, a smile was about to spread across Mu Changge's face. A double whammy. Chapter 11. Becoming the Master's sister-in-law, the two women lowered their heads, not noticing the smile that couldn't be hidden at the corner of Mu Changge's mouth. Lung Qingshuang had even fallen into a brief self-reflection. Elder Mu is truly a model among elders. To prevent them from worrying and feeling guilty, he took this light-hearted attitude to lessen their psychological burden toward each other. Elder Mu had no relationship with them, not even a master-disciple bond. He was merely an elder in the sect, yet he was willing to risk everything for them. How wonderful it would be if she could be in the same era as him, even facing the pressure from the former Holy Master Yun Qingli. She would still want to fight for it and become his Dao partner. Coming back to her senses, she felt a wave of surprise. Dao partner? This was something she had never considered before, yet now it stirred her heart. This was truly inappropriate. He saved her life, yet why should she covet him? Moreover, even if her master were present, she would still respectfully call Elder Mu senior brother. Yet here she was, thinking about becoming her benefactor's sister-in-law. Thinking of this, Lung Qingshuang's cheeks grew even redder, tinged with a hint of embarrassment, and her gaze toward Mu Changge became more affectionate. When Mu Changge looked at her, she quickly averted her gaze, lowering her head. What is this girl thinking? Why does it feel like her gaze is appreciating some delicious food? It must be an illusion, definitely an illusion. Although he claimed to be vigorous for his age, he was still an old man, and she was so beautiful, an innocent girl. How could she possibly have thoughts about him? One can be confident, but absolutely not narcissistic. Ahem. Mu Changge cleared his throat. Qingshuang, you're injured. Returning to Tianjian Peak like this will worry your junior brothers and sisters. Here, a pill for you. Watching Lung Qingshuang take the pill, but not swallow it. He smiled again. This is a Xianbing pill. It matches your constitution and can help you recover from your injuries and enhance your cultivation. Xianbing pill? Lung Qingshuang stared at the pill in her hand, slightly stunned. This was an extremely rare pill. Elder Mu, this is too precious. It's nothing. Mu Changge smiled. You were injured protecting Wanner. Consider it a reward for you. Lung Qingshuang felt a pang of disappointment. Lin Wanner, an Alta disciple, was so important in Elder Mu's eyes that even she, a direct disciple of Tianjian Peak, didn't compare. It seems that in his eyes, Lin Wanner was not just an outer disciple, but someone he cherished like a granddaughter. Thank you, Elder. Lung Qingxuang returned the pill. I only did what I was supposed to do. I can't accept such a grand gift. She naturally understood the value of the Xianbing pill. Not only could it heal injuries, but it could also significantly enhance the cultivation of ice-type cultivators, and it had a strong, nourishing effect on the Xianbing's spiritual body. In the entire Bixiao Palace, Xianbing pills were extremely rare spiritual medicines, and even her master, the head of Tianjian Peak, couldn't easily produce such pills. Qingxuang, there is no need to refuse. Pills are inanimate objects. Using them to their fullest is their true value. Mu Changge waved his hand with a hint of unyielding authority. Compared to your safety, this is nothing. Looking at Lung Qingxuang still standing there, he smiled and shook his head. What, do you want me to feed you personally? I wouldn't dare trouble Elder. Her delicate face flushed, and finally, she stopped refusing and put the Xianbing pill in her mouth. The elixir entered her mouth, transforming into a cool stream of spiritual energy that quickly spread throughout her body, restoring the spiritual energy consumed during battle and making it even more abundant than before. Boom! A burst of energy erupted, feeling incredibly comfortable. Seventh stage of the nascent soul. This fruit was indeed well-deserved of its reputation. Such a precious elixir. Yet Senior Mu generously gave it to her without a hint of reluctance, saying that her safety was worth more than just one elixir. Does this not imply that her standing in Senior Mu's eyes is not necessarily inferior to Lin Wanner? Feeling delighted, Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of fate, Lung Qingxuang, with a progress of 40 and receiving a return of 2,000 luck points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward, 10-fold meridians. The strength and capacity of the meridians exceed that of cultivators of the same level by 10 times. Mu Changge secretly rejoiced. His meridians were filled with an indescribable powerful foundation, meaning that he would have few rivals among cultivators of the same level in the future. All of this was merely exchanged for a dusty elixir in his storage ring. Qingxuang, you are impressive. Mu Changge wanted to roar at those who once looked down on him within the sect, saying, "Come here, I'll take on 10 of you." Of course, it was just a thought. Those people had almost perished in the conflicts with the demonic path. Especially after dealing with Xiao Liar, no one spoke ill of him anymore. Sister Qingxuang, your aura has become even stronger. Lin Wanner watched Lung Qingxuang's transformation with envy shining in her eyes. Lung Qingxuang nodded. Thanks to Senior Mu. My injuries have healed, and my cultivation has improved. Oh, she pouted. Senior Mu really favors you. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxuang covered her mouth and smiled, a hint of pride flashing between her brows. Lin Wanner felt even worse. The jealousy within her surged. She shook Mu Changge's arm, blinking her big, pitiful eyes. Senior Mu, you can't be biased. I was here first. Girl, stop shaking. I'm not an egg, and if you keep shaking, I'll fall apart. Buffed. Lin Wanner couldn't help but laugh. Senior Mu's metaphor was truly unique, as she was the one who almost fell apart from shaking. She recalled the cultivation sessions with Mu Changge in bed. Her little face flushed, and she lowered her head to give a soft huff. At her age, to have such strength, even she, a young girl, could barely withstand it. This is a spirit element pill. Mu Changge took out the elixir and handed it to her. It can help you improve your cultivation and solidify your foundation. Senior Mu, I knew you treated me the best. Lin Wanner beamed with joy, eagerly taking the elixir and was about to pop it into her rosy, delicate mouth when Mu Changge quickly grabbed her. Girl, stop. You haven't established your foundation yet. Taking this elixir would be a waste. Mu Changge shook his head helplessly. He then took out a pill emitting a faint golden light. This is a foundation establishment pill, specially prepared for you. Go back and enter seclusion. Foundation establishment pill. This is exactly what I need right now. Lin Wanner had originally planned to apply to the sect for this kind of elixir, but Senior Mu had already prepared it for her. So thoughtful. Can I stay here to cultivate? With Senior Mu's careful guidance and care, only a fool would want to go back. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, she wanted to share her joy immediately. Sure. Mu Changge nodded. Just come over often and help me clean the yard and pick spiritual fruits as a reward. Count on me. She patted her chest and giggled, Then I'm off to enter seclusion. Lin Wanner ran toward the wooden house. Mu Changge blinked, savoring the earlier excitement, and murmured, "It's indeed on you." Turning around, just as he was about to say something to Lung Qingxuang, Lin Wanner returned. With a mischievous smile on her face, she provocatively glanced at Lung Qingxuang, stuck out her tongue at Mu Changge. "I forgot to do something." Mu Changge was taken aback and didn't have time to react before Lin Wanner quickly kissed him on the cheek, her movement light and swift, like a nimble little bird, pecking and then flying away. He stood there, still feeling the warmth of her touch on his face. Lung Qingxuang's mouth dropped open, witnessing the entire process, feeling completely stunned. This is possible? I've learned something. Chapter 12. What to do if the master is the daughter of fate. Senior Mu, I have to go back. There's something at Tianjin Peak. Lung Qingxuang came back to her senses, taking a deep breath. The infiltration of the demonic path into Bixiao Palace was serious, and she had not uncovered Li Changfeng's true identity. As the senior sister of Tianjin Peak, she felt guilty and needed to hurry back to see if her junior brothers and sisters had been harmed. It was uncertain when her master would come out of seclusion, and whether or not to report this matter to the sect would depend on her master's decision after emerging. Mu Changge seemed to see through Lung Qingxuang's thoughts and said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The disciple was taken in by your master. It has nothing to do with you. If you didn't notice it, how could you be blamed?" He understood Lei Lai's character well. He was a stubborn person who valued face, always wanting to act like a big shot. So Lung Qingxuang must have been the one managing the affairs of Tianjin Peak. However, the demonic path's assimilation secret technique was indeed remarkable. From the surface, one would not notice anything unless they probed the opponent's primordial spirit. Lei Lai would not conduct a primordial spirit probe before accepting disciples. Moreover, Li Changfeng was also peculiar. His body was a congenital Dao body, which could easily conceal the demonic energy in his primordial spirit. If it weren't for his heavenly eye, no demonic energy would escape detection in front of him, and he wouldn't have easily discovered Li Changfeng's identity. You should go back and rest well. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come find me. Mu Changge offered a gentle smile. Lung Qingxuang nodded with joy. Since her senior said so, it meant he didn't dislike her and even permitted her to come to this small courtyard anytime in the future. She took a few steps, then turned back, biting her pink lip as if she had made up her mind. "Senior, I forgot to do something." She quickly pecked Mu Changge's cheek, her actions softer than Lin Wanner's, like a feather gently brushing past, carrying a hint of coolness. Clang! The teacup in Mu Changge's hand fell to the ground, the spirit tea gradually seeping into the surface. He blinked as he watched Lung Qingxuang turn into a stream of light and leave on her sword, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. What is going on? What is going on? You old man's benefits. Do you all want to take advantage of them too? These favored daughters of heaven are so lacking in integrity. Huh. Don't they know that I've always been at odds with gambling and drugs? Is this a test for me? What kind of old man can withstand such a test? System, are you dead? I've sacrificed so much. Dare you give some reaction? Mu Changge panted heavily, slapping the table. Ding! Detected that the host is taking advantage while pretending to be innocent. This system gives you the middle finger. Dog system, what do you take him for? Does he care about this? He worked so hard to earn luck points, and not only was he taken advantage of, but he also had to endure contempt. So much sorrow. Who can he complain to? Congratulations to the host for courting the daughter of fate, Lung Qingxuang, with a progress of 50, receiving a return of 2,000 luck points. Congratulations to the host for courting the daughter of fate, Lin Wanner, with a progress of 80, receiving a return of 1,000 luck points. Just as Mu Changge was about to angrily dismantle the system, he heard the prompt sound in his mind. This is more like it. He looked at the information appearing in the light screen. The total luck points had accumulated to 16,000, and he immediately laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Lung Qingxuang's sudden attack had indeed earned him a wave of goodwill and luck points. As for the system's contempt, he didn't care at all. Luck points were the real benefits. Mu Changge glanced at the sky. The sun was about to set. The evening glow painted the entire peach forest in shades of pink, a beautiful sight, and it was time for indulgence again. He lay back in the rocking chair and waved his hand, summoning the three spiritual bodies of Mu Changge. One spirit was skillfully nestled in his arms, feeding him spiritual fruits. Another was sitting cross-legged in the air, with an ancient guqin placed in front, and the third was playing with her hair. Then, they began to play music and dance. Mu Changge lazily lifted his eyelids and saw that these three spiritual forms were somewhat ethereal. He silently said, "System, consume 1,000 fortune points to replenish their spiritual energy." System, huh? Dog host. You actually waste fortune points on such trivial matters. A flash of spiritual light passed, and the three spiritual forms gradually solidified, not only restoring their original vitality and brilliance, but also appearing even more like real people. One of them, extremely graceful, gently plucked the strings of the guqin, and the melodious sound echoed through the peach grove, resembling the sound of heaven. The other spirit, enchanting and dignified, danced barefoot to the music, her movements graceful like a fairy descending from the heavens. The spirit nestled in his arms was alluring, with her fair little hands peeling the spiritual fruit and gently feeding it to him. Mu Changge lay in the rocking chair, enjoying this moment of tranquility and comfort. He squinted his eyes, savoring the sweetness of the spiritual fruit, with the melodious guqin music in his ears and the graceful dance before him, and couldn't help but sigh. This is life. System, do you think I'm still not corrupt enough? Mu Changge teased in his heart. My path is the path of lying flat. Let's see how I comprehend it. Ding. Corruption behavior detected in the host. This system once again raises a disdainful middle finger to you. Mu Changge remained indifferent. As life is short, enjoying life is the right path. You think I'm indulging? Wrong. I'm elevating my state of mind. System. Mu Changge ignored the system's complaints and continued to enjoy his leisurely time. The days ahead would not be too peaceful. Li Changfeng's appearance was just the beginning, and greater upheavals were yet to come. He must prepare well. Having stayed in Bixiao Palace for nearly 1,000 years, this was his home, and he could not let those people destroy this sanctuary. Xiao Liar, you just ascended, and there are those in the demonic path who can't hold back. If even the master ascends, the situation will surely spiral out of control. Mu Changge murmured with his eyes half closed, not knowing when the master would emerge from seclusion. He hadn't seen her for nearly 100 years and truly missed her. A charming woman with a celestial aura appeared in his mind. What if the master is the daughter of fortune? Should he pursue her or not? He couldn't betray his teacher and destroy his ancestors. It wouldn't happen. There can't be that many coincidences in the world. Lung Qingshuang was flying in the air on her sword, her delicate little face filled with shyness and panic. Unable to imagine that she could be as crazy as Lin Wanner, she couldn't help but wonder if Mu Sr. was angry. But seeing him stunned in place with a shocked expression made her want to laugh. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice when her flying sword descended. Until, bang, she collided with an ancient tree, and her whole body fell off the sword, landing on the soft grass. Ouch, that really hurts. What a hard tree. Lung Qingshuang covered her forehead, wincing in pain. Senior sister, are you okay? A delicate figure fell from the sky, rushing to help her up. Lung Qingshuang turned her head and saw that the newcomer was her little junior sister, named Lu Weining. I'm fine, I was just distracted thinking. Senior sister is usually so composed. How could you be distracted? Lu Weining tilted her head in confusion, a mischievous glint passing through her eyes. Is senior sister thinking about a man? She just nodded, then quickly denied it. No, it's not a man. It's a senior of the same generation as the master. You mustn't be rude. Lu Weining looked even more puzzled. What's wrong with senior sister? Why is your face so red? And this flustered explanation lacked credibility. She was just casually asking. Senior sister is acting very strange. Chapter 13. Senior sister's dowry. Lu Weining felt surprised. Senior sister was clearly having feelings for someone. Which senior has such charm? She must be a hero, deserving of respect. Oh no. She covered her head and pouted. Senior sister, why are you hitting me? No more wild thoughts. Lung Qingshuang's face flushed. This was truly embarrassing. Perhaps the most humiliating moment since her cultivation began. It's all your fault, you stupid tree. Clearly, it was senior sister who was lost in thought. Bang. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Lung Qingshuang cut down the culprit that caused her embarrassment, startling her into quickly covering her mouth. Little junior sister, what did you just say? Lung Qingxuang smiled at a 45-degree angle, her eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Lu Weiniing's heart raced, shaking her head vigorously. I didn't say anything. I didn't see anything. Very good. Lung Qingxuang rubbed her little head and walked towards Tianjian Peak. Lu Weiniing followed behind, patting her chest, feeling scared to death, thinking she was going to be silenced. Wait a minute. Senior sister is the most petty, and if I have a secret, I will definitely be targeted. With her lazy disposition, she couldn't avoid being pushed. Thinking about how her life was about to take a tragic turn, Lu Weiniing's little face turned into a bitter melon. Oh, if I had known, I wouldn't have come to greet senior sister. Who will save me? No. She had to do something. Change the subject to make senior sister completely forget about this matter. Senior sister, why did you come back alone? She rushed forward, asking playfully, Where's Li Changfeng, senior brother Li? He died. Lung Qingxuang continued walking, her expression unchanged. Oh, no wonder I didn't see senior brother Li. It turns out he died? Lu Weiniing froze in place, her voice suddenly rising by 8 degrees. Who has such great courage to kill senior brother Li? He is at the 6th level of the Yuaning stage. Even this senior sister in front of me might not be his match. Lung Qingxuang stopped, turned back to look at her. He was a spy from the demonic path infiltrating our sect. How is that possible? Lu Weiniing's face was increasingly filled with shock. How could senior brother Li be from the demonic path? She felt her mind was not working, and even slapped her cheeks to confirm she wasn't dreaming. Senior sister, are you sure you're not joking? It was no secret that her senior sister and senior brother Li had never gotten along. But the identity of a spy from the demonic path was truly hard to believe. Lung Qingxuang nodded. He lured me to the peach grove on the back mountain and injured me. Fortunately, Elder Mu saw through his identity and saved me, killing him on the spot. Lu Weiniing felt as if she had been struck by lightning, unable to speak for a long time, her mind echoing Lung Qingxuang's words. And a storm surged in her heart. Senior brother, Li, was actually from the demonic path? She didn't often interact with Li Changfeng, having only met him a few times. But she never expected that the elegant and extraordinarily talented senior brother, Li, would be a spy from the demonic path. Suddenly, Lu Weiniing thought of something else. What about the other disciples of Tianjian Peak? Could they also have problems? It's hard to say. Lung Qingxuang frowned, looking her little junior sister up and down, then shook her head. I will investigate this thoroughly as soon as possible to ensure the safety of Tianjian Peak and the sect. She did not doubt this little junior sister too much. Lu Weiniing had always been lax in her cultivation, only interested in flowers and plants, and had almost no interaction with Li Changfeng. Although the demonic path's assimilation secret method was special, it greatly drained one's own essence. And Li Changfeng would not waste his energy on someone who showed no ambition. Perhaps this is what they call fools have fool's luck. Moreover, this little girl often liked to stick around her, so Li Changfeng would certainly not take risks. Has the master conveyed any messages, notifying us when he will emerge from seclusion? Lung Qingxuang asked. Lu Weiniing shook her head. I think it will be soon, but I'm not sure how master will react when he learns that his most favored disciple is a spy from the demonic path. In the square, Lung Qingxuang paused again. Lei Lai had always had high hopes for Li Changfeng, and learning about this matter would likely deal him a heavy blow. Plus, with his fiery temper, one couldn't help but wonder if he would anger Senior Mu. The Master's mind was resolute and would not waver because of this. Lung Qingxuang spoke with a hint of uncertainty and instructed, prepare 1,000 spirit stones for me. This is what our Tianjian Peak owes to that senior. So many? She looked at Lung Qingxuang in confusion. Senior sister, this isn't your dowry, is it? Among the elders in the sect, who wouldn't be respected and revered, it's perfectly reasonable for them to help their disciples, and why would they ask for compensation? Her senior sister was just being stubborn, refusing to admit it and insisting on finding this flimsy excuse. By the way, who is that Senior Mu? I feel like I've heard of him before, but I can't recall why. Lu Weiniing, do you want to die? Lung Qingxuang fiercely grabbed her ear, her eyes glinting coldly. Li Changfeng damaged the wall of the peach orchard. We should compensate him, and it's definitely not what you think. Lu Weiniing pleaded for mercy while taking out the pills she had refined as compensation, begging to be let off. With your pills, I wouldn't dare eat them. Lung Shuang rolled her eyes. This girl spent all day doing nothing but avoiding serious matters. As a disciple of Tianjin Peak, instead of studying swordsmanship, she was researching all sorts of bizarre pills and formulas. This is the Xianbing pill. Lu Weiniang's palm glimmered with spirit light, revealing a spirit pill. This kind of pill is highly valued in our sect, especially beneficial for you, senior sister. You refined the Xianbing pill? Lung Shuang looked at Lu Weiniang, who had her hands on her hips and wore a proud expression, feeling incredulous. She picked up the pill to examine it closely and sensed it. Are you sure this is the Xianbing pill? It's a bit lacking compared to the real one. Lu Weiniang showed a slightly awkward grin. It's my first time refining it. I'll get better in the future. It's better than nothing. Senior sister, do you want to give it a try? I've consumed the real Xianbing pill before. This little girl wanted to show off in front of her, but seeing her expectant expression turned to disappointment. Lung Shuang felt both helpless and amused, so she had to accept it. How much does this pill differ from the real Xianbing pill? She asked while bringing it close to her nose to smell it. Lu Weiniang looked even more embarrassed. Actually, not much. The effect is only about 90% less. Lung Shuang's eyelids twitched violently. This pill, it can't be a distant relative of the Xianbing pill, can it? Sorry to put you in a difficult position. Lung Shuang's expression was emotionless. Don't refine it next time. Senior sister, you're so annoying. Not appreciating it and even discouraging me. Lu Weiniang lowered her head pitifully, her view blocked by the snow-capped peaks, unable to see her own toes. She was working hard, after all. Training hard is the main thing. Lung Shuang rubbed her head. Go prepare the spirit stones for me. I'm going to give them to Senior Mu tomorrow. Okay, she replied and ran off, turning back to ask, Senior sister, the Senior Mu you mentioned, it wouldn't be the one in the peach orchard, would it? Smack. Lung Shuang face-bombed. How could she have such a silly and cute junior sister? It just dawned on her who it was. Senior sister, you can't like him. Yes, an old man, just like you said, not even a real man. You want to be happy. Upon hearing this, Lung Shuang's face darkened like a pop bottom, and two veins popped out on her forehead as she stamped her feet and shouted, Go now. Lu Weiniang jumped in fright and fled quickly. In the peach orchard courtyard. Achoo! Achoo! Mu Changge sneezed twice in a row. Which lovely girl is obsessing over me again? Chapter 14. Little junior sister, don't be modest. His room was still occupied by Lin Wanner, making it inappropriate for him to go in and rest, let alone engage in any inappropriate behavior. Sigh. I guess I'll have to make do for one night. Looking at the several delicate spirit forms around him, Mu Changge felt very uncomfortable. His body seemed old, but under the influence of the innate cleansing dew, he was recovering to a state even more vigorous than that of a young person. He jumped off the rocking chair and laid a clean cloth on the grass with a wave of his hand. Mu Changge lay on the grass, resting his head on a soft leg of his spirit form, gazing up at the starry night sky. The stars are really bright tonight. He looked up at the spirit form that was massaging his head, teasingly grabbing her pointed chin, not even 1/10 of yours. The spirit form's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently combed his slightly messy white hair. Another spirit form plucked the strings of his zither, and the melodious sound echoed in the night sky, resonating with the stars. Mu Changge closed his eyes, his restlessness gradually calming down. Shao Lier, if you were here, the night in the peach orchard would be the most interesting. The spirit form sensed his mood and gently stroked his forehead, seemingly offering comfort. Mu Changge held her small hand and said, No need to say more. Having you by my side is already a comfort. The zither-s sound gradually softened. Mu Change's breathing became steady, his eyelids grew heavier, and he eventually fell into a deep sleep on the spirit form's leg. In the night sky, the stars twinkled. Everything in the peach orchard appeared exceptionally tranquil. The spirit forms covered him with a light blanket, continuing to guard him until dawn. The next day, sunlight poured down. Mu Changge opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and thought to himself that this sleep was truly comfortable. The spirit form smiled and helped him to sit up. Mu Changge moved his limbs, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him, and his mood lifted greatly. His cultivation level was still at the 4th stage of Golden Core, but with his meridians expanded tenfold, Even 10 cultivators of the same fourth stage would not necessarily be his match. He waved away the spirit form that had been playing the zither, leaving just the one beside him. He glanced at Lin Wanner, who was diligently working towards breaking through to the Foundation Establishment Realm. Seeing her making good progress, he sat down at the stone table under the bright sun. The spirit form behind him naturally began to massage his shoulders. "You work hard?" Mu Changge patted her hand. "Do you want to go back and rest for a bit?" The spirit form smiled and shook her head. Although the spirit form was transformed from Mu Changge's spiritual energy, she shared the same gentleness as her. "Shao Lier, I will ascend to the upper realm as soon as possible to find you." He smiled at the sky, hoping that when they met again, he could give her a surprise, and hoped she would still call him husband. Outside the peach orchard, two beams of light descended on swords. "Senior sister, is that Senior Mu really that powerful?" Lu Weining followed Lung Qingshuang's footsteps, unable to help but ask. "Isn't he famous for being a waste in the sect? It said he only has golden core cultivation. How could he possibly kill Li Changfeng at the 6th stage of nascent soul?" Senior Mu is an elder of the sect with unfathomable cultivation. What makes him most respected is not his cultivation, but his character. Lung Qingshuang slightly curved her lips. Li Changfeng's true cultivation is not the 6th stage of nascent soul, but the peak of the 9th stage. "What?" Lu Weining exclaimed in surprise. "Then what level of cultivation does Senior Mu have? How could he be so strong, yet still have a reputation of being a waste? And isn't he supposed to be dying soon? Don't talk nonsense." Lung Qingshuang shot her a glare. When she mentioned Mu Changge, her gaze softened like water. "He is the most respected elder I have ever seen. He burned his own blood essence to protect us." "Did he really do that?" Lu Weining thought he was just an ordinary elder of the sect, and even felt that her senior sister had fallen. Such a proud person like her actually admired such a waste. Lung Qingshuang's gaze was complex, seeming to hold 100 different feelings. With Senior Mu's cultivation background, in his youth, he was invincible among his peers. He did this because he couldn't bear for us to be harmed. "Senior sister, is that Senior Mu very fierce?" She had heard that no outsiders could enter Mu Changge's courtyard, and that he loved peace and disliked being disturbed. A person with such a solitary personality would surpass her senior sister in being reclusive. Strangely, ever since senior sister returned to Tianjian Peak yesterday, she seems like a different person. The coldness she used to exude has softened, and she even jokes occasionally. If it were before, teasing senior sister like this might have gotten her killed, or at least punished with some time in isolation for reflection. But yesterday, after she brought back some spirit stones, Lung Qingshuang just asked if she had encountered any difficulties in her cultivation, and after getting her answer, she easily let her off the hook. Last night, she even let her sleep in the same room, kindly covering her with a blanket. After dawn, she took her out of Tianjian Peak and brought her to this peach forest. Elder Mu is gentle and never puts on airs. Lung Qingshuang's smile, mingled with sunlight, carried a bit more warmth. "So why are we walking in?" she asked curiously. "Isn't it because there are traps in the peach forest, and we would be attacked if we flew in on our swords?" Lung Qingshuang felt a headache coming on. She really wanted to pry open this girl's head to see what was inside. With a feeble tone, she replied, "Walking in is also a way to show respect." Before long, the two arrived at a small courtyard in the peach forest. Lu Weining saw Mu Changge sitting by a stone table, with a gentle spirit behind him, massaging his shoulders. "The Holy Master." She froze, rubbing her eyes hard. Lung Qingshuang relaxed her brow, explaining, "It's not the Holy Master, just the spirit of the Holy Master." Lu Weining breathed a sigh of relief. Even after ascending, the Holy Master left a spirit behind to serve Elder Mu. Such love is unbeatable. "That's right. Qingshuang has good insight," Mu Changge said with a calm smile, looking over at her. "And who is this?" "Greetings, Elder Mu," Lung Qingshuang said respectfully. "This is our junior sister Lu Weining from Tianjian Peak." Lu Weining hurriedly followed suit, her face showing a hint of nervousness and awe. "Ding!" Detected the daughter of fortune. Lu Weining, does the host wish to pursue? A light curtain appeared before Mu Changge's eyes. Name, Lu Weining. Identity, disciple of Tianjian Peak. Cultivation, golden core 2nd stage. Fortune value, 20,000. Can be pursued. Physique, Pill King's sacred body, born for alchemy. Personality, lively and cheerful, a bit reckless, innocent, and carefree. Remarks, fond of spiritual flowers and herbs and alchemy. It is recommended that the host cater to her interests. Mu Changge looked at the information on the panel, his interest piqued. He hadn't expected this seemingly reckless girl to have such high talent in alchemy. No need for excessive courtesy, he said with a smile. Since you're here, sit down and have some tea. After they sat down, Mu Changge dismissed the spirit and waved to summon 2 cups of spiritual tea for them. This is the 1,000 spirit stones that Tianjin Peak owes you. Please accept it. Lung Qingxuang handed over a storage bag without looking directly at Mu Changge, feeling a bit embarrassed as she recalled impulsively kissing him before leaving yesterday. Mu Changge accepted it without hesitation, putting it into his storage ring. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Cold Qingxuang, who was not good with words, didn't know what to say, so she kicked Lu Weining discreetly to signal her. Elder Mu, may I ask you a question? She asked curiously, studying Mu Changge. Mu Changge smiled in response. What question? I heard you aren't a man. Lu Weining playfully blinked, pulling at her skirt shoulder and gently tugging it down. She revealed half of her snowy shoulder, her gaze mischievous. So, I want you to help me see if I'm white enough. Huffed. Mu Changge spat out a sip of tea, managing to squeeze out a few words between his teeth. Who said that? My senior sister. Lu Weining's movements abruptly halted as she looked at Lung Qingxuang. Chapter 15. Do you want a wife or not? Lung Qingxuang felt as if she had been struck by lightning, petrified on the spot. A cool breeze swept by, carrying away a few desolate fallen leaves. She twitched her mouth fiercely, gripping the spiritual teacup so hard that her hand trembled, almost spilling it. Once she regained her composure, her forehead was lined with veins as she covered Lu Weining's mouth, saying, When did I ever say that? This dead girl is pushing me into the fire pit. I told her to find a topic, not to directly sacrifice her senior sister. Mu Changge looked at her with a smile, but she felt a chilling aura behind it. Woo woo woo. Lu Weining couldn't break free from Lung Qingxuang's grip and could only make muffled sounds. Finally, she took out a recording orb and played back what she had said upon returning to Tianjin Peak yesterday. After watching, Lung Qingxuang felt numb all over. Which normal person carries a recording orb with them? At this moment, she was so embarrassed that she wished she could chop this silly junior sister with a sword. She had called her over to fully utilize her cute advantage to win Elder Mu's favor, not to have her prepare a coffin for herself. With images comes truth. Lu Weining, having regained her freedom, grinned and said, Senior sister, you explain yourself. Her spirited demeanor seemed to say, I've found the topic for you. How you develop it is up to you. No need to thank me. This is what a junior sister should do. Don't twist my words. Lung Qingxuang took back the recording orb and gave her a hard knock on the forehead. What I meant was, Elder Mu is not an ordinary person. I respect him. I admire him. Oh, Lu Weining's smile became even brighter. You said admire? This is truly an unexpected gain. Senior sister actually spoke the truth in haste. That's right. If you like him, then boldly pursue him. The former holy master liked him so much, he couldn't be lacking in any way. Plus, with Elder Mu's noble character, he is a model of a good man. The only pity is that he is too old. I wonder if he can still bring warmth to senior sister. But that doesn't matter. One must live in the moment. What's important is to be happy now. Elder Mu, I will excuse myself for a moment. Lung Qingxuang's voice nearly squeezed out between her teeth. Wait until I kill this girl before I come back. Don't dirty your courtyard. Huh? Senior sister, I was wrong. Don't take my life. Lu Weining was so frightened that she ran behind Mu Changge. Elder Mu, save me. I was just joking. I won't dare again. Ha ha ha. Mu Changge laughed heartily. Qingxuang, your junior sister is really interesting. I like her very much. It's fine to scare her a bit, but don't really kill her. Hearing this, Lu Weining stuck her tongue out at Lung Qingxuang, as if to say, look, Elder Mu is laughing because of me. How will you thank me? I'll deal with you later. Lung Qingxuang returned to her seat, still showing a hint of embarrassment and awkwardness on her face. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Mu Changge's eyes, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Elder, please don't take my words to heart. What words? Mu Changge asked with a smile. Lu Weining quickly added, Senior sister said she admires you. Lung Qingxuang had just taken a sip of tea, and she sprayed it all out. You little brat, are you done yet? Bang. Her fair hand slammed down on the table, an air of terror surrounding it. Lu Wenying fell silent, her pupils reflecting the scene of the stone table about to be destroyed. Senior sister, if we break Elder Mu's table, we will have to compensate him with spirit stones. She shrank her neck, but her hidden gaze seemed to encourage Lung Qingshuang to hurry and smash the table so that they would have a reason to offer Elder Mu spirit stones to help him heal. Lung Qingshuang felt the hint in her junior sister's eyes, paused for a moment, and then reacted, her head filled with black lines. This girl, although innocent, was full of tricks and never played by the rules. Taking a few deep breaths, she looked at Mu Changge with slightly apologetic eyes. Elder, please forgive me. This girl has always been loose-tongued, and I will definitely discipline her more in the future. Mu Changge could see through this little girl's thoughts. It's fine, it's fine. It's just a table. If it breaks, it breaks. He changed the subject, saying, when you go back to Tianjian Peak, tell your manager that you accidentally broke my table and need to compensate me with 100 spirit stones. You can keep it for your cultivation. Senior Mu is so considerate of sister, Lu Wenying said with a smile, secretly poking Lung Qingshuang's arm. Sister, the senior is so good to you. You should repay him well. Lung Qingshuang shot her a fierce glare, but when she secretly glanced at Mu Changge, her cheeks flushed. Mu Changge shook his head and chuckled. Compared to these external things, giving him some luck value in return would be the greatest reward. Senior, do you want a wife? Seeing the atmosphere fall silent again and sister's heart being swayed, Lu Wenying sighed inwardly and said something shocking again. How about I let sister be with you? It doesn't have to be public. She blinked her big, sparkling eyes. Alas, it still depends on her. Everyone is so troublesome. Senior Mu is indeed as easygoing as sister said. It seems the rumors outside are not to be trusted. Lung Qingshuang's little face turned as red as clouds. Feeling so embarrassed, she wished she could dig a hole to hide in. Qingshuang, you didn't come here just to deliver spirit stones, did you? Mu Changge, unable to withstand the girl's antics, took the initiative to change the subject and help Lung Qingshuang out of her embarrassment. Lung Qingshuang's face turned red. Senior, your insight is sharp. I do have a favor to ask. It seems that Senior Mu noticed her awkwardness and gave her a way out. He not only had the authority of an elder, but also showed meticulous care for the younger generation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the girl of fortune. Lung Qingshuang. Progress, 55. You have received 1,000 luck points in return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward. Comprehensive Alchemy Manual. Just as he was worried about how to court Lu Wenying, he now had a manual but lacked the alchemy techniques, which felt somewhat unsatisfactory. It was like a child who had a giant axe in front of him but couldn't lift it. So, he decided to try courting again and see if he could obtain some extra rewards. Oh, he smiled with interest. Tell me more. Li Changfeng is a dark agent of the demonic path. I'm afraid my master will find it hard to accept this fact. She frowned. I want to ask the senior to help enlighten him when he comes out of seclusion. Your master has a fierce temperament. Learning this will indeed be a heavy blow to him. Mu Changge nodded, then added, I'll try to enlighten him. But as a big man and the head of Tianjian Peak, he shouldn't be too sentimental to sit in that position. Wow, senior, you're so imposing. Lu Wenying's eyes sparkled like a little fan. But my master has a terrible temper. He gets angry easily. Do you really have a way? If soft tactics don't work, then we'll try hard tactics. Mu Changge laughed dismissively, took a sip of tea, and said, although I'm not good at fighting, I know a bit about martial arts. If it really doesn't work, I have someone above me. My master is the Elder Miaoyin. Lung Qingshuang couldn't help but laugh. Senior Mu is too humorous. How can he say that he is not good at fighting when Li Changfeng has no power to fight back against him? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the girl of fortune, Lung Qingshuang. Progress, 60. You have received 1,000 luck points in return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward. Sky-swallowing creation cauldron. Could be used for alchemy and combat. What the heck? Mu Changge felt numb. Why give him a cauldron when he couldn't even refine pills? He couldn't just use it to hit people, right? Chapter 16. Hiding a beauty. Mu Changge secretly complained. The sky-swallowing creation cauldron sounded impressive, but he knew nothing about alchemy. He couldn't really hit the little girl Lu Wenying with it and shout, hand over your luck points. That would be too silly. If it weren't for the return from the system, he wouldn't have the ability to rob others of their luck points. At that moment, a breath spread out, soaring into the sky until it was blocked by the barrier of the peach forest. Ha ha ha, Senior Mu, I've broken through. Soon after, Lin Wanner ran out, Senior. The foundation building pill you gave me worked wonders. Oh, Qingshuang's sister is here too. She glanced at the young woman sitting next to Lung Qingshuang. Who is this? Lung Qingshuang then introduced Lu Weiniang's identity, and Lin Wanner politely called out, Sister Lu, hello. Lu Weiniang stood up and returned the greeting. After she sat down, her curious gaze kept sizing Lin Wanner up, subtly revealing a hint of hostility. This girl's looks were not inferior to hers or her sister's. It seemed Senior Mu treated her well, personally guiding her cultivation and letting her stay here to train. What was this? Hiding a beauty? Sister Wanner, congratulations on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Lung Qingshuang smiled faintly. Although she knew Lin Wanner had taken the foundation building pill from Senior Mu, she didn't expect her to stay in the peach forest all night. The house here was so small. Where did Senior Mu sleep last night? If they were alone in the same room, would something unacceptable happen? She wasn't worried about Senior Mu, but she was afraid Lin Wanner couldn't hold herself back. She had noticed the girl's initiative. With her thoughts reaching this point, Lung Qingshuang couldn't help but feel tightness in her heart. She also wanted to deepen her relationship with Senior Mu. Moreover, rather than saying Senior Mu was old, it would be more accurate to say he had a celestial demeanor, which was extremely alluring to young girls. It's good that you broke through. Mu Changge smiled and shook his head. It was worth it for me to sleep outside all night. Senior, it's chilly outside. Why don't you go inside? Lin Wanner pouted, the excitement on her face completely replaced by concern. He wouldn't be afraid that if he went into sleep, he would really fall asleep. Would he? Does this mean that in Senior Mu's eyes, she is still quite charming? Lin Wanner's little face instantly turned hot. Lung Qingshuang felt relieved, thinking to herself that Senior Mu really worked hard for them, the younger generation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the girl of fortune, Lung Qingshuang. Progress, 70. You have received 2,000 luck points in return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward. Mastery in alchemy techniques, automatically integrated into the host's consciousness. Mu Changge felt delighted in his heart and put on a more elder-like demeanor. Wanner, although I am getting older, there are still differences between men and women. He sighed. What if something gets out? How will you deal with it? Sleeping outside is also good. You can enjoy the night view. Senior, you really think of us too much. Lin Wanner lowered her head, her beautiful eyes gathering a hint of emotion, more so a sense of indescribable disappointment. Lung Qingshuang also felt a wave of complex emotions and sensed inexplicable pressure. Senior Mu's care for them was meticulous, even to the point of being heart-wrenching. Lu Weiniang looked at Lin Wanner with curiosity, her eyes filled with a hint of exploration. She may be young, but that doesn't mean she's naive. She clearly sensed that Lin Wanner had special feelings for Mu Changge. The disappointment in her eyes confirmed her suspicion. It was likely that as long as Mu Changge had the intention, this girl would willingly undress and offer up her body. Sister, this girl is indeed your rival in love. It's better to let the junior sister do something for you, since we are the best sisters. However, before she could take action, Mu Changge had already turned to her and spoke. Lu girl, I see you have the fragrance of spirit herbs on you. Do you have an interest in the path of alchemy? Senior is indeed impressive. You can see this? She smiled mischievously. I want to hide it from you. I specially brought a Xianbing pill for sister when I heard she was injured yesterday. I even refined it myself. Oh, Mu Changge seemed a bit surprised. You refined it yourself? Of course. She shot a provocative glance at Lin Wanner and then said, It's a pity sister's injury healed, so it couldn't be used. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Wanner burst into a fit of giggles. Everyone turned their heads in unison. She covered her mouth and said, I just feel that Sister Lu seems quite regretful. Sister Qingshuang's injury shouldn't have healed so quickly. For some reason, an instinctive feeling told Mu Changge that the atmosphere suddenly fell off. Lin Wanner curled her lips, exchanging glances with Lu Weiniang. She knew that this Sister Lu was deliberately showing off in front of her to win Mu's favor. Sister Wanner, your words aren't right. Lu Weiniang squinted her beautiful eyes. I'm naturally happy that Sister's injury has healed, but it's a pity that the medicinal pill hasn't been put to use yet. Don't confuse the issue. The atmosphere fell silent again as the two glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Lin Wanner was even more annoyed. It was clear that Tianjin Peak was bullying those with fewer people. Isn't it just alchemy? What's so great about it? At this moment, Mu Changge felt an invisible tension in the air, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. He just wanted to change the topic, but unexpectedly, it led to a silent competition between the two girls. Girl, can I take a look at the spirit pill you've refined? Mu Changge broke the burning tension in the air. Senior, it's right here. Long Qingshuang quickly took out the medicinal pill. What do you think of this pill? Mu Changge took the pill and examined it. The surface was smooth and emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. Although it wasn't top quality, it was evident that care had been taken. Not bad. Noticing several gazes focused on him, he stroked his beard and smiled. 98%. So impressive, Lin Wanner exclaimed. Mu Changge cleared his throat. It was actually off by 98%. Puffed. Lin Wanner couldn't help but laugh, causing her to tremble with laughter. Isn't that just a useless pill? Isn't that funny, junior sister Lin? Lu Weiniang's desire to retort could no longer be hidden. Her words almost squeezed out between her teeth. Why don't you give it a try? I'm not interested in alchemy. Why would I try? Lin Wanner pouted, showing her disdain. But she actually admired Lu Weiniang a little. This was the Xianbing pill. Even if this pill's effect was off by 98%, if it were easy to refine, it wouldn't be considered a rare medicinal pill. Compared to the silent rivalry between the two, Lung Qingshuang noticed a different aspect. Senior Mu is truly a master. He can tell how much the effect is off with just one glance. Wanner, do not be rude. Mu Changge shot her a sideways glance. Your sister Lu's pill has some flaws, but she has talent. Given time, she'll surely become a master alchemist. Lu Weiniang's face immediately lit up with joy, not forgetting to give Lung Qingshuang a knowing look. Lung Qingshuang ignored her smugness. Perhaps this was just Senior Mu's polite words. This girl couldn't possibly become a master alchemist just by relying on her own research. Mu Changge voiced his curiosity. Sister Lu, I'm quite curious. Since you are so dedicated to alchemy, why did you choose to join Tianjin Peak? Because there are no alchemists at Tianjin Peak. Looking at the stunned crowd, she snapped her fingers. When my sister becomes the head, I will be the chief alchemist. How glorious. Just for that, Mu Changge felt a headache coming on. All right. He admitted that he struggled to keep up with this girl's train of thought. Senior, do you understand alchemy? Lu Weiniang seemed to be smiling, but there was a hint of cunning in her eyes. Mu Changge chuckled. This girl was testing him. She was not one to be easily outdone and must still be holding a grudge over his remark about the 98%. Chapter 17. The Reveal. I am the Sword Immortal. Junior sister, how can you be rude to a senior? Lung Qingshuang frowned and scolded. Aren't you going to apologize? This stubborn girl really was trying to embarrass Senior Mu on purpose. Wasn't it clear that she was making Senior Mu dislike them? On the other hand, Lin Wanner seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In her view, regardless of whether Senior Mu could refine pills or not, she was the ultimate winner. Lu Weiniang realized what was happening and noticed that her cleverness had backfired. Just as she was about to stand up and apologize, she heard Mu Changge speak. It's fine. He smiled and waved his hand. I'm not well versed in alchemy. Just know a bit here and there. Since Sister Lu wants to see, I will embarrass myself a bit. Buzz. As he waved his hand, the Tianyin cauldron floated in the air, emitting a faint glow. With a flick of his hand, several spirit herbs flew out from his storage ring and landed in the small cauldron. Lu Weiniang exclaimed as she watched the herbs: Xianbing grass, Tiantilin, Liha fruit, frost leaf flower. Senior, are you going to refine the Xianbing pill? Her heart raced. If Senior Mu could really refine such a spirit pill, it would be a fantastic opportunity for observation. It turned out that Senior Mu was not angry with her, but was deliberately guiding her, which made Lu Weiniang even more embarrassed. Moreover, being able to refine such a spirit pill was not merely as Mu Changge said, just knowing a bit. Besides, he carried a cauldron with him, clearly showing high attainments in the path of alchemy. Even Lung Qingshuang and Lin Wanner were both astonished. They had thought Mu Changge was just saying it casually, but no one expected him to be serious. Senior Mu is indeed unfathomable. Lung Qingshuang's admiration for Mu Changge grew. Lu Weiniang quickly took out a recording sphere to capture the entire process. Having secretly studied alchemy for so long, it was not hard for her to see that the cauldron was extraordinary. Lung Qingxuang glanced at the corner of her eye. This girl always had that thing with her. It turned out she was prepared to learn at any moment. Mu Changge focused on refining the pill and did not pay attention to the thoughts of the crowd. He gently tapped his finger, and the spirit herbs rapidly dissolved, turning into a crystalline medicinal liquid. The path of alchemy emphasizes timing, control of energy, and spirit power. As he operated, he glanced at Lu Weiniing, noting that if the heat was too intense, the medicinal liquid would easily be lost, and if it was too weak, the efficacy would be difficult to concentrate. The infusion of spirit power had to be uniform and not rushed. Lu Weiniing watched his movements intently, afraid of missing any detail. She was deeply shocked. Mu Changge's alchemy technique was not only proficient, but every step was also incredibly precise, as natural to him as breathing. Senior, your control of the heat is wonderful. Lu Weiniing nodded as she watched. Each time she refined pills, the heat was either too intense or too weak, resulting in inconsistent pill quality. Mu Changge was indifferent, gently guiding the spirit power, and the medicinal liquid gradually took shape in the cauldron. Although it was just a preliminary shape, one could faintly see the pill's surface smooth as jade and emitting a rich fragrance, indicating that once it was formed, the quality would not be poor. When refining pills, the mind must be calm and focused, Mu Changge continued. If you're anxious, the pill will be difficult to form. One must cast aside distractions and maintain a clear mind to control the heat and spirit power well. Lu Weiniing nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with eagerness to learn. Lung Qingxuang noticed her intense focus, seemingly trying to imprint every technique of Mu Changge in her mind, and a wry smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She had never seen her junior sister put in this much effort in her sword cultivation. Well, as long as Senior Mu is willing to guide her, it may not be a bad thing for this girl. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Pill complete. Mu Changge flicked his finger, and a medicinal pill flew out from the cauldron, hovering in front of Lu Weiniing. This is the refining process of the Xianbing pill. Can you learn it? Thank you, Senior. Although she had only learned with her eyes, that was fine. After all, she had recorded it, and in the future, it will be twice the result with half the effort, with plenty of time to practice slowly. Lung Qingxuang looked at the spirit pill and the dazed Lu Weiniing. How is the quality of this pill, Senior? Top grade Xianbing pill. Lu Weiniing's hands trembled as she held the pill. Our Dambao pavilion might not even have such quality pills. How did Senior do it? She swallowed hard, her eyes sparkling with intense excitement. If this was considered merely knowing a bit, then who would dare to claim to be a master of alchemy? At this moment, her pupils reflected the outline of Mu Changge, like looking at a delicious roast chicken, emitting an alluring aroma that made her want to pounce and take a bite. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the luck-bringer girl, Lu Weiniing. Courting progress, 10. You have received a return of 2,000 luck points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 10 years of lifespan. Mu Changge's eyes lit up. Not only did this operation successfully court Lu Weiniing, but it also unexpectedly increased his lifespan by 10 years. Lung Qingxuang and Lin Weiniing also looked at Mu Changge with admiration in their eyes. The senior is truly too low-key, clearly possessing incredible abilities. He willingly stays in this small peach grove courtyard with the thinnest spiritual energy, not caring even if he is rumored to be a waste in the sect. Is this the realm of a senior? They really are far behind. Senior, please take me as your disciple. I want to learn alchemy from you. Lu Weiniing's eyes sparkled with stars. I want to learn too. Lin Weiniing, unwilling to fall behind, shook Mu Changge's arm, blinking her pitiful big eyes. I came here first. If you don't teach me, I'll cry for you to see. Alchemy is not something everyone can learn. It requires talent. Lu Weiniing scoffed lightly. Sticking to the wrong path only leads to more mistakes. Someone has talent, yet ended up at 98? You. The two stood up and glared fiercely at each other. Lung Qingxuang glanced at Mu Changge and sighed deeply. Senior Mu is really too popular. Both girls are vying to please him. Sit down, Mu Changge said with a dark face. First looking at Lin Weiniing, alchemy must be built on the foundation of one's own cultivation. It's not too late to learn once your cultivation is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Lu Weining raised her red lips and threw a provocative glance at her. Lin Weining lowered her head in grievance, her fingers poking each other. Isn't that in the future? Mu Changge, Ling Qingxuang. Lu Weining. What are they talking about? The two girls looked confused, but why did they see Senior Mu's old face turn red? Could it be an illusion? Cough. Mu Changge cleared his throat. Weining, there's no need to be my disciple. If you have questions in the future, you can come to the Peach Grove. Lin Weining lifted her lip. It didn't matter if she couldn't learn, as long as Lu Weining didn't get accepted. Lu Weining knew she couldn't force it and didn't feel disappointed. Qingxuang, this pill is for you. With a wave of his hand, the mystic ice pill landed in Lung Qingxuang's palm. Lung Qingxuang was stunned. Senior, this is a bit too precious. This pill is most effective for you. Saying it's precious is nothing compared to you. Just accept it. Mu Changge smiled gently. I hope you never have to use it. Senior. Lung Qingxuang looked at the exquisite mystic ice pill, carefully storing it away. Her cheeks, originally flushed from Mu Changge's gentle words, were now replaced with an indescribable feeling of gratitude. Ding! Congratulations to the host for courting the luckbringer girl, Lung Qingxuang. Courting progress, 80. You have received a return of 2,000 luck points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Complete mastery of swordsmanship, unlocking the title of Sword Immortal. Many insights about swordsmanship automatically merged into Mu Changge's mind. His total luck points also accumulated to 23,000. Senior, do you want a wife? Lu Weining asked seriously. I'll serve you with my senior sister, enjoying the smooth life. Chapter 18. Sneak attack successful, careless, and didn't dodge. Lung Qingxuang was very calm, feeling not a single breath, which frightened Lu Weining greatly. She wasn't afraid of the furious Lung Qingxuang. She feared the sudden silence in the air, the prelude before the storm. Sister is angry. Extremely angry, the kind that can't be soothed. Lu Weining panicked. Just as she was about to speak, she saw her sister stand up and say to Mu Changge, Senior, I apologize for the disturbance today. Qingxuang will come to visit another day. She tugged at Lu Weining's ear and directly flew up on her sword towards the direction of Tianjin Peak. Senior, save me. My sister wants to kill me. Lu Weining's voice echoed in the air, tinged with an exaggerated crying tone. She did this because she was thinking of Tianjin Peak. She couldn't let the senior be taken away by someone else. Mu Changge looked up at the void, took a sip of tea, and shook his head helplessly. Although having these girls around made his Peach Grove a bit noisy, it was much livelier compared to before. Lin Weining secretly glanced at Mu Changge, thinking to herself that she wished she could be as bold as Lu Weining. However, they were not going to deceive her. Trying to take away Senior Mu would not be that easy. Girl, you should go back too. Mu Changge stood up and smiled as he patted her shoulder. Lin Weining walked a few steps, but turned back, scaring him into retreating. Senior, what are you doing? Did he fear she would sneak a kiss? He had treated her like this the first time they met. But now, she hoped that Senior Mu would take her as a partner. She just didn't have the qualifications yet and needed to strive to make him see her in a new light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for courting the luckbringer girl, Lin Weining. Courting progress, 85. You have received a return of 1,000 luck points. Mu Changge felt a bit surprised. Compared to the previous progress, it had only increased by 5, yet the return remained unchanged at 1,000. Through the system scan, he saw that Lin Weining's luck points had already risen from 10,000 to 20,000, indicating that this girl had made significant gains after her breakthrough. Does this mean that as long as he helps them increase their cultivation, his future gains will also be greater? Weining, come here. Mu Changge waved at her. Lin Weining walked forward, each step feeling like she was stepping on her own heart. Could it be that the senior intended for her to stay overnight? Her heart raced like a drum, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes. If the senior really expressed some intentions, should she agree or just lie down flat? Oh no, that would be too unreserved. Would the senior think she was too casual? Should she pretend to refuse first and then let him succeed? After all, the senior's cultivation was stronger than hers. Wouldn't it be reasonable if she couldn't resist? Senior, what is it? Her cheeks flushed. Her heart was both nervous and expectant, contemplating how to respond, causing her voice to drop to a whisper, almost inaudible. Mu Changge took out a pill from his storage ring. This is the solidifying essence pill. It can consolidate your foundation and cultivate your essence. Using it together with the spirit essence pill will be greatly beneficial for you. Oh, Lin Weining reached out to take it, feeling inexplicably disappointed. Gathering her courage, she raised her head. Senior, a month from now is the examination for outer disciples to enter the inner sect. Disciples at the 9th stage of Qi refining and above can participate. Can you come to watch me compete? In Bixiao Palace. The examination is a mandatory process for all outer disciples who reach a certain cultivation level. Passing it grants the qualification to enter the inner sect. Not only the inner sect, but the heads of various peaks also select some outstanding disciples to take under their wing. Mu Changge nodded. The outer sect examination is considered a relatively grand event, aimed at selecting potential disciples, perhaps discovering new luckbringer girls. Really? Lin Weining's disappointment vanished instantly, replaced by full anticipation and excitement. Unable to help but confirm again, you will really come to see me participate in the examination? She found it hard to believe that the rarely seen Senior Mu would agree to this request. At the same time, she felt a bit proud and secretly delighted. The senior personally coming to watch her examination, didn't that mean she held a certain place in his heart? Since I have given you my promise, how could I go back on my word? Mu Changge stood with his hands behind his back. You and I are fated. It doesn't matter if you lose. Just don't get hurt. In fact, I believe even more that you won't lose to anyone. Senior, I won't let you down. Lin Weining felt 1,000 words in her heart, but didn't know how to express them. Every word from Mu Changge felt like a warm current flowing into her heart, making her feel incredibly at ease. Mu Changge wiped away the tears from Lin Weiner's eyes and said with a smile, "Silly girl, why are you crying again? I haven't done anything to you this time." Lin Weiner's pretty face flushed with shyness. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with mischief, quickly pecked a kiss on Mu Changge's cheek, and like a startled little rabbit, turned and ran away. Mu Changge stood frozen in place, touching his cheek where she had kissed him, his expression twisted to the extreme. Damn, I was careless, didn't dodge. I was ambushed again. Why won't you women let me off the hook for my looks? Mu Changge wailed in despair. Lin Weiner had broken through to the Foundation establishment stage and learned to fly with a sword. Plus, the peach grove in the back mountain was close to where the outer disciples lived. She returned to her room, closed the door, leaned against it, and took a few deep breaths. With a chuckle, recalling Mu Changge's dazed expression, she couldn't help but laugh and quickly took out 2 pills she had obtained from the peach grove, holding them in her hand. In the assessment a month later, I must take first place. Lin Weiner sat cross-legged by her bed, took the pills, and circulated her spiritual energy. Meanwhile, deep in the Tianjin Peak, a pitch-black mist quietly appeared, and a chilling voice emerged from within. Mu Changge, do you think killing Li Changfeng ends everything? Your death is imminent. After a chilling laugh, the black mist gradually dissipated as if it had never existed. Lung Qingshuang tugged at Lu Weining's ear as they flew back to Tianjin Peak on their swords, finally landing. As soon as she touched the ground, she covered her ears and complained, "Senior sister, your grip was too tight. My ears almost got pulled off." That's what you get for talking nonsense in front of Senior Mu. Lung Qingshuang let go and shot her a glare. What smooth talk are you learning? Do you even know what shame is? I'm just looking out for you, Senior sister. Lu Weining rubbed her reddened ears and pouted. If Senior Mu gets taken away, you'll be the one crying. Still talking nonsense. Lung Qingshuang's face flushed, raising her hand as if to hit her. Lu Weining dodged to the side, grinning, "Senior sister, don't be mad. I can tell you have a bit of interest in Senior Mu, right? Senior Mu is an elder. I only respect him." Lung Qingshuang's blush deepened, turning her back and whispering, "I don't have the kind of thoughts you're talking about." "Oh, really?" Lu Weining blinked. "Then why did you blush when you looked at Senior Mu in the peach grove? I'll punish you to copy the sect rules 200 times. Even if you punish me to copy 300 times, I'll still say this. Fate isn't something you wait for. You have to take the initiative." She leaned closer to Lung Qingshuang's flushed ear, coaxing her gently, "Senior sister, don't you want to win Senior Mu's heart, surpass master in cultivation, and take him down from the top position? We sisters can rule the mountain." Chapter 19, Explosive Hammer. Lung Shiji protects her husband live. Lung Qingshuang was filled with black lines on her forehead. What ruling the mountain? What taking the initiative? They are not bandits. By the time she realized, Lu Weining had already run far away, making her stomp her feet in anger. But if she were to become the head of Tianjian Peak, would there really be a chance with Senior Mu? At that time, she would keep Mu Changge to herself, without her orders. No one would dare let him leave Tianjian Peak. Ugh, what nonsense was she thinking? It's all the little junior sister's fault. Now she didn't know how to face Senior Mu. Should she go over again tomorrow? Just say she had already severely punished that girl and ask Senior Mu not to take today as incident to heart? Yes, that's the plan. She had another reason to find Senior Mu. Not long after Lung Qingshuang left, two disciples appeared on the mountain path of Tianjian Peak. One of them, named Wang Chong, rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Am I seeing things? Did Lung Shiji actually blush? Fei Yangyang also looked shocked, lowering his voice. Lung Shiji is usually as cold as ice. It's rare to see her smile. Yet she is actually blushing today? Is the sun rising from the west? TSK. How unusual. Wang Chong stroked his chin, deep in thought. Do you think Lung Shiji encountered something good? Or maybe she has someone she likes? Shoo, lower your voice. Fei Yangyang quickly covered his mouth, looking around cautiously. You can't say that. If Lung Shiji hears us, we'll be in trouble. What is there to be afraid of? Lung Shiji has already gone far. Unless she evolves into gas. Wang Chong waved his hand dismissively. By the way, who could make Lung Shiji blush? There is no one on Tianjian Peak with that ability, right? Could it be Senior Mu? Fei Yangyang frowned. I heard Lung Shiji has been going to the Peach Grove a lot these days to consult about cultivation problems. He is just at the Golden Core stage. How could he possibly guide our senior sister? In my opinion, the consultation is just a cover. It's really to see someone. The two were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice a pair of glowing red eyes behind them, glaring fiercely. Now that you mention it, it really could be possible. Fei Yangyang couldn't help but chuckle. Mu Changge is the biggest waste in our Bixiao Palace, if Lung Shiji is with him. When Master finds out, we'll have a good laugh. Let us go back to cultivating. When Master comes out, we'll come back for some fun. Just as the two were about to turn around, they suddenly felt a chill behind them, as if something terrifying was staring at them. Wang Chong instinctively turned around and was immediately scared out of his wits. Lung Qingshuang stood behind them, arms crossed, her gaze as cold as ice. Lung Shiji, he felt a chill all over, his smile and movements freezing as if under a spell. What? Fei Yangyang turned around and saw Lung Qingshuang's frosty gaze. His legs went weak, nearly collapsing. Sister, what are you doing here? He plastered a forced smile on his face. Lung Qingshuang raised an eyebrow, her tone light. Oh, am I not allowed to be here? Or do you have something to whisper about that you're afraid I'll hear? She had long noticed the two sneaky figures behind her, pretending to leave to let them reveal themselves. She initially thought they might have been tainted by demonic energy, but it turned out they were discussing her. As Lung Qingshuang sighed in relief, she also found it rather amusing. But buzz. Her fingertips sparkled with spiritual light. No. Shiji, you heard wrong. The two were sweating profusely, waving their hands repeatedly. In all of Tianjian Peak, who wasn't afraid of the elder sister Lung Qingshuang? Many of their cultivation lessons were taught by her. Wang Chong swallowed hard. We were discussing cultivation insights. Yes, just cultivation insights. His smile was extremely forced, almost needing to use his hands to forcibly lift the corners of his mouth to maintain the smile. Is that so? Lung Qingshuang's fingertips glimmered with cold light. Then tell me, how does my evolving into gas and Senior Mu being a waste relate to your cultivation insights? The two turned pale, quickly shaking their heads. Sister, we were wrong. We were just talking nonsense. Yes. Senior Mu is wise and powerful. How could he possibly be a waste? Gulp. The two struggled to swallow, cold sweat pouring down their backs, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Kneel, Lung Qingshuang commanded sharply. Thud. The two fell to their knees without any resistance. Those two words seemed to cast a spell, instilling a deep, instinctive fear in them. Yes, absolutely not fear, just a little bit of fear. Since you enjoy gossiping so much, I'll help you remember this lesson. Lung Qingxuang's fingertip glowed brighter with cold light, her smile on her lips more sinister. Don't worry, I won't skin you. I'll just give you a good beating. Crack. She waved her hand, and two streams of spiritual power transformed into long whips, striking them hard. Ah! Two cries of agony pierced the sky. The two people flew out like two shooting stars, tracing a beautiful arc, eventually disappearing into the distant mountains. Stop talking nonsense. Lung Qingxuang clapped her hands and snorted coldly. Senior Mu is definitely not useless. This time, she really left. Before leaving, a charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. After teaching those two blind fools a lesson, her mood improved significantly. Meanwhile, the two of them were lying in the grass between the mountains, their bodies sore and wanting to cry without tears. It's over, I landed face first. My handsome face is ruined. This is terrible. Fei Yangyang wailed. The senior sister was too ruthless. It's all your fault for running your mouth. Saying Senior Mu was useless. Wang Chong held his almost broken waist, gritting his teeth. Well, now we've been sent flying by the senior sister again. Do you have the face to blame me? Wasn't it you who started it? Fei Yangyang glared at him with disdain. Who knew senior sister Lung would suddenly appear behind us? The two complained to each other for a while, before finally sighing helplessly. Forget it, let's talk less and cultivate more in the future. Wang Chong shook his head with a bitter smile. Otherwise, if senior sister Lung strikes again next time, we won't be shooting stars but meteorites. Right. Next time we see senior sister Lung, it's better to take a detour. Fei Yangyang agreed, still feeling a lingering fear. The two struggled to get up from the ground, limping towards Tianjian Peak, their backs appearing particularly desolate. By the way, it seems like we haven't seen Senior Brotherly these past few days. Who cares, anyway? Master is in seclusion. If he dies, no one will care. Although Li Changfeng is the disciple most valued by their master, precisely because of this, no one can stand his aloof and arrogant attitude. If only we could defeat him, we would definitely teach him a lesson. Lung Qingxuang had already returned to her dwelling. She stood by the window, looking at the scenery outside, lost in thought. Will Senior Mu really be taken away? The gentle smile of Mu Changge involuntarily flashed in her mind, and she tried to calm herself down. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water spilling over Tianjian Peak, creating an exceptionally tranquil scene. The junior sister said she was cowardly, but that wasn't true. At most, she was just a bit more sincere. However, she also admitted that the girl had a point. Lin Wanner had always been eyeing Senior Mu with envy. As the grand disciple of Tianjian Peak, she absolutely would not lose to an outer disciple. Can someone tell me, is this what it feels like to like someone? Is it too absurd? Her small face flushed again, and she quickly shook her head to suppress those distracting thoughts, returning to her bed to sit cross-legged and begin her cultivation. In the peach forest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the woman of fortune, Lung Qingxuang. Again. Progress. 85, gaining 1,000 fortune points. Chapter 20, Night Battle in the Peach Forest. Repairing walls and whipping in one go. What the heck? Mu Changge suddenly burst out from his bed curtain, his face still marked with several obvious lipstick stains. What on earth happened? He looked confused, blinking his bewildered eyes. How could that girl be courted again at this late hour? Forget it, it doesn't matter. The fortune points are in, and everything else is unimportant. The main thing is urgent. He dove back into the bed curtain, continuing his cultivation. However, not long after he entered, the entire wooden house began to shake violently, and Mu Changge was jolted around inside, nearly rolling off the bed. What the heck? What's going on again? He pulled back the bed curtain, cursing. Who the hell is disturbing my sleep at this late hour? Have any public morals? Cursing aside, Mu Changge sensed something was wrong. The barrier of the peach forest had been triggered. Immediately after, a dark figure charged in from outside the barrier, heading straight for the wooden house. Mu Changge frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, another one seeking death. He moved swiftly, appearing 100 meters away in the blink of an eye, confronting the shadow. You demonic creatures really don't know how to live. Mu Changge stood with his hands behind his back, looking at it with extreme disdain. Even Li Changfeng is not my opponent, let alone you, an insignificant ant beneath him. These practitioners of the demonic path really have some nerve to reach for Xiao Palace. Do they really think that with Shaoli or ascending and my master in seclusion, they can do whatever they want? The next second, using his heavenly eye, Mu Changge saw the true appearance of the shadow, which bore some resemblance to Li Changfeng. It seemed to be one of the primordial powers he had split off. Feeling the death of its main body and unable to survive in the world, it simply came to seek revenge. This is also why he was not in a hurry to investigate whether other disciples of Tianjin Peak had been affected by Li Changfeng's corrupted mind. You must die today. The shadow's voice was hoarse, its eyes flickering with a blood-red light. If it killed Mu Changge and devoured his soul, it would have a chance to survive, thus replacing the previous Li Changfeng. Only Mu Changge was suitable as its prey, as he was weak and had burned his blood essence, making him an easy target. Mu Changge shook his head and sighed. Why is everyone so confident? Even with incomplete intelligence, you dare to attack me. Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? The shadow was obviously enraged, letting out a roar as it lunged at Mu Changge. Mu Changge stood still, motionless, until the shadow was right in front of him. Then he raised his hand and slapped down. Smack! The shadow was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Is that it? Mu Changge's expression was filled with disappointment. He thought it would provide some fun, but it turned out to have such little ability. How could you be so strong? The shadow, feeling the power of that slap, scrambled up from the ground in horror. You clearly forced my main body to burn blood essence. How could you still possess such strength? After all, it's a demonic creature with incomplete intelligence. Killing Li Changfeng is not worth me burning my blood essence? Mu Changge mockingly laughed. Since you're here, let us do something. The wall in my yard has been damaged by your main body. Why not let you fix it? The shadow was clearly taken aback by Mu Changge's words, standing frozen in place. A sinister look crossed its face. Mu Changge, you dare to humiliate me like this? Stop talking nonsense. Smack! Mu Changge sent out a whip of spiritual power, striking hard. The shadow cried out in pain as it was whipped by Mu Changge. A real man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. Its eyes flickered as if it was contemplating something, and then it began to repair the courtyard wall. Mu Changge leisurely reclined in the rocking chair beside him, holding a fan, gently swaying it, looking up at the stars in the night sky. The stars are really nice tonight. He squinted his eyes in great contentment. A little wine would make it even more perfect. Inside the house, Yin Qingli's delicate spiritual form, twisting her slender waist, walked out with great satisfaction. Through the bright moonlight, it was clear to see the rosy glow on her small face, as if nourished by the essence of chaos. She stepped forward, filling a cup with wine, placing the wine pot on a nearby stone table, and then sat on Mu Changge's lap, leaning her fair little hand in, smiling as she fed him wine from the cup. So obedient, Mu Changge savored the wine with delight, reaching out to lightly touch the forehead of this spiritual form. The smile at the corner of her mouth became even more charming as she nestled in his embrace. The shadow was even more furious. Even though it had lost its main body and had little intelligence left, it could not withstand such humiliation. Mu Changge, you are too much. I refuse to continue. It slammed a piece of blue brick into the wall, the demonic energy seeping from its nails, quietly entering the cracks in the bricks. Mu Changge flicked the tip of his fan, forming an arc of electricity, lazily whipping it towards its back. The third brick on the left tilted by 3 points. Rebuild it. You. The shadow trembled all over. The brick cracked, and a black bug hidden within instantly exposed itself. The small black insect, the size of a mung bean, struggled to float in midair under Mu Changge's fingertip. What? Still trying to use this heart-eating worm to take over me. Then, the shadow saw the worm turn into powder, instantly gnashing its teeth in frustration. Mu Changge, we shall see. This fellow actually discovered his little trick. He thought he could catch him off guard with the worm. But now it seemed he could only escape first and plan later. Still trying to leave? Mu Changge waved the fan in his hand, and spiritual power transformed into a long whip, striking it again. Crack! Ah! The shadow howled in agony, falling to the edge of the courtyard wall. Mu Changge held the spirit body in his arms, not even glancing at it. Don't slack off. If you don't fix it before dawn, I'll make you understand why flowers are so red. The shadow felt very aggrieved. Mu Changge didn't care about this magical creature. He enjoyed the starry sky while occasionally whipping it a few times, his disturbed mood becoming exceptionally pleasant. Hey, you, why not be a good magical creature and not come to trouble me? When your own power is exhausted, you will naturally perish. Isn't that beautiful? Mu Changge felt a hint of regret. Well, now you become my free labor, right? The shadow was so angry that it almost crushed the brick in its hand. But it didn't dare to retort, only muttering softly, "Once I finish the wall, I will make you pay. I swear, this time it's for real." True and false. False and true. Who can tell? Mu Changge waved the fan in his hand again. Crack. Ah. The shadow let out another scream, and the brick in its hand finally fell to the ground. You're bullying the magical creatures too much. Crack. Mu Changge, you. Crack. I said, focus on your work. Mu Changge lazily stretched his arms. If I hear you mumbling again, I guarantee you won't live to see dawn. The shadow's face turned dark, stubbornly not daring to make a sound. It silently shed 2 lines of tears. Too much bullying of magical creatures. Ever since the day it was divided, it never thought it would fall to such a miserable state. Mu Changge, you are simply inhumane. Hey, you say after finishing the wall, why not help me clean the yard too? Mu Changge continued to gaze at the starry sky. The long night was upon them, and since you're idle anyway, you might as well be more valuable. You wish. It was about to spit blood. This fellow really regarded it as free labor. Just as it was about to curse Mu Changge, it thought of the burning pain from the whip and shivered. I'll leave once I finish the wall. It took a deep breath, turning all its anger into motivation. Mu Changge clicked his tongue and sighed. You magical creature really don't understand gratitude. I'll let you fix the wall. That's giving you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Why don't you appreciate it? I'll appreciate your grandmother's leg. The shadow cursed in its heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Crack. Mu Changge casually waved the fan, and the spiritual power turned into a long whip, mixed with lightning, and struck hard on its back. The shadow let out another miserable scream. I heard you curse me. Mu Changge said. Shadow, damn it, beast. The shadow didn't expect that even worse things were still to come. Once it fixed all the walls. Mu Changge kept his promise and indeed sent it away, still burned to ashes by the spirit fire. Chapter 21, breaking down defenses the next day. The warm sunlight spilled over the peach orchard, filtering through layers of peach blossoms, casting dappled shadows. Mu Changge looked at the newly repaired courtyard wall, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. That magical creature has quite a talent. He turned and walked into the house, casually picking up a cup of spirit tea and taking a gentle sip. Deep within the Tianjin Peak, in a hidden cave. The cave was dim, with only a few weak rays of light filtering through the stone cracks. In the center sat a man in a fiery red robe, his face grim, eyes tightly closed, surrounded by a thick aura of demonic energy. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, a trace of cold, killing intent flashing through. Mu Changge, he hissed in a low voice. You dare destroy my avatar. I will not spare you. The figure suddenly vanished, leaving behind a residual shadow that slowly dissipated in the cave. Outside the cave, the sun shone brightly. The red-robed man's figure appeared at the summit of Tianjin Peak, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly gazing at the peach orchard. The main body calculated countless times, yet did not anticipate that you, this waste, would ruin my grand plan. The red-robed man smirked coldly. Since that's the case, how could I let you go? In the peach orchard, Mu Changge was leisurely savoring tea, and when he opened his eyes, his celestial eyes automatically lit up, capturing a trace of cold, demonic energy. The trouble isn't over yet. He frowned, then relaxed again. This is getting interesting. Let him see what methods the other party has left. Little Liar had hurt them before, and he was looking for an opportunity to thoroughly cripple them. Mu Changge frowned, feeling the barrier of the peach orchard tremble slightly. Someone is coming. His heart stirred. He put down the teacup and looked toward the entrance of the peach orchard. Before long, Lu Wanian came in, holding a basket of fresh spirit fruits, her face beaming with a radiant smile, bouncing in joy. Her voice was crisp and pleasant as she called out from afar. Senior Mu, I brought you spirit fruits. Mu Changge turned and sat down at the stone table. This little girl came at just the right time. He had only conquered 10% yesterday, So today, he should conquer her a bit more. ISNT this Miss Lu? Mu Changge smiled as he looked at the lively figure that rushed in, asking, "Where is your senior sister? Did not seeing my senior sister make you disappointed?" She pouted as she placed the spirit fruits on the table. "It's early in the morning, and I picked so many spirit fruits for you. And you really favor Wanying, not liking me at all." Mu Changge looked at Lu Wanying's pouting little mouth and couldn't help but laugh. He picked a spirit fruit from the basket and took a bite. "Ah, why is this spirit fruit so sour? Is it not ripe?" "Impossible. I specifically picked the freshest spirit fruits. How could it be sour?" She didn't believe in evil, picked a fruit from the basket, took a bite, and it was clearly very sweet. "Is your taste bud malfunctioning?" It is very sweet." Mu Changge took the spirit fruit from her hand, eating while laughing. "But it's not because of the spirit fruit. It's because you, this girl, sweetened my heart. If this were in the past on Blue Star, he would definitely be scolded for being greasy. But this place is different. This trick absolutely works. The women of Xuanwu Continent Wu know what greasy means. It's good enough that they don't get lost in sweet words. Otherwise, how do you think he wooed Little Liar back then, relying on hard licks? Don't joke around. The women here are even more averse to licking dogs than on Blue Star. Mu Changge can't be a licking dog, after all. His strength doesn't allow it. The vast zonemen of Bixiao Palace wouldn't lack women, and there are quite a few who are interested in him. Once, Little Liar had to overcome numerous obstacles, stepping on all the women competing for him to rise to power. His success was built on self-confidence. If he didn't have confidence himself, how could he expect others to respect him? One can be without strength, but one cannot be without taste. As long as he is handsome and charming, plus a little teasing skill, ISNT soft rice just around the corner, the colder the woman, the wilder her heart. It just depends on whether your key can unlock her lock. Sure enough, Lu Wanying was overjoyed, her hands cupping her cheeks as she swayed left and right, looking very coy. "Ah, senior, you're so annoying." She stomped her little foot in a playful manner, puffing out her cheeks like an angry pufferfish, looking incredibly cute. She knew she was being teased, but it felt so good. Wait, Lu Wanying suddenly realized something. That was clearly what she had eaten, and her senior just ate it like that. Does that count as an indirect kiss? Senior is really bad. Didn't Qing Shuang's senior sister not reach this stage? Then wouldn't she be ahead? How can this be blamed on her? But it was senior who took the initiative to pamper her, and who told senior sister to be so ineffective. Besides, senior Mu can refine the Xianbing pill and could distinguish the specific effects of spiritual herbs and medicines with just a glance. How could she not tell if a spiritual fruit is sweet or not? He is doing this on purpose, so she concludes that senior likes her more than senior sister. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of fortune. Lu Wanying, progress 20, obtaining 2,000 fortune points. When Mu Changge heard the system's prompt and saw his total fortune value displayed as 27,000 on his personal information page, he couldn't help but smile. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "To be honest, why is the little girl shy?" "Not at all." Lu Wanying's face turned as red as blood. "I just think senior's honesty is very nice. Why not say a few more words?" "What a master." Mu Changge shook his head and laughed. Lu Wanying stuck out her tongue. "Senior, this is the Xianbing pill I refined. Take a look." After receiving it, Mu Changge gave her an affirmative reply. After all, she was a pill king with a sacred body. Just by studying on her own, she could enter the path of alchemy. With his guidance, she was able to refine a Xianbing pill with a 10 effect in no time. It's all thanks to senior's good teaching. Mu Changge's praise slightly faded the redness on her face and filled her heart with pride. Although she was still far from senior Mu, achieving a 10 effect was already a significant improvement. Mu Changge watched as she gradually lost herself, thinking about how to further court her. Soon, he came up with an idea. These are all basic things. You can learn them from me, and you can also comprehend them yourself. To be honest, you are the smart one. He waved his hand and sighed. "I don't have much time left, but I hope to see you become an outstanding alchemist while I'm still alive. Then I will have no regrets." After receiving this affirmation, Lu Wanying felt not the slightest excitement, but rather a deep sense of loss. She wanted to assure Senior that she would never let anything happen to him. But what could she rely on to do that? She also wanted to tell Senior that she would fulfill his wishes, but was afraid that by that time, he would no longer be around. Lu Wenying felt like crying. No matter how many words she had, they were stuck in her throat. Child, I have nothing to give you. This is a little booklet I organized about alchemy. Mu Changge handed over the booklet. I believe it will have greater value in your hands. Lu Wenying took it and flipped through it. It not only detailed many methods for refining pills, but also contained Mu Changge's personal notes and techniques. She hugged the manual tightly, her beautiful eyes misty with tears. Even if I lose my life, I will take good care of it. This is Senior's lifelong effort. Don't talk nonsense. Mu Changge sternly tapped the table. External possessions should not touch you at all. In an instant, Lu Wenying's delicate body trembled, as if a current had pierced her heart, completely breaking her defenses. Chapter 22, Demon Slaying Gording. Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of fortune, Lu Wenying, progress 30, obtaining 2,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, the Heavenly Prison Array. This formation specifically restrains demonic creatures. Mu Changge secretly nodded. With this array, he would have a better chance against those demonic creatures, as their methods were quite strange. Moreover, that demonic creature from Tianjin Peak would come looking for trouble even if he didn't go looking for it, although he still didn't know whose primordial power it was derived from. However, based on his observations and guesses, the body of that demonic creature's primordial source should be a top-level powerhouse within the Tianma sect. Mu Changge pondered silently, his gaze deepening, and a cold smile subtly appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter who that person is, if they dare to cause trouble in Bixiao Palace, they shouldn't expect to leave unscathed. By cutting off this primordial power, that person's body would also suffer some injuries. I remember your words, Senior. Lu Wenying saw Mu Changge's serious expression and couldn't help but lower her head again. He actually cared so much about her. Although he looked a bit scary right now, it warmed her heart. Lu Wenying secretly piqued at Mu Changge's solemn expression, and her heart rippled with sweetness. Oh no, Senior's sister. I think I might really like Senior Mu a bit. What should I do? If you find out, will you hit me? Whoa, go ahead and hit me. This is love, undeniable. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of fortune, Lu Wenying, progress 35, obtaining 1,000 fortune points. Mu Changge was taken aback, then looked at Lu Wenying's shy eyes. Did this girl misunderstand something? He was really thinking about something. How did he end up courting her again? This was a sin, but it wasn't because he was deceiving an innocent girl. It was just that his damn charm was so bright that he couldn't hide it at all. Senior, I'm here. A beam of light descended into the yard. Lung Qing exclaimed, Junior sister, you're here too? Why can Senior's sister come alone? After a moment of surprise, Lu Wenying covered her mouth and smiled, her gaze filled with various meanings. I thought Senior's sister wouldn't dare to come see Senior. What do you mean by that? Lung Qing's face flushed, and when she turned to see Mu Changge smiling at her, she pouted, Stinky girl, it's all your fault for being so loose-lipped. You embarrassed me in front of Senior Mu. Well, if Junior sister didn't have feelings, why would you be shy? Lu Wenying teased, and upon hearing this, Lung Qing pretended to hit her, scaring her into covering her head. Seeing that she wasn't really going to hit her, Lu Wenying giggled, Senior sister, what are you here to find Senior Mu for today? That's none of your business. She huffed, then turned to Mu Changge, Senior, we were indeed rude yesterday. I hope you won't take it to heart. I've already punished this girl to copy the sect rules 300 times. Oh, Mu Changge raised an eyebrow with a half-smile, but this girl told me you didn't punish her. She even refined pills all night. And this Xianbing pill was crafted by her. Ah, this. Lung Qing's face turned crimson, feeling even more embarrassed. Lu Wenying couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably from the side. She ran to Mu Changge, shaking his arm. Senior, you don't know. My senior sister has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. She wouldn't really punish me, just wanted to scare me a bit. Is that so? Mu Changge smiled and nodded. Actually, I can see through it without saying it out loud. Although I haven't known Qing for long, I can see her character. Otherwise, I wouldn't appreciate her so much. Senior sister, did you hear that? Senior said he appreciates you. She tugged at Lung Qing's hand, blinking her big, ambiguous eyes. Isn't it time for you to express your feelings? Express what feelings? Lung Qing avoided her gaze. Lu Weiniang pouted. Senior sister, you're pretending to be confused again. If you like him, just say it boldly. How can you be so timid like this? Aren't you afraid that Senior will be taken away by someone else? Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. She pretended to scold, then shyly looked at Mu Changge. Senior actually came here today because Lung Qingxuang's mind raced, thinking about what reason to use. It was all this silly girl's fault, leaving her mind blank. She had forgotten the reason she had prepared in advance. Oh, I just thought of something. She suddenly said, Senior, I'm here to help you fix the wall. Fix the wall? Mu Changge was taken aback, then smiled. This girl is really adorably silly. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Lu Weiniang jump in first. Senior sister, look over there. She pointed to the place where the courtyard wall had been damaged. Lung Qingxuang turned her head to look, her pretty face turning even more awkward, because the courtyard wall had already been repaired to perfection. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Lu Weiniang couldn't hide her joy on her little face. She leaned closer to Lung Qingxuang's ear and said, I've used that excuse before, and the courtyard wall has already been repaired by Senior Mu. Oh, I see. She dare not look up. Senior Mu has worked so hard. He even repaired the broken courtyard wall himself. If it were any other elder, how could they lower themselves to do such things? They would have arranged for other disciples to fix it long ago. Senior Mu is truly wonderful. Not only does he care about the disciples and the sect, but he also considers everything for them and treats them not as mere juniors to be commanded, but as friends. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the lucky girl, Lung Qingxuang. Progress, 90. You have received 1,000 luck points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Demon Slaying, Soul Dispersing Gourd, can refine demonic energy origin to enhance oneself. A look of surprise flashed in Mu Changge's eyes. Lu Weiniang is such a skilled helper, and this demon-slaying soul-dispersing gourd is also a rare treasure. No worries, since I'm just idle anyway. I'll take it as a chance to exercise. After regaining his composure, Mu Changge cleared his throat seriously. You two are disciples of the Heavenly Sword Peak. How can you do such menial tasks for me? He then flashed a charming smile and added, Qingxuang, let me tell you a secret. This girl is tricking you. She never mentioned the wall repairs at all. She just wanted to see you make a fool of yourself, haha. Oh dear, Senior, how can you say that? She likes you so much. Before she could finish her sentence, Lung Qingxuang grabbed her ear, causing her to wail in pain. Sister, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare me. Spare you? That's up to the heavens, but as for my matter. Lung Qingxuang paused, a chilling smile breaking out on her red lips. Her beautiful eyes sparkling with a brilliant red light. It's to send you to the heavens. The two girls began to playfully tussle when suddenly a cold aura emerged from outside the peach grove. A tall figure slowly walked into the grove, his expression stern, eyes like lightning, exuding a powerful pressure. Master, Lung Qingxuang showed surprise as she looked at the middle-aged man in the fiery red robe. You finally came out. The newcomer was none other than Lei Lai, the head of the Heavenly Sword Peak. At that moment, Lu Weiniang seemed to sense something unusual, frowning slightly. She felt that her master had changed since his last retreat. The aura he emanated was something she wasn't particularly fond of. Mu Changge, return my disciple's life. Lei Lai's expression was stern, his gaze electric, holding a giant sword of burning flames. Lung Qingxuang's face instantly turned pale. Master, it's not Senior Mu's fault. Li Changfeng is a dark agent of the demonic path hidden in our Heavenly Sword Peak. My life was saved thanks to Senior Mu. She was about to rush forward to stop him when she was pulled back by Mu Changge. Don't go over. Mu Changge kept his gaze straight, saying, Your master is being controlled by the source of the demonic creature. Lung Qingxuang was momentarily stunned, unable to believe her ears. How could someone of her master's strength be controlled by a demonic creature? But looking at the evil aura on Lei Lai, she realized Mu Changge was telling the truth. She tightly grasped Mu Changge's sleeve. Senior, please find a way to save my master. Ha, just because he's a useless fool. What does it matter if he sees through it? Lei Lai showed a fierce expression. Today, I will personally make him lose his soul. Chapter 23, Crushing the Game. Do you want to die or turn to ashes? Have you eaten too much garlic? What a big mouth. Mu Changge signaled to Lung Qingxuang not to worry. A mere demonic creature. What can it do to me? Lung Qingxuang bit her lip, wanting to say something but hesitating. Senior Mu had already burnt his blood for them once, and her master's cultivation level was far beyond the Chongfeng's. Even if Mu Changge burned his lifespan again, he still wouldn't be a match for him. So arrogant, Lei Lai sneered, setting up a barrier in the peach grove to prevent outsiders from probing, while also ensuring that the people in front of him could not escape. He glanced at Lung Qingxuang and Lu Weining. Don't worry, I won't kill you too. I will turn you into loyal servants. Who exactly are you? Lung Qingxuang gritted her silver teeth. Dare to leave my master's body and fight me openly? Are you demonic path people, just cowardly mice that only boast? She tried her best to provoke him, hoping that if the demonic creature left her master's body, Lei Lai might wake up. Even if he couldn't regain his senses temporarily, there must be someone in the Bai Shao Palace who could sense the demonic energy, so Senior Mu wouldn't have to take risks anymore. Haha, do you think I'm a fool who could be provoked by a little girl like you with just a few words? Lei Lai's face was filled with mockery. Mu Changge, I will give you a chance to strike. Use whatever abilities you have. He stabbed the giant sword into the ground, crossed his arms, and didn't even look at Mu Changge. A mere useless fool about to be buried was honored to die in his hands. Demonic creature, do you think controlling my junior brother can make you arrogant in front of me? How ridiculous! Mu Changge took a step forward, his gaze fixed on Lei Lai. Speaking calmly, if you don't leave my junior brother's body, I will make you and this source turn to ashes and let you experience the pain of backlash. Does he really have confidence? Lung Qingxuang watched from the side. Despite the disparity in their powers, why did she feel such a sense of security? Lu Weining blinked her big, watery eyes, her heart racing like a startled deer. She reached for the longsword, channeling her spiritual power to its limit. Senior, hurry and leave. My sister and I will hold him off. Don't throw your life away for nothing. In her eyes, Mu Changge seemed determined to risk his life to buy them time to escape, even though they had just met yesterday. But a voice inside her told her not to back down. Otherwise, she would surely regret it. Even if she perished today, she would protect this senior. You two silly girls, with me here, you don't need to fight. Step back. His voice was filled with authority. I may not be a match for your master, but he is a demonic creature, not your master, and he isn't worthy of my attention. What a joke. If those two died in battle, he would lose 2 targets to court, which would be a significant loss. Moreover, Mu Changge truly didn't take this demonic creature seriously. Although this creature was much more troublesome than Li Changfeng, compared to the cards the system awarded him, it was nothing. He didn't even need to activate his cultivation. With just those 2 methods, he could easily handle it. The reason he hadn't rushed to act was that he needed time to set something up in secret. If the demonic creature possessing Lei Lai had been more serious, it wouldn't have been hard to notice that a hand behind Mu Changge had already formed a seal by now. Seeking death. Lei Lai was enraged by Mu Changge's dismissive words, his eyes glowing red, and he swung the giant flame sword violently. A scorching sword energy, mixed with pitch-black demonic energy, rushed towards Mu Changge. Mu Changge stood still, not moving an inch. He gently raised his hand and shouted, "Heaven and earth prison rise." In an instant, a golden light curtain unfolded before him. The fiery sword energy struck the light curtain with a loud bang, but failed to budge it in the slightest. Lei Lai's pupils constricted violently. After the golden light curtain shattered his sword momentum, it did not stop, but instead pressed toward him. And no matter how many sword energies he slashed out, he couldn't stop it. What is this? He was horrified and realized something was wrong. He felt a binding force within it, a power that seemed to be his nemesis, making him feel utterly powerless. Unconvinced, he slashed out several more swords. Even in Lung Qingxuang and Lu Weining's size, the sword momentum that could easily annihilate them could not stir any waves. The light curtain steadily advanced, unstoppable. What the hell is this? The demonic creature's eyes filled with unprecedented fear. When it tried to retreat, it found itself surrounded by the light curtain from all sides, unable to find a single gap. Heaven and earth prison lock. Mu Changge's hand technique changed once again. As the voice fell, several golden light screens transformed into a cage, firmly trapping Lei Lai within. Inside the cage, several chains flickering with golden light appeared out of thin air, coiling around him like spiritual snakes, locking him in tightly. No, Let me go. Lei Lai struggled desperately, but the chains tightened more and more. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Furious, he cursed Mu Changge. If you have the guts, don't use formations, fight me fairly. At this moment, he could no longer see that he was trapped in his opponent's formation. This formation was indeed bizarre, exerting a strong suppressive force on their demonic essence that had been differentiated. Ever since he took control of Lei Lai, he had never known that there was such a terrifying formation within the Baishao Palace. The formation was also one of the means. Mu Changge remained expressionless and scoffed. You shameless demon, occupying another's body, how do you have the face to claim a fair fight? After speaking, he waved his hand. Instantly, thunder and lightning erupted inside the cage, and golden lightning appeared out of nowhere. Lung Qingshuang and Lu Weining were initially worried that it would harm their master, but unexpectedly, the lightning struck Lei Lai and did not cause him any harm. Instead, a low, hoarse voice came from Lei Lai and entered their ears. That mournful cry sent chills down their spines. The demonic energy surrounding Lei Lai seemed to be purified, gradually dissipating. The senior is indeed powerful. I didn't expect him to be proficient in such a marvelous formation. Lung Qingshuang felt that what she saw in Mu Changge was only the tip of the iceberg. His own strength was clearly limited, yet various means emerged endlessly. Lu Weining looked at Mu Changge's aged yet imposing face, her eyes sparkling with stars, and shouted, Senior Mu, save my master. I will serve you together with my senior sister, and even throw in the entire Tianjin Peak as a dowry. Mu Changge stumbled and almost lost his balance. Lung Qingshuang was dumbfounded, a line of black lines hanging from her forehead, reaching out to pinch her ear. You little brat. When we go back, I will lock you in a small black room and make you copy the rules 1,000 times. She was both ashamed and embarrassed, vowing never to appear in Senior Mu's peach grove with her junior sister again. Lu Weining pleaded for mercy, but her big eyes twinkled, showing no signs of regret. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of fortune, Lung Qingshuang, progress 95, gaining a return of 1,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of fortune, Lu Weining, progress 45, gaining a return of 2,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, the secret record of the Nine Heavens mysterious formation. A wealth of knowledge about formations flooded into Mu Changge's mind, and countless mysterious formations unfolded before his eyes, each containing endless power. From defense to attack, from trapping enemies to killing enemies, everything was covered, and, among them, he was most interested in a formation called the Dream Confusion Formation. This formation centered around trapping, making it difficult for even a strong being in the God transformation stage to exit once inside, perfectly suited for deployment in the Peach Grove. Mu Changge was in a great mood, smiling at Lei Lai, who was trapped in the formation, and said, Demon, I give you two choices. Either leave my junior brother's body, or turn to ashes. Chapter 24. The Wine Immortal Sword Lei Lai was trapped in the heavenly cage, his demonic energy unable to coalesce. Mu Changge, do you think you could do anything to me with this little trick? His face twisted as he roared fiercely. Even if you could trap me, what can you do? Do you dare to kill me? This is your junior brother's body. Why would I need to harm my junior brother to kill you? Mu Changge sneered. Demon, you think too highly of yourself. Let's see how long you can hold on. He changed his hand technique, and the lightning in the cage suddenly became more violent. Lei Lai's body let out a piercing scream under the strikes of the lightning. Mu Changge, may you die a terrible death. His mournful voice was filled with resentment. My true self will not let you go. Just wait. One day, you will pay for what you did today. Stubborn and unyielding. Mu Changge's face darkened, no longer holding back. The lightning in the cage surged multiple times, and Lei Lai's screams grew even more desperate. If he wanted to refine the source power of this demon, he wouldn't waste this time. He would have turned it to ashes long ago. Lung Qingshuang clenched her fists, both worried for Lei Lai's safety and shocked by Mu Changge's powerful strength and calm demeanor. Senior, he truly is unfathomable. She looked at the slightly hunched figure in front of her, a smile breaking on her lips. Perhaps the senior really could save her master. At this moment, In Lung Chingshuang's eyes, no one compared to Mu Changge's towering presence. His every move always brought her a sense of security. Although it was her master who raised her since childhood, in her memories, her master only taught her cultivation methods and reminded her to set an example as the senior sister. Her life had been monotonous, her heart lonely. She longed for warmth but dared not ask for it, only practicing day and night, as Leilai had said. Most of the disciples of Tianjian Peak were brought up by her, which is why many both respected and feared her. 20 years ago, when Leilai traveled outside, he took Li Changfeng as his disciple and personally trained him for 10 years. At that time, the entire Tianjian Peak was in an uproar, and rumors spread that Leilai intended to cultivate Li Changfeng as his successor. After all, even she had never received such treatment. Now, seeing Mu Changge once again disregard his own safety and step forward, her heart felt a long-lost warmth. "Go for it, Senior Mu." A charming smile appeared on Lung Chingshuang's lips. At the same time, Lu Weining looked at the frail figure standing resolutely in front of them, and a flutter of emotion surged uncontrollably within her. Senior sister is right. Senior Mu is the true expert. He knows alchemy and understands formations, far surpassing even her master. Leilai, a shy smile involuntarily appeared on her tender red lips. If she survived this calamity today, she would surely serve at Senior Mu's side in the future. Thus, neither of them thought of escaping. They believed from the bottom of their hearts that Mu Changge would not be defeated by this demon. The facts proved that everything they saw indicated the truth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of fortune, Lung Chingshuang, progress 100, gaining a total return of 22,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. The Wine Immortal Sword, heaven-level treasure, can be upgraded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of fortune, Lu Weining, progress 55, gaining a return of 2,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 10 more years of lifespan. Mu Changge's gains were plentiful, but Leilai, trapped in a heavenly cage formation, continued to wail in misery. "Mu Changge, you despicable little man, using such lowly means against me. You are not worthy of victory." He roared, his eyes bloodshot. Mu Changge stood with his hands behind his back, sneering, "It seems you haven't had enough suffering yet. Let's see how long you can endure." He raised his hand and waved. The lightning crackled and struck Leilai, piercing deep into the very essence of a demon. "Stop! Stop! I surrender!" Thunder swirled around him, and Leilai's face was extremely twisted, gritting his teeth, filled with hatred in his eyes. "I will leave his body right now." A true hero does not suffer immediate losses. This formation has a natural suppressive force on him. As long as he escapes this cage, with his strength, even without Leilai's cultivation, he could easily slay Mu Changge. However, he did not expect that Mu Changge would not give him this opportunity. As soon as he left Leilai's body, he saw a red gourd aimed at him. Mu Changge pointed his sword and opened the mouth of the gourd, aiming at the black mist above Leilai's head, and shouted, "Collect!" Suddenly, a powerful suction force surged out from the demon-slaying gourd. It struggled desperately, but could not escape that force. "Mu Changge, just you wait, my true body will not let you go." He was sucked into the gourd, and his voice came from within, "Let me out. It's too noisy." Mu Changge cast a spell, and there was no more sound from a gourd. "I will find your true body sooner or later." He waved his hand to disperse the formation, and Lung Chingshuang quickly approached Leilai. She handed him a spirit pill and put it in his mouth. After a moment, Leilai slowly regained consciousness. "What happened to me?" He looked around, confusion filling his eyes, and then frowned as if trying to remember what had happened. Lung Chingshuang helped him up. "You were controlled by a demon, and it was Senior Mu who saved you." "Senior Mu?" Leilai's frown deepened, and then he saw the smiling Mu Changge walking towards him. "Junior brother Lei, long time no see. You nearly scared me to death, but thankfully you're all right." "You saved me?" Leilai said with disdain. "Do you have that ability?" It wasn't that he didn't want to believe Mu Changge, but he knew very well how capable this senior brother of his was. If even he couldn't resist that demonic source, how could this old man? "Master, how can you speak like that?" Lu Weining huffed, looking displeased. If it weren't for Senior Mu, our Tianjian Peak would have been in deep trouble. Just think, if the head of Tianjian Peak is controlled by a demon, how could we disciples escape unscathed? If we were to collude with the demon, it would spell disaster for the entire Bixiao Palace. By the time we regained our senses, it will be too late. Lei Lai cleared his throat awkwardly. What about that demon? I want to tear it apart. No need, it can't escape now. Mu Changge held up his demon-slaying gourd. This gourd can refine this demon and make it completely disappear. Lei Lai nodded and glanced at the gourd, but didn't ask any further questions. His senior brother was indeed a waste, but he had lived a long time, was a disciple of the Grand Elder, and was the former Lord's partner, so he had some special protective treasures, which didn't surprise him much. By the way, Master, weren't you in seclusion? How could you be controlled by a demon? Lu Weining blinked her big, watery eyes, asking curiously. Lei Lai's face grew awkward. I suppose your master went into seclusion to resist this demonic aura. Mu Changge smiled and shook his head. Junior brother Lei, being too proud can harm both yourself and others. Don't be so pleased with yourself. I was just careless. Lei Lai glared at him, not denying the truth of the matter. As the head of Tianjian Peak, if it were known that he had been tainted by demonic energy and had to ask for help, he would have no face to lead Tianjian Peak. According to his account, everyone learned that 10 years ago, after imparting the essence of swordsmanship to Li Changfeng, this disciple sought out a gift for him as a token of gratitude. Upon opening the wooden box, a pitch-black demon emerged, and he, caught off guard, was invaded by this strand of demonic energy. For nearly 10 years afterward, he fought against this demonic energy until recently when his consciousness was completely suppressed. Where's Li Changfeng? Lei Lai clenched his fists. I want to skin him alive. Chapter 25. Senior brother, you've changed. This scoundrel caused him to end up like this. Even turning him to ashes wouldn't quell his hatred. Senior Mu has cleared your door already. Lung Qingxuang recounted the events that had occurred in the Peach Grove. Upon hearing that Li Changfeng was dead, Lei Lai frowned slightly. It was a pity for him. If he were still alive, I would definitely make him wish he were dead. Li Changfeng was guilty of great crimes, having deceived even him in the past, and almost turning him into a sinner of Bixiao Palace. Fortunately, no major mistake had been made yet. However, he wouldn't be able to swallow this anger for a while. If word got out that he had taken a demonic disciple and treated him as a treasure, nurturing him as a successor, he would completely lose face. Sigh, thinking about how he had increasingly neglected Lung Qingxuang's feelings since Li Changfeng came to Tianjian Peak. He couldn't help but sigh. Qingxuang, Lei Lai hesitated. Lung Qingxuang smiled slightly. Master, it's all in the past. And Senior Mu will definitely keep it a secret. What happened today won't reach anyone else's ears. After she spoke, everyone looked at Mu Changge. Mu Changge shrugged and extended his hand toward Lei Lai. 5,000 spirit stones, plus that broken realm pill in your hand. And I can help you keep it a secret. You. Lei Lai's expression changed. This is robbery. Starting with 5,000 spirit stones. How could this old man not go robbing? And as for the broken realm pill, although he had that thing, with Mu Changge's qualifications, giving it to him would be a waste. If you don't want to, then forget it. Mu Changge spread his hands again. If one day the elders and disciples of Bixiao Palace find out that you, the head of Tianjian Peak, were controlled by a demon and nearly caused a disaster. He smacked his lips. I wouldn't care, but when you are held accountable, you will definitely be stripped of your position as head. After all, the disciple was yours. It would be just right for Qingxuang to take over for you. You. Lei Lai was so angry that his face turned red and his neck thickened, pointing at Mu Changge with trembling hands, unable to say a word. Lung Qingxuang wanted to say something to persuade him, but didn't know what to say. It was Lu Weining, standing by, who couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. She had never seen her hot-tempered master suffer a loss in front of others. Blackmail. This is outright blackmail. Lei Lai gasped for breath, took out his storage ring, and threw it over. This is all I have. Take it or leave it. Compared to his reputation and treasures, which was more important, he decisively chose the former. Wait. Just as Mu Changge was about to take the spirit stones from the ring, he raised an eyebrow. Senior brother, it's not that I look down on you, but with your cultivation, how could you kill Li Changfeng? He could tell that Mu Changge's red gourd seemed to have a natural restraining power over the demonic energy source. The demon that controlled him had suffered a loss due to carelessness, which he could understand, but Li Changfeng was a genuine nascent soul cultivator. He had some understanding of Li Changfeng's character, and coupled with the ideas he had instilled over the years, a lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. To say that Li Changfeng was careless was something he found hard to believe. It was Senior Mu who burned his own source to protect us. Lung Qingshuang bit her pink lips, her eyes glistening with heartache and guilt. Upon hearing this, Lei Lai's eyes widened in shock. Are you crazy? You're practically throwing your life away. As a golden core cultivator, how much lifespan do you have to waste like this? He hurriedly searched again, only then remembering that he had given his storage ring to Mu Changge. Lung Qingshuang raised her lips. I gave the blood essence pill that Master bestowed upon me to Senior Mu. If Master wants to punish someone, I will bear it all. Lei Lai nodded. How could he punish Lung Qingshuang? He sighed and stepped towards Mu Changge. Senior brother, you're getting old. Just enjoy your retirement. If anything happens to you, how can you let junior brother feel at ease? Lei Lai could easily imagine that if it weren't for Mu Changge stepping up this time, his two disciples, along with himself, would have already fallen into the demonic path. It's fine, you owe me nothing. Mu Changge collected all the spirit stones from the storage ring. These spirit stones are your payment for asking me to take action. Senior brother. Lei Lai bowed deeply. Thank you. This thank you came from the heart. He had never thought that his senior brother, whom he had always considered useless, had been so virtuous all along. Back when he first entered the sect, he had also received care from his senior brother. Unfortunately, Mu Changge's talent was limited, and he could only stop here in his lifetime, while he had become the head of Tianjin Peak for many years. Even so, he also believed he could not compare to Mu Changge, knowing that his lifespan was limited. He had resolutely stepped forward to help him clean up the mess. In retrospect, using this matter as a threat to extort his treasures was actually just a way to relieve his psychological burden. Senior brother, after all these years, you haven't changed. You're still the good senior brother in the eyes of many younger disciples, with a grand elder as your master and Yun Qingli as your former partner. How could you lack treasures? Finding this excuse is just to consider his face. Stop disgusting me. Mu Changge rolled his eyes and kicked Lei Lai in the butt. Through this test, he also came to a conclusion. The rewards from the system would only come from the luck of the fortune girl. Lei Lai showed no reaction to this, and Mu Changge lost his patience. But Lei Lai didn't dare to dodge, nor did he use his spiritual power for defense, and was kicked off balance. He scratched his head awkwardly. Senior brother, Qing Shuang and Wanning are still here. Could you leave me a bit of face? Leave you a fart. Mu Changge kicked out again, saying that if he lost face, he should find a way to regain himself. If it weren't for the two girls, he wouldn't bother to clean up after you. This kick was full force, despite Lei Lai's high cultivation, without any defense. He was kicked away like a shooting star, with only the sound echoing back. Senior brother, you've changed. You're no longer the one who cared for me back in the day. Woo. Care for you? What good is that? Is it that Lung Qingshuang and Lu Weining, the two fortune girls, are not appealing enough? Or is he just being unreasonable? In the past, he was aware of his limited talent, and in order to be able to retire peacefully in the sect in the future, he naturally needed to build relationships with some capable junior brothers and sisters, which was called investment. Now with the system, he could defy fate and change his destiny, so why waste time on useless people? This is called reality. No one would ever be kind to another person for no reason. Lung Qingshuang and Lu Weining exchanged smiles, as if they had seen another side of their master. Weak. You too. Just don't learn from your master. Looking at them nodding with smiles, Mu Changge handed the breakthrough elixir to Lu Weining. This is for you. If you want to refine good pills, you cannot neglect your cultivation. Senior. Lu Weining took the elixir, rubbing the jade bottle with her fingers and raising her sparkling big eyes, realizing that the senior had asked for the breakthrough elixir for her. She secretly vowed that one day she would refine the best pills that could prolong Senior Mu's life and restore his vigor. She just didn't know if the current Senior Mu still had a fraction of his youthful ability. Lu Weining's little face couldn't help but flush. Ding! Congratulations to the host for courting the fortune girl Lu Weining, with a progress of 50, receiving a luck value return of 1,000 points. As the system's uplifting sound faded, Mu Changge waved his hand. Take good care of your master. and don't let him cause any more trouble. Yes, senior. Lung Qingshuang bowed and took Lu Weining away from the peach forest. The two consciously did not call their master uncle. Perhaps only in this way could they meet the expectations hidden in their hearts. After sending them off, Mu Changge took out the demon-slaying, soul-dispersing gourd and gently tapped it. Waves rippled, and from the surface of the lower half of the gourd, the source of demonic energy burst out, looking both surprised and angry, along with chaotic images like a headless fly. Let's see if you can help me break through to the next level. Chapter 26. Senior Sister's Conscience is Great. Tianjin Peak. Why didn't you help me speak just now? Lei Lai asked his two disciples with a frown after they returned. You just watched me get humiliated by your senior Mu, right? Where's your conscience? Does it hurt? Master, do you want to see if Senior Sister's conscience is soft? Lu Weining pushed Lung Qingshuang to the front, hiding behind her. I mean, Senior Sister conscience is great. If you're looking to blame someone, blame Senior Sister. It has nothing to do with me. Instantly, Lei Lai was filled with black lines. Where's my big sword? Traitors, you are simply traitors. He pretended to pull out the fire sword, preparing to personally clean up the mess, ready to cut this girl in half, scaring Lu Weining to the point where she didn't dare to show her face. Lung Qingshuang, with a dark expression, was both angry and embarrassed, turned around, and gave Lu Weining a hard knock on the head. Really, you dare to say anything? You have no rules. Master, your demeanor just now. Lung Qingshuang smiled sweetly, looking quite cute. Lei Lai rolled his eyes, gazing into the distance, not knowing if there were still methods to extend his senior brother's life. The possibility was minimal. If not, how could Yun Qingli just go with the flow? She wanted to see Mu Changge live longer more than anyone else. It's frustrating. I need a vent. Lei Lai looked at Lu Weining with malicious intent, scaring her to hide again. Senior Sister Lung Qingshuang, please feel free to hit me if Master wants to. Lung Qingshuang looked at her with disdain. This brat really knew how to use her as a shield. She yanked Lu Weining's ear hard, making her eyes turn red from pain. That pitiful look made her unable to help but laugh. Master, don't be angry. Senior Mu is also silently contributing to our Bixiao Palace in his own way. Lung Qingshuang said with a smile, her beautiful eyes shimmering slightly. Without him, our Tianjin Peak would have gotten into trouble. This matter was thus put aside. Lei Lai's gaze deepened. In the future, he would have to be cautious when accepting disciples. Being plotted against by his proud disciples, Lung Qingshuang understood how Lei Lai felt. Qingshuang, don't let me down. The future of Tianjin Peak depends on you. His eyes were filled with loneliness. After walking a few steps, he turned back and asked, by the way, how come you two were in the peach forest? This. Lung Qingshuang's pretty face flushed. We went to visit Senior Mu to repay his life-saving grace. Lei Lai suspiciously turned his head to look at Lu Weining. With Lung Qingshuang's personality, she probably had already thanked him that day. Moreover, she even gave the only blood essence pill to Mu Changge. So why would she need to make another trip? Lu Weining noticed Lei Lai's gaze and quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Well then, Lei Lai no longer thought much of it. In the future, keep a distance from your Senior Mu. He likes peace and doesn't like being disturbed. What he didn't say was that Mu Changge didn't have long to live, and his eldest disciple, appearing cold on the outside but heavy with emotions on the inside, was really worried that one day, when his senior brother turned to dust, it would impact this girl's heart. And as for Lu Weining, this little disciple who was unambitious and loved to fiddle with spiritual flowers and herbs, was truly on par with Mu Changge. Forget about the little disciple. If Lung Qingshuang was led astray, he would certainly be furious. We will definitely do better in the future, right, Senior Sister? Lu Weining promised, winking at Lung Qingshuang. Lung Qingshuang raised her little fist and smashed it down on her head, making her almost bite her tongue. Lei Lai laughed heartily and turned into a streak of light, flying away. At this moment, Lu Weining was sneaking away when she suddenly felt a spiritual power fluctuation from behind, producing a buzzing sound. She mechanically turned her head and happened to see Lung Qingshuang holding the Xianling sword. Her delicate lips curled into a charming and cold smile. Junior Sister, why don't we settle the score? Senior Sister, I'm sorry. Lu Weining begged for mercy while running away, almost tripping over her own feet. Lung Qing Shuang Wun Ti, give her a chance. The sword surged like a rainbow, chasing after her. Lu Weining felt a chill coming from her back. It's over, it's over. I'm going to be sent flying. Sure enough, the next second, the sword accurately hit her, but an explosive sound erupted. She let out a cry, and her whole body was launched like a stone shot from a slingshot, instantly flying away. That graceful figure drew a beautiful arc in the air, accompanied by a whoosh as she broke through the air, shooting into the sky. From a distance, it looked like a shooting star streaking across the sky, brilliant yet brief. Senior sister, you hit my butt again. Lu Weining's mournful wail came from afar, filled with a sense of grievance and helplessness. Lung Qing Shuang put away the Xianling sword, a slight smile on her lips, her heart calm and clear. Lei Lai saw this scene from a distance and couldn't help but chuckle. This is the feeling of flying. It turns out that watching others fly is completely different from flying oneself. Lu Wanning almost flew out of the area covered by Tianjian Peak, falling into a patch of spiritual herbs. She lay sprawled on the ground, with a few leaves of spiritual grass on her head, looking quite disheveled. Ouch, my butt! Lu Wanning grinned, just about to complain, when suddenly her eyes brightened, discovering a patch of rare spiritual herbs nearby. Qianyi grass, Luo Shun flower, blood spirit mushroom. She hit the jackpot. The main materials for refining Qi blood pills were right in front of her. Qi blood pills were precious not only because of the harsh refining conditions, which required sacrificing one's own lifespan, but also because they tested alchemical skills. Moreover, spiritual herbs were scarce. Only Lei Lai had one on the entire Tianjian Peak. This sword strike from her senior sister actually brought her unexpected fortune. Unable to hide her excitement, Lu Wanning thought that this treasure land belonged to her from now on. With these spiritual herbs, she could win over Senior Mu's favor, which was much more effective than offering any amount of spirit stones. She hummed a little tune as she harvested the herbs, feeling quite pleased. However, a voice came from behind her. Junior sister, are you harvesting herbs or digging a pit? Lu Wanning stiffened all over and slowly turned her head, only to see a woman in white standing behind her. The woman had beautiful features and a charming smile. It was her second senior sister, Bai Ji. Bai senior sister, what a coincidence. Lu Wanning smiled awkwardly, quickly hiding the herbs behind her back. I was just passing by and happened to enjoy the scenery. So, you saw the spiritual herbs and went in? Bai Ji smiled teasingly, her gaze landing on the leaves on Lu Wanying's head, as if she had planted herself there too. Senior sister, what are you doing here? Lu Wanning chuckled nervously. Bai Ji's red lips curled into an enticing arc. I was practicing formations nearby when I suddenly heard a scream, so I came to take a look. It turned out to be you flying in the sky. Tell me, how'd you fly so high? She gestured with her hands, her smile becoming increasingly dazzling. I was practicing sword flight. Lu Wanning pouted, looking quite aggrieved. Senior sister, it's really unfair to just hit someone else, but like that, it hurts. Even more speechless was that, while she had flown out before without anyone seeing, this time, who would have thought she'd be caught by her second senior sister, Bai Ji? She didn't want to admit to such an embarrassing thing. Oh, Bai Ji leaned closer to her face, her smile radiant. Why didn't I see your sword? Did you fly with your butt? Of course not. Lu Wanning puffed her chest out, but then deflated like a deflated balloon. Okay, I admit it, I was knocked away by senior sister. You can laugh at me now. Did you provoke Qing Shuang's senior sister again? Bai Ji shook her head, reaching out to remove the spiritual grass from Lu Wanying's head, saying helplessly, what was it this time? Did you steal her spiritual fruit, or swap the pills for the candy pills you made? What candy pills? My pills have a quality guarantee. Lu Wanning looked displeased. She could be accused of not being diligent in her training, but she could not tolerate an insult to her alchemical skills, especially since she had made great progress under Senior Mu's guidance. She pouted. I only told her a few truths. If she doesn't want to admit it, and she gets angry. Lu Wanning lowered her head, kicking a small stone underfoot. Senior sister, really? Dogs biting El Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's heart. Without her assistance, when would she be able to get to Senior Mu? Bai Ji chuckled softly, patting her shoulder. All right, stop complaining. Who told you to always be naughty? This girl was truly the lively spirit and joy of Tianjian Peak. Because of this, Lu Waning was cherished throughout Tianjin Peak, and no one wanted to bully her, except for the senior sister. But that was out of love. I'm not naughty. I'm clearly very well behaved. Lu Waning muttered indignantly. By the way, senior sister, I'm the youngest disciple of Tianjin Peak. If I don't cultivate properly, that's one thing. But you're always secretly studying formations. Aren't you afraid of being punished by master? She raised the corners of her mouth, secretly carrying a hint of threat. As long as the second senior sister leaked her embarrassing moment, she would tell master about it. After all, they were all sisters in Tianjin Peak. If they were to lose face, they would all lose it together, and no one could laugh at anyone. Baiji appeared unconcerned. Tianjin Peak only needs the senior sister. I just want to do things I like. Second senior sister, if you love formation so much, why come to Tianjin Peak? She asked curiously. Baiji smiled. Isn't it because Tianjin Peak doesn't have a formation master? I want to become the most outstanding master of formations here. After all, the sword path has the senior sister. Why would I want to compete with her in swordsmanship? Lu Waning was speechless. This sounded so familiar. Wait, the reason she studied alchemy was for the same thought, and she had said it to Senior Mu. This is the common understanding of heroes. Poor master, as the head of the sword peak, how many disciples under him came for the inheritance of the sword path? Perhaps others did, but neither she nor the second senior sister did. Surpassing the senior sister through the sword path at Tianjin Peak was simply a pipe dream. Only a fool would delve into the sword path. If Lei Lai knew their thoughts, he might just beat them to death or at least expel them from a sect. Let's go, I'll take you back. She took Lu Wanying's small hand. If they stayed out any longer, Qing Shuang's senior sister might chase after them. And then she would get a sword for her, but Baiji pretended to threaten her, which made Lu Waning shrink her neck in fright, unable to suppress her laughter. Lu Waning wanted to tell Baiji to go back by herself, but she was pulled forward. As she walked, she kept turning back to look at that patch of spiritual herbs, planning to come back for more next time. Baiji glanced at her. Stop looking. I've marked these spiritual herbs. I'll tell Qing Shuang's senior sister later to send someone to harvest them for the Tianjin Peak Herbal Pavilion. Senior sister, how could you do this? Lu Wanying's face fell. Was this the plastic sisterhood? Revenge came so quickly. Didn't she just use Master S name to scare her a little? Does she really have to hold a grudge like this? This is to prevent future problems. Baiji's eyes flashed with cunning. So you won't accidentally plant yourself here again. Lu Waning sighed silently, feeling distressed. Why were her senior sisters all so clever? Since there is Ying, why is there also Shuang and Ji? It was just mutual harm. She could do it too. After all, since you all were unjust first, you couldn't blame her for being unjust later. The afterglow of the setting sun cast long shadows over them. Lu Wanying's voice, carried by the gentle breeze, faintly returned. Senior sister, another day I'll introduce you to a senior. He is amazing, well-versed in everything, and he can set up formations with a wave of his hand. The best part is, you don't even have to become his disciple to learn a lot. Is there such a senior in our sect? Of course. Tomorrow. I'll take you to see for yourself. Lu Waning praised the senior she described all the way back to their residence. Her incessant chatter only increased Baiji's curiosity, but no matter how much she questioned, this girl refused to reveal who the senior was. Seeing the fish hooked, Lu Wanying's smile grew increasingly cunning. Hee. Qing Shuang's senior sister, you can't blame me for this. It's your fault for being so weak. In Tianjin Peak, there are more than just you beautiful girls. The task of winning over Senior Mu should be left to me and the second senior sister. Sigh. The mission of making Tianjin Peak flourish ultimately relied on this little junior sister. Only she didn't realize whether she truly liked Senior Mu or if it was genuinely for Tianjin Peak. Lu Waning watched as Baiji gradually walked away, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Soon, she shook her head. No way. It definitely can't be. Senior Mu is just humorous and witty, gentle and polite, knowledgeable, and always able to step up at critical moments. He can casually set up an exquisite formation and has exceptional alchemy skills. Even though he is of a certain age, he still carries an elegant demeanor, exuding a calming and steady aura in every gesture. What else is there? Lu Waning's fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, but her heart felt like it was lightly scratched by something, ticklish and accompanied by an indescribable flutter. She lowered her head. staring blankly at the broken realm pill in her hand. He is just so likable. With a smile on her face, Lu Weining was about to return to the house when she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Oh my, something feels off. Why is it sticky? In an instant, she covered her mouth and ran inside with a shocked expression. She slammed the door shut, setting up a barrier to prevent others from entering. In the peach orchard, Mu Changge sat cross-legged on the bed, exhaling a breath of turbid air as he opened his eyes. The strand of demonic energy sealed in the demon-slaying, soul-dispersing gourd had already been refined by him, and his cultivation had broken through from the 4th to the 5th stage of the golden core. The small breakthrough did not increase his lifespan, but with the system's reward, he gained an additional 20 years, for a total lifespan of 30 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of fortune, Lu Weining, with a progress of 60, earning a return of 2,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an extra reward of 20 years of lifespan. Hearing the system's prompt, Mu Changge almost exclaimed a classic phrase for Blue Star. Another unexpected gain. Not only did he devour the source of demonic energy and improve his cultivation, but he also received a reward of additional lifespan. If only he could get more items to enhance his cultivation. Just this one demonic creature isn't enough to fill the gaps. I want to show off. I want to take off. Serious cultivation? Forget it. Lying flat is the right path. By the way, what is that girl Lu Weining doing to suddenly contribute fortune points to him? In the heavenly demon sect, in a secret cave, a man in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 28 probably can fly once more. How is this possible? His source of demonic energy has been refined. The black-robed man's face was as pale as paper, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his crimson eyes were filled with boundless rage. Mu Changge, you dare to ruin my good deeds. Inwuyo's face twisted as he gritted his teeth and growled. One day I will kill you. As the demon lord of the heavenly demon sect, he had fallen into the hands of a mere golden core waste. Such humiliation would make that guy pay back 1,000-fold. Although it was hard to believe he was defeated by that waste, he was clear about what had happened in the Bixiao Palace. His demonic cultivation was extremely special. It could separate his source of demonic energy and attach it to another's body, thereby controlling their mind. The strand of demonic energy in Lei Lai's body was also something he had expended great effort to separate, along with Li Changfeng, which was his clone created from a source. To avoid being detected by the Bixiao Palace, he used all his skills to create a Dao body, believing that with these methods, he could completely control the Heavenly Sword Peak and infiltrate the Bixiao Palace, paving the way for the grand plans of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He never expected that his source of demonic energy would be refined by Mu Changge. How could a mere golden core waste have such capability? And what about that strange gourd in his hand and that mysterious formation? Why did these two items have a natural suppressive force against demonic energy? Even if Miaoyin personally intervened, she could only rely on her own cultivation to suppress him, and it would be impossible for her to do it as effortlessly as Mu Changge. Crack! The black spirit stone in Inwuyo's hand was crushed into pieces. The thought of his plan being ruined by the most inconspicuous waste filled his chest with uncontrollable rage. One day, I will peel this guy's skin and extract his bones, forever trapping him under the demon abyss, enduring the pain of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart and the suffering of thunder refining his body. Inwuyo snorted coldly and walked deeper into the cave. A gigantic altar stood there, covered in strange runes. And tied to the pillars behind the altar were several young men and women who could not make a sound. When those people saw Inwuyo approaching, fear filled their eyes, but they could only whimper silently. To replenish my vitality, it is your honor, you ants. Inwuyo approached the altar with a sinister smile. Moments later, the runes on the altar flickered with a dim light, and the blood and energy of those tied to the pillars rapidly drained away, their bodies visibly shriveling. Despair and fear filled their eyes, but they could not utter a single scream, only helplessly feeling their lives being drained away bit by bit. In the Bixiao Palace, in the peach orchard, Mu Changge was unaware that he had become a thorn in the side of the heavenly demon sect. He was immersed in the joy of his cultivation breakthrough. The source of demonic energy from these demonic creatures is truly a great thing. Reflecting on how he had killed Li Changfeng so easily, he couldn't help but feel it was a pity. Mu Changge sighed, such a waste. If only he could refine a few more strands of pure demonic energy, his cultivation would surely soar. But unfortunately, there was no system reward for the demon-slaying, soul-dispersing gourd at that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly crushed Li Changfeng, but would have refined his source to enhance his own strength. However, one day he would leave the Bixiao Palace, and when he encounters the demonic creatures of the Heavenly Demon Sect again, he would simply refine them. The Heavenly Demon Sect better not provoke him. Mu Changge smiled, realizing that he still needed to continue developing in a low-key manner. Without sufficient strength to protect himself, revealing his secrets would only lead to death. Little liar, it's getting late. Let us go complete tonight's great endeavor. Lying on the bed, Mu Changge grabbed the small hand of the spirit body, feeding him spiritual fruits. Flipped over and pinned her down on the bed. He pinched the cheek of the spirit body and grinned, saying, "All of you, give it your all. Don't run away so quickly." One spirit body rolled her eyes with a hint of red on her face. Another spirit body, sitting at the foot of the bed, covered her mouth and giggled, dropping the bed curtain, her clothes sliding off her body before she slipped inside. The next day, the sun shone down, and a gentle breeze brought a waft of fragrance. Lu Weining arrived outside the peach orchard, followed by a curious Baiji. "This is..." She looked around, her eyes filled with doubt. "Junior sister, the senior you mentioned yesterday, could it be Elder Mu Changge?" Although she had never been to this peach orchard in the back mountain, she knew whose residence it was. Lu Weining nodded with a smile, her beautiful eyes containing a mischievous glint. Of course, only Elder Mu could live in such a serene place. Baiji helplessly facepalmed, sighed, and turned to leave. "Hey, senior sister, why are you going back?" Lu Weining quickly stopped her. Baiji rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You mysteriously told me you want to take me to see a senior who is proficient in everything and can set up formations with a wave of his hand. I really believed your nonsense." Sure enough, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. She Shutia believed this girl's nonsense. If it weren't for her conscience, she would have loved to turn her into a shooting star to experience the joy of being a senior sister. Last night, Master told senior sister to inform us that everyone must go to listen to his teachings today. Baiji poked Lu Weining's forehead with her finger. Elder Mu is highly respected, but he is also known as the most laid-back elder in our Bixiao Palace. She didn't believe that Elder Mu Changge understood formations. It was likely that this girl didn't want to go listen to the teachings, so she dragged her along to make things difficult for each other. Moreover, Elder Mu is nearing the end of his lifespan, merely waiting for the conclusion in this tranquil place. It's still time to listen to the Master's teachings. "Come back with me." Baiji pulled Lu Weining's hand to leave, but she was shrugged off. With a pout, she said, "Senior sister, one cannot judge a person by their appearance, and Elder Mu is quite a handsome man. Even though he is aging, it does not hide his charm." Looking at Baiji, who was holding her forehead, she chuckled, "Elder Mu is quite capable. Trust me once, and you'll know if you go in to take a look." "Look at what? Are we going to watch Elder Mu drink tea and enjoy flowers? Or perhaps walk birds?" Baiji said helplessly, "Junior sister, it's not that I don't believe you, but Elder Mu's situation is complicated. He is simply enjoying retirement. If he were that outstanding, why is he only at the Golden Core stage? Why has he relied on various heavenly materials and treasures to extend his life until now?" Wait a minute. She seemed to catch a glint of cunning in that girl's eyes. Could it be that her junior sister was intentionally getting close because she knew Elder Mu's lifespan was running out, wanting to flatter him in front of others to gain some tangible benefits? "Senior sister, if you think that way, you are greatly mistaken." Lu Weining pointed her finger at her chin. "Elder Mu is a hidden master. Even our senior sister admires him greatly. Not only did he kill the demonic spy Li Changfeng and save senior sister once, but he also rescued our master, who was controlled by a demonic creature. I saw all of this with my own eyes." As soon as she finished speaking, she covered her mouth. "Oh no, how did I let that slip? If the master finds out, she might fly off again." "What?" Baiji opened her red lips, her apricot eyes wide. "Li Changfeng is a demonic spy? Our master was controlled by a demonic creature? What have I just heard? If this gets out, it would cause a stir throughout the entire Bixiao Palace. I didn't say anything, and you don't know anything. Anyway, it's too late to go back now. There are so many disciples on Tianjian Peak. Even if we don't go to listen to the teachings, the master might not even notice. She grabbed Bai Ji's arm and rushed towards the peach forest. You will definitely regret missing the chance to meet Elder Mu. Chapter 29. My alchemy skills are lacking, but I can practice my mouth. Elder Mu is a very interesting person. When you see him later, don't be too surprised. Lu Weining held her hand tightly, fearing Bai Ji would escape. Elder Mu's understanding of formations is profound. Just a few pointers from him will benefit you immensely. Bai Ji chuckled lightly and shook her head. Since we are here, we might as well relax. As the girl said, it was too late to rush back to Tianjian Peak to listen to the teachings. Returning would only lead to being caught. Hopefully, the master's eyesight is a bit dim, so he noticed their presence, allowing her to see for herself if Elder Mu is really as impressive as the girl claimed. The two of them walked through the peach forest, chatting, and were about to arrive at a small courtyard deeper inside. Suddenly, Lu Weining stopped and turned to Bai Ji, senior sister. Actually, I have something I want to tell you. What is it? Bai Ji noticed her serious expression and couldn't help but withdraw her smile. Lu Weining bit her lip, leaned closer to Bai Ji's ear, and lowered her voice. What do you think of Elder Mu? Huh? Bai Ji was taken aback, then laughed. I haven't interacted with him. How can I comment? How strange. She felt that Lu Weining had come to the peach forest with some kind of purpose, but she couldn't figure out what it was. If Elder Mu is as amazing as I say, would you? Lu Weining leaned closer, whispering, have feelings for him? Upon hearing this, Bai Ji's face turned crimson. She couldn't help but lightly tap Lu Weining on the head. What nonsense are you talking? I just came to see if Elder Mu is as you said. It's not as complicated as you think. This little girl is indeed trying to drag her into scheming for Elder Mu's treasures. She has principles. How could she do such a thing? Unless this elder has treasures related to improving formation skills, then it could be considered. Oh, senior sister is quite stubborn, but once you get close, you will soften up. How about I try first? She teased, leaning in, causing Bai Ji to hurriedly push her away, embarrassed. Lu Weining shrugged. Once you see Elder Mu's prowess, I don't believe you can stay so calm. Before meeting Mu Changge, she also thought he was just an old man nearing his grave, but she didn't expect him to be so charming. Moreover, her cultivation level had benefited from the breakthrough pill Elder Mu gave her, allowing her to advance a tier overnight. If it were Lei Lai, he wouldn't have given her any pills. Instead, he would have lectured her for not working hard enough and taking such an undesirable shortcut. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of fortune, Lu Weining. Courting index, 70. Received 2,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an extra reward. Celestial Wind Cloud Body Technique. Illusory Body Method can increase speed, and Drunken Immortal Moonstep, Heavenly Level Movement Technique, can be executed without spiritual power. Ding! Detected a daughter of fortune. Does the host wish to court? With the system's prompt, a light curtain appeared before Mu Changge. Name, Bai Ji. Identity, disciple of Bixiao Palace, Tianjian Peak. Cultivation, first stage of Yuan Ying. Fortune points, 20,000 can be courted. Physique, heavenly formation body, innately compatible with formations. Can easily sense the flow of earthly spiritual energy. Formation speed far exceeds ordinary people. Personality, thoughtful, easygoing on the surface, proud and competitive inside. Remarks, a genius in formations. Destined to become a master of formations. The host can use this as a breakthrough point to court this girl. Mu Changge looked at the information on the light curtain. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Didn't he know whether to say that Lei Lai was lucky or unfortunate? The good thing was that both gifted disciples were at his Tianjian Peak. What Lei Lai found hard to accept was that neither of these disciples truly wanted to study the sword path inheritance. Even if they focused on the sword path, their achievements would inevitably be limited. After all, they were all disciples of Bixiao Palace, whether he could accept it or not. It was undeniable that these two girls had extraordinary talent. Mu Changge tapped his fingers on the stone table and looked up to see the two girls coming outside. They stopped at the door, and Bai Ji didn't forget to warn, Junior sister, you must not speak carelessly in front of Elder Mu. or we might embarrass Tianji and Peak. Senior sister, don't nag anymore. Elder Mu is really great. She shook Bai Ji's arm. He doesn't tea like formalities. Once we go in, just be casual. As if he heard the conversation outside, Mu Changge smiled slightly. The next moment, his figure vanished like a phantom. Wei is right. Once you come to my peach forest, there are no strict rules. Mu Changge's voice was gentle and calm. Bai Ji was taken aback, instinctively turning around to see Mu Changge standing just behind them, no more than 3 feet away. Her heart trembled, with her cultivation at the Yuan Ying stage. She hadn't detected Mu Changge's approach at all, nor were there any fluctuations of spiritual energy, unless that mysterious method relied on some kind of formation. Could it be that this elder is not as useless as rumored, but rather, as her junior sister said, a hidden master? Elder Mu? Seeing Mu Changge smile at her, Bai Ji stuttered, clearly still in shock from earlier. Lu Wenying, however, was unfazed, laughing as she shook his arm. Elder, you came out without a sound. Even my senior sister was startled by you. Really? Mu Changge chuckled lightly, waving his hand. Just some minor tricks, nothing worth mentioning. Lu Wenying rolled her eyes. A master is a master. How can this be considered a minor trick? Luckily, they were on the same side. If it were other cultivators, who knows? Perhaps she and her senior sister would have lost their lives. It seems I really made the right bet. Yesterday, I saw the formation that Senior Mu displayed, but it was only the tip of the iceberg of his strength. Now let's see what my senior sister has to say. She quickly gave Bai Ji a glance. Bai Ji came to her senses, clasped her hands in salute, and said, Junior Bai Ji greets Elder Mu. I was disrespectful earlier, and I hope the elder can forgive me. There's no need for such formalities. My peach grove is always quiet, and it's rare for anyone to come. So just be casual, he replied, turning and walking towards the small courtyard while saying, Come in and sit. I just brewed a pot of new spirit tea. Perfect for you to taste. Bai Ji once again bowed in respect to his retreating figure. Lu Wenying grabbed her hand and said, Look how easygoing Senior Mu is. I told you he wouldn't mind, right? Bai Ji gently nodded, her impression of Mu Changge improving a bit. She had initially thought he was just a laid-back elder, but now she found herself quite interested in him. Upon entering the small courtyard, Mu Changge was already seated at the stone table. As a graceful figure emerged from the house, carrying spirit fruits, Bai Ji's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she instinctively bowed. Heavenly Sword Peak disciple Bai Ji greets the Holy Master. She broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to lift her head. However, she saw Lu Wenying sitting down beside her, giggling, Senior sister, no need to be nervous. This is the Holy Master's spirit form left to take care of Senior Mu before his ascension. Seeing others so surprised was quite amusing. It was her first time coming with her senior sister, and she was also startled by this spirit form. Bai Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked up. Although the spirit form was absolutely stunning and had an ethereal quality, similar to Yun Qingli, upon closer inspection, it was clear that the eyes lacked some liveliness. This Elder Mu was indeed extraordinary. Even after the Holy Master ascended, he still left a spirit form to take care of him. It made sense. If he didn't have some capability, how could the Holy Master have such affection for him? Little girl, how about trying my tea? Mu Changge gestured after she sat down. Bai Ji picked up the teacup and took a sip, the fragrance of the tea entering her throat, immediately calming her mind and making her internal spiritual power flow much more smoothly. Good tea. She put down the cup and said respectfully, Senior, you are indeed knowledgeable and talented, even excelling in the art of tea. I admire you. Just a cup of tea seemed to have the effect of a pill. This senior was truly extraordinary. Mu Changge smiled and turned to Lu Wenying. What do you think, Lu girl? At this moment, Lu Wenying was frowning, seemingly deep in thought, repeatedly murmuring the names of several spirit flowers and herbs. Senior, I understood. She slapped her thigh and stood up proudly, snapping her fingers. My skills may be lacking, but my mouth is very agile. Wait, why did Mu Changge feel that something was a bit off? Chapter 30. Repaying with one's body. Bai Ji was momentarily stunned. What did this girl understand? It was just a cup of tea. Why the big fuss? She had specifically reminded this girl outside the peach grove not to lose her manners in front of Elder Mu to avoid embarrassing Heavenly Sword Peak. It hadn't been long since she sat down, and her junior sister was already acting all excited, making Bai Ji feel embarrassed as a senior sister. If others didn't know better, they might think they couldn't even get spirit tea at Heavenly Sword Peak. Bai Ji lowered her voice, revealing a hint of helplessness and reproach. Junior sister, don't lose your manners in front of Elder Mu. Oh, senior sister, you don't understand. This tea is extraordinary, crafted from spirit flowers and herbs. Lu Weiniang completely ignored Bai Ji's reminder and continued, Senior, you extracted the medicinal liquid from spirit herbs used to refine the Tranquil Heart pill and then reprocessed it into spirit tea, thus achieving the effect of a pill, right? Brewing tea by extracting medicinal liquid is even more challenging than alchemy when it comes to controlling the heat. Elder Mu is truly a master. She felt that this was not just a test set by Elder Mu for her, but also a hint for her. This man must belong to Heavenly Sword Peak. Senior sister, I swear, it's definitely not Elder Mu's looks that I'm after, but I want to gather this treasure for our Heavenly Sword Peak. Since it's about gathering, it's only reasonable to pay some price, so repaying with my body doesn't seem unreasonable, right? Lu Weiniang's small face flushed with a hint of red. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the fortune girl, Lu Weiniang. Progress, 80, gained 2,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 10 years of lifespan. It really worked. Mu Changge's eyes lit up. Yesterday, he had brewed some spirit tea, casually using the method of refining the Tranquil Heart pill, just to entertain Lu Weiniang when she arrived and let her taste its uniqueness to complete the courting. It turned out that this girl didn't disappoint him. He not only gained fortune points, but also added another 10 years to his lifespan. His total lifespan had increased from the initial 10 years to 60 years. Lu Weiniang was indeed clever. Having benefited, Mu Changge was naturally generous with his praise. It seems your talent in alchemy is truly exceptional. Hee, senior sister. The elder praised me again. She proudly lifted her chin. Others may not recognize my worth, but they can't hide it from my eyes. Who told me I'm the best alchemist at Heavenly Sword Peak? Bai Ji, hearing this, could only helplessly facepalm. Why did she feel targeted? Moreover, were there other alchemists at Heavenly Sword Peak? The best was this girl, and the worst was also this girl. However, she couldn't say this out loud, lest she dampen Lu Weiniang's enthusiasm. She hadn't expected her little junior sister to have such talent in alchemy. With Elder Mu's guidance, she might become a qualified alchemist. What surprised her even more was Mu Changge. The rumors were indeed unreliable. He seemed like a laid-back elder, but he gave off an unfathomable aura. No wonder he was accepted as a disciple by the elder. His lackluster performance over the years was probably just a fade he created because he enjoyed peace and quiet, while also giving others more opportunities. This elder was truly a model among elders. No wonder everyone respected him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the fortune girl, Bai Ji. Progress, 10. Gained 2,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. True understanding of formation explains the essence of various formations, can enhance formation mastery. A hint of surprise flashed in Mu Changge's eyes. This operation unexpectedly courted Bai Ji as well. The true understanding of formation was indeed a decent manual, but it didn't hold much significance for him since, with the system's assistance, he was already well-versed in various formations. Senior, how did you come up with this method to brew spirit tea? Bai Ji collected her thoughts, unable to contain her curiosity. Learning to apply knowledge flexibly was exceptionally important for cultivators. This was also a form of understanding. Different levels of understanding could yield vastly different results and powers from the same secret method. Mu Changge smiled modestly. Alchemy and tea art are originally interconnected. I was just bored and playing around. Playing around? Bai Ji and Lu Weiniang exchanged glances, their eyes twitching. If those alchemists heard this, they might blow up their alchemy furnaces. Especially Lu Weiniang, who pouted. Elder, you're really something. Clearly, it's a humble statement. Yet you can't hear any modesty in it. I really want to give you a good beating. People are incomparable. It's infuriating. Oh dear, Elder. Since you're so casual, you should play with me. No. Lu Weiniang lowered her head, feeling so embarrassed she wanted to dig into the ground. She was so stupid. How could she let her true feelings slip? If Elder Mu thought she was a casual girl, it would be a huge loss. Woo! If it weren't for Heavenly Sword Peak, why would I be so anxious? Senior Sister Qing Shuang, you're so useless, making your adorable junior sister bear all the burden. Beside them, Baiji's beautiful eyes flickered with suspicion. She seemed to feel that her little junior sister had developed genuine feelings for Elder Mu. One shouldn't be so reckless with their words, especially considering the difference in seniority. In the future, how could she see Lei Lai and call him master while he responds with sister-in-law? Thinking of that scene made Baiji involuntarily twitch the corner of her eye. Just as she was about to speak up to smooth things over for her little junior sister, she saw Lu Weining timidly raise her head and say, could you teach me to play as well? I want to learn. Senior Mu didn't notice anything, right? She timidly looked up again and, seeing him smiling, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's better to take things slow. They can discuss it later. Why is this girl so flustered? Is it because I'm not friendly enough? That shouldn't be the case. Mu Changge stroked his chin deep in thought. It must be that this girl is too obsessed with alchemy. Upon seeing another path, she couldn't maintain her composure. That's good. If they remain calm, how could he pursue them? Lu Weining felt unwilling. He had already kept Lin Wanner here for cultivation. And Senior Mu would rather endure discomfort sleeping outside than drive Lin Wanner away. Senior, you can't be biased. She is quite talented. She pouted, looking aggrieved. See, I figured out the mysteries of this tea at a glance. If you teach me, your skills can be passed on. Once you solidify your foundation, I will teach you everything I know. Indeed, this little girl's obsession with alchemy has reached an astonishing level. As long as there are luck points and rewards, why wouldn't he be willing? Lu Weining couldn't hide her smile. Did this mean that the senior would teach her without reservation? Baiji observed their interaction and felt more and more that Elder Mu was a laid-back person. She relaxed her demeanor a bit and asked, Senior, do you have any research on formations? Here it comes. The little girl couldn't hold back any longer. He had been waiting for this sentence. Lu Weining secretly rejoiced at her eagerness. It worked. The senior sister has come to him. You are about to fall under Senior Mu's charm and be unable to extricate yourself. With herself and the second senior sister here, they could definitely overshadow that little fox from the outer sect. I know a thing or two. He waved his sleeve, and a stream of spiritual light appeared on the stone table, condensing into a small formation model. Why don't you take a look and see what mysteries this formation holds? Baiji frowned, examining the formation model. After a moment, her pupils suddenly contracted. This was the 9 turns universe formation. This was a top-tier formation rumored to reverse yin and yang and turn the universe upside down. And it was casually set up just like that. Chapter 31. Lei Lai angrily smashed his teacup. My disciple was intercepted. The shock Baiji felt at that moment was beyond words. She realized that Elder Mu was the most mysterious powerhouse in the Baishao Palace. She even suspected that his golden core cultivation was a facade. After all, he was a disciple of the Grand Elder and could not possibly be an ordinary person, clearly possessing immense strength. Yet he didn't care about others' opinions and didn't occupy areas rich in spiritual energy. He merely stayed in an inconspicuous place in the back mountain, spending his days among the peach groves. This temperament was something she admired and wanted to learn from. Elder Mu truly lived up to her little junior sister's description of him as a genuine recluse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the fated woman Baiji, courting progress 20, and receiving a return of 2,000 luck points. With the system's notification, Mu Changge glanced at his total luck points, which had reached a staggering 66,000. If all were used for cultivation exchange, it would surely astonish others. But this was ultimately his trump card. How could he expose it without sufficient strength? After 1,000 years, his temperament had long been tempered to a calm surface. Continuing to earn luck points was the top priority. He couldn't be proud and complacent over small achievements. Making money quietly is always the truth. Only those newly rich would feel the urge to show off everywhere, inviting hatred and putting themselves in danger. Such behavior was unwise. Indeed, it is the 9 turns universe formation. Looking at Baiji, who eagerly sought answers, Mu Changge's eyes showed some approval. The true 9 turns universe formation has boundless power. Even a God transformation cultivator would find it hard to resist. Even though the formation model before them was a simplified version, it was enough for Bai Ji to grasp its essence. Mu Changge turned to look. That girl was indeed staring intently. Senior, how is this formation arranged? She subconsciously regarded Mu Changge as a true elder and no longer referred to him as elder, saying, I've heard of this formation, but have never seen it in person. Incredible, incredible. Senior, you're truly impressive. Hearing about it isn't as good as seeing it with my own eyes. This was definitely the most shocking day for her. Although this formation was a simplified version that could be casually arranged, it seemed as if it had been practiced countless times. Without a certain level of understanding in formations, it would be impossible to achieve this level. Even the most outstanding formation master in Bai Shao Palace could not accomplish it. With an elder like him in Bai Shao Palace, it was indeed their fortune. No wonder the holy master Yun Qingli could ascend with peace of mind. And no wonder the Grand Elder had been in seclusion. As long as Elder Mu was around, no one would dare to offend them. Any formation may change, but its essence remains the same. The core of this formation lies in its formation eyes. The difference is that it has 9 formation eyes, hence the name 9 turns. Just take a look. He pointed gently at the formation model, and instantly, spiritual light burst forth, causing the runes within the formation to begin to slowly circulate. Mu Changge continued, each formation needs to be activated with specific spiritual power to exert the formation's power. This is also why this formation is relatively difficult to comprehend. Bai Ji listened intently, her eyes filled with focus. As she listened to Mu Changge's explanation, she silently deduced the arrangement method of the formation. With Mu Changge's explanation, she gradually understood the intricacies involved, and her admiration for Mu Changge deepened. Lu Weining watched the interaction from the side, her eyes filled with mischievous delight. Second senior sister, having met Elder Mu, you, this proud little phoenix, can only obediently lower your little head. Go for it, Elder Mu. Captivate her, make her infatuated with you, and willing to live or die for you. That way, you unties be able to escape from our grasp. Oh ho, Lu Weining, you're quite clever. Let senior sister Qing Shuang cry alone. If she is timid, she can't blame others for taking action. Taking advantage of now. I'll try to make some calming tea and see how it goes. Senior, I think I understand. Bai Ji's furrowed brow relaxed, revealing a sweet smile. Bang! Just as Lu Weining took out the alchemy cauldron and was about to begin, she was stunned by Bai Ji's words. So fast. She looked at Bai Ji in astonishment. Second senior sister, why don't you go with Senior Mu to the room to study in detail? What kind of joke is this? You understand already? How can I let her fall for Senior Mu? This could seriously impact my plans. Given Bai Ji's character, once she learned this powerful formation, she would definitely go into seclusion to study it carefully, and the hard-earned reinforcements would fly away. No way. Absolutely not. I have to find a way to sabotage this. She must not succeed. Before Lu Weining could stop her, Bai Ji had already formed hand seals, attempting to set up the formation. With her movements, streams of spiritual light converged, gradually forming a small formation model that looked just like Mu Changge's. No way. Does senior sister have such high attainments in formations? Lu Weining was so surprised that her mouth fell open. What do you think, senior? Bai Ji asked with a smile, a hint of pride in her eyes. Mu Changge smiled and nodded. Indeed, to comprehend this in such a short time shows exceptional talent. A faint blush appeared on Bai Ji's face. Mu Changge changed the subject. However, there are still a few details that need improvement, such as this formation eye. If the speed of spiritual power injection could be slowed down, its stability would be stronger. Secondly, the rune arrangement of the third formation eye is somewhat off. If slightly adjusted, its power will increase significantly. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji frowned. Following Mu Changge's guidance, she adjusted the layout again, and the aura emitted from the entire model suddenly rose to a new level. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I have benefited immensely, Bai Ji said, standing up and bowing respectfully. Seeing this, Lu Weining felt a bit overwhelmed. If anyone at Tianjin Peak was most rule-abiding, it would be her, the second senior sister, who was not beneath the first senior sister, Lung Qingxuan. How could someone so stiff win over Senior Mu? But what could she do? as she pondered various strange ideas. She heard Mu Changge laugh and say, "Not shallow, you girl are quite deep." Lu Weining seemed to seize the opportunity, first glancing at Mu Changge, then turning to the dazed Baiji. "Senior sister, quickly prove to the senior how deep you are." Baiji's pretty face turned crimson like a cooked crab. With a dark expression, she extended her pink fist and banged it on Lu Weining's little head with a thud. "One can tolerate a lot, but not this. This is not Tianjin Peak. This brat is still the same, speaking without restraint, making me embarrassed. How can I face Senior Mu in the future? Moreover, how is she supposed to prove it?" She secretly glanced at Mu Changge, becoming more shy and flustered the more she looked. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing the luck of the girl by G, progress 30, and receive a luck value refund of 2,000 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Advanced Array Dao True Explanation contains the essence of all formations, greatly enhancing formation skills." Mu Changge truly felt both amused and helpless. Lu Weining was really a little assistant. Wah! Lu Weining was holding her head in grievance. "Senior sister, why did you hit me? I just wanted you to prove how deep your admiration for Senior Mu is. Is that what you meant? Is there any other reason?" Lu Weining spread her hands. Baiji. Meanwhile, on the square of Tianjin Peak, hundreds of disciples were sitting cross-legged on cushions. Lei Lai was sitting above, chattering endlessly for half a day, his mouth parched with thirst. Lung Qingxuang timely handed him some spiritual tea to moisten his throat. "What time is it?" Lei Lai asked, turning his head. Lung Qingxuang took back the teacup and said, "In another hour and a half, the sun will set." Lei Lai nodded slightly, preparing to continue, but then furrowed his brows. "Where are Weining and Baiji? Why haven't they come to listen to my lecture?" "Weining is playing and must have taken Baiji to the peach forest," Lung Qingxuang said, lowering her head slightly, her tone indifferent. "She has never liked listening to these boring lectures. Compared to you, she prefers Senior Mu's guidance." "What did you say?" Lei Lai gritted his teeth, his expression contorted. "His guidance?" Chapter 32. The two sisters stick together, and Lei Lai breaks down in the formation. "That Mu Changge, a mere golden core realm waste. How does he have the qualifications to guide his disciples?" What is even more infuriating is that today is his lecture day. Weining can be forgiven, but Baiji also joins in the nonsense. If this gets out, how will he show his face? People will think he is just trying to gain fame and reputation, and even feel that he is inferior to Mu Changge. He is the head of Tianjin Peak, a distinguished cultivator with exceptional swordsmanship talent in the entire Bixiao Palace. "Master, please do not be angry," Lung Qingxuang quickly advised. "One is fond of alchemy, and the other is dedicated to formation. These are not your strong suits, so enough." Lei Lai waved his hand, interrupting her. "You don't need to defend them. These two girls are spoiled. Today I must teach them a lesson." His face was extremely grim. "What do you mean, not his strong suit? Just like Mu Changge is proficient in alchemy and formations. Isn't he relying on the protective treasures given by the elders to intimidate his disciples? It's truly outrageous. If others find out that on the day he is explicitly lecturing, two disciples failed to show up, one of whom is his second disciple, how will he hold his head high in Bixiao Palace?" The disciples sitting on the cushions below looked at Lei Lai's anger, not knowing what had happened. "Qingxuang, you teach in my place. I'll go to the peach forest and bring those two rebellious disciples back." With a huff of anger, Lei Lai waved his sleeve, transforming into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky. "That is fine. On this trip, I'll also regain the face I lost yesterday." In the void, a brilliant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Mu Changge was leading Lu Weining and Baiji deep in the peach forest to set up a maze formation. The formation is called Illusory Dream Maze. Although this formation itself does not have offensive capabilities, it can confuse those trapped inside, making it difficult for them to find their way out. "Senior, can this formation really trap high-level cultivators?" Lu Weining asked curiously while helping to arrange the formation eyes. Mu Changge smiled. "The core of this formation lies in utilizing the natural environment of the peach forest, combined with the flow of spiritual energy to create an indistinguishable illusion. Those who fall into it will unconsciously be misled by the illusion and will not find the right direction. Bai Ji was deeply observing. As she arranged the runes according to Mu Changge's guidance, she quietly said, "The Senior S formation seems simple, but the essence of the formation contained within is extremely profound." She initially thought that a very difficult 9 turns to change the universe formation was the Senior S ultimate skill. But after witnessing this formation, she realized she had underestimated him. After all, 1,000 years of cultivation, whether in experience or the path learned, was far beyond what she could compare. Exactly. Mu Changge gave Bai Ji an appreciative look. In formation, one must pay attention to local conditions and flexible application. The effects are significant. Any technique is a dead thing, but people are alive. He smiled and pointed to his own head. Bai Ji smiled back. Truly worthy of Senior Mu. Every word spoken can benefit me immensely. Senior, are you setting up this formation to guard against someone? Lu Weiniang pouted in grievance. Then how will we find you in the future? With this formation, that Lin Weiniang one to easily come to the peach forest. But then we also can't come in. Mu Changge tapped their foreheads, leaving 2 marks that would allow them to be unaffected by the formation. Thank you, Senior. Lu Weiniang stood on her tiptoes and lightly pecked his cheek, leaving Bai Ji beside her stunned. Mu Changge was also left stunned in place. Wait, you girls. Why do you all like to play surprise attacks? Who did you learn this from? It can't be that Lin Weiniang taught you, right? What a sin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for capturing the luck of the girl Lu Weiniang, progress 85, and receive a luck value refund of 1,000 points. Sigh. Listening to the system's prompt. Mu Changge sighed. Was it easy to gain luck value? Lu Weiniang, Bai Ji, you 2 rebellious disciples come out. Before Lei Lai arrived, his angry roar echoed first. Daring to be absent when I personally lecture. Let us see how I will discipline you. Senior, save us. Lu Weiniang grabbed Mu Changge's arm in panic. If we get caught by Master, we're finished. Bai Ji bit her lip, her beautiful eyes reflecting some unrest. Even though she learned a lot here with Senior Mu, it was Master S lecture day, and their blatant absence, regardless of the reason, still could not escape punishment. Unless, let Master suffer a bit here, so he knows how formidable Senior Mu is. Bai Ji cast a hopeful glance at Mu Changge. Please, Senior, let Master Lei understand why the flowers are so red. Deep down, she felt a subtle excitement, as if she really wanted to see Lei Lai get a taste of defeat. It's fine. Since he is here, let him experience the power of the illusory dream maze. Mu Changge's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand, and the formation was instantly activated. The spiritual energy in the peach grove suddenly began to circulate, and the surroundings gradually became blurry, as if shrouded in a thin mist. Lei Lai strode into the peach grove, scanning his familiar environment, which had unexpectedly turned unfamiliar. He frowned, puzzled, wondering what was going on. Did I take a wrong turn? Lei Lai continued forward, but no matter how he walked, the scenery around him seemed to repeat endlessly, making it impossible to find a way out. This realization shocked him, and he understood that he might have fallen into a formation. Mu Changge, come out. Lei Lai's furious roar echoed through the peach grove. Although he was fuming, he still dared not call himself old man here. There was no way. His senior brother had a powerful background and was well-liked, with many elders in the sect having received his favor in their youth. Mu Changge, Lu Weiniang, and Bai Ji stood on a high ground outside the formation, watching Lei Lai spin in circles inside. Senior, Master's really trapped. Lu Weiniang laughed uncontrollably, her small frame trembling with excitement. Bai Ji also felt like laughing, but worriedly said, isn't this a bit too much? Master is, after all, the head of the Heavenly Sword Peak, a powerful being in the transformation stage. If he destroys the peach grove, if he can do it, let him try. Mu Changge smirked slightly. With such a temper, it wouldn't hurt to cool down a bit. Hee. Lu Weiniang giggled again. You're so bad, I like it. She hugged Mu Changge's arm and rubbed against him. Mu Changge cleared his throat, signaling them to look at Lei Lai inside the formation. Lei Lai grew more and more irritated as his anger burned within him. How could he, the dignified head of the Heavenly Sword Peak, be trapped by a mere small maze? It was an absolute humiliation. Oh, Mu Changge, if you want to come out, don't blame me for destroying your peach grove with one sword. Lei Lai gripped the fire sword, its blade igniting into a raging flame. He held the sword with both hands, his figure freezing mid-air, level with the treetops, then raised it above his head, pouring spiritual power into the sword body, making its flames even more intense. Lu Weiniang tugged at Mu Change's sleeve. "Senior, what should we do? We can't let Master destroy your peach grove. Maybe we should just go back with him?" She lowered her head, not daring to look at Mu Changge. She and her senior sister had sneaked out, and if they caused trouble for Senior Mu, it would be too much. It would be better to just go back and face the consequences. Bai Ji shared the same thought, smiling as she said, "Senior, it was our fault first. We shouldn't let you suffer losses because of us. Please let us go back." "What? Do you not have confidence in me?" Mu Changge snorted lightly. "If I can't even protect you two little girls, wouldn't it be a waste of my years?" He turned around, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, pretending to be aloof, while his peripheral vision stealthily watched them, as if expecting something. Chapter 33. The two sisters stick together to watch the show. Master is rolling in the formation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the fated girl Lu Weiniang, progress 90, gaining 1,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the fated girl Bai Ji, progress 40, gaining 2,000 fortune points. The system's upgrade sound echoed in Mu Change's mind, and the corner of his mouth subtly curled up, glancing at the two girls, whose eyes sparkled with admiration, especially Lu Weiniang, who seemed to idolize him to the point of nearly sticking her whole body to him. Just then, a loud crash sounded as Lei Lai unleashed an extremely fierce sword strike, causing her to hold her breath as she looked towards the formation. This sword strike was nothing more than thunder without rain. Lei Lai did not dare to destroy Mu Change's peach grove, as his intention was merely to break the formation. But the overwhelming sword intent, which was irresistible to those below the out-of-body realm, only caused a peach tree to sway. Following that, a hanging wooden sign fell from that tree, which only had 3 words written on it. "Lost?" Lei Lai looked at the wooden sign, his face twitching in anger, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Humiliation. A naked, blatant humiliation. He roared angrily, and the fire sword in his hand ignited with flames once more. The sword intent even more ferocious than before. Boom! Another sound of the sword echoed. This time, from another tree, a hanging wooden sign fell. "What brings you here? Esteemed guest?" Lei Lai's face twitched, gritting his teeth. "My disciple is right here." How infuriating! He, the dignified head of the heavenly sword peak and a powerful being in the transformation stage, was he really going to be trapped by this small maze? This must be Mu Changge deliberately making things difficult for him, trying to snatch his disciple and embarrass him in front of his students. It wouldn't be that easy. Moreover, he thought about how if he returned empty-handed to the heavenly sword peak, facing the questioning of his eldest disciple, Lung Qingshuan, he wouldn't be able to hold his head high. Damn it, Mu Changge, you're too insidious. Knowing he was unfamiliar with formations, you deliberately used this trick to make him look foolish. Lei Lai converted his anger into strength and slashed out another sword strike. Another extremely violent tremor occurred, but the formation remained intact, and not a single tree was cut down. Instead, another wooden sign hung on a peach tree. "Are you planning to demolish the house?" Lei Lai took a deep breath. This was no longer just humiliation, but a peak of mockery. "Mu Changge, you're really something. I'm done playing." The ultimate technique of the Baishao Sword Dao, Firebird Blade. With Lei Lai's roar, a red-hot phoenix engulfed in flames charged towards the top of the formation, seemingly trying to break a hole through it. The next moment, Lei Lai suddenly froze in place, because as that firebird ascended, it created ripples in the air, and then disappeared without a trace. Lei Lai's eyes twitched slightly. How treacherous! There was even a teleportation formation inside the maze. He guessed that his sword intent had definitely been redirected, but he didn't know where it had gone. Moreover, Mu Changge and his 2 disciples must have been watching him spin helplessly inside the formation, unable to escape. Lei Lai scratched his head in frustration. It had been hundreds of years since he had been bullied like this. The key was that this time, he was embarrassed to say who had bullied him. Who would believe that a powerful being in the transformation stage was made to spin around by a formation laid down by a golden core stage cultivator? Clang! Hearing the sound, Lei Lai turned his head to look, and beside him, 3 hanging wooden signs had fallen from the tree. Press 1 if you need help. Press 2 if you're stubborn. Leilai looked at the 2 wooden signs labeled with 1 and 2, his eyes flickering. Mu Xiao, if you want to see me make a fool of myself, it won't be that easy. He decisively pulled off the sign marked with 2. As he didn't believe Mu Changge would be so kind as to give him a hint, he was determined to go against the grain. Suddenly, the ground shook beneath Leilai's feet, transforming into a vortex, as if an invisible hand was pulling him down. What's going on? Leilai was taken aback, quickly channeling his spiritual power in an attempt to stabilize himself. But that pulling force grew stronger, as if it wanted to drag him into the ground. Master, be careful. Lu Weinian couldn't help but exclaim, her voice filled with concern. Senior. Baiji also anxiously looked at Mu Changge. Would he be okay? Not a problem. Mu Changge waved his hand nonchalantly. Just a little game. Look, your master is having so much fun. Fun? Is there? Why did she only see fear, astonishment, disbelief, anger, and frustration on Leilai's face, but not a hint of joy? However, Senior Mu's formation was indeed impressive, easily trapping even a powerful being like her master in the transformation stage. If he wanted to shake off the title of a laid-back elder, wouldn't that be easy? Yet, no matter how others viewed him, he remained unfazed. This is the state of mind. Baiji learned something very important once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for courting the fated girl Baiji. Progress 50, gaining 2,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 10 years of lifespan. Mu Changge looked at the total fortune value displayed on the light screen. 74,000 points, and the total lifespan had reached 70 years. He didn't expect that these whims he had casually added would yield unexpected gains. It seemed that Baiji, this girl, also had a wild heart. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. The more beautiful a woman, the more likely she is to seek thrills. In the formation, Leilai found half of his body sinking into the ground, and as he sank deeper and deeper, he finally couldn't help but shout, Senior Brother Mu, I was wrong. Please let me out. Upon hearing this, Mu Changge waved his hand lightly, and the suction of the formation instantly disappeared. Leilai felt his body lighten, and he bounced off the ground, landing ungracefully. The small vortex vanished along with him. He got up, covered in dirt, patted off the mud on his body, his face alternating between green and white. Mu Changge's laughter echoed in his ears. Junior brother, are you well? What the heck? Leilai couldn't understand it. When his cultivation was lower than Mu Changge's, he suffered losses, and now that his cultivation had far surpassed Mu Changge's, he was still suffering. Wasn't his own cultivation just a waste of effort? How frustrating. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. After all, this senior brother of his could never be judged by common standards. At his best, he was impeccable, and at his worst, he made the entire Bixiao Palace suffer. For instance, when he had cultivated to the point of going mad, Mu Changge had knelt for 3 days and nights before the Meowing Fairy, begging for the only fire pill in the sect for him to consume. After that, his cultivation soared, eventually becoming the head of Tianjian Peak. There was also the time when he had just entered the sect, and Mu Changge had taken him to secretly watch female disciples bathe, claiming it was to temper his character. When they were discovered, the Meowing Fairy personally ordered the discipline hall to beat him for 3 days and nights. After stumbling out in embarrassment, Mu Changge had said to him, Senior brother, this move is excellent. You successfully attracted the attention of the Holy Lord, and your future is boundless. What a joke. Senior brother, I was reckless. Remembering these past events, Leilai felt both helpless and amused. He could only clasp his hands and salute and ask his senior brother for a favor. Please let me take those 2 girls back. Junior brother, in cultivating, one must teach according to the student's aptitude. Since they are both interested in alchemy and formations, why not let them have a try? Mu Changge glanced at the 2 girls beside him, their faces tense. I have tested them for you, and if you understand the need for flexibility, Tianjian Peak will surely gain 2 masters of the Great Tao. Could those 2 girls really become masters of 2 different Great Taos? If such a thing happened at Tianjian Peak, Leilai wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. But since they were his own disciples, what could he do? Then I will follow senior brother's wishes. Lu Weinian and Baiji, hearing that Leilai would no longer obstruct them, couldn't hide their joy on their small faces. Mu Changge flicked his finger and opened a path out. Lu Weining looked at Lei Lai's back and called out, "Master, take care. Come play again next time." Lei Lai stumbled and almost fell. After leaving the peach grove, he looked up at the sky, feeling that today, as sunset was particularly glaring. Just a few steps later, he slipped and fell into a mud pit by the road. Covered in mud, Lei Lai got up and looked at the sign hanging by the road, instantly feeling a black line on his forehead. "Beware of slippery roads, please detour." Lei Lai, Chapter 34. A Celestial from Beyond the Sky. Junior sister, where did this mud pit come from? Baiji glanced at her little junior sister. Lu Weining timidly said, poking her fingers, "I failed to refine spiritual tea. So, I used the formation to transfer the filth out. Wasn't this just bad luck?" Clearly, she had deliberately made a sign, like Senior Mu, to remind him. Yet he still managed to fall in. This was truly like being possessed by the god of misfortune. How could Lei Lai have imagined that in the paradise-like Peach Grove, a mud pit would suddenly appear, especially as his thoughts were elsewhere? Lei Lai pounded his chest and stomped his feet. How much more can I endure? He thought that his embarrassment must have been seen by those two girls. As a dignified transformation stage powerhouse, he couldn't even handle his senior brother's formation. And now he had fallen into a mud pit, turning him into a laughingstock. Moreover, enduring such humiliation would surely affect his Tao heart. The sword path is one of relentless advancement. Just now he had admitted defeat in the formation, but outside the formation, he would definitely be the victor. He would destroy this broken formation. Lei Lai suddenly threw his head back and laughed madly, but there was no hint of laughter in his eyes. Gripping the fire sword, he unleashed a furious onslaught against the formation. However, no matter how he swung his sword, the sword energy dissipated into nothingness as soon as it touched the edge of the peach grove. The more he slashed, the angrier he became, and the angrier he got. The more he slashed, falling into a kind of mad loop. Is Master going insane? Lu Weining blinked in shock. Baiji shot her a resentful glare. This girl knew that her master appeared fierce, but was actually fragile inside. Having been struck in Mu Changge's formation was bad enough, but she had fallen again. "Senior, will Master go mad like this?" Mu Changge shook his head, his eyes full of mirth. "It's fine. Let him vent a little. Once he's tired, he will naturally calm down." He couldn't help but know about the little tricks Lu Weining was pulling behind the scenes. The reason he didn't stop it was that it wouldn't harm Lei Lai. Although his junior brother had rapidly improved due to the fire pill, seizing the natural creations of the world and changing his own roots, he had a significant drawback. He was easily angered and extremely irritable, his temperament affected. Only by venting could he return to his true self. Sure enough, not long after, Lei Lai stopped, panting heavily, leaning on the fire sword. His forehead was dripping with sweat, and his face was flushed. He was clearly quite tired, and the hostility surrounding him had diminished significantly. Baiji looked serious, seemingly not expecting that the illusory dream, heart-confounding formation set up by Mu Changge not only had the effect of confusing and trapping enemies, but was also so powerful even from outside the formation. She secretly clenched her small fist and murmured, "If this formation had an offensive capability, it would be truly perfect." Perhaps not. Mu Changge smiled slightly. "Your master has tired himself out, so let this formation send him on his way." He raised his hand and gently waved. The spiritual energy in the formation surged suddenly, and the long-accumulated power erupted explosively. The runes at the edge of the formation flashed with brilliant light, and then a powerful force rebounded from the formation. Just as Lei Lai had stopped to catch his breath, he hadn't reacted yet when he suddenly sensed a familiar force rushing toward him. It was the sword energy he had previously unleashed, which was now absorbed and rebounded by the formation. Boom! With a loud bang, Lei Lai was struck and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. His figure traced a graceful arc in the air, accompanied by a piercing scream, disappearing into the horizon. Master has turned into a shooting star again. Lu Weining stared at this scene in disbelief. Her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg in it. Baiji was also stunned, taking a while to come back to her senses. Why say again? Because yesterday, Master had been kicked into a shooting star by Senior Mu. Lu Weining realized her slip of the tongue and looked at Baiji, who was in shock. Covering her mouth, "Sister, I didn't say anything. You don't know anything?" Baiji nodded dumbly, her little heart shaking uncontrollably. Senior Mu only had the cultivation of the golden core stage. How did he manage to kick her master into a shooting star? This senior. The more one interacted with him, the more one felt his terrifying nature. Luckily, he was one of their own. Otherwise, Bixiao Palace might truly be in some trouble. Unknowingly, her gaze toward Mu Changge became particularly gentle, as if a different charm was flowing, and her cheeks flushed with a barely noticeable rosy hue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the fortune girl Baiji, with a progress of 60, and receiving a fortune value refund of 2,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward, the fragment of the chaotic evolution technique, internal cultivation method. As the system's voice faded, Mu Changge frowned slightly. Such a powerful technique is merely a fragment. How formidable would the complete version be? Senior, isn't this a bit too cruel? Baiji couldn't help but smile and cry at the same time. Lei Lai is indeed her master, although she wanted to learn formation techniques from Senior Mu. Escaping from the lecture was a mistake in the first place. Now, that Lei Lai came personally to find them. It was because he was frustrated with them, which was also a form of care. It's fine. Junior brother Lei is tough and won't be easily broken. Mu Changge's eyes were filled with amusement. Besides, wasn't he quite capable just now? Let him taste his own sword energy. Baiji couldn't help but smile, silently mourning for her master. She understood that Mu Changge did this to help Lei Lai vent his pent-up frustration, so she had no intention of blaming him. Moreover, it was Mu Changge who was protecting them. How could they blame him? The blame lay with them, and they could just apologize to their master later. The biggest gain from this trip was that Lei Lai no longer stopped the two of them from learning alchemy and formation techniques. At Tian Sword Peak in the square, the lecture given by Lung Qing in place of Lei Lai had already ended, but no one dared to leave. Junior brother, do you know where master went? Why hasn't he returned yet? Below, on the cushions, Fei Yangyang whispered to Wang Chong beside him. Wang Chong looked up and saw a streak of light rapidly descending from the sky, saying he's coming. Boom! With a loud bang, Lei Lai fell headfirst onto the cushion above the square, his legs swinging in the air before they limply dropped down. The flame sword, with a clang, stabbed into the ground beside him, its blade slightly trembling. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone was dumbfounded. What happened to master? Fei Yangyang twitched at the corner of his eye, wondering if someone had beaten him up. That couldn't be possible. Their master was the head of Tian Sword Peak, who had the ability to beat him. Wang Chong shook his head, mother hen. After Lung Qing came to her senses, she suppressed a laugh. Master, are you okay? Lei Lai's head was buried in the cushion. Suddenly, he exerted force and pulled out his head. His face was flushed, his hair disheveled, and there were some grass clippings stuck to his forehead. Looking at the astonished expressions of everyone, Lei Lai cleared his throat twice to cover his embarrassment. He patted off the dust on his body and said with a feigned calmness, I was just practicing a new sword technique called flying immortal from beyond the heavens. You don't need to be alarmed. I see, Fei Yangyang exclaimed. That's why Master couldn't possibly have been beaten. He and Wang Chong exchanged glances and then asked Master, why were you upside down while practicing this flying immortal from beyond the heavens? Good question. Lei Lai smiled, his eyes shining coldly. It helps one better comprehend the power of heaven and earth when upside down. Fei Yangyang was stunned. Beside him, Wang Chong obediently followed his master's command and spun him around 3 times. Only then did Lei Lai smile and say, you all don't understand. Being upside down allows for a better understanding of the forces of heaven and earth. That annoying Mu Changge made him lose face in front of all the disciples. But he had to admit that this senior brother was always hard to see through. Perhaps the phrase deeply hidden and unassuming referred to him. Master, is that so? All disciples of Tian Sword Peak, one by one, were head down, creating a uniform scene. Lei Lai, Lung Qing Chapter 35, The 9 Heavens Thunder Sword Technique in the Peach Forest. Senior, we should take our leave. Baiji bowed and said, I have learned a lot from your guidance today, and will come again to express my gratitude. Sister, don't wait until another day. Why not offer yourself as a companion to the senior? You would definitely learn more. She covered her forehead, wearing a wronged expression. Sister has learned badly from senior sister and bullies me. Your cute little junior sister. Who told you to talk nonsense? Baiji's face turned crimson as she explained to Mu Changge, Senior, my junior sister has such a personality. I hope you won't take offense. It's fine. Mu Changge's gaze was gentle as he stroked his beard. White girl, since you are interested in formation techniques, I happen to have a classic on formations here. You may take it to study. An ancient book appeared in his hand, with the words true explanation of formation techniques written on the cover. Baiji took it and looked through it, revealing a hint of shock. Senior, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Although she wanted the formation classic very much. She could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary, but she had nothing to offer in return. No matter how precious the book was, it was still just an object. Mu Changge smiled and waved his hand. If it can help you, that is its value. I hope you do not waste your talent, and can do more for the Bixiao Palace in the future. Baiji hesitated, her throat feeling tight. He had been quietly protecting the Bixiao Palace and looking after them, the younger generation. No wonder such a woman as senior sister would melt for him. Even she, having only known this senior for a day in the peach forest, felt a myriad of unexplainable emotions in her heart. His face was clearly old, yet his eyes were exceptionally clear, as if he only wanted to burn himself to do more for them. Moreover, she felt that Elder Mu's aging face was much more handsome than all the male disciples of the sect in their prime. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the fated daughter Baiji, with a progress of 70, earning a return of 2,000 luck points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward, the Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique, Heaven-Level Cultivation Method. As the system's prompt echoed in Mu Changge's mind, Baiji trembled as she took the classic. Lu Weining saw the affectionate and shy look in her senior sister's eyes and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Very good, just like that. My dear senior sister, quickly fall for him so that we sisters can capture Senior Mu and make outstanding contributions to Tian Sword Peak. Mu Changge's large hand unintentionally brushed against her small hand, causing Baiji's face to heat up even more. She averted her gaze. The junior will strive to study formations diligently and not disappoint the senior's kindness. Formation techniques are vast and profound. I only understand a little. Mu Changge smiled at Baiji. If you're interested, you can come to the Peach Forest often in the future, and we can exchange more. Snap! Lu Weining snapped her fingers and leaned closer to Baiji's ear. Senior sister, what Elder Mu said is right. Only through exchange can there be flow. Ow. You hit me again. She received a light tap on her little head, immediately looking aggrieved. What I said is the truth. Mu Changge lightly coughed and handed another book to Baiji, instructing her, this is for your master. He has always wanted it, but didn't know it was with me. Baiji glanced at the cover, which read 9 Heavens Thunder Sword Technique. This was the supreme sword technique of the Bixiao Palace. Did he just give it away? Looking at her incredulous expression, Mu Changge turned around. Whether it be cultivation methods or secret techniques, to me, they are merely external objects. Then, he turned back and smiled. With this, if your master wants to punish you again, he won't have a reason. Upon hearing this, Baiji lowered her head even more, seemingly trying to hide her already flushed cheeks. It turned out that the senior provided the classic for her master out of concern for her being punished. He was so warm-hearted. She wished she could stay in this peach forest with the senior, living a life like in a paradise. If only she had come to Bixiao Palace earlier and made the acquaintance of the senior. Drip! A drop of clear water fell onto the calm surface of her heart, causing ripples to stir. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the fated daughter Baiji with a progress of 80, earning a return of 2,000 luck points. The system's prompt caused the corners of Mu Changge's mouth to curve upward, but Baiji did not see it. She looked at Mu Changge's back and felt that he was so magnificent. She raised her head and smiled. Senior, I bid farewell. Almost the moment the words left her mouth, she pulled Lu Weining away from the peach grove. Mu Changge looked at the flowing light in the sky and sighed softly. He wasn't sure if it was right to deceive the little girl like this, but without doing so, he wouldn't receive the system's rewards. And how could he ascend to the upper realm to find his little liar? Forget it. He only hoped to have a clear conscience. Mu Changge shook his head. He could tell the hidden meaning in Baiji's last words. The little girl no longer regarded herself as a junior. She wanted to draw closer to him. and all he could do was guide her more in the formation. With her talent, perhaps they would meet again in the upper realm. As Mu Changge lay back down on the rocking chair and waved his hand to release a spiritual body, that spiritual body seemed to sense his mood and actively leaned down onto his chest. It then took his large hand and pressed it against its cheek, smiling faintly as it closed its eyes. At Tianjian Peak, in the square, the disciples had already left, leaving only Lei Lai and Lung Qingshuang standing on a high platform. Lung Qingshuang smiled as she watched Bai Shi and Lu Weining return. Lei Lai remained with his arms crossed, turning his back to them, not saying a word. "Senior sister, has Master gone mute?" Lu Weining dared not approach and tugged at Bai Ji's sleeve. Bai Ji rolled her eyes. She hadn't seen this girl scared when they were escaping, but now she was afraid. "Master, your disciple has returned. Please punish me." The two knelt behind Lei Lai. After a moment of silence, Lei Lai chuckled. "With Brother Mu looking after you, how could I dare to punish you? Perhaps the gates of Tianjian Peak are too small to hold you." "Of course not, Master. We know we were wrong." Lu Weining pouted and shook Lei Lai's arm. "We just learned some alchemy and formation skills from Senior Mu to promote our Tianjian Peak in the future. Get up and speak." Lei Lai's tone softened significantly. Looking at Bai Ji as she stood up, he wondered if Mu really could teach them these things. He was puzzled about what his senior brother was up to. Clearly a cultivation failure, but since their meeting yesterday, he felt like a different person. Moreover, Bai Ji was quite steady and would never act recklessly like Lu Weining. "Senior taught me a formation called the 9 Turns Qian Kun formation, which can serve as a protective formation for our Tianjian Peak in the future. Also this." Bai Ji handed over a secret book, saying, "Senior said this book has always been in his possession, but since he hasn't seen you for many years, he asked us to deliver it to you. The 9 Heavens Thunder Sword Technique." Lei Lai's gaze was instantly drawn in, though he feigned indifference. Did Mu Changge think he was someone who could be easily dismissed with just a secret book? His eyes were still secretly glancing at the book, and his hands behind his back trembled slightly, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing his sleeve. TCH, clearly wanting it, yet pretending not to care. Lu Weining saw through him, but kept quiet, just clicking her tongue. "Well then, since Master doesn't care, we'll just return it to Senior Mu." "Stop." Lei Lai quickly snatched the secret book and stuffed it into his chest. "This fellow has insulted me, so this will be his apology to me. As for you too." Raising his eyes to see Lei Lai's half-smiling expression, Lu Weining couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 36. Threatened by the system after a moment. Lei Lai's lips curled into a grin, his smile more sinister. Lu Weining felt uneasy under his gaze, since he had accepted the generous gift from Senior Mu. Would he still punish them? That would be too unreasonable. Could Master really do such a thing? Lu Weining thought for a moment and realized that with Lei Lai's temperament, he indeed could. So she quickly tugged at Bai Ji's arm, signaling her to say something. "Please punish us, Master," Bai Ji said earnestly, "although we had our reasons. We have shown great disrespect by missing your teachings. We hope you will grant us punishment." "Disciples, how could I be that kind of person?" To Lu Weining's surprise, Lei Lai smiled and waved his hand at them. "Let this punishment go. You too can return." Lu Weining blinked her big, watery eyes. Was this really their master? Wasn't he usually hot-tempered and petty? Why was he suddenly so easy to talk to today? When she timidly looked up, noticing the smile on Lei Lai's lips and the red glow in his pupils, she couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably. Bai Ji felt a fine sweat bead on her forehead, biting her lip lightly. "Please punish us, Master." Their master valued his face the most, and today he lost face in Senior Mu's peach grove, all witnessed by the two of them. Even though Senior Mu had used the sword technique to absolve their sins, if Lei Lai didn't vent his anger, their future days wouldn't be easy. Afterwards, Lei Lai would likely make them enter seclusion, and he would personally set up barriers to seal them. Then they would completely lose their freedom. "Sai, since you are so sincerely asking for punishment, I will reluctantly give a light one." Lei Lai walked between them, patted their shoulders, and said, "You will copy the sect rules 1,000 times. 1,000 times." Lu Weining was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to just be a casual gesture? This was really too casual. Bai Ji also looked lifeless. "Which master are you, really? Just so petty." "Qingshuang, you are responsible for watching them. They're not allowed to leave until they finish copying. Lei Lai glanced back, and then transformed into a stream of light. Long Qingshuang withdrew her gaze, then took Lu Weining and Baizhi back with her. After arranging for them to sit down, she took out a thick book of sect rules and placed it in front of the two. Start now 1,000 times. You can't leave until you finish. Her smile was enigmatic. Senior sister, are you serious? Lu Weining shook her arm. Senior sister, please spare us. This book of rules is so thick. If we have to write it 1,000 times, when will it end? This is Master's order. Begging me won't work. Long Qingshuang glanced at her indifferently, arms crossed. Really? What were you doing earlier? Don't you care about this, senior sister? Lu Weining's eyes flickered as she pouted. TCH. What Master's order? You wouldn't care to check if we had copied it or not. She leaned closer to Long Qingshuang's ear. Senior sister. Is it because we went to Senior Mu's place without bringing you that you're feeling unbalanced? That makes sense. This young lady was really too clever. She was just jealous. Who feels unbalanced? Long Qingshuang's pretty face flushed red as she turned around. Quickly write. You can't leave until you finish. Fine, let's write. Lu Weining and Baizhi exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. Baizhi looked at Long Qingshuang suspiciously, then at her rosy cheeks, realizing that their senior sister was truly feeling emotional. Sigh. It's all Senior Mu's fault for being so charming. Even senior sister has fallen for him. Why did you say even? Baizhi's face flushed slightly, and the image of Mu Changge flashed through her mind involuntarily. She quickly dismissed the distracting thoughts and picked up the pen to begin copying seriously. An hour later, Long Qingshuang was resting with her eyes closed when she suddenly heard Lu Weining's voice. I'm done. She hummed a little tune and casually tossed the paper. So fast. Baizhi was surprised. She hadn't even finished one copy, yet this girl had completed everything. How did she do it? Long Qingshuang took it and looked down, instantly stunned. The paper was densely filled with the words sect rules, exactly 1,000 times, not one less, quite meticulous. Long Qingshuang threw Lu Weining's great work over to Baizhi and herself, gritting her teeth. Stinky girl, you really know how to take shortcuts. Senior sister, don't wrong me. Lu Weining spread her hands, looking innocent. Master said to copy the sect rules 1,000 times, and I followed his instructions strictly. Besides, he never said I had to copy the content. Long Qingshuang's forehead was covered in black lines. She found herself unable to refute this. If only this cleverness was used in cultivation, how could she be only at the mere 3rd stage of the golden core? Puffed. Baizhi couldn't help but laugh out loud. The little junior sister was really quite adorable, and she seemed to have a point. I completed my task. Senior Mu taught me many things, but I haven't digested them yet. She walked cheerfully toward the door, then turned back. All right, senior sister, I kiss Senior Mu, and I promised to repay him. How outrageous! Long Qingshuang felt as if her little heart had been stabbed by a sharp object. Buzz! The long sword was drawn, and a sharp sword shot straight towards Lu Weining. Lu Weining let out a miserable scream, her body like a kite with a broken string, tracing a beautiful arc in the air, accompanied by wails, before disappearing into the horizon. Gulp. Baizhi swallowed hard. She was jealous. It must be jealousy. The little junior sister's cleverness didn't provoke her anger, and she even turned a blind eye, but as soon as Senior Mu was mentioned, that anger couldn't be contained. Why did the little junior sister do this, provoking the senior sister, when it was herself who would suffer? Lu Weining just wanted to make Long Qingshuang feel the urgency. Otherwise, if that little girl from the outer sect succeeded, they would be the ones embarrassed. At the foot of Tianjian Peak, Lu Weining hung from a tree branch, her arms dangling, looking quite awkward. Puffed. She spat out the leaves from her mouth and sighed. Sacrificing herself to enter the game was too much, but fortunately, she fell in the direction of that spirit herb field from last time, just in time to pick some to give to Senior Mu. In the peach forest, Mu Changge closed his eyes and pretended to nap, while a spirit figure fed him spirit fruits and poured him wine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of Fortune Baizhi with a progress rate of 80, gaining a fortune value return of 2,000 points. Afterwards, Mu Changge looked at the light screen that appeared before him. His total fortune value had accumulated to a full 80,000. His eyes were full of smiles. System. Did the sword technique I sent really touch that girl Bai Ji? After a moment of silence, the system chimed in, detected that Lung Qingxuang is jealous for you, and Bai Ji has once again developed admiration for you. Hence the courting is successful. Mu Changge was stunned upon hearing this. No, that girl actually likes an old man like me. He had originally just wanted to boost his favorability by sending a sword technique, and incidentally give Lei Lai a sweet date, but he didn't expect Lung Qingxuang to get jealous. This plot development was a bit off. He merely wanted to earn some fortune points and gain some extra rewards, so that one day, when his cultivation soared, he could reunite with Xiao Lier in the upper realm. But how did he end up in an emotional debt? System, do you think I'm being a bit excessive? He always felt that deceiving someone's feelings in this way was a bit scummy. If it were the previous Blue Star, he would definitely be the kind of person people both loved and hated. AC King. Host, courting the daughter of fortune is your main way to gain fortune value. As for emotional issues, the system does not interfere. System, do you think there is a mother system in this world? The host has the right to remain silent. Every word after this will become your last words. Chapter 37. Scared crying the daughter of fortune the next day. Ding. New daughter of fortune detected. Does the host wish to court? Mu Changge raised an eyebrow in his rocking chair, secretly curious about who the newly detected daughter of fortune was. An information screen appeared before him. Name, Shun Biao. Identity, outer sect disciple of Bixiao Palace. Cultivation, Qi refining stage 10. Fortune value, 8,000 can be courted. Physique, profound in-spirit body. Personality, soft on the outside, tough on the inside, meticulous, occasionally a bit tsundere. Remarks, heard about the host deeds through Lin Wanner. Filled with curiosity, gave all her spirit stones to Lin Wanner to meet the host. Special reminder, this girl has a bond with the host. Mu Changge felt puzzled. How could an outer sect disciple have a bond with him? But Lin Wanner was quite the businesswoman. Shun Biao was Lin Wanner's best friend in the outer sect, and her changes couldn't be hidden from Shun Biao. Lin Wanner quietly told her about her guidance in the Peach Forest, and in exchange, she naturally gave all her spirit stones and cultivation resources. After all, secrets that are too easily obtained are never truly valued. Additionally, with Lung Qingxuang and Lu Weining watching closely on Tianjin Peak, there might be others intervening as well. Compared to them, she was isolated and helpless. Before going into seclusion, Lin Wanner thought of the strategy of pulling in allies, which was Shun Biao. This is interesting. While he was thinking about how to find this new daughter of fortune, he sensed fluctuations from the formation in the Peach Forest. Under the operation of his heavenly eye, he saw a girl in a light blue dress cautiously walking into the Peach Forest. She had a delicate appearance, with features like a painting, carrying a hint of nervousness and curiosity. The moment Shun Biao entered the Peach Forest, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The originally clear path gradually became blurred, and the trees around seemed to be moving. Hey! Shun Biao was startled. She turned to look back and found that the path she came from had disappeared. What's going on? She panicked, looking around, and realized she seemed to be trapped in a maze. No matter how she walked, the scenery around her kept repeating, and she couldn't find a way out. Senior Mu, where are you? Shun Biao couldn't help but shout, her voice mixed with panic. Mu Changge sat in the rocking chair, smiling, but deliberately did not offer help. System, this girl is trapped in the formation. Should I save her? He asked with a smile. Courting the daughter of fortune is the main way to gain fortune value. How to court is up to you, the system replied. Hearing this, Mu Changge twitched the corner of his eye. This pesky system didn't mention non-interference. It was the one that strongly suggested that kind of courting advice when Lin Wanner first appeared. He chuckled. Since that's the case, let her be confused for a while longer. Once she has thoroughly panicked, it would be easier to boost favorability when he helped her out, right? The system was speechless, making a disdainful sound. Host, you're really something. In the formation, Shun Biao grew increasingly anxious. She just wanted Senior Mu to guide her cultivation. Yet she hadn't even seen him before getting trapped in the formation. Lin Wanner hadn't told her there was a formation here. What should she do? How could she get out? Shun Biao's footsteps quickened involuntarily, but no matter how she walked, the scenery around her kept repeating. She just couldn't find a way out. Senior Mu, where are you? Help, Wa! No, it's just being trapped in a formation. Did this girl really need to cry? With such temperament? She clearly hadn't been tempered enough. Mu Changge sighed, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Girl, don't be afraid. I'll take you out. He entered the peach forest, reaching out to put his hand on Shun Biao's shoulder, wrapping her body in gentle, spiritual energy. Shun Biao felt a flash before her eyes, and the surrounding scenery quickly blurred, as if being pulled by an invisible force. She instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself standing in a tranquil courtyard. The courtyard was surrounded by peach trees, with petals drifting in the wind, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. On a stone table, there was a pot of hot tea, the aroma wafting, refreshing to the heart. Where is this? She looked around in confusion. It seemed like someone had patted her to come here before. Mu Changge stood behind her, smiling gently. Don't be alarmed. This is my little courtyard. Why, you are Senior Mu? Shun Biao was startled for a moment. As she turned around, she saw a very kind face and watched as he slowly sat down on the stone bench beside her, taking a sip of tea. Just as Wanner said, he was an easygoing old man. Even though he appeared no longer young, he still couldn't hide the handsomeness of his youth. But why did this elder seem vaguely familiar? Please sit down. Mu Changge gestured and said, Come, have some tea. Hello, Senior. My name is Shun Biao, and I'm a good friend of Wanner. Thank you for saving me earlier. I was truly rude. Shun Biao shyly stepped forward and waved her hand, revealing a basket on the table filled with freshly picked spirit fruits. This is just a small token from me. I hope you won't mind. As she spoke, she quietly observed Mu Changge. This elder seemed to have only the cultivation of the golden core stage and did not hide his aura at all, but his methods were mysterious and unpredictable. She had heard that he was also proficient in alchemy, and, combined with the formation he had just displayed, she grew more convinced that this elder was indeed a reclusive expert living here. No need for formality. Since you are Wanner's friend, there is no need to be reserved in front of me. Mu Changge waved his hand. This is our first meeting, and I haven't prepared anything. Here, I have a spirit stone that you can use for cultivation. He took out the spirit stone from his sleeve and placed it on the stone table. Shun Biao's expression changed slightly. This was no ordinary spirit stone, but a top-grade spirit stone, unique in its kind, containing spiritual energy surpassing that of 100 ordinary spirit stones. Although she was considered a talented disciple in the outer sect, her resources for cultivation were limited, and she had never seen such a precious spirit stone before. It was as if this top-grade spirit stone was nothing special in his eyes. He was indeed wealthy. This item is just an external possession to me. Mu Changge interrupted her before she could refuse. Consider it a compensation for scaring you earlier in the peach grove. Looking at his smiling face and sincerity, a warm current surged in Shun Biao's heart. For some reason, in front of this elder, she felt a warmth of home. No, it was a feeling she had never experienced at home. She had a difficult fate from a young age, born in a remote mountain village. Her parents were ordinary farmers with a poor family background. Her mother was hard-working and capable, while her father was indulgent, fond of gambling. When she was 12, a plague struck and her mother died. To pay off his gambling debts, her father even planned to sell her into a brothel. Fortunately, an elder passed by, saved her, and brought her to Bixiao Palace, allowing her to become a disciple here, leading her onto an unusual path. Shun Biao's beautiful eyes reflected the outline of Mu Changge, and her hand holding the teacup began to tremble uncontrollably. The image in her pupils gradually overlapped with that of the immortal figure from 10 years ago. So was this elder Mu was her savior from back then, though he had no beard at that time, and he didn't remember her. But it didn't matter. She remembered. And in the future, she would seek opportunities to repay this elder well. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering the fortune girl, Shun Biao. Conquest progress 30. Gained 2,400 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Xian Yin True Scripture, Earth-level cultivation technique, suitable for Xian Yin's spiritual body cultivation. Chapter 38. Lonely Yin does not give birth. Lonely Yang does not grow. Thank you, Senior. I will pick more spirit fruits for you another day. She accepted the spirit stone and smiled. I heard Wanner say she also needs to tidy up the courtyard for you, but she is still in seclusion. If you don't mind, I can help in her place. No need. You should focus on your cultivation studies. Mu Changge put down his teacup and secretly asked the system what had happened. How had he directly conquered so much? Although he had given her a top-grade spirit stone, it shouldn't be enough for this girl to develop such strong feelings for him. Lin Wanner was an exception. They had met for the first time and had an in-depth conversation, and after his heartfelt expression, it was no surprise he garnered such results. This Xin Biao had only come to the Peach Grove through Lin Wanner. They had no other connection. Moreover, why did the way she looked at him carry a hint of an inscrutable sentiment? The host saved a homeless girl 10 years ago during his travels and brought her to Bixiao Palace, thus creating a bond. Mu Changge suddenly remembered and fell into a memory. 10 years ago, Yun Qingli was in her last seclusion, preparing for the heavenly tribulation to ascend to the upper realm. He was worried that Yun Qingli might not survive the tribulation and that she would leave him after transcending. Unable to calm his mind, he decided to travel to the mortal world, and upon his return, he happened to encounter a few villains trying to sell a little girl into that filthy place. He saved her and brought her back to Bixiao Palace. After entering the outer sect, he had never paid attention to her again. So it was her. Mu Changge took a good look at the girl, who was very different from 10 years ago. Now, she had grown in all the right places, yet her eyes remained unchanged. It was no wonder she recognized him first. It was understandable that the conquest progress had jumped to 30. However, since she chose not to acknowledge him, Mu Changge also wouldn't expose it. It was more comfortable this way, and the girl wouldn't feel pressured. After getting the answer, he secretly asked the system why this girl with a Xianyin spiritual body had only reached the Qi refining stage after 10 years. This was something he couldn't comprehend. He didn't know the true purpose of the Xianyin spiritual body, but every person with an extraordinary physique should be different. Just like Lin Wanner's Ling Su body, she couldn't break through because the sex techniques were incompatible with her. However, based on his observations, Xin Biao did not seem to be stuck at a bottleneck. Instead, she was in a normal cultivation phase, just progressing quite slowly, to the point where she was not much different from ordinary talented disciples. Ding! Xin Biao's fate is special, and her future achievements are limitless. If the host successfully conquers her, he will gain a large amount of fortune points. Furthermore, Lonely Yin does not give birth. Lonely Yang does not grow. Although the Xianyin spiritual body is a top-tier physique, it needs to be complemented by Xianyang energy to unleash its true potential. Mu Changge finally understood that Xin Biao's slow progress over the years was due to her excessive Xianyin energy without the balancing Xianyang energy, making it difficult for her to break through. System, is there a way to resolve the issue of her excessive Xianyin energy? Mu Changge asked after taking a sip of tea. The host can use Xianyang items or celestial-grade Xianyang techniques to help Xin Biao balance her Yin and Yang energies. Note: the host is an immaculate Tao body. System, what do you mean? Mu Changge squinted his eyes, a bad premonition creeping in. There is no way he could possess celestial-grade techniques, nor could he give them away. As for Xianyang items, he felt that what this dog system referred to was not ordinary stuff. Sure enough. Ding. Suggest dual cultivation. Damn it. Mu Changge's forehead throbbed, and he directly threw the teacup in his hand away. History always repeats itself. Lin Wanner was a case where he had no choice but to activate the system. Did it really think he had no bottom line? Moreover, this girl had a pitiful background. How could he possibly humiliate her? The sudden action startled Xin Biao, who stood up with a pale face, lightly biting her thin lip, her eyes red. But Biao disturbed the senior. That was my moment of loss of composure. It has nothing to do with you. Mu Changge composed his emotions, a gentle smile on his face. Come, have some tea. Xin Biao nodded, lowered her head to savor the refreshing tea aroma, and took a small sip. As she swallowed the tea, her eyes suddenly brightened. She felt a warm current flowing through her limbs, stirring the spiritual energy within her meridians, making it circulate more smoothly. The tea you have is truly remarkable. May I ask its name? Just this one cup surpasses countless spirit fruits she has gathered, and the senior has even gifted her a top-grade spirit stone. This made Xin Biao feel a bit guilty. She hadn't had the chance to repay the favor, but had once again received the senior's kindness. This tea is called Lingyun tea, personally made by me. It has the effect of warming the meridians and harmonizing spiritual energy. If you like it, I will give you a pound. Mu Changge smiled and waved his hand, and a delicate jade box appeared on the table, filled with tea leaves emitting a faint spiritual light. Shun Biao's small face showed a hint of panic. Senior, I have already disturbed you by coming here. How could I dare accept such precious spirit tea? It's just something I made in my leisure time, not a precious item. Since you like it, take it. Mu Changge waved his hand with a smile. You have an excess of Xian energy in your body. This tea will be beneficial for you. And it's just a small token from me. He sighed again. I was angry just now because I thought about those elders in the outer sect who are neglecting your situation. If this continues, it will only affect your cultivation. So the senior was angry for this reason? Shun Biao's pretty face flushed slightly. In fact, some elders had mentioned the matter of partners to her. But she did not agree, and unexpectedly, the senior saw through her. Why didn't you agree? Mu Changge asked with a smile. I have someone in my heart. Her pretty face turned red, and her fingers clenched around the cup until they turned white. He saved me. Without him, there would be no me today. As Shun Biao put away the spirit tea, she secretly glanced at Mu Changge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for courting the luckiest girl, Shun Biao. Progress 50. You have received a luck value return of 1,600 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward. Xian Yang Pill can harmonize yin and yang energies, helping Shun Biao break through her cultivation bottleneck. Mu Changge was stunned. System, don't you have a way? Keep it up, keep it up. This dog-like system. One moment, it's urging him to act like a beast, and the next moment, it gives him this reward. Fortunately, he has some integrity. The Xian Yang Pill is only for harmonization and cannot solve fundamental problems. It is advised that the host take up arms and ride forth. I'll ride your sister. Mu Changge's face darkened as he cursed inwardly. He turned to Shun Biao, who was looking at him shyly. The outer sex assessment is coming up soon. If you miss this one, you'll have to wait another 3 years. Since Wanner is participating, do you have any intention to join? Aye. She bit her thin lip. With my strength, it will be very difficult to achieve good results. Even if I participate, it would just be a waste of opportunity. Although one qualifies to participate at the 9th level of Qi refining, most participants have already broken through to foundation establishment. With her 10th level cultivation, it would be embarrassing to go, so it's better to temporarily give up and wait for the next 3-year period to break through before participating. Mu Changge understood her concerns. It is indeed difficult for Shun Biao to stand out in the assessment, but since he has that bond with her, how could he sit by and do nothing? Chapter 39. The God of Wine Curse, do not belittle yourself. Mu Changge smiled. You have exceptional talent, but you're temporarily hindered by the excessive Xian energy in your body. Since we are fated, how can I let you leave empty-handed? Does the senior mean? Is he going to help her again? He is still the same as before, not caring about rewards, driven only by passion. Senior Mu, you are really warm-hearted. This is the Xian Yang Pill, which can harmonize yin and yang energies. Mu Changge handed the pill to Shun Biao. Taking it will open your path to foundation establishment, and you'll have a greater chance in the outer sect assessment. Shun Biao couldn't tell the specific grade of the pill, but since it was given to her by a senior, it must be extraordinary. She held the pill, didn't refuse, and without extra words, stood up and deeply bowed to Mu Changge. Years later, even if he no longer recognizes her, he treats her just as well. Furthermore, ever since she entered the Bixiao Palace, although the senior did not explicitly mention anything, those elders had never neglected her presence. Lin Wanner befriended her for this reason. That girl often envied her, as she received more spirit stones each month than ordinary disciples. Perhaps this is fate. She secretly vowed that in the future, after achieving success, she will repay the senior's kindness. Mu Changge waved his hand to stop her. If you bow to me again, it won't be gratitude. It will be sending me away. Puchi. Shun Biao laughed. Senior, you are really humorous. A person who is not romantic is a waste. Are you referring to being humorous? Looking at her tilted little head, Mu Changge waved his hand. Fortunately, I am only a little humorous. Mainly, I am very romantic. Then may I ask, what is romance? Is the senior hinting at her? He spends all day in the peach grove. How lonely must it be? Moreover, When he saved her while passing by that place of flowers and willow, did he really just pass by? Or did he intend to go in for some amusement, only to be interrupted by those bad people and return to the Bixiao Palace? Which explains why the senior looked so gloomy at that time. So, it was all her fault for ruining the senior's mood. If he didn't mind being served a bit, it wouldn't be such a big deal. Shen Biao's heart raced like a startled deer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for courting the luckiest girl, Shen Biao. Progress, 60. You have received a luck value return of 800 points. Is this really possible? Mu Changge couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. If he knew Shen Biao's true thoughts, he might be so angry that he would smash the table. For him, that would be a pure insult to his character. Just one little girl he couldn't handle, let alone having spare stock for others. Unaware of the situation, Mu Changge decided to earn another wave of luck points in this manner. As for romance, it boils down to 2 key points: be a little flirtatious and a little leisurely. Ah, Senior, you are so annoying. You've taught me badly. Senior, how can you say that? She is just a little girl who has not experienced such things. But why did she understand? It's all Wanru's fault. She often uses romantic novels to exchange for her spirit stones, and after seeing so much, she understands. Would this reaction make Senior Mu think she is an improper girl? What I taught you is the way to manage people. He laughed heartily. Just think, in the future, when you have a partner, once you have them firmly in your grasp. At that time, regardless of what treasures they have, even if they feel wrong, they won't wrong you. The senior is right. You are truly knowledgeable and talented. Shen Biao smiled with her eyes narrowed. How does he manage to speak such nonsense seriously while sounding so reasonable? Mu Changge feigned modesty as he stroked his beard. I only know a little. In the process of getting along, one must remember to balance relaxation and tension to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Relax and tension? What specifically does that mean? Is it what she understands? Or is the senior enlightening her? Shen Biao's heart raced as she poured him tea. Senior, please have some tea. Mu Changge raised the teacup and drank it all in one go, accidentally burning his tongue, causing Shen Biao to tremble. The senior is so cute. How wonderful it would be to stay in the peach grove like this with the senior forever. Shen Biao held the teacup, her gaze passing through the rising tea mist, landing on the smiling face across from her. At this moment, it seemed that this peach grove, this cup of tea, and this person had become the most beautiful scenery in her heart. In the depth of the peach grove, the fragrance of tea surrounds, a gentle breeze caresses, and the heart is at ease. If I could always be by your side, I would not waste this life, nor this autumn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for courting the luckiest girl, Shen Biao. Progress, 70. You have received a luck value return of 800 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward, God of Wine Curse. Using all cultivation as a guide, strike a fatal blow. Mu Changge sighed inwardly. Life is like a play. All depends on acting skills. In order to court these lucky girls, he was almost becoming omnipotent. Shen Biao also knew that Mu Changge would not really burn himself with the tea. She just thought his playful demeanor was very cute. Light footsteps came from outside the peach grove, accompanied by 2 graceful silhouettes. Sister, stay close to me, otherwise you'll get trapped in this maze. Lu Wenying said with a hint of excitement. The formations created by her senior were quite impressive. Her master had been sent flying like a meteor in an instant, which was so much fun, giggling away. After copying the rules last night, she had started studying alchemy. Who would have thought that by dawn? She still hadn't managed to refine any pills. And then her senior sister barged into her room? She claimed it was to apologize for the rudeness the day before. But it was clear that she was actually provoked. Lu Wenying stopped laughing and encouraged Lung Qingshuang. Sister, be brave. If you like him, you should say it out loud. When you see Senior Mu, ask him for a mark, and then you can enter and exit this formation freely. Bang! Lung Qingshuang couldn't help but give her a light knock on the head. You silly girl. If you're going to talk, can you be a bit more serious? She crossed her arms in front of her chest, half smiling. If Master hears what you just said, he might make you fly around the entire Bixiao Palace. Cut it out. He won't hear it, Lu Wenying said, tugging at Lung Qingshuang's hand as they entered the formation's coverage area. As they walked, she continued, Master is definitely practicing the sword technique Senior Mu gave him. Not necessarily, Lung Qingshuang replied, taking out the recording orb she had taken from Lu Weiniang last time. What is this? Ah, sister, you return it to me. Lu Weiniang panicked. Dream on. As the two of them disappeared from sight, a middle-aged man in a fiery red robe arrived outside the formation. It was Lei Lai. He twitched his lips, gritting his teeth. This little girl actually dared to mock me. She is simply lawless. Fortunately, I followed her secretly. As long as I follow them, I will surely find the eye of the formation and destroy this broken array to vindicate myself. Otherwise, how can I, the esteemed head of the Sword Peak, show my face in front of my disciples? Senior brother, I'm here again. Lei Lai raised the corners of his mouth. A red ribbon tied to his forehead with the words victory written on it. This time, I will definitely win. Inside the formation, Lei Lai cautiously followed behind them. Long Qingshuang frowned slightly, realizing something was unusual only after entering. Fortunately, Lu Weiniang was guiding her, otherwise she would have wandered into an illusion and lost her way long ago. This peach grove seemed no different from usual, but in reality, every peach tree and every petal was part of the formation. Lu Weiniang noticed her unusual demeanor and smiled. Are you scared by Senior Mu's formation? Yeah, she replied, shaking her head with a smile. He seems more like a puzzle, making it hard to see his true self. Whether in alchemy or formations, achieving mastery in either requires countless efforts and years of research. The path of alchemy requires proficiency in pharmacology, timing, technique, and repeated deductions. Any slight misstep could ruin everything. The path of formations is even more profound and mysterious, requiring an understanding of the principles of heaven and earth and the changes of the 5 elements to set up intricate arrays. Both fields are incredibly challenging, and a common cultivator who masters one of them can stand out among the masses. But Senior Mu seems to be able to do everything. The pills he casually refines are top grade, and the formations he sets up leave even powerful masters like our own teacher helpless. Such achievements are far from what he claims to know a little about. Long Qingshuang's gaze fell deep into the peach grove, her admiration for Mu Changge growing stronger. This senior had lived in seclusion for many years, rarely showing himself, and despite appearing ordinary, he possessed achievements that were hard to reach. Of course, Lu Weiniang giggled as she leaned closer to her ear. Why don't you quickly get to know Senior Mu better and learn more about him? Long Qingshuang shot her a mock fierce glare. Lu Weiniang shrugged, signed to herself about when she would be able to truly know Senior Mu. In Bixiao Palace, there were many disciples and elders, but none were like him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully charming the lucky girl Lu Weiniang. Charm progress 95. Earning 1,000 luck points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Mastery of refining techniques. From a moment those two girls entered the formation, Mu Changge had sensed their arrival, but they had not noticed the tail following them. Lei Lai was indeed becoming more unseemly for a master, tracking his disciples like this. As for what he intended to do, Mu Changge was well aware. Bixiao, do you have a suitable spiritual weapon? Mu Changge chuckled warmly, stroking his beard. If you need it, I can refine one for you. Just don't know what type of weapon you prefer. Are you accustomed to using a sword? It's not very elegant for a girl to use a knife. Most of the external disciples practiced sword-related techniques. If this girl performed well in the assessment, then Shinbio's luck points would all be added to him. I actually don't have a suitable spiritual weapon, just an ordinary long sword, Shinbio said, lowering her head shyly. If it's not too much trouble for you, I would be immensely grateful for your kindness. She glanced up sneakily, somewhat wondering if the senior recognized her. Otherwise, why would he take such special care of her? Do you have any requests? Mu Changge asked with a smile. Just leave it to you, senior. Shinbio thought for a moment, pursing her lips. As long as it's from you, I'll like it. This girl is quite good, learning the ways of persuasion so quickly. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he could easily see that Shinbio hesitated for a moment, wanting to make a request, but then changed her mind. However, how could this stump him? Mu Change's celestial eye glowed with a strange light as he appraised her. Shinbio suddenly felt as if she was being seen through, her face turning even hotter until Mu Changge withdrew his gaze, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Then I will refine a flowing cloud sword for you. Mu Changge smiled again. This sword is light as a cloud. It suits you perfectly. Shinbio stood up to express her thanks, feeling that the senior was very observant or perhaps very warm-hearted. At least, that is how she felt. She had never mentioned her preference for spiritual weapons to anyone. Even Lin Wanner didn't know that she had always liked agile and light sword techniques. Yet, Mu Changge saw through her thoughts at a glance, and even planned to tailor a flowing cloud sword just for her. Perhaps the senior had always been watching her from the shadows, not showing himself to avoid burdening her. How could she disappoint him? In this external disciple assessment, she must take first place. Only then would it be worth the senior's cultivation efforts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for charming the lucky girl, Shunbio, Charm Progress 80. Earning 800 luck points. Hearing the system's prompt, Mu Changge's lips curled slightly. Very good, it's already at 80%, and the total luck points have reached 86,004. Bio, you can go back now and come again the day after tomorrow to collect the sword. Mu Changge stood up, his gaze deep as he looked into the depths of the peach grove. I still have some matters to attend to. Once I'm done, I will refine the flowing cloud sword for you. He waved his hand, and Shunbio's graceful figure disappeared from the small courtyard. By the time she realized it, she had already left the peach grove. At this moment, inside the formation, Lu Weining and Lung Qingshuang's figures abruptly vanished before Lei Lai's eyes. He rubbed his eyes. Where did they go? Why can't I see them? This formation is indeed not simple. Lei Lai had thought that by following the two of them, he would be able to find the eye of the formation, but unexpectedly, he lost track of them at a critical moment. How is this possible? Veins throbbed on his forehead as he seemed to fall into an endless maze again. No matter how he walked, the scenes before him kept repeating. Finally, after a difficult exploration, he arrived under a peach tree that was different from the others. The trunk was covered in complex runes, emitting a faint aura of spiritual energy. And this was exactly where Lung Qingshuang and Lu Weining had suddenly disappeared. Got it. They definitely couldn't have vanished into thin air. This place must be the eye of the formation. Ha ha ha, this is it. Watch me break the formation with one sword. He grasped the flame sword without hesitation, flames roaring along the blade. Accompanied by a loud shout, he fiercely swung the sword. Boom! A scorching sword energy sliced through the sky. Just as it was about to strike the peach tree, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, swallowing his sword energy entirely. What? Lei Lai was stunned, and the peach grove shook violently. Countless petals fell from the tree, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, transforming into sharp sword energy that surged toward him. Lei Lai's pupils suddenly constricted, and he hurriedly swung his sword to defend. Unexpectedly, the scorching sword energy he had previously unleashed was rebounded by the formation, and its power was even greater. The sword energy, mixed with countless petals, surged toward Lei Lai like a fiery storm. How could this be possible? He silently cursed, and his figure shot straight into the sky. Just 10 zhang above the ground, he touched the transfer formation above, instantly moving back to his original position. Lei Lai was left in shock, his eyes reflecting the incoming sword intent. That sword intent hit him hard. I will come back. A gap opened above the peach grove. His figure transformed into a shining meteor, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 41. Another leg broken in the peach grove courtyard. Mu Changge leisurely sipped tea. If his formation were broken by someone who didn't understand formations, that would be a joke of the highest order. Lu Weining suddenly paused. Senior sister, did you hear something? It sounded like Master. Lung Qingshuang was gazing at the distant sky. Lu Weining covered her mouth, her face filled with astonishment. No wonder that voice sounded familiar. It was Master. He became a meteor again. So he was following us to find the eye of the formation? How could the esteemed head of the Tianjian Peak do such a thing? That is too disrespectful. He must want to follow them to locate the formation S core. But he seriously underestimated Mu's mastery of formations. Then, she saw Lung Qingshuang glance at her with a half-smile. Do you think Master heard what you said to me? So what if he did? Lu Weining's confidence clearly wavered, a hint of fear showing in her beautiful eyes. She straightened her chest. I have a powerful backing. If he dares to bully me, I'll ask Senior Mu to send him flying again. Lung Qingshuang face-palmed in exasperation. You're really something. Senior, I missed you so much after not seeing you for a night. Every time I see you, I feel so radiant. Lu Weiniang ran into the courtyard, dashing straight to Mu Changge and sitting on his legs, only to hear a crack. Huh? Senior, what was that sound? She tilted her head curiously. Mu Changge replied, my leg broke. Both Lu Weiniang and Lung Qingshuang were startled. After a thorough inspection, Lu Weiniang knelt beside him and looked up. No, Senior, you're fine. Aren't you? It's my other leg. Mu Changge cleared his throat. Another leg? Lu Weiniang was taken aback, and her entire face blushed. Until Mu Changge picked up the broken peachwood cane from the ground. Luckily, I have a spare. You should lose some weight, girl. Lu Weiniang was speechless. This is your other leg? She pointed at the broken cane, her eyelids twitching. What else? Mu Changge smiled teasingly. What did you think it was? And nothing. Lu Weiniang's cheeks turned crimson. Senior, you're really naughty. I thought it was. Ugh, so annoying. She covered her face with her hands, lowering her head, afraid to lift it up and reveal her embarrassment. Lung Qingshuang chuckled lightly. Senior's leg was broken by you. How do you plan to compensate? Lung Qingshuang couldn't help but laugh again. Senior is indeed impressive. Even a mischievous girl like your junior sister can be made obedient. Then how about I stay tonight and take care of Senior's rest? It sounded like a joke, accompanied by a playful wink, but her ears turned slightly red. Oof. Who told Senior to be so naughty, teasing her like this? Of course, she had to retaliate, especially after saying she should lose weight when she was clearly slim. But what if Senior really wanted her to stay? Becoming her master's sister-in-law seemed quite interesting. Just as Mu Changge felt helpless at the girl's antics, he suddenly heard the system's prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the luck girl Lu Weiniang with a progress of 95 and receiving 1,000 luck points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an extra reward of 10 years of lifespan. Mu Changge's mind was flooded with 1,000 alpacas. It was the right time to court. Could it be that this girl was serious? Lu Weiniang quickly took out various rare spiritual herbs she had prepared. Senior, I brought you a gift. How about using this as compensation? Meanwhile, Lei Lai's figure fell from the sky, landing on a branch of a tree on Tianjian Peak, precisely where Lu Weiniang had been knocked down by Lung Qingshuang twice. Fei Yangyang and Wang Chong were chatting and laughing as they walked along the path, holding a basket, preparing to pick some spiritual herbs to exchange for pills with the sect to enhance their cultivation. Suddenly, they saw a red light descending from the sky, crashing heavily onto the big tree. The branch shook violently, and leaves fell like a green rain. The two were startled by the sudden commotion, almost dropping the basket in their hands. What is that? Fei Yangyang quickly pulled Wang Chong in front of him. Junior brother, protect senior brother. There's an enemy attack. You go first, I'll go call for help. Wang Chong was speechless. His senior brother was really something. Where was his face? No need. It's Master. The figure that came into their sight, though disheveled and unrecognizable, wore a fiery red robe like Lei Lai. Fei Yangyang breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Lei Lai, who was raising his head. Master, are you practicing that move again, flying a mortal from outside the sky? Shut up. Lei Lai was furious. You two? Hurry up and get me down. The two fell silent. Just as they were about to work together to pull him down from the branch, they heard a crack, and the branch suddenly broke. In an instant, Lei Lai fell flat on the ground in a starfish position. Fei Yangyang and Wang Chong were startled and hurriedly supported him up from either side. Master, are you okay? Both struggled to hold back their laughter. Lei Lai was covered in leaves and grass clippings, angrily shaking off the two. You're all useless. What do I need you for? Fuming, he kicked one of them and asked, What are you two doing here? Lei Lai brushed off the dust from his clothes. He truly felt he had the worst luck. First, he was sent flying by Mu Changge's formation, and now he had fallen because of these two good-for-nothings. After being questioned by Lei Lai, both were left speechless. They knew that telling the truth would get them scolded. Lei Lai hated relying on pills for cultivation. Wang Chong wanted to step back, but unexpectedly got kicked by Fei Yangyang right in front of Lei Lai, and a strong urge to curse surged in his heart. Fei Yangyang was such a dog. How could he have no shame? After venting his frustration, Wang Chong faced Lei Lai's blood-red gaze. He steeled himself and forced a tough smile. We were just relaxing. Relaxing? I'm this unlucky, and you still have the mood to relax? Not a single one of you is dependable. Lei Lai's gaze grew colder, seeing them so unambitious. They were truly the dregs of society. If you're relaxing, why are you carrying a basket? Ah, Wang Chang stammered, his mind racing to come up with a reasonable excuse. He felt like crying. Why did they have to go out to pick spiritual herbs? Now they hadn't collected any, and they might end up being scolded by their master. Behind him, Fei Yangyang secretly wiped his sweat. Fortunately, he was clever and pushed Wang Chang out. Otherwise, he would be the one being stared at. Seeing Lei Lai's increasingly grim expression, Wang Chang braced himself and took the plunge. Let's pick some mushrooms and make soup for our master. Hee, picking mushrooms, picking mushrooms. Lei Lai's laughter grew more sinister. I'll turn you into mushrooms. A blinding red light flashed, and both of them screamed as they transformed into stars in the sky. Shutan. Lei Lai's lips curled slightly, and his mood improved significantly. He decided to visit Patian Peak. Shui Yu, his junior sister, was skilled in formations and could definitely break the formation in the peach forest. Chapter 42, Summoned by the Master. Changge, why are you bleeding from your nose? At Patian Peak, deep in the secluded valley, a pool of hot spring was shrouded in mist, the water crystal clear, flowing down from a height. Echoing with the pleasant sound of water, spiritual energy lingered, resembling a fairyland. Shui Yu soaked in the spring, her delicate red lips curved into a faint smile. Her slender hands splashing water, creating ripples. Under the sunlight, the surface of the water refracted colorful spiritual light, the spring water only reaching her waist. With long legs faintly visible. Gulp! Lei Lai, hiding behind the bushes, swallowed hard, unable to control himself. It seemed he had come at an inopportune moment. He hadn't seen her when passing by Shui Yu's residence, and as he was leaving, he happened to hear the sounds coming from here. If Shui Yu discovered he was hiding here, it would be hard to explain. Lei Lai wanted to leave, but his feet felt rooted to the spot, staring intently at the beauty in the spring. Who was there? Shui Yu suddenly rose, her white dress flying from the shore, swiftly wrapping around her graceful figure, the hem spreading like petals. Below, a pair of exquisite, fair feet, tinged with a hint of pink, with droplets of water and white mist faintly visible on the arches. Roar! Shui Yu locked onto the peeping thief, swirling a stream of spring water into a water dragon. Junior sister Shui Yu, it's a misunderstanding. Lei Lai summoned his sword to shatter the attack, the splashing water drenching him completely. Senior brother Lei? Shui Yu recognized the visitor, her brow slightly furrowed. Standing barefoot on a rock, she looked down at Lei Lai. How can the esteemed head of Tianjin Peak stoop to such voyeurism? It's truly disgraceful. Lei Lai lamented. Now he really couldn't wash away the guilt, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He raised his hand in a vow. Junior sister, I swear I didn't see anything, and I certainly didn't get a good look at your water blue inner garment. Lei Lai quickly covered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, another water dragon came crashing down on him. At that moment, Shui Yu was both shy and angry, wanting nothing more than to take Lei Lai's life. Cold sweat poured down Lei Lai's back. Without thinking, he directly summoned his trump card. Senior brother Mu is in trouble. I'm here to ask for your help. Boom! The water dragon scattered less than a yard away from him, accompanied by a fragrant breeze appearing before his eyes. But the voice was chilling. What did you say? Gazing at Shui Yu's cool demeanor, Lei Lai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Glad he was clever enough to escape a disaster. Next, he needed to deceive Shui Yu into helping him break the formation. Peach Forest. After sending off Lu Weining and Lung Qingxuang, Mu Changge returned to the rocking chair. Before he could lie down and summon his spirit body, a sudden voice entered his ear. Changge, come see me quickly. This voice was as clear as spring water, carrying an undeniable authority. It was his master, the elder of Baishao Palace, the fairy Miaoyin. Mu Changge collected the spiritual herbs left by Lu Weining and vanished from the spot. Before leaving, he dispelled the formation in the peach forest to prevent anyone from accidentally wandering in. Before long, he arrived at the place where his master Miaoyin was in seclusion. Stepping inside, he was greeted by a faint fragrance. Miaoyin lay sideways on a white jade couch, dressed in a thin white gauze robe. Ding! Detected a daughter of fortune. Should the host pursue? Name, Miaoyin identity, elder of Baishao Palace, cultivation, 7th stage of tribulation. Fortune value, 200,000 can be pursued. Physique, cauldron body, a boon for male cultivators. Personality, appears cold and aloof, unacquainted with love, but is actually passionate inside. Once the heart is breached, extreme enthusiasm is exhibited. Note, due to unstable mindset, cultivation is poor and energy is chaotic. Urgent need for adjustment. Damn, Master is indeed a daughter of fortune. And what does a cauldron body mean? Is it really asking him to betray his master? How many lives does he have? His master could wipe him out with just a wave of her hand. However, the fortune value of his master was truly tempting. Mu Changge suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart, stepped forward, and clasped his hands in salute. Disciple greets master. No need for excessive courtesy. Miaoyin raised her head, lingering on him for a moment, then sighed softly, sit. Indeed, his cultivation was still stuck at the golden core stage. Although there was some minor improvement, he couldn't break the shackles and extend his lifespan. She didn't know how much longer this child could live, fearing that if she didn't see Mu Changge this time, she might never see him again when she emerged from seclusion. Mu Changge steadied his mind and sat down on a nearby cushion. Across from him was another empty spot, originally meant for Ching to listen to teachings. Miaoyin only had these two direct disciples. Seeing Mu Changge's vacant gaze, Miaoyin understood what he was thinking. She sighed softly. Changge, do you remember the scene when you first entered this sect all those years ago? Of course I remember. Mu Changge nodded and smiled. If it weren't for Master taking me as a disciple, I would have long fallen into dust. Although your talent is not high, your will is resilient. Your character is pure, and you respect your teacher. I have always regarded you highly, which is why I accepted you as my direct disciple. Miaoyin's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes softening, but she didn't expect that after so many years, you would still be stagnant. Seeing you like this now truly makes my heart feel uncomfortable. However, cultivation is a struggle against the heavens, and as a master, I am powerless. Changge, have you ever resented your master? Miaoyin recalled that over the years, she had only taught Mu Changge some cultivation techniques and occasionally given lectures. She hadn't cared much in other aspects. Seeing her disciple about to reach the end, she couldn't hide her guilt. It is I who have disappointed Master's expectations. Mu Changge stood up, clasped his fists, and saluted. Whatever Master has given to the disciple, the disciple has received equally. How could I dare to harbor any resentment? In the path of cultivation, one must strive for oneself. How can one be completely compliant? Master likes you like this, but also feels heartache for you. She slowly sat up, the gauze robe sliding gently with her movement, revealing a fair arm as white as jade. Forget it. There's no use in saying this anymore. Miaoyin pointed to the spot beside her, indicating for Mu Changge to sit down. Mu Changge looked at Miaoyin, momentarily lost in thought. Her beauty was different from Qingli's, a blend of maturity and a hint of laziness, with a touch of authority in the laziness. Miaoyin noticed a line of blood appearing from Mu Changge's nose and frowned. Changge, why is your vital energy so unsteady? Do you need me to help you regulate it? I wouldn't dare to trouble Master. Mu Changge smiled awkwardly, wiping his nose. Perhaps the spiritual energy here is too dense, and the disciple couldn't handle it for a moment. Miaoyin didn't doubt him. The place was the most spiritually rich area in the entire Baishao Palace, so it was not surprising that Mu Changge felt unwell due to his depleted vital energy. That's good. However, I have been feeling unstable recently. Perhaps it's because Qingli ascended, which has made me somewhat anxious. As she nodded, she said, you and she are siblings. She has already embarked on the path to ascend, but you have mostly just stepped into the Yellow Springs. It's inevitable for me to feel emotional. Master need not worry about me. The path of cultivation has its own opportunities, and it cannot be forced. He stood up and respectfully bowed before Miaoyin. However, the disciple has not yet repaid Master. May I do one last small thing for you? Boom! The spiritual energy in his palms condensed into a ball of flame. He threw various herbs into a small alchemy cauldron. 1,000-leaf grass, hibiscus, blood spirit mushroom. Miaoyin watched as one herb after another was tossed into the cauldron, her brows furrowing slightly. You are refining a qi blood pill. She was astonished, not knowing when her disciple had learned alchemy. and soon her surprise was replaced by anxiety. You mustn't act recklessly. I have my own methods to adjust your condition. No need for you to risk your life. Refining the Qi blood pill required sacrificing lifespan, and he had very little left to begin with. Miao Yin wanted to stop him, but didn't know how, fearing that she might accidentally hurt him. The flame in Mu Changge's hand burned steadily, and the herbs gradually melted in the cauldron, releasing a faint fragrance. Chapter 43. Miao Yin's heart in turmoil at the same time, two figures arrived outside the peach grove, Shui Yu and Lei Lai. Shui Yu frowned. Her beautiful eyes fixed ahead as Lei Lai informed her that Mu Changge was trapped in the peach grove by a formation. Upon hearing this, she felt it was unbelievable. Who would dare to act against Mu Changge in the Bixiao Palace? And who could imprison him with a formation? Only the disciples under her Piotian peak could master this art. Could it be? Shui Yu thought of a possibility and snorted coldly in her heart. Yun Qingli, you are indeed domineering. Even after ascending, you still want to claim Brother Mu for yourself. No wonder that on the day of ascension, Brother Mu sent her to the ascension platform and disappeared shortly after. If Lei Lai hadn't come to tell her about the formation, she wouldn't have thought of such a thing. But so what? Since she knew now and had also ascended, Brother Mu had severed ties with Yun Qingli. She wanted to see if this formation could stop her. Shui Yu, I'm counting on you. Lei Lai grinned and clasped his hands. Brother Mu is entirely dependent on you to rescue him. He knew that Shui Yu had always had special feelings for Mu Changge. Although she appeared cold and proud on the surface, every time Mu Changge was mentioned, a subtle tenderness would flash in her eyes. Furthermore, as long as she could break the formation, she could regain her face. If she couldn't, then the embarrassment wouldn't fall on him alone. He couldn't lose either way. Lei Lai sighed at his own cleverness. Shui Yu ignored Lei Lai's flattery, her beautiful eyes fixed on the depths of the peach grove. A ripple stirred in her heart. She had known Mu Changge for many years, yet they had never had any intimate interactions. However, Mu Changge's gentle smile and humble demeanor remained deeply etched in her heart, especially during the time when she faced a bottleneck in her cultivation after entering the sect. Mu Changge patiently explained the key points of cultivation to her. His eyes filled with sincerity and concern, like a ray of sunshine illuminating her heart. It seemed his heart only belonged to Yun Qingli. She had seen him walk side by side with Yun Qingli countless times, chatting and laughing, and every time an indescribable bitterness surged in her heart. She had tried to bury these feelings deep inside, telling herself that Mu Changge and Yun Qingli were a match made in heaven, and that she shouldn't have any improper thoughts. Now that Yun Qingli had ascended and Mu Changge was left alone guarding the peach grove, since Lei Lai had sought her out, she didn't want to retreat any longer. Brother Mu, this time I won't let go. Shui Yu took a deep breath and stepped into the peach grove. As she ventured deeper, her brows gradually tightened because the surroundings were completely tranquil, showing no signs of a formation. She sensed again, but still found no fluctuations of any formation. Her expression suddenly turned cold as she turned to Lei Lai. Lei Shixiao, are you sure Brother Mu is trapped in a formation? Of course. I saw it with my own eyes. Lei Lai's heart tightened. He was genuinely perplexed. How could a perfectly fine formation suddenly disappear? It couldn't be that Mu Changge knew he would bring Shui Yu to break the formation and had taken it down in advance. If that were the case, he would be finished. Shui Yu would definitely think he was deliberately toying with her, and on top of that, he had peeped at her bathing. At this thought, Lei Lai couldn't help but shiver. Shimmy, take a closer look. Perhaps the formation is just too well hidden. Lei Lai wore a forced smile, but he couldn't sense any trace of a formation either. In the past, when he reached this point, he would have already flown out. I've been fooled. I must have been fooled again. My sixth senior brother must have known my thoughts and took down the formation in advance. Lei Lai, are you playing tricks on me? Shui Yu's expression grew colder. How could the existence of a formation escape her eyes? You, the esteemed head of the heavenly sword peak, are engaging in such a trivial act. I, Shui Yu, cannot tolerate such humiliation from you. Vortex formation, rise. With Shui Yu forming hand seals, the spiritual energy around her suddenly converged, transforming into a massive vortex that rushed towards Lei Lai. Lei Lai, already in the wrong, saw the situation was dire, and immediately tried to escape. However, the vortex formation had already pulled him in. Shimmy, let me explain. I really didn't deceive you. Shui Yu had no intention of listening to his explanation. Instead, the pulling force of the vortex formation grew stronger, and Lei Lai's figure spun in the air, eventually turning into a shining meteor before disappearing. She coldly watched Lei Lai's figure trace an arc in the sky, a smile finally appearing on her alluring lips. Deep down, she understood that Lei Lai probably wasn't lying, and seeing him so disheveled, she guessed he had definitely suffered losses in this formation. What she did was merely a chance to take revenge on Lei Lai for peeping at her bathing. He was no Mu Changge. Shui Yu's pretty face turned slightly red, her heartbeat quickening as she had already seen Mu Changge's courtyard. As for why there was a formation here and whether Mu Changge was trapped by it, she would only understand everything upon seeing him. To her disappointment, she did not find Mu Changge inside. Only a rocking chair and a cup of brewed spiritual tea were placed on the stone table in the courtyard. Brother, where have you gone? Shui Yu approached the stone table, lightly touching the cup on it, as if she could feel Mu Changge's lingering warmth. Her gaze fell on the rocking chair, as if she could see Mu Changge leisurely sitting there, gently waving at her. Unable to resist, Shui Yu stepped forward, her fair palm gliding over the rocking chair. She had imagined countless times sitting beside Mu Changge, enjoying tea, discussing the Tao, and laughing together. Brother, do you know I'm waiting for you? She looked up at the sky, where the great sun hung in the void, leaving only a corner. On the other side of the heavenly sword peak, Fei Yangyang and Wang Chong each held a pill with delight in their hands. This was the breakthrough pill they had exchanged with the sect at great cost. Unknowingly, their footsteps stopped under a tree. Shitty, every time I pass by here lately, I have a bad premonition. How many people do you think have hung from this tree? Wang Chong shook his head. I don't know, but I also have a bad feeling. After saying this, he shivered. Recently, the heavenly sword peak has been too strange. First, Li Changfeng disappeared. Then Master suddenly came out of seclusion to lecture, saying Li Changfeng committed a grave mistake and had already expelled him from a sect. But no one knows the specific reason, and every time Lei Lai goes to the Peach Grove, he has to use that flying immortal from outside the sky technique. It's really bizarre. What is that? Fei Yangyang saw a streak of fiery red light in the sky, scaring him out of his wits. Run. He recognized it immediately. It was Lei Lai practicing that flying immortal from outside the sky technique again. Bang! Before the two could react, Lei Lai fell at their feet, stirring up a cloud of dust. And the pill in Fei Yangyang's hand just happened to slip into Lei Lai's fingers. Master! Fei Yangyang forced a smile. Lei Lai got up, glancing at Wang Chong, who had his hands tucked behind his back. Hand it over. His tone left no room for doubt. Wang Chong trembled as he handed over the pill, his entire being shaking with fear. I told you to take advantage of the situation. Slap, along with a flash of red light. The two were sent flying out with a scream. Fei Yangyang fell off the cliff, but fortunately his pants were caught by a tree branch. Just as he thought he was saved, his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Don't come over. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chong struck accurately. Bang! In Miaoying's place, 3 hours had already passed. Mu Changge, at the cost of his own lifespan, had refined the blood chi pill. His face was as pale as paper. Sweat beads covered his forehead, and he looked like a withered person, relying on a cane to keep himself upright. The pill is ready. Please take it, Master. Mu Changge trembled as he stuffed the pill into the dazed Miaoying's mouth, which slid down her throat. Drip! Deep within Miaoying, it seemed as if a drop of spring water splashed on her tranquil heart lake, creating ripples. She stared blankly at her elderly and weak disciple, and her autumn-like eyes gradually misted over. Changge, why are you doing this? There is no reason. Leaning on his cane, Mu Changge wobbled outside, his voice echoing back. Shaolier has left. Master is the most important person to the disciple. Boom! Miaoying's heart lake was split open by a thunderbolt, and towering waves surged across the water surface. Chapter 44. Strategy to win over the Master. She had never imagined that her seemingly useless disciple would consume his limited lifespan to refine the blood chi pill for her. Miaoying stood there foolishly, watching that unsteady elderly figure take step after step. She felt both moved and guilty, along with an indescribable sentiment that unknowingly touched her once tranquil heart of Tao. This foolish child would give up his life for that filial piety. He was already at his wit's end. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the initial strategy to win over the fated daughter, Miaoyin. Strategy Index 5, gain 10,000 points of luck value. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. 36 Cloud Push Techniques, a secret manual. Once this technique is used, it can make others feel as if they're floating on clouds, creating a strong sense of dependency on the host. What is this 36 Cloud Push Technique? What kind of nonsense is this dog system up to? However, the luck value of the master was indeed high. Relaxing his mind, before the smile at the corner of his mouth fully unfolded, he felt the world before him begin to blur. The next second, his legs went weak, like a puppet with its strings cut, and he fell forward. Miaoyin's pupils suddenly contracted, and her figure flashed, instantly appearing beside Mu Changge, catching him steadily. Is it worth it for you to do this? Mu Changge's eyes were tightly closed, his breathing weak to the point of being nearly imperceptible, and his hands were frighteningly cold, as if he could dissipate into this world at any moment. Miaoyin's expression was filled with an unprecedented panic. She picked up Mu Changge and placed him on her white jade bed, reaching out to check his pulse and examine his condition. After a moment, her smooth brows furrowed into a shape. Mu Changge's body was extremely weak, unable to withstand the spiritual energy needed to transition his life force. Even so, she would never allow anything to happen to her disciple. Even if it cost her something in the future, she would extend his life. This is the 9-turn rebirth pill that I have treasured. Although it cannot extend your lifespan, it can temporarily sustain your vitality. Miaoyin took out the pill, pried open Mu Changge's mouth, and stuffed it inside. The pill melted upon entering, and a gentle warmth slowly flowed through his meridians. Mu Changge's complexion improved somewhat, and his breathing stabilized significantly. How did I end up with such a foolish disciple? Just as Miaoyin was about to reach out to touch Mu Changge's aged cheek, she suddenly felt something. She withdrew her hand, and a drop of crystal-clear liquid slid down the corner of her eye, landing on her fingertip. Miaoyin stared blankly at the crystal, her mind momentarily dazed. After so many years of cultivation, her heart had long been as still as water, yet today, she found herself in tears. On the bed, Mu Changge suddenly curled up, shivering, his face distorted and cold sweat beading on his forehead, as if he were in excruciating pain. Changge, don't be afraid. Master is here. Miaoyin could not care about anything else. She shed her outer gauze garment, leaving only a thin inner garment, and lay down beside Mu Changge, holding him in her arms. So cold, the chill emanating from Mu Changge made her want to use her spiritual power to resist it. But what kind of torment was he enduring? Why is my spiritual power running more smoothly? Could it be that her inability to break through her cultivation was due to never having experienced love? That was a bit absurd. Miaoyin's pretty face flushed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for once again completing the strategy to win over Miaoyin. Strategy progress. 10, gain 10,000 points of luck value. Congratulations to the host for receiving a double extra reward. 1. Lifespan restoration completed. 2. Hidden aura card after use. Can display any cultivation level perceivable by others. Miaoyin noticed that Mu Changge's complexion had improved significantly, and she also let out a sigh of relief. Changge, really? You've lived for 1,000 years, yet you still crave for Master S embrace. Holding him with one hand and supporting her head with the other, her gaze became increasingly gentle, wishing she could pour all her love onto Mu Changge. If she could give him a bit more care, perhaps it would help him achieve the nascent soul realm, and then his lifespan would not be like it is now. Sigh, I really owe him so much. She felt deeply guilty towards Changge for all those times she had been called master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for strategizing to win over the fated daughter, Miaoyin. Strategy progress. 15, gain 10,000 points of luck value. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Gift treasure return function has been activated. Gifting one's own treasures to others will yield a 10-fold return. Note, treasures gifted by the system to others will not yield a return. The dawn broke. The early light shone through the window, illuminating Miaoyin's delicate features. Changge, it's almost dawn. Let me take you back. Miaoyin picked up the sleeping Mu Changge and transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the peach grove courtyard. She moved gently and cautiously, afraid to wake him. As the light dissipated, the two appeared in the courtyard. Miaoyin pushed open the door, placed Mu Changge on the bed, and covered him with a blanket. You rest. Master will come to see you again in the future. She took out a delicate storage ring and placed it on the bedside. The ring was engraved with intricate runes and emitted a faint spiritual light, which she erased the restrictions from. After taking one last look at Mu Changge, Miaoyin turned and left the courtyard, her graceful figure gradually disappearing in the morning light, leaving behind a faint fragrance. Morning arrived. Mu Changge opened his eyes, feeling the warm power within him, and his heart felt comfortable. He sat up, stretched, and noticed a storage ring at the head of the bed. Isn't this Masteress? How did it end up here? Mu Changge scanned it with his spiritual sense, gulping. Did Master just give me all her treasure possessions? Although there were many treasures, they were of little use to him. In order to refine that blood chi pill, he had nearly drained his energy. No wonder the blood chi pill was so precious. Who could withstand such consumption? He needed to check how many years of lifespan he had left quickly. System, open the panel. Host, Mu Changge, age, 1,024 years. Cultivation, golden core 5th stage, increasing. Technique, lying flat, immortal cultivation technique, grade unknown. Physique, immaculate Tao body. Lifespan, 80 years, strategy return, activated. Gift treasure return, activated. Luck value, 117,400, huh? Why is it still 80 years? The total luck value had increased by 20,000, and there was also a gift treasure return function. System, what happened after I fainted? Mu Changge couldn't help but ask. Ding. The host successfully completed further of the Miaoyin Fairy, raising the progress to 15 and activating the gift return function. Mu Changge looked incredulous. This plan of feigned injury has yielded tremendous results. What is that smell? He sniffed, noticing that his clothes were a bit disheveled and there was a lingering fragrance on him. This scent belongs to my master. Mu Changge gasped. System, what is this fragrance on me? Should I open the plot replay? Open. In the replay, his legs went weak and he fell forward. Miaoyin hurriedly caught him, fed him a 9 rebirth soul pill, and noticing his weakness, took off her own clothes and held him in her arms. The replay abruptly stopped. Mu Changge opened his mouth. That gentle touch, the faint fragrance, and the soft whispers seemed to be right in front of him. System, did my master really hold me to sleep for an entire night? The Miaoyin Fairy made intimate contact with you to stabilize your injuries, thus increasing the progress. What a loss. I didn't feel anything after fainting. Can I do it again? System, Chapter 45, Stepping on the Path of Immortals, Asking for Longevity. Mu Changge sighed. If only he could be held like that by his master while awake, feeling her warmth would be wonderful. In his eyes, his master has always been so pure and noble. Not to mention a man, even a woman has never been so close to her. It seems he really scared his master this time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so nervous. Miaoyin's reaction was quite unexpected. His master cares more about him than he imagined. No need to rush. Take it slow. This is a good start, laying the foundation for future of his master. What he feared most was that while he might really get in. Now that would be truly outrageous. After all, this damn system even rewarded him with the 36 Clouds push, and with this system's nature, it definitely wouldn't give him that reward for no reason. But the most important thing now is to improve his cultivation. With the hidden aura card, he no longer needs to worry about exposing his strength. System, use the hidden aura card. Mu Changge silently recited, and immediately felt a cool aura envelop his entire body, lowering his presence to the minimum. Ding. Hidden aura card used successfully. Permanent duration. Does the host wish to exchange luck points for cultivation? Exchange. Ding. 110. 000 luck points exchanged successfully. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 100th level of the Golden Core. Boom. A powerful aura flooded Mu Change's meridians, making him feel incredibly comfortable. That terrifying power could easily shatter a mountain with a single punch. I've broken through. I've finally reached the 100th level of the golden core. Wait. Mu Change's smile froze. System, where did this 100th level of the golden core come from? The cultivation levels of the practitioners in the Xuanwu continent are as follows. Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, transformation, law manifestation, cave void, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Each stage is further divided into 10 minor stages, and reaching the last stage breaks the bottleneck to advance to the next realm. How could it directly become the 100th level at a stage? This is simply ridiculous. Ding! The host's meridians are 10 times that of ordinary practitioners, and correspondingly, the cultivation foundation is also 10 times that of ordinary people. Damn it! Mu Changge wanted to curse. Doesn't this mean a solid foundation? But the difficulty of breaking through has also increased tenfold. Who else could achieve a cultivation level of 100? He then asked how strong his current cultivation was. The host can match 100 golden core practitioners. Sweat. Ant-like golden cores, what sense of achievement can there be in comparing with them? He then asked, what if I encounter a nascent soul practitioner? You are invincible within the nascent soul realm, and can exchange one for one above the nascent soul. That's acceptable. At least it proves that his current combat power is comparable to an ordinary out-of-body realm expert. Mu Changge took a few deep breaths, finally accepting this fact, until he saw his lifespan and couldn't hold back anymore. System, you better explain to me why my lifespan is still 80 years. Damn it. He had just broken through to the 100th level of the golden core, yet his lifespan showed no increase at all. Who can take that? The system then provided an explanation. The host cultivation has not reached a major realm increase, so the lifespan cannot be increased. It is recommended that the host the daughter of luck to gain luck points. And the benefits of the host's major realm increase will still be tenfold. What a speechless situation. Mu Changge understood that as long as he breaks through to a major realm, his lifespan would also be 10 times that of a normal nascent soul practitioner. It seems he still needs to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Mu Changge thought to himself. He had also promised that girl Xin Biao to help her refine that flowing cloud sword. And it would also be a good opportunity to test the system's gift return function. Mu Changge took out the materials needed for refining, gathering a strand of spiritual fire at his fingertips, the flames dancing in his palm, radiating intense heat. He focused his eyes, detailed refining steps appearing in his mind, sequentially placing the materials into the enlarged heaven swallowing cauldron. This cauldron can be large or small. It can fight and refine pills and weapons, making it very handy, a rare good treasure. Xian iron essence, wind spirit crystal, cloud pattern stone. These materials gradually melted in the cauldron, transforming into a silvery liquid. Mu Changge quickly formed hand seals, his spiritual power wrapping around the liquid like threads, beginning to shape it. Condense. With a soft shout, the liquid swiftly coalesced into the shape of a long sword. The sword body was slender and light, entirely silver white, with faint cloud patterns appearing on the surface. After an hour, Mu Changge moved his ears. There were light footsteps outside the courtyard. Xin Biao, holding a basket of spiritual fruits, stood outside the courtyard and softly called out, Senior, Biao has come to see you. Come in. She pushed the door open and saw Mu Changge refining a weapon. Her eyes brightened. She tiptoed to the side, placed the spiritual fruits on the stone table, and stared intently. Senior, is this the flowing cloud sword you mentioned? She asked softly, afraid of disturbing Mu Changge. Mu Changge nodded, his hands still moving. Just a moment longer. Xin Biao watched the gradually forming long sword. Her eyes filled with anticipation. The sword body shimmered in the sunlight, as if a wisp of flowing cloud was truly moving within it. Before long, Mu Changge extinguished the spiritual fire, and a silver long sword floated in the air, emitting a faint spiritual light. Biao, give it a try. So beautiful. Xin Biao took the long sword. As her fingertips touched the hilt, a light and agile aura flowed through her meridians, as if it were tailor-made for her. She gently swung the long sword. The sword body was as light as air, but carried a sharp edge. Senior, this sword is perfect for me. Xin Biao exclaimed happily. This is a top-grade spiritual weapon of a Xian rank. Only the direct disciples of the heads of each peak are worthy of such a weapon. Yet you specially forged one for me, Senior. You are truly too good to me. You definitely haven't forgotten about me. I'm glad you like it. Looking at Mu Changge, who nodded with a smile, Shun Biao stepped forward. Senior, for your great kindness and grace, Biao has no way to repay you. I only hope to serve you like an ox or horse for the rest of my life, so I won't be like that unrooted grass. She was so excited that she was at a loss for words. Her pretty face flushed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the Daughter of Luck, Shun Biao, Progress 90. Receiving a 2,000 points luck return. The host has gifted Shun Biao a top-grade spiritual weapon of the Xian rank, receiving a 10-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-grade spiritual weapon of the Earth rank, the Fuyo Liuguang sword. A long sword radiating 7-colored light appeared out of nowhere in Mu Changge's storage ring, even more exquisite and powerful than the flowing cloud sword. Mu Changge felt a secret joy. If he refined an Earth-rank spiritual weapon to gift to someone, wouldn't that mean he could receive a heaven-rank quality spiritual weapon as a return? If every disciple in the sect had a heaven-rank spiritual weapon, what a spectacular scene that would be. He just thought that ordinary disciples could not exert the true power of heavenly-level spirit weapons at all. In the entire Bixiao Palace, only his master, the fairy Miaoyin, and the already ascended Xiaoli had heavenly-level spirit weapons. Huh, how did the luck value return 2,000 points? Girl, congratulations on breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Mu Changge glanced over and realized that Shun Biao had indeed broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage, and her luck value had also increased from 800 to 10,000. He didn't expect the Xianyang pill given by the system to be so effective. Not only did it help her break through her cultivation, but it also stabilized her realm with an extremely restrained aura. He had been focused on refining tools just now and hadn't noticed it at all. Thanks to the senior's gift of the pill, I was able to break through smoothly. Shun Biao lowered her head shyly. You must be tired. Let Biao massage your shoulders, okay? Before Mu Changge could reply, she walked over and her 2 delicate little hands naturally began to knead his shoulders. At first, Mu Changge enjoyed it a bit, but as she continued, he felt something was off. This girl seemed to be teasing him intentionally or unintentionally. That's enough, girl. He quickly pressed down on Shun Biao's hands that were wandering on his chest. You don't need to think about repaying me. And there's no need to feel any psychological pressure. You are a disciple of the Bixiao Palace, and I am an elder. It's my duty to take care of you. No matter what happened before, it's all in the past. Right now, you have only one goal. Shun Biao stared blankly at Mu Changge, and then heard him say, Step onto the path of immortality. Seek longevity. Chapter 46. The Red Dress Fairy hides spring colors, enthusiastically inviting you to test the array eye. The 6 brief words were deafening. Step onto the path of immortality. Seek longevity. Who wouldn't want that? How many could actually achieve it? Even the senior himself could only stay in this peach grove, waiting for his lifespan to reach its end. He rejected her in this way, so as not to feel indebted, so as not to feel guilty. Shun Biao's mood was complex, yet warm. She saw Mu Changge stand up, looking into the distance. I help you because I see your potential. If you truly want to repay me, then cultivate well, instead of being a maid by my side. Biao understood. The senior was indeed worried about delaying her. She took a deep breath and solemnly bowed. Mu Changge turned around and handed her the Xianin true scripture. Take this. This cultivation method is suitable for you. It won't suppress your Xianin energy, but it can help you avoid bottlenecks in your future progress. Shun Biao's hands trembled slightly. The moment her fingertips touched the pages, it felt as if a connection was established. That Xianyang pill was already a rebirth grace. And now he gifted her such a precious cultivation method, having saved her life before. She was neither related to the senior nor seeking repayment. Why did she deserve such kindness? Even if she served him for a lifetime, she could hardly repay even a fraction of his kindness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the luck value girl Shun Biao, with a courting progress of 100, receiving a luck value refund of 22,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward, Xianin Spiritual Body Affinity 50. Huh, what does the system increase affinity for? He did not know that Shun Biao was in a daze. feeling that Mu Changge was so sacred that she couldn't help but want to get closer. She even wanted to dedicate everything, even turn the world upside down. What was wrong with her? Why did she want to trouble him at this age? If he didn't mind, lying down would be fine too. Thinking of this, Shen Biao uncontrollably shivered. Her legs weakened and she knelt down. Senior's great kindness. Biao will never forget. If I achieve something in the future, I will surely. A cultivator does not kneel to heaven and earth, let alone to a person. Mu Changge released a gentle spiritual force to lift her up. Go ahead, do what you need to do. In a month, during the outer gate assessment, let everyone know your name. Shen Biao stood there in a daze. It wasn't that she wanted to kneel, but her legs suddenly wouldn't listen. She felt an inexplicable urge surge in her heart, and in Mu Changge's astonished gaze, she suddenly stood on tiptoe and gently touched her cherry lips to his cheek. Senior, I will go prepare for the outer gate assessment. Before her voice fell, Shen Biao turned and ran away like a startled deer, leaving only a fragrant breeze and a stunned Mu Changge. He touched his cheek that had been kissed and found it both laughable and exasperating. The affinity boost given by the system was shockingly effective. Ding! Detected Shen Biao's emotional outburst. Affection level has broken the limit. Additional reward. Xianin's spiritual body dual cultivation bonus 50, double benefits. System, are you serious? Mu Changge almost choked on his own saliva. What are the two benefits? Benefit 1. He would be able to gain a 50 boost from Shen Biao's cultivation in the future, meaning that as Shen Biao cultivates, his strength would also increase. Hearing this explanation, Mu Changge secretly nodded. The system was finally reliable this time. At least it wasn't the kind of dual cultivation he thought. What was the second benefit? Mu Changge couldn't help but ask. Same cultivation path. Mu Changge almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The dog system was still the same dog system. No. Why didn't he receive the dual cultivation bonus when he courted Lung Qing to 100? The system provided an answer. There was no deeper bond established with Lung Qing. How to establish a bond? Ding. You are in her, and she is in you. Mu Changge took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Then why can Shen Biao do it? He had never done anything to this girl. Later, he got the answer. Shen Biao's fate changed because of him, thus establishing this bond. Mu Changge was speechless. He admitted that this dog thing won. Who let the interpretation rights be with this thing? Forcing him to make mistakes, right? And yet he couldn't find any reason to refute it. Then, he seemed to think of something. If Lin Wanner as courting index reached 100, she would surely also gain this bond. Thus, his cultivation speed would increase again. Truly, it was lying flat to cultivate, and indeed he was lying to win. But this process wasn't very serious and easily invited romantic debts. However, if he courted according to the system's rules, even if there were 100 small stages in each realm, breaking through would still be as simple as eating and drinking. But he certainly couldn't turn the luck value girl the entire Bixiao palace into his women. Otherwise, he would probably be cut to pieces. As a person, one must always have some bottom line. Moreover, his master was also a luck value girl, although he had some instinctive resistance to these little girls. Thinking of his master made him feel a bit excited. Mu Changge's old face gradually turned red. His smile slowly faded as he was thinking when he suddenly sensed someone approaching the peach grove, and this aura felt somewhat familiar. Mu Changge tidied up his robe, and as soon as he turned around, he saw Shui Yu in a red dress, adorned with exquisite makeup, standing outside the courtyard door. Senior brother, long time no see. Shui Yu's cold eyes quietly gazed at him. Ding! Detected luck value girl. Does the host wish to court? Immediately after, a light screen appeared before Mu Changge's eyes. Name, Shui Yu. Identity, Bixiao Palace's first seat of Patian Peak. Skilled in array and water path. Cultivation, transformation stage level 10. Luck value, 100,000 can be courted. Personality, appears cold and aloof, but is passionate and persistent inside. Accustomed to suppressing emotions due to early experiences, extremely dedicated to what she believes in, and detests hypocrisy. Physique, Xianin water spirit body, water-type spirit body, can control all waters, but requires regular adjustment of internal cold breath. Otherwise prone to cold energy backlash. Remark, has had a crush on the host for many years, suggests sacrificing beauty to complete the courting. Junior sister, what brings you here? Mu Changge couldn't remember how long it had been since he last saw Shui Yu. But this girl was still as beautiful as ever after so many years. Seeing her reminded him of those years when the girl would compete with Xiao Liar out of jealousy, her puffy cheeks when she couldn't win. Shui Yue's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. There were lip marks on Shi Xiang's face. The children were just being playful, making Shimmy laugh. Mu Changge's old face flushed, and he hurriedly wiped it with his sleeve. Shui Yue slowly approached, taking out a silk scarf from her sleeve, using this. Before Mu Changge could react, the handkerchief, imbued with the cold fragrance of winter plum, had already brushed against his cheek. When Shui Yue tiptoed, the tassel from her hairpin swept across his jaw, making his heart itch even more than that kiss earlier, and her gentle movements seemed to only have eyes for that old man. I came by yesterday. Shui Yue tucked the silk scarf away and smiled slightly. Shi Xiang, Li Shixing said you were trapped in the formation. I was worried and came over, but I didn't see you. Her smile was exceptionally gentle. That formation was indeed crafted by Shi Xiang? How could Shimmy be so sure? Mu Changge chuckled. Shui Yue, look in my eyes. Shi Xiang seems to know nothing, but in reality, he can do anything. Could you take me to see your formation? Then, Mu Changge led her away from the small courtyard and deep into the peach forest, where he set up the formation. Shui Yue casually glanced around and lightly tapped her fingertips. The surrounding peach trees swayed gracefully, and petals fluttered down, intertwining in midair to form a soft flower couch. With a wave of her wide sleeves, an ice silk quilt spread out on the couch, emanating a faint cold mist. What does Shimmy mean by this? Mu Changge's heart raced. Shi Xiang's formation is exquisite. I can't break it. Since I can't get out, why not just stay here and keep you company? She leaned against the couch, her red dress like flames, skin as white as snow, her long jade fingers patting the empty space beside her. Shi Xiang, do you want to come over and try the formation? Shui Yue smiled charmingly, beckoning Mu Changge with her finger. Mu Changge's mouth twitched. She hadn't even tried and was already saying she couldn't break it. You're the head of the Breaking Heaven Peak, an experienced player in formations. How could you challenge an old man like me? Shui Yue's formation core was something he could easily break. Shi Xiang, why aren't you coming over? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Shui Yue giggled, her eyes sparkling like water. Seeing him unmoving, she lightly flicked her fingertip, loosening the ribbon at her waist, revealing half of her snowy neck. Shi Xiang wasn't this timid when he was young. What's wrong now? Who told that old thing to choose Yun Qingli over her? Now look, that person has ascended, leaving him alone, a moldy old bone in the peach forest. She could never forget Mu Changge's words. I'm sorry, Shui Yue. I like you, but my choice is Yun Qingli. Just thinking about it made her angry. That woman was just more talented and stronger in cultivation than her. Did she have her charm? She had secretly learned some intimate techniques for this old man, and he, of course, directly ignored her. Of course, Shui Yue secretly blushed at her bold move. But now that Yun Qingli had ascended, her chance had come. She didn't want to miss it, especially since Mu Changge's charm hadn't faded. She wanted Yun Qingli to know that after she left, her man had been captivated by her in an instant. She imagined how furious she would be to become a fallen immortal. Mu Changge watched Shui Yue's expression change 3 times, her fullness trembling, and he gulped, feeling his throat tighten and his legs shake. Goosebumps rose all over him, and he quickly averted his gaze from the lazy beauty in red lying on the flower couch. Something was off. His Shimmy was acting very strangely. What did she want? What did she really want? Who taught his Shui Yue to learn such alluring poses? It was driving him crazy. Shi Xiang, why are you standing still? I'm coming over. Shui Yue, with her red dress flying, had already reached in front of him. She looked up at him, her beautiful eyes filled with teasing. Shi Xiang, look at me. I don't believe your eyes are empty. Shui Yue's fingertip brushed against his chest, and where she passed, tiny ice crystal patterns formed. Mu Changge took 2 steps back. Wary Shimmy, what do you mean? You are the head of the Breaking Heaven Peak. How can you? His words were stopped by Shui Yue's delicate finger on his lips. Shui Yue smiled intriguingly. It's just you and me here, no one else. No other identities. I like you. Shi Xiang, will you be with me? Ding. A reminder for the host. It is recommended to sacrifice appearance to win her favor. Special reminder. This girl is easy to pursue, with high fortune value. Don't miss out. This damn system is causing trouble again. Enjoying the show. Sacrificing appearance is easy. But what happens afterward? Who will clean up the mess of all these romantic entanglements? You? System? Mu Changge cursed inwardly. Ding. Detected the host's cursing behavior. The system has activated punishment mode. Mode activated. Host speech will be jumbled for 1 minute. Wait. Damn system. What did I curse? That was just a question, not a curse. In the next second, Mu Changge truly lost control. Shueyue shimmy. He grabbed Shuyue's hand, his eyes burning with passion. I love you. I want to cherish you. I want to have 100 children with you. Shueyue, huh? So sudden? She stepped back in shock, her red lips slightly parted, not even noticing the loose ribbon at her waist slipping down. Mu Changge's inner voice screamed, System, I'll kill you. But his mouth was filled with heartfelt words. Shueyue shimmy. Your eyes are more beautiful than the stars. Your lips sweeter than honey. I think of you every night until I can't sleep. While saying such cheesy love words, he gazed at her with serious eyes, as if declaring some heavenly vow. Shueyue's cheeks flushed, her ears blushing with a rosy glow. She incredulously covered her delicate lips. Xixiang, are you serious? Look into my eyes, 24-karat sincerity. Mu Changge took a lock of her hair and kissed it deeply. The thing I regret the most is not choosing you back then. Shao Liar can't compare to you, even 1/10,000th. Hosted great. Keep up the momentum and win her over. The system was cheering wildly in his mind. Mu Changge's inner thoughts. I'll kill you. Shueyue was stunned by this sudden confession, feeling dizzy. She instinctively pinched herself. Ouch. Not a dream. Then she trembled. Xixiang, would you be willing to? Yes. He pressed down on Shuyue's shoulders, his fiery gaze locked onto her beautiful eyes. Let's cultivate together. Now. Right now. Shueyue. In an instant, Shueyue felt herself burning up. Even the coldness of her Xianming water spirit body couldn't suppress the heat on her face. Xixiang is so straightforward. She had only wanted to ask if he would be willing to live with her at Breaking Heaven Peak. How did it turn into cultivating together? And having 100 children? Xixiang, are you serious? She avoided his gaze, feeling shy. Can you still do it? I can have 1,000. Mu Changge solemnly placed her small hand on his hot chest. Xixiang, I'm still strong. I can satisfy Shimmy. Then, Shueyue's charming face turned even redder as she leaned into Mu Changge's embrace, seemingly afraid he would see how nervous and shy she was. Yin Qingli really treated Xixiang too poorly. As his partner, how could she not consider his needs as a man? Look how starved Xixiang had become. But Xixiang's heartbeat was so strong. It was like a vigorous young man. He truly was still strong. No matter how long Xixiang lives. As long as he lives a day, she will accompany him for a day. If he lives a year, she will accompany him for a year. In short, she wanted him to experience the joys of being a man during his lifetime. Not just shimmy. You don't have to make those noises. Mu Changge was dumbfounded. Damn, this misunderstanding is too big to clear up. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't wash it clean. The words were his, and the person was the one he confessed to. After the punishment time passed, if he were to tell Shueyue it was a misunderstanding, what would the consequences be? Wouldn't it be that by this time next year, the grass on his grave would be a yard high? Damn system, what have you done to me? What should I do now? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the woman of fortune, Shueyue, progression 30, and earning a return of 30,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, the 9-yang melting snow technique. This technique can perfectly suppress the coldness of the Xianming water spirit body, and the dual cultivation effect is doubled. Before Mu Changge could check the details of the technique, he suddenly felt Shueyue stiffen in his arms. Senior brother. Her face instantly turned pale. I'm having a cold attack. We have to do it another day. Ice blue patterns quickly spread from her neck, and her previously hot cheeks were now covered with a thin layer of frost. Mu Changge was shocked and immediately began to operate the 9-yang melting snow technique. Hot spiritual energy surged from his palm into Shueyue's body, creating a blue and red halo between them. Shueyue let out a muffled sound. She felt a warm current flowing through her limbs and bones and the bone-chilling cold that had tormented her for years began to retreat under this masculine power. She looked up in disbelief and saw beads of sweat forming on Mu Change's forehead. "Senior brother, the technique you're using could it be the 9-yang melting snow technique that I've been searching for?" The Xianming water spirit body allowed her to be far ahead in the path of water. But the price was heavy, and the only way to break the cold was with a 9-yang melting snow technique. She had searched for it for hundreds of years without success, and it was actually in the hands of her senior brother. "Don't talk, focus on guiding the spiritual energy," Mu Changge said in a deep voice. Shui Wei obediently closed her eyes, feeling an unprecedented warmth. Gradually, the cold in her body was suppressed back to her dantian, and the frost around her dissipated into smoke. Once the last trace of cold was resolved, she slumped in Mu Changge's arms. "Senior brother," Shui Wei gasped, her eyes still tinged with red. "What did you learn this technique?" "I just learned it." Mu Changge's face turned red. Shui Wei playfully touched his cheek. "Did you say dual cultivation just to save me?" Would it still be timely for him to say it was the system that forced him? Chapter 48. Shui Wei's path to pleasing Mu Changge noticed her cunning gaze as she didn't answer. She leaned closer, her red lips almost touching his earlobe. "Senior brother, will you keep your word?" Her warm breath made Mu Changge stiffen all over. Wait. He fumbled backward. "Junior sister, your coldness just stabilized." "I'm fine now," Shui Wei said, lightly tapping her fingers, causing the surrounding peach trees to grow wildly, enveloping them in a closed space, thanks to senior brother's 9-yang melting snow technique. "If we're going to kiss, then kiss. Why stabilize the coldness?" She twirled in her red dress, stepping closer. "Isn't it time to fulfill the promise?" Mu Changge's back hit the peach tree, with nowhere to retreat. Ding! Optimal dual cultivation opportunity detected. It is recommended that the host take initiative. Mu Changge. He just wants to dismantle the system and feed it to the dogs. What should he do now? To earn fortune points. He had already sacrificed his appearance. He couldn't let himself be completely taken advantage of, could he? "Senior brother, your heart is beating so fast," she said, her delicate fingers resting on Mu Changge's chest, smiling sweetly. "Are you so nervous because you're worried you won't measure up?" "No worries. I'm here for you. I'll let you in on a secret. I've specially learned the way to please. Shall we practice a bit?" She winked playfully, sending sparks flying. "Let me tell you." "Thank you. No need for that. This world is too crazy. Why is everyone targeting this old man?" Mu Changge was a normal person and naturally had those kinds of thoughts about Shui Wei. But if two women met again in the fairy realm, he would probably end up with his ears pulled off. Just thinking about it made Mu Changge shiver. Shui Wei covered her forehead, swaying slightly in front of him. "Junior sister, is it that the coldness isn't fully suppressed?" Mu Changge held her up, watching her slightly open her eyes, frowning. "Aren't you supposed to have a cold attack on the 15th of every month? Senior brother remembers my days?" Shui Wei stubbornly stood up, her hairpin jingling. She had to present the best version of herself to her senior brother. Being so weak wasn't beautiful. However, as her cultivation increased day by day, the frequency of her cold attacks became more and more frequent. Otherwise, with her accumulated foundation, she could have attempted to break through to the law manifestation realm. "How could senior brother forget about you, junior sister?" Mu Changge smiled and handed her the technique. "This is for you. With it, you won't have to fear the cold anymore." "Senior brother, you're giving this to me?" Shui Wei's eyes reflected the 9-yang melting snow technique. He surely knew this technique was her only salvation. So no matter how hard it was, he found it for her, even practicing it himself to verify its authenticity. Only after confirming it was correct did he give her the technique. "Oh, senior brother didn't lie to me. He really loves me." But why was she so incompetent? The annoying cold attacks kept coming just when she was about to achieve a wonderful fate with her senior brother. So frustrating. Mu Changge felt like he might vomit blood upon learning her thoughts. All he wanted were fortune points, not these romantic debts. If he had known, he wouldn't have lived in the peach grove, only attracting rotten peach blossoms. His junior sister is very beautiful. Those long legs and blue stockings are longer than his life. But what if in the future she fought with Yun Qingli? He would be the one to suffer. "I was looking for it for you." Mu Changge's thoughts were complicated, but on the surface he remained calm as he stroked his white beard by the peach blossoms. "Otherwise, what use do I have for it?" Upon hearing this, Shui Yue was momentarily stunned, her gaze toward Mu Changge becoming more infatuated. Senior brother, you're too good to me. She hugged Mu Changge's arm, her whole body leaning against him. Let's dual cultivate. Junior sister doesn't want to owe senior brother anything. Shui Yue was practically hanging off Mu Changge. Stop. No more repeating. How could you have caught this? Mu Changge was utterly speechless. I say, junior sister, you're the head of the Breaking Sky Peak. A powerful figure in the transformation realm admired by all disciples like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens. How did you turn into a lovesick girl in front of me? Where's your dignity? And how come you know how to act cute so well now? If others saw this, they would be shocked. Mu Changge himself found it hard to believe. Was this still the Shui Yue he knew? The change was too drastic. He thought her persona had collapsed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the woman of fortune, Shui Yue, progression 50, and earning a return of 20,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 20 years of lifespan. Ding! It is recommended that the host go with the flow and complete the dual cultivation with her. Special reminder, the host can establish a deeper bond with Shui Yue. From now on, as she cultivates, you grow stronger, and you can easily win. System, thank you so much. Right now, he might be winning, but in the future, it could just be lying flat with a tombstone added. Mu Changge smiled foolishly, automatically ignoring the system's suggestion. Junior sister, I think it's better to wait until another day. I've seen you grow step by step. How could senior brother abandon you? The technique isn't a big deal. It was hard for him to pull his arm out from Shui Yue's grasp. However, his junior sister's fortune points were indeed easy to obtain. He had accumulated a total of 81,400 fortune points, and his total lifespan had reached 100 years. This was great, although the dog system was unreliable. Every suggestion was indeed effective. If he really did that with Shui Yue, he might directly hit 100. Not only that, but he would also establish a bond, taking a big step toward lying flat and soaring. Mu Changge waved his hand, dispelling the formation in the peach grove. Junior sister, it's getting late. Go back and study the cultivation method I gave you. If you have any questions, come and ask me again. He could no longer withstand Shui Yue's fiery gaze, fearing that he might act on impulse. Men, sometimes think with their lower body more than with their upper body, especially with a delicate fairy like Shui Yue who actively throws herself into his arms. Even Ultraman couldn't resist that. Then I'll listen to you, senior brother. Shui Yue covered her mouth and chuckled, giving Mu Changge a meaningful glance. It seems senior brother truly loves her. For her sake, he is willing to suffer himself. The cultivation method is not difficult for me. As for the last level of dual cultivation, I'll need to study it with senior brother a bit more. She playfully patted Mu Changge's chest, laughing with a wave of emotions. Damn it, a fairy. What is this girl Shui Yue doing learning about bedroom techniques? Who can withstand this? Quickly give me back that little girl who used to blush at a casual tease. Now it's always in blushing, and he can't handle it. Senior brother, I have no objections to what you said. Shui Yue's sudden statement stunned Mu Changge for a moment. Then she shyly smiled. I'll give you 100 kids. Although she couldn't extend senior brother's lifespan, this wasn't hard to achieve. Yun Qingli is really useless. After so many years with senior brother, there's still no reaction from her belly. She even doubts whether she is a woman. Senior brother's only wish is to leave a descendant, right? Mu Changge took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. Isn't that what he said? How do I explain this? Just look at how excited senior brother is. Shui Yue secretly rejoiced. Junior sister. Mu Changge's expression was complicated. Those words earlier didn't need an explanation from senior brother. I understand. Shui Yue covered his lips, saying a month later, I'll go to the outer door competition to watch. No matter what results that little girl Shenbiao achieves, I'll take her as my disciple. Little girl. Once she becomes her disciple, let us see if she dares to have any ulterior motives. She also knew that Shenbiao was brought into the Bixiao Palace by Mu Changge. Doing this not only eliminates potential risks, but also gains favor in front of senior brother. Senior brother just needs to remember at the hour of the night. Come and test my formation. Shui Yue tiptoed and pecked him on the lips. I'll wait for you, senior brother. After saying that, she transformed into a red light and disappeared. Mu Changge looked up at the sky in despair. What is this? Testing Shui Yue's formation? If he falls into the formation as center, He won T be able to get out. System. Spend 80,000 fortune points and convert them all into cultivation. Mu Changge roared in humiliation. Chapter 49. Su Chinyu falls. Mu Changge is dazed by 1,000 gene cute girl. Boom! A golden beam of light shot into the sky, and the entire peach forest changed color. Mu Change's white hair danced, his body shone with golden light, and his inner spiritual power surged like a flood breaking a dam, flowing through his meridians. Current realm, Yuan stage 15 to 16, 17 to 18, 19 ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to Yuan stage 20. Congratulations to the host for increasing lifespan to 10,000 years and obtaining the title of 10,000-year-old turtle. Mu Changge wanted to dismantle the system and feed it to the dogs. He felt the surging power within him and couldn't help but laugh madly at the sky. It had been so many years since he felt this free. His appearance still resembled that of an old man, but the purity of his inner spiritual power was comparable to that of a transformation stage cultivator. Below the transformation stage, he was invincible. However, Mu Changge was still not satisfied. System, with so many fortune points, why did I only break through to Yuan stage 20? Last time, that 110,000 fortune points directly took me from Golden Core stage 5 to 100. At this moment, Mu Changge seemed to hear the system sigh. You fool! You've lived for over 1,000 years, and the higher your cultivation, the more fortune points you consume. Family, who believes this? He was scolded by his system and couldn't he even retort. Wasn't he just confirming? Why insult him like this? The next second, Mu Changge still couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, I can live for 10,000 years. He suddenly punched the ground. A beam of light shot into the sky. Normally, a Yuan cultivator only has a lifespan of over 1,000 years, but he could live for 10,000 years. Although the difficulty of his cultivation breakthrough is 10 times that of others. But it doesn't matter. He has the system, can use others' fortune points to enhance his cultivation, and has the lying flat cultivation method. Plus, he can establish a bond with the fortune girl. As others cultivate, he becomes stronger all the way through, winning effortlessly. A scream came from the sky. Mu Changge looked up and saw a pink figure falling from the flying sword, her skirt fluttering like petals in the air. Wow, is this scenery something he can watch without paying? Moreover, hey beautiful, it's fine to call out, but why cover your eyes? If you fall, you'll become a meat pie. Mu Changge swiftly moved and firmly caught the panicking girl. Thank you for saving me, senior. The girl, still in shock, revealed a charming and lovely face. Just as Mu Changge was about to set her down, he suddenly felt a weight in his hands. Crack! The ground beneath him was actually crushed into 2 deep pits. How could this girl be so heavy? Mu Changge was extremely surprised. Clearly, she was small and slender. How could she be so heavy? The girl's face instantly turned red. Senior, could you please put me down? Mu Changge cleared his throat and quickly set her down. Are you okay? He awkwardly touched his nose. Really? If it were before his breakthrough, he would have definitely broken his old back. Ding! Detected fortune girl. Does the host wish to pursue? Name, Su Chinyu. Identity, disciple of the great disciple of Petian Peak, Shui US direct disciple. Cultivation, Yuan stage 5, fortune points, 30,000 can be pursued. Personality, cute, soft, scheming, holds grudges, foodie attribute, loves sweets, physique, mysterious heavy body, strength of 1,000 June, weight increases with cultivation. Note, foodie attribute, loves sweets, admires muscular men, obsessed with strange techniques. It is recommended that the host pursue based on this direction. This girl is actually a scheming foodie, and her weight increases with her cultivation. If this were on a bed, wouldn't she crush someone to death? You must be Senior Mu, right? Su Chinyu performed a disciple-esque salute. I'm Su Chinyu, the disciple of Master Shui Yu from Petian Peak, born with a mysterious heavy body. When I fell, I activated my spiritual power. Are you all right, Senior? She looked Mu Changge up and down, seeing him standing there fine, and couldn't help but be curious. Mu Changge shook his head and smiled. I see. Your physique is indeed special. It seems that only when Su Qinyu activates her spiritual power will her weight increase. If she uses the mysterious heavy body in battle, her opponent might very well be crushed into a meat pie if they are careless. Just based on this, she can indeed be considered scheming. The system wouldn't wrong anyone. He even imagined Su Qinyu wielding a wolf fang club and using all her might from the mysterious heavy body, delivering a blow from high above. What a terrifying scene that would be. Who would have thought, Shui, you would take such a quirky disciple? I apologize for making you laugh, Senior. Su Qinyu's pretty face flushed. I was riding my sword to the peach forest when I encountered a spiritual light that knocked me down. If I catch who did this, I'll definitely flatten them into a meat pie. She pouted her rosy lips, raising her small pink fist, adding a touch of cute innocence. Mu Changge coughed, feeling quite awkward. He wouldn't admit that the person she was looking for was not far away, but right in front of her. Senior, are you really all right? Su Qinyu asked suspiciously. When she fell and was caught, she thought it was someone attacking her and instinctively activated her mysterious heavy body. But upon seeing this old man, she quickly held back. After all, this senior's cultivation was only at the golden core stage, and he was getting old. If he accidentally hurt his back, her master would definitely not just punish her with copying the Sutra of Tranquility. However, Mu Changge's calm and composed expression indicated that he was truly at ease, as if the immense pressure had no effect on him at all. Is this what they call being strong in old age? In that case, he would have no problem in terms of masculinity. No wonder her master couldn't forget this senior. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of fortune. Su Qinyu. Progress 10. Earned 3,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. The elderly body refining technique. No spiritual power required. Can transform into a muscular man. What the hell? A muscular man? He likes it. If he transformed in front of the bed, with bulging muscles, who wouldn't scream? The image in Mu Changge's mind unconsciously brought forth the figure of the Miao in fairy. He couldn't help but wonder what his master would look like if she were to be shocked. His old face gradually flushed red, and his smile began to change. Senior Mu? Su Qinyu called him several times. Seeing Mu Changge come back to his senses, she handed him a handkerchief, saying, "You've drooled." Cough. Mu Changge quickly wiped his mouth. Where are you going? The junior was sent by my master to see you. Su Qinyu tilted her little head, somewhat puzzled by why this senior had just been thinking about something and suddenly turned so lewd. It's an illusion. It must be my own illusion. Looking at Mu Changge's puzzled expression, she continued, "My master said she lost her waist ribbon here and instructed me to take it back for her." Su Qinyu pointed in a direction, her little face adding a touch of shyness. My master's really bold. In the peach forest, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a seat, she accomplished a romance with Senior Mu and fulfilled her long-held wish. She said that her master's chill not only hadn't erupted, but her skin appeared even more rosy. Mu Changge glanced over and saw the ribbon, feeling a wave of frustration. Where's your master? Why didn't she come herself? It must be intentional. This Shui definitely wants to use this method to cut off his retreat. Seeing Su Qinyu's shy expression, Mu Changge understood what the girl was thinking. Su Qinyu fell silent for a moment, furrowing her brow. The protective formation of the Bixiao Palace has a gap, and my master was called by the elders of the sect to repair it. Upon hearing this, Mu Changge fell into deep thought. It seemed strange. Why would a well-functioning formation have a gap? It looks like he needs to pay attention, but hopefully he's just overthinking. Senior, then I'll take my leave. Su Qinyu picked up the ribbon and prepared to leave. Mu Changge called out to her, "Qinyu, I'll help your master repair the formation. If I have free time in the future, come to the peach forest and try the osmanthus cake I made myself." Osmanthus cake? How does the senior know I like that? Well, it must be your master who told me. Her master definitely wanted her to establish a good relationship with Senior Mu in advance. Su Qinyu thanked him and transformed into a streak of light in the sky. Before leaving, Mu Changge gave her something. Chapter 50. Relentless in pulling up pants, let him do something for this girl. If he wants her fortune points, he can't just take them for free. Watching Su Qinyu leave, Mu Changge sighed inwardly. Although it was only 30,000 fortune points, which couldn't compare to Shui Yu and his master Miao Yin Fairy, it was already not low among disciples. The Xuanzhong body is indeed somewhat interesting. He really enjoyed the benefits of the great fortune points returned, and now he seemed to look down on disciples with only a few thousand points. He wondered what kind of scene it would be when he passed on his body, refining technique to suture you. When a thin and weak little girl bursts out with 2 well-developed pectoral muscles and muscular limbs, along with yellow hair and blue eyes. That would be super suturing you. Thinking of that scene, Mu Change's cheeks gradually flushed. Blood gushed from his nose. Suddenly, the system's voice interrupted his imagination. Ding! It is recommended that the host go to Wushan with Shui Yu to enjoy the great fortune points return, which can help the host significantly improve his cultivation. Damn system. Always trying to tempt him. Ding. A reminder to the host. If you don't want to attract romantic debts, you can achieve a fleeting romance, the irresponsible kind. Once the bond is established, it cannot be canceled, and the host will enjoy benefits forever. Additionally, you can exchange for a memory erasure card to erase a specific memory. It's all about pulling up pants without leaving a trace, so you won't have any worries afterwards. Thank you for being so considerate. Mu Changge felt a wave of frustration. Besides, what use is that? Even if that memory is erased, Shui Yu's feelings for him wouldn't change at all. It's a dead loop. He couldn't do that kind of thing anyway. Either he wouldn't do it, or if he did, he would always do what he wanted to do, pouring out all his pure and thick love without reservation. Mu Changge returned to the small courtyard in the peach forest, waved his sleeve, and the heaven-swallowing creation cauldron landed steadily in the courtyard. He lightly tapped with his fingertips, and a wisp of spiritual fire leaped into the bottom of the cauldron, instantly igniting. The Xuanzhong body is indeed suitable for this. He took out a piece of dark meteorite iron from his storage ring. This was something he obtained during his travels in the Arctic, and he also took out a bottle of Millennium cold marrow and a few pieces of earth fire crystals. These are all rare materials he had accumulated over the past 1,000 years. Using meteorite iron as the bone, refining with cold marrow, and earth fire as the soul, Mu Changge formed hand seals, and the meteorite iron floated in the cauldron, gradually softening under the burning spiritual fire. His fingertips wove intricate and mysterious runes in the air. Condense. The runes merged into the iron block, emitting a dark light. Mu Changge then injected the Millennium cold marrow into it. White mist rose. The iron block formed a 3-foot-long stick embryo. Add some more materials. He took out a small jade bottle filled with 1,000 June sand, a peculiar gravel collected by his master Miao In Fairy on the ancient battlefield, with each grain weighing 100 June. Go! The 1,000 June sand merged into the stick embryo. Fine golden patterns appeared on the black stick body. Mu Changge nodded in satisfaction and finally embedded the earth fire crystal into the head of the stick. Buzz! The moment the Wolf Fawn Club was formed, the entire small courtyard shook. The spikes on the stick body were fierce, but under Mu Change's spell, they all retracted, turning into a smooth stick body, normally as light as a feather, but in battle as heavy as a mountain, and it could be large or small. Mu Changge looked down at his palm, where the stick had shrunk to the size of a palm, and smiled. I'll name you Qianjun. Just as he was seriously admiring his masterpiece, he couldn't help but frown. Something seemed off. The head was thick and the body was thin, and after shrinking, why did this thing look so much like items used in the Blue Star? Mu Changge subconsciously activated the spell, and when the small spikes emerged from the top, he suddenly felt a strange thrill. This is quite unexpected. That girl Suchinyu would definitely love it. It could be used for both combat and fighting. Mu Changge felt that he might have crafted an extraordinary weapon. With the Xuanzhong body, along with this adjustable weight and size Wolf Fawn Club, he seemed to foresee the future repair bills for the Bixiao Palace's protective formation waving at him. At this moment, let us call it the lady mode. Mu Changge laughed lewdly. Looking at his flushed cheeks, one could only wonder what scenes he was imagining. Bixiao Palace, at the core of the protective formation. Shui Yu stood in midair, her red dress fluttering in the gale. She traced the formation runes with her fingertips, yet a hint of doubt lingered between her brows. Fairy Shui Yu, are there any signs of artificial damage to this formation? An elder with white hair asked, stroking his beard. Shui Yu's eyes flickered slightly as she carefully examined the formation patterns. After a moment, she shook her head. It is not artificial damage. It seems to be caused by the disarray of the formation's own spiritual power. Strange, the protective formation has operated for 1,000 years without such errors. Another elder frowned. Shueyu did not respond, merely tapping her fingertips to channel spiritual energy into the formation's core. Moreover, the timing of this disruption in the formation seemed too coincidental, occurring precisely when senior brother Mu broke through. Her senior brother Mu was indeed not simple. Although she could not discern Mu Changge's true cultivation level, she absolutely did not believe that man's strength was only at the 5th stage of the golden core. The commotion from his breakthrough confirmed her suspicions. However, everyone had their own secrets, and a wise woman would not ask too many questions. If she had not visited the peach grove today, if she had not left shortly before, she would still be kept in the dark by her senior brother, regardless of his cultivation depth. It was good that he had broken through, as it meant she would no longer have to worry about her senior brother exhausting his lifespan. In the future, she could still watch their children enjoy life together. Just thinking about it was wonderful. Master, Su Chenyu arrived on her sword, clutching a ribbon in her hand. You should put this aside. Shueyu did not turn back, but continued to repair the formation. Chenyu, inject another 30% of spiritual energy into the Sun position. Su Chenyu obediently complied, but her gaze could not help but glance at the damaged part of the formation. The crack looked as if it had been violently torn open by something. She could see it, so there was no way Master would not notice. It seemed that Senior Mu had also had a moment of doubt upon learning about the formation's damage. Chenyu, Shueyu spoke again. Go to the storeroom and fetch some star sand. I have it. Shueyu's fingertips flowed with spiritual energy as she repaired the last formation line, and suddenly, Su Chenyu took out a jade box from her storage ring. She presented it with both hands and whispered close to Shueyu's ear. This was given by Senior Mu. He said this sand looks best with Master S red dress. Su Chenyu stifled a giggle. She was not lying. The item was indeed given by Mu Changge. But the original words were, for your master to repair the formation. As for the latter part, well, that was just artistic processing. Talkative. Shueyu's ears turned red. Go back and copy the Quiet Sutra 100 times. As the star's sand spilled forth, golden light flickered, swirling around Shueyu, creating a hazy halo with her red dress. It was beautiful. Even a few elders unconsciously held their breath, and then saw Shueyu lightly step forward, performing the 7-star steps. In the midst of her swirling red dress, she unleashed 7 ice shards, stringing the scattered star sand into the shape of the Big Dipper, which then sequentially entered the formation's core. The formation is stable now. Everyone may leave. Shueyu withdrew her spell and turned to leave. Fairy, please wait. The white-haired elder said. It's strange. Today's disruption in the formation seemed to resonate with an extremely strong wave of spiritual energy, but it was fleeting. Shueyu's fingertips tightened slightly, showing no signs on her face. Perhaps a disciple made some progress, stirring the natural spiritual energy. But that level of spiritual energy doesn't seem like a normal breakthrough. The white-haired elder stroked his beard, pondering. Another elder hurriedly added, could the sudden disruption in the formation be related to the mountain-protecting formation being in disrepair? It should be maintained regularly. Shueyu interrupted him and continued. What happened today serves as a reminder to us. The elders exchanged glances. Although they still had doubts, they did not dare to say more. The group dispersed. Shueyu exhaled, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She looked toward the peach grove. Senior brother, just how many secrets do you still hide? Achoo! At that moment, Mu Changge, with his face dusted with glutinous rice flour, sneezed. He rubbed his nose, wondering why he felt as if he was being watched. Chapter 51. Mysterious Sounds, Forbidden Technique. Disciple, I must guide you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for capturing the fortune girl Shueyu, with a progress of 70. Receiving a fortune value refund of 20,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward. The Divine Sense Isolation Forbidden Technique. 5 senses sealed. But Divine Sense can be used. What is this additional reward for? Could it be that this girl Shueyu plans to force him? Hiss. Mu Changge took a sharp breath. However, he was someone with a golden finger, and his cultivation was far beyond what it used to be. Even if that girl was at the transformation stage, she wouldn't be able to seal him. So who could seal his 5 senses? Only his master, the mysterious sound fairy. But that was clearly impossible. His master wouldn't be bored enough to do such a thing. Unless she was doing something unknown and couldn't let him know. Unknown. Damn. Mu Change's hand trembled, and the glutinous rice ball he was holding fell to the ground. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His master was pure and noble. It must be that this system randomly gave him a reward. Mu Changge took a deep breath, lamenting how wonderful Shui Yu was, easy to capture and high in fortune value. At Mysterious Sound's place, the bright moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, spilling onto the jade bed. Mysterious Sound wore a thin, gauzy white dress, faintly revealing her creamy skin. She lazily leaned against the jade pillow, her long jade legs crossed, her toes slightly curled, and a silver bell at her ankle chimed softly with her movements. Is there any way to extend Changge's lifespan? Mysterious Sound sighed lightly, her fingertips brushing over the ancient books on the table, causing her gauzy dress to slide down, revealing half of her snow-white shoulder. Alas, only one method remains. In the Bai Shao Palace, there was a forbidden technique managed by successive holy lords. Yun Qingli, with her exceptional talent, was the best she had ever seen. To prevent that girl from simply pursuing power, she had never mentioned it. Now that Yun Qingli had ascended, this technique was temporarily held by her and had not yet been handed over to the next holy lord. She wanted to see what this forbidden technique was, hoping to find a way to extend the life of her unfortunate disciple. She had also sensed a wave of spiritual energy from the peach grove, initially thinking it was due to Mu Changge's breakthrough, but upon probing with her divine sense, she could not help but feel disappointed. Mu Changge's cultivation had not changed at all. Rather, it was Shui Yu who appeared in the peach grove today, her aura comparable to that of the transformation stage, likely due to the cold air she was experiencing. Mysterious Sound waved her jade hand, and a wooden box appeared before her, containing a book titled The Art of Harmonious Union. This is a dual cultivation technique. Mysterious Sound was somewhat dumbfounded. No wonder it was a forbidden technique of Bai Shao Palace. Although this method could rapidly enhance cultivation, it leaned towards the evil side, drawing pure yang energy from adult men to replenish oneself. Mysterious Sound's delicate fingers trembled as she turned a page. Suddenly, she stopped at the chapter on the cauldron body. Under the moonlight, her pupils abruptly contracted and her delicate brows furrowed involuntarily. Those with the cauldron body can transfer 100 years of lifespan to others. The cauldron body, that's me. Mysterious Sound murmured softly, her usually cold voice trembling slightly. Her shoulder beneath the gauzy dress involuntarily tightened, and the silver bell at her ankle jingled without wind. It was precisely because she knew she had the cauldron body that she had cultivated to the point of severing emotions and desires. Until Mu Changge was willing to expend his limited lifespan to concoct chi blood pills for her. Her heart was no longer as calm as before. Mysterious Sound took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the ancient book. It clearly depicted two entangled figures with small annotations beside it. Must invoke emotions to transfer. Each transfer of 100 years costs 1 jiazi of cultivation, excluding the pure body. Both parties benefit. Pure body? Mysterious Sound let out a bitter laugh. She had only heard of this physique and had never seen it in person. Moreover, she only wanted her disciple to live a little longer. So how could she care whether it would benefit her? Do I really have to do that at Changge? Her ears turned slightly red, and she looked down at her half-transparent gauzy dress, hurriedly tightening her collar. This person was her beloved disciple, Qingli's partner. It must be done secretly. Mysterious Sound's charming face flushed a shade of crimson again. The urgent matter at hand was to enter seclusion and recuperate, stabilize her injuries, and then find the right opportunity to act. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing the fortune girl Mysterious Sound Fairy with a progress of 30. Receiving a fortune value refund of 30,000 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, the complete version of the chaotic Yin Tianju, automatically upgrading Hongming Chuang Shijing, the Great Way 50, Tian Yin 49. This is the one that has escaped. Inside the peach orchard, Mu Changge looked shocked. What is happening again? Isn't the master in seclusion? How did she gain another 15 points? Could it be that the master really intends to do something to him? Pure and unsullied, sacred and inviolable. Master. Mu Changge was dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze. He was pulled back into the bed curtain by two pure white lotus arms that extended from his spiritual body. He felt a blur in front of his eyes, and the familiar fragrance wafted towards him. Master, in your opinion, what went wrong with the mountain protection formation? At Petit Peak, under the moonlight, Suchinyu asked Shueiyu. Shueiyu's cold eyes gazed in the direction of the peach orchard, her skirt fluttering in a breeze. The moonlight casting a layer of silver gauze over her beautiful legs, making them appear even whiter. Just wait. Her red lips curved into a cool arc. And soon we will know. How could Shueiyu not see the traces of someone manipulating the formation, rather than alerting the snake by striking the grass? It's better to wait for the other party to come out. How could Bai Shao Palace not deal with those petty characters? Especially since her senior brother was able to provide her with star sand in advance, indicating he had already thought of something. Is what you said today true? Shueiyu suddenly felt a bit shy. Suchinyu tilted her little head and quickly thought of something. She smiled mischievously. The master was asking if Senior Mu said you look better with the star sand, and if I say it's false, will you hit me? Suchinyu playfully stuck out her fragrant tongue. No. Shueiyu smiled. Next year on this day will be the anniversary of your grave. Suchinyu shivered. The master is saying the scariest things in the most casual tone. Grave? That is directly leading her to a fate of no bones left. For the sake of her own life, Suchinyu decisively chose to continue the kind-hearted lie. How could the disciple dare to deceive you? Suchinyu potev. Shaking Shueiyu's arm. You can ask Senior Mu. She is not afraid. Anyway, Senior Mu would definitely not say the master is not beautiful. The survival instinct of men. Senior Mu is an old man who has lived for thousands of years and has had a partner. How could he be deceived? How to express the truest feelings to women. He is the best at it. Today, as senior brother, Shueiyu thought of the scene where Mu Changge confessed to her. Her pretty face turned even redder, and he was indeed somewhat different from before, and he was very confident. What could be more confident than daring to have her bear 100 children? Although these cultivators are lofty in the eyes of mortals, like immortal gods, the corresponding cost is that they rarely have offspring. But with the aid of elixirs and diligent work, it is still possible to have a child born. 100 children would statistically require at least 100,000 diligent labor trials. Senior brother is very strong. Huh? Suchinyu tilted her head. What is the master thinking? Looking at the crystal droplets at the corner of Shueiyu's mouth, she handed over a handkerchief, which Senior Mu used to wipe his mouth. She leaned close to Shueiyu's ear, wanting to know what the master is thinking. Shueiyu snatched the handkerchief from her hand, her delicate body shivering. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or I will expel you from the sect. I am just thirsty. Indeed, thirsty. Suchinyu covered her mouth and snickered. Her big senior disciple is really too hard, having to listen to the master as heartfelt words all the time, while also constantly facing the threat of being expelled from the sect. But master, you deny it. Yet you put the handkerchief in your own pocket. What is that about? Master. Suchinyu looked at Shueiyu, who was about to leave, and quickly called to stop her. Senior Mu asked me to take some time to go to the peach orchard, saying he wanted me to taste the osmanthus cake he made by hand. Should I bring some back for you to taste? I need to enter seclusion. Shueiyu took off the hairpin from her hair and stuffed it into Suchinyu's hand. You give this to him for me. If he misses me, let him take it out and look at it. She transformed into a red streak of light, disappearing before Suchinyu's eyes. Suchinyu looked down at the hairpin, murmuring, "This is the relic of the Master's mother," giving it to Senior Mu. Isn't that a token of love? Chapter 52. I acknowledge this partner. Ding. Congratulations to the host for conquering the Daughter of Fortune, Shueiyu. With a conquest progress of 80, receiving 10,000 points of fortune value. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Love thread can weave causal relationships. Binding partner ties. The next day, as Mu Changge just crawled out from the bed curtain, he heard the system prompt. He stared at a pink thread appearing in his hand, feeling uneasy. System, are you serious? He gritted his teeth. Is this trying to make me die faster? Ding. Detected that the gift from Shueiyu is about to arrive. Suggestion. Use this item to bind the hairpin, establishing a double bond. Effect. She cultivates, you grow stronger. She breaks through, you level up. Dog system. So you fixed on Shueiyu, right? You want to find me a wife, right? If Shaoli knew that I just ascended and immediately found a wife, how would I explain it when we reunite in the upper realm? Moreover, what is the use of establishing a double bond? Ding! Reminder to the host. An ordinary bond can provide a 50 spiritual power feedback of the other's cultivation progress, while love thread binding partner ties can provide 100% double bonds can stack. Seeing this, Mu Change's heart stirred. Bond stacking means he can receive 150 feedback, which is even better than the benefits Shui Yu gains from cultivating alone. More importantly, if Shui Yu breaks through, he can level up. This means that as long as Shui Yu breaks through to the next stage of the Dharma form realm, he can directly advance from the nascent soul to the out-of-body realm. Awesome. But once this bond is established, he would truly become a partner with Shui Yu, and there would be no way to escape from it. So troublesome. When Shui Yu first entered, she was still a little child, and he was already in his 30s then. Even though time doesn't matter in cultivation, the age difference shouldn't be a problem. But once Shui Yu becomes his partner, wouldn't everyone in by Shao Palace know? How could he remain low-key? Furthermore, there are many in by Shao Palace who secretly admire Shui Yu. If those who have a bad relationship with him come to trouble him, should he expose his strength or not? Forget it, don't think so much. It's just a bother for a fool. Stubborn people tend to go all out. His head is quite stubborn. As long as he doesn't expose the secret of his golden finger, everything else is irrelevant. Mu Changge went to the courtyard. Just in time, he saw a streak of light falling outside the door. Senior Mu, the master asked me to bring you something. Accompanied by Su Qinyu's cheerful silver bell-like voice, she came before Mu Changge. Guess what it is? It can't be a token of love, right? Mu Changge said casually while drinking tea. Su Qinyu was surprised. Wow, Senior Mu, you and my master are truly in sync, truly in love, and must be soul-level partners. Whether it's soul-level or not, he doesn't know. Anyway, Shui Yu is destined to become his partner. After all, with the system being such a dog, some things are beyond his control. Who'll let his lifeline be held? He wants to become stronger and ascend to the upper realm. Besides, it is estimated that this girl is likely to break through to the Dharma form realm after this seclusion, and he can greatly improve his cultivation due to the effect of the bond. Moreover, that girl Shui Yu is quite good. After figuring things out, Mu Changge felt a lot more relaxed. Mu Changge took the hairpin handed over by Su Qinyu, entwined the love thread around it, transforming it into a brilliant rainbow light, which then disappeared. Su Qinyu watched in amazement. Senior, what was that? 1,000 miles of love is linked by a thread. That is the love thread. And it also represents my feelings for your master. Mu Changge smiled, holding the hairpin in his hand. Your master is in seclusion? Yes, Senior. After Su Qinyu sat down, she took a sip of tea and said, Senior, how romantic of you. Master will surely be very happy to know this. You don't know. Ever since I entered Patian Feng and became Master's disciple, whenever I'm not in seclusion, she is not a day without staring at your peach blossom grove in a daze. Now that I see Master getting her wish fulfilled, I truly feel happy for you both. Su Qinyu propped her chin on her hands, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Every time Master gazes at the peach grove, her lips unconsciously curl up. Mu Change's hand, holding the hairpin, trembled slightly. In the reflection of the teacup, he seemed to see his own lips curving in a similar way. Shui Yu, that girl, is still as persistent as ever. Tell your master to focus on her cultivation. Mu Change's voice was firm. This partner of mine, I acknowledge her. Once she becomes my woman, there is no turning back. Ding! The bond of affection was successfully established. Shui Yu's connection has been formed, and cultivation level shared at 100. The hairpin in his hand suddenly shimmered with a soft glow, and a stream of pink light flowed from his wrist into his body. Shui Yu, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She seemed to have heard Mu Change's voice. Only a fool would regret it. She chuckled lightly, forming a hand seal and closing her eyes again. Peach Grove. Su Qinyu suddenly leaned closer, lowering her voice mysteriously. Senior, you said yesterday that you would treat me to osmanthus cake. Her eager expression seemed to be drooling. Mu Changge smiled knowingly. With a flick of his sleeve, a plate of crystal-clear pastries appeared on the stone table. The surface of the pastries glimmered with a golden hue, faintly dotted with crushed peach blossoms. I didn't have time to find osmanthus flowers, so I used peach blossoms instead. Give it a try. He pushed the plate forward. I added some special ingredients. I think you will like it. Su Chenyu eagerly picked up a piece, and as soon as she took a small bite, her eyes widened in disbelief. This is thousand-year spirit honey. Senior, you are too good. She couldn't believe he would use such good ingredients for her. She had been at Petit Enfant for so long and had never eaten such delicious pastries. Indeed, she was benefiting from her master's favor. It's just that master was pitiful, unable to taste Senior Mu's culinary skills. My cultivation, the spiritual energy within Su Chenyu surged instantly, a warm current rising from her dantian. She was astonished to find that the bottleneck she was stuck at began to loosen. Boom! With a surge of energy, Su Chenyu's cultivation advanced to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. She had broken through. Su Chenyu's face was filled with disbelief. She had just eaten a piece of Senior's pastry and had broken through. Senior, how did you do this? If it were her own cultivation, breaking through to the next level would take at least 10 years. This was not because of her ordinary talent, but because of her extraordinary Xuanzhong body, which was considered invincible among the same level. Even if she were to fight at a higher level, it wouldn't be impossible. At least, Mu Changge believed that even if Su Chenyu hadn't broken through yet, Lung Qingshuang, who had a higher cultivation level, would not be a match for her. Of course, life and death combat was another matter. After all, Lung Qingshuang's talent and comprehension of swordsmanship were not to be underestimated. Mu Changge smiled without speaking. He had used breakthrough peach blossom honey in these pastries, worth 1,000 luck points. The system produces nothing but quality products. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Have another piece. Su Chenyu nodded and accepted it. Boom! At the moment she swallowed, an even stronger surge of spiritual power exploded within her. The spiritual energy in the peach grove gathered wildly, forming a visible vortex above her head. As Senior, her voice trembled, and faint golden patterns lit up along her meridians. I think I might have broken through again. Su Chenyu felt like she was dreaming, doubting her life. Decades of hard cultivation couldn't compare to 2 pieces of Senior's pastries. She had just broken through, and without even stabilizing her realm, she directly entered the next level, as if someone was topping off her spiritual power. Moreover, that power caused her no discomfort and did not destabilize her foundation in the slightest. Was this really Senior Mu? Master truly has great insight. It turns out he invited her over to eat pastries as an excuse, primarily to help her, Master Shiyue's most cherished disciple, improve her cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the luck-bearing girl, Su Chenyu. Progress at 30 and received 6,000 points of luck value. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward. Xuanzhong Transformation Technique. Xingre top quality can be upgraded, specially crafted for Xuanzhong body after cultivation. Battle power can double for a short time. Mu Changge's mind stirred, and he scanned the contents of the technique with his divine sense. After transformation, blue eyes, yellow hair, bulging muscles. This really is super Su Chenyu. How absurd. This technique is simply an identical existence. The most absurd is him, who can cultivate to 100 levels within every realm. Chapter 53. The Super Su Chenyu Cultivation Plan, Old Deng's exclusive training. Su Chenyu's eyes sparkled as she stared at the remaining pastries on the plate, her little hands already reaching out again. Senior, can I have another one? Wait a moment. Mu Changge pressed down on her wrist, moving the plate away. In the path of cultivation, too much is as bad as too little. Oh, Su Chenyu looked like a deflated little rabbit, her ears drooping. She understood this principle, but she really wanted to eat another piece. She had never eaten such delicious pastries. Although the peach blossom cake is good, breaking through 2 levels has reached the limit. Eating more would be harmful rather than beneficial. Mu Changge gently stroked his long beard, looking at her little pouting mouth, shaking his head with a smile. You can take these to eat slowly. Once your cultivation is stable, I will look for better materials. Indeed, she was a little foodie. However, she could not eat any more of these pastries today. Once her cultivation was stable, eating more would slightly benefit her. Really? Su Chenyu's eyes lit up again. So when will that be? Mu Changge smiled without answering, lightly tapping her forehead. We'll talk about it when you've practiced the Xuanzhong transformation technique to the 3rd level. The first level is explosive energy, increasing battle power by 20%. The second level is muscle explosion, increasing battle power by 40%. The third level is transformation, directly doubling battle power. Transformation technique? Su Chenyu looked confused. This is it. Mu Change's fingertip tapped her forehead, transmitting the technique into her sea of consciousness. Su Chenyu was stunned for a moment. Then her face turned red. Senior, why does this technique make me have yellow hair and blue eyes? However, this technique is so powerful. It can double her battle power for a short time without any side effects. The effect is already comparable to using secret techniques to burn blood energy. Burning blood energy has too many costs, damaging not only one's foundation, but also lifespan, and more seriously, it could lead to becoming a waste. What? Do you dislike my technique? Mu Changge extended his fingertip, surrounded by spiritual light. Since that is the case, then I will. No. Su Chenyu looked nervous and joked, I mean, Senior, this technique is so powerful. It feels like it's tailored just for me. Of course, this technique is only suitable for the Xuanzhong body to cultivate. If it were anyone else, they would at most cultivate to the first 2 levels, and it would be far less effective than the Xuanzhong body could unleash. Su Chenyu understood this point and thus reached a conclusion. Master and Senior Mu have always been affectionate toward each other. It was only because of the former Holy Master Yun Qingli that they maintained their distance. Now that the Holy Master has ascended, Master eagerly rushed to the Peach Grove, and Senior Mu could no longer suppress his feelings, agreeing to Master's courtship. Therefore, love for the house extends to the crow. She immediately gained the dual affection of her Master and Senior. How wonderful! Su Chenyu, you are truly too happy. Her eyes sparkled with brilliant starlight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the luck-bearing girl Su Chenyu. Progress at 50 and received 6,000 points of luck value. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. The Xuanzhong body attribute is at 100. Wow, this is impressive. It means he has gained the ability of Su Chenyu. But even more powerful, his Xuanzhong body attribute can rely on the body refinement technique completely without the need for spiritual power to activate it. At this moment, even his pure physical strength is not weaker than his own cultivation level. No, to be precise, below the transformation stage, he can crush all enemies with pure physical strength. Mu Changge himself found it hard to suppress the excitement deep within. He cleared his throat and said, Chenyu, your temperament training is not enough. It's just a mere technique. Look how happy you are. How am I supposed to teach you superior cultivation methods in the future? Master, you said there are superior techniques to give me? Su Chenyu leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his, pressing against him firmly. She didn't realize how intimate her actions were. Her big watery eyes were full of expectation, and her petite body almost hung on Mu Change's arm. As she excitedly moved, her elegant long dress was stretched tight, faintly revealing her proud curves as they undulated within the fabric. Mu Change's old face flushed red. The sensation from her arm made him cough lightly. Chenyu, pay attention to your demeanor. I'm not your master. How can you call me that casually? Only then did Su Chenyu realize her loss of composure and hurriedly let go. As she relaxed her grip, the neckline of her dress slightly opened, revealing a section of her snow-white neck and exquisite collarbone, showcasing a breathtaking curve beneath. As she fumbled to tidy her clothes, it only accentuated her delicate and blushing little face. I didn't call you casually. Su Chenyu lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Anyway, you are my master's partner, so you're my master. Moreover, girls calling out casually, that only happens at night when cultivating the Tao with their partners. She had secretly seen this in the secret manual her master studied. Su Chenyu's little face turned crimson, her breath slightly quickened, enhancing her solid contours. Mu Changge silently averted his gaze. This girl clearly had the cutest personality, yet her figure was so. Cough, cough. No wonder she was a Xuanzhong body. Even her development was impressive. As for the technique, there isn't one for now. One can't be greedy. Mu Changge automatically ignored her previous words and continued. I do have a spiritual weapon that is very suitable for you. His smile held a hint of mischief. Then, under Su Chenyu's curious gaze, he took out a miniature wolf fawn club, which lay quietly in his palm. The spikes on the club were in a retracted state, leaving only a bare surface. Su Chenyu took it and examined it for a moment, looking at its thick body and slender style, and asked, "What kind of strange spiritual weapon is this? I've never seen it before." This item is called Qinjun. You can freely adjust its size and weight with your mind until it becomes the right size for you. Mu Changge smiled even more brightly. It can also activate spikes during combat, and when not in use, it's in this ladylike mode. Want to get a try? Su Chenyu felt intrigued, playing with it fondly. The Wolfang Club changed size in her hands, sometimes fierce, sometimes smooth. When she accidentally touched a hidden rune, the club suddenly glowed with pink light, tracing a heart shape in the air. This. Her little face turned red again. What mode is this? To be honest, the spiritual weapon given to her by her master was indeed a bit strange, but it was truly unique and very suitable for her Xuanzhong body. With the capabilities contained in Qianjun, it could serve as another trump card for her. This spiritual weapon, combined with her Xuanzhong body, could increase her combat power by 20%. In a surprise attack, against opponents of the same level, she could even ensure a one-hit kill. This is called the interest mode. Mu Changge thought of this added twist of fun and couldn't help but stiffen his old face. It could be used to relieve stress when bored. "Master, you are so considerate. I really like the treasure you gave me." She decided to cling tightly to Mu Changge's thigh in the future. This was even closer than she was to her own master. Su Chenyu couldn't help but peck Mu Changge's cheek, then blushingly said, "Master said I should convey this to you." Mu Changge touched the spot where he was suddenly attacked and suddenly stood up. "Then I'll go ask your master." "Oh no, master is in seclusion. Please don't disturb her." Su Chenyu was so frightened that she hurriedly grabbed him. "If you go, master won't be able to focus on her seclusion." If Mu Changge went, she would definitely be killed by Shui Yue. Earlier, it was out of her control. She genuinely wanted to express her gratitude. "Ding! Congratulations on successfully courting the lucky girl, Su Chenyu. Progress 70. Received 6,000 luck points. Congratulations to the host for triggering the gift return reward, Haotian Hammer, Lightning Attribute, Earth Grade, Top Quality Spiritual Weapon." Haotian Hammer, Lightning Attribute, not bad. After all, the Wolfang Club he gave to Su Chenyu was only of the Xian grade. Chapter 54. Shui Yue flirts with her husband in public. All disciples. Elder Mu is awesome. It's getting late. I should go back and protect Master. She will come out of seclusion on the day of the Outer Sect Disciple Assessment in a month. Su Chenyu walked towards the courtyard gate, turning back to wink playfully. "Oh right, Master, about earlier, please don't mention it to Master." She blushed and pointed at her cheek, then transformed into a streak of light and vanished, leaving behind a string of bell-like laughter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for courting the lucky girl Su Chenyu. Progress 80. Received 3,000 luck points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Haotian Hammer upgraded, now possesses growth attributes. Mu Changge shook his head and chuckled. This girl was just as easy to court as Shui Yue. He looked down at the steps swaying in his palm, which still retained a trace of pink silk's aura. System. What would happen if Shui Yue knew I was using her treasure to gain luck points? Ding. Fatal issue detected. Suggestion. Immediately exchange for a set of knee pads that make kneeling easier. Mu Changge. He glanced at his total luck points, 64,400. Enough to enhance his cultivation again. However, Mu Changge did not do so. As long as he waited for Shui Yue to finish her seclusion and successfully break through to the law manifestation stage, he could directly advance from the nascent soul to the out-of-body stage due to the bond of affection. Since that's the case, why waste the hard-earned luck points? A month later, Bixiao Palace welcomed the day of the Outer Sect Disciples Assessment. All participating disciples were eagerly anticipating. Each of them was making their final efforts to enter the inner sect and be selected by the heads of various peaks to become direct disciples. Just then, Poxiang Peak, the heavens and earth suddenly changed color. The entire mountain trembled violently, and a crimson pillar of spiritual power shot up into the sky, dyeing the clouds into a sea of rosy light. Within the pillar of light, 9 ice crystal mysterious birds could be faintly seen spiraling and flying, each feather reflecting brilliant starlight. Boom! With a clear phoenix cry, Shui Yue's figure stood suspended in the air. Her red dress fluttered, her green hair billowed, and a complex rune of ice and fire appeared between her brows. She was surrounded by vast pressure from the law manifestation, and with each step she took, ice lotuses bloomed and flames burned the sky. In the peach grove courtyard, Mu Changge looked up at the sky, and the teacup in his hand suddenly shattered. He suddenly stood up, and the spiritual power within him boiled uncontrollably. The step on the stone table burst forth with dazzling brilliance. As the vast spiritual power from Shuyue's breakthrough surged into his body through their bond. Detected law manifestation, stage, spiritual power feedback, host as cultivation breaks through. Current realm, out-of-body stage, first layer. Mu Changge's long hair floated without wind. His hunched figure gradually straightened, and wrinkles visibly decreased. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze seemed to flow with the stars. He looked towards the direction of Poxiang Peak and chuckled. This girl Shuyue indeed didn't disappoint me. She really broke through. With a flash, Mu Changge left the peach grove and hurried to the outer trial square of Bixiao Palace. Meanwhile, the moon water had transformed into a stream of light. All the disciples in the broken heaven peak shouted in unison, congratulating their master on breaking through to the divine transformation and entering the law form. As the voices faded, Su Chenyu looked back at the group of junior brothers and sisters and instructed, "You all stay here. I will go with the master." Su Chenyu's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. "We wish our senior sister a safe journey." In the trial square, the sound of a phoenix cry came from the sky. All the elders and disciples present looked up. They saw a giant ice-fire mysterious bird, law form, sweeping across the sky, where frost and fire intertwined, creating a breathtaking beauty. It was the master of moon water. Oh my gosh, she has broken through to the law form realm. No wonder there was a surge of spiritual energy just now. Our Bixiao Palace has gained another powerful law form practitioner. This puts her on the same level as the Holy Master. Many disciples displayed expressions of reverence. After all, Moonwater was the only one among the peak masters to break through to the law form. Additionally, after Yun Qingli ascended, the new Holy Master was taken over by Yi Lingxi, a fellow junior sister. Yi Lingxi was not a disciple of Miaoyin, but was the most suitable for this position among the elders in the inner door. Her cultivation was only at the 10th level of the law form, and she was currently in seclusion attempting to break through to the void realm. With a cry, a woman in a red dress stepped down from the back of the mysterious bird. Moonwater's gaze swept through the crowd and finally landed on Mu Changge, who was in an inconspicuous corner. The two exchanged glances across the distance, and threads of emotional connection sparkled simultaneously. Moonwater smiled slightly, moving her long, beautiful legs under her red dress, and walked towards Mu Changge, step by step, like a blooming lotus under everyone's gaze. Senior brother. Moonwater's alluring lips curved into a dazzling arc under the sunlight, containing a hint of playfulness. Little sister, just as you wished, I hope to deceive you next. Little sister, congratulations. Mu Changge cleared his throat. I always knew you could do it. This little girl, so overtly bold under the sun. Fortunately, others couldn't understand. Otherwise, in this situation, he would be torn to pieces with jealousy. Suddenly, Moonwater leaned close to his ear, exhaling a fragrant breath. Doing what lovers do together is what truly counts. Little girl, you really know how to charm. Mu Changge thought, it's so easy to fall for her after she broke through to the law form. Wait, Moonwater's fortune value actually increased from 100,000 to 150,000. System, what's going on? Mu Changge asked. Although stepping from divine transformation to law form was an extremely difficult threshold, her fortune value shouldn't have risen so much. By Mu Changge's estimation, an increase to 120,000 would have been about right. Ding! The host has established a bond with Moonwater through emotional threads, enhancing her fortune value and awakening the dual-element law form. With a mysterious bird form symbolizing rebirth through nirvana. Mu Changge understood that Moonwater had not only broken through her cultivation, but also had her potential enhanced due to the emotional thread connection. Is that Elder Mu? Finally, a disciple recognized the elder beside Moonwater, seemingly the well-known idol elder from their Bixiao Palace. In their eyes, This elder was the perfect companion of the former Holy Master, Mu Changge, who had already ascended. This elder was a role model in their hearts. The first king of soft rice in Bishao Palace. With only golden Dan cultivation, he had relied on the previous Holy Master to extend his lifespan by several hundred years, living to over 1,000 years old. His lifespan was comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. As for the Holy Master, it was said they had known each other for many years. Why did Munwater's gaze toward Elder Mu carry an unusual significance? Otherwise, why was it that among so many people present, she first noticed Elder Mu? All the others chose to ignore it. Senior, he really came? Among the outer disciples, Lin Wanner showed a hint of joy in her beautiful eyes. He came out of the peach grove for her to attend their outer disciples assessment trial. She had to take first place in this competition to show him the results of her month-long seclusion. But what was going on with Munwater? Why did it seem intriguing between her and Elder Mu? It couldn't be that she also liked Elder Mu, right? How could that be possible? Munwater was the master of Broken Heaven Peak, the first among all peak masters to break through to the law form. What could she compete with him over? Rely on her looks? Alas, it seems she didn't have the same assets as Munwater. What to do? Elder Mu, all my efforts are to make you notice me more. You can't let others take you away. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully courting the fortune girl Lin Wanner. Progress 90, earning 3,000 fortune points back. Congratulations, host, for receiving an additional reward, a fragment of the Lingshu Ju grade, Xian Stage Supreme, suitable for Lingshu body. Mu Changge's mind moved, and he noticed Lin Wanner was secretly sizing him up. Damn, this girl really has great fortune. In just a month, she has grown to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Her fortune value has also reached 30,000. Even with the pills I gave her as assistance. This is quite a cheat. Back then, he didn't know how many pills he had wasted. Mu Changge came back to his senses and gave her a thumbs up to show encouragement. Lin Wanner shyly lowered her head. However, Munwater pinched his waist and whispered, "Senior brother, does that little girl from the outer door look better than me?" Chapter 55. The Holy Master arrives. The competition begins. Mu Changge turned to look, only to meet a pair of eyes glowing red. Junior sister, you must be joking. She can't compare to you, even 1 in 10,000. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking how all women were the same. He hadn't done anything with Munwater, yet he couldn't even glance at anyone else. Besides, his interaction with Lin Wanner was merely normal communication. Mu Changge felt helpless. When Mu Changge was around, it was the same. As long as he looked at others, he had to prepare to be locked in his room for several days, until every last drop of value was squeezed out. For the sake of his fortune value, he had to sacrifice his charm, as he was still as attractive as ever. Munwater snorted. Is this how you deceived Sister Changge back then? However, her little hand had already loosened. If it weren't for the many people present and the occasional glances directed at her, she would have taken Mu Changge for herself. In any case, he wouldn't escape tonight. The straw is a man's weakness. Let's see how she would use formations to deal with him, not leaving him any clean spots. Wasting her years of being single. Mu Changge looked at Munwater, who sometimes smiled with her red lips and sometimes revealed a hint of shyness, and couldn't help but feel puzzled, shivering instinctively. System, can it detect what she's thinking? He asked in his heart. What is deceiving? Why say it so harshly? I call it from the heart, and some slight exaggeration of the truth. Lin Wanner didn't lose to Munwater in looks, but in the yet-to-develop charm. Ding! Detected Munwater's emotions. Jealousy 30, anticipation 50, revenge psychology 20. Suggestion: exchange for the indestructible kidney treasure pill in advance. What the hell? Mu Changge's forehead was covered in black lines. Soon after, the master of Tianjin Peak, Lei Lai, and his 3 disciples arrived at the trial square. Lei Lai quickly stepped forward, laughing and clasping his hands. Junior sister, congratulations on breaking through. I truly feel ashamed. Everyone was surprised that in the face of Lei Lai's enthusiasm, Munwater merely nodded lightly, in stark contrast to her attitude towards Mu Changge. More and more outer disciples felt amazed, while some outer elders couldn't help but shake their heads and smile wryly. One could underestimate Mu Changge's cultivation, but absolutely could not ignore his character, especially with women. He was a true winner in life. especially Lung Qing by Ji and Lu Weining. The three disciples of Tianjian Peak each respectfully saluted Mu Changge and greeted him enthusiastically, leaving everyone in awe. Lung Qing, true to her name, was famously an ice-cold woman. Not to mention the outer sect disciples, even many elders in the sect had never seen her genuine smile. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but cast curious glances at Mu Changge again. Another streak of light fell down. Who else could it be but Su Qinyu? Senior Mu, I'm here. As soon as she arrived beside Mu Changge, she cheerfully linked her arm with his. Senior, I've missed you so much in this month. At this moment, the disciples felt their brains freeze. This senior sister, Su, usually respected her master Shueyu the most. Why didn't she greet Shueyu when she saw her, but instead got so close to Elder Mu? This scene made Lu Weining grit her teeth in frustration. She had only been under house arrest by her master for a month, yet during this time, someone else had set their sights on Senior Mu. If it weren't for her master Lei Lai and others being present, she would have definitely pounced on Su Qinyu to give her peace of her mind. Anyway, with the senior sister and second senior sister here, the three of them could join forces, plus the alchemy and formations they had learned from Senior Mu. Even if the other party was the eldest disciple of Tian Peak, they would have no chance against them. She had even refined a type of pill from Senior Mu's alchemy manual that could temporarily boost combat power. Safe and without side effects. Ahem. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Mu Changge cleared his throat solemnly. Qinyu, there's so many people watching. I don't want to become the target of everyone's arrows. This girl hadn't been seen for a month, and it seemed she had developed a bit more. He was just curious how well she had cultivated the Xian Zhong transformation technique. Mu Changge couldn't wait to see her display her two impressive muscles. His old face gradually turned red, and his smile became more pronounced. Su Qinyu let out a delicate laugh. Shueyu, standing nearby, narrowed her eyes, and at some point, her fingertip had condensed an ice crystal. Qinyu, you didn't greet your master, yet you're here greeting my senior brother? Master, forgive me. Only then did Su Qinyu realize, hurriedly letting go of Mu Changge. She stuck out her tongue. I was just thinking too much about Senior Mu. She winked at Shueyu and leaned closer. Master, I'm just helping you assert your dominance. Shueyu's pretty face flushed slightly, and she snorted lightly, not pursuing the matter further. This scene left the disciples completely stunned. The usually stern Shueyu is actually so indulgent towards her disciple. Rumors really can't be trusted. Joining Tian Peak. They must join Tian Peak. Who could refuse a master as ethereal as her? Improving their cultivation wasn't even the point. What mattered was being able to enjoy the flowers, the moon, and their master. With a good mood, it greatly helped their cultivation. Among the crowd, there was one pair of eyes that had never moved away. Shen Biao. She had been in seclusion for a month under the effects of Mu Changge's pills and the techniques he gifted, making significant progress in her cultivation. She felt very confident about winning first place in the upcoming competition. After that, Lin Wan exchanged glances with her, both filled with fighting spirit. The only one who could be their opponent was each other. No matter who won first place, it wouldn't affect their friendship. Without Lin Wan's guidance, Shen Biao would never have seen her savior, Senior Mu, and wouldn't have achieved what she had today, let alone stand on this trial square. Lin Wan also wanted to see how far her sister Biao, who had always treated her sincerely, had progressed in her cultivation now. Silence. A cold voice echoed throughout the venue. Everyone turned to look, and they saw the newly appointed Saint Lord Yilingxi had appeared on the high platform at some point. Dressed in white as snow, with a touch of vermilion between her brows, she exuded the pressure of someone at the peak of the Dharma Realm. It's the Saint Lord. ISNT, the Saint Lord in seclusion? Why is she personally here to watch the outer sect assessment? Oh my, the Saint Lord is here. We must perform well and strive to become her disciple. It was well known that Yilingxi, like Yin Qingli, was solely immersed in cultivation. If it weren't for her predecessor Saint Lord ascending, Yilingxi wouldn't even have had the chance to take over the Saint Lord position, let alone become an elder, merely wanting to hang a name without involving herself in real matters. Ding! Detected the daughter of fortune. Should the host pursue her? Name, Yilingxi identity. Saint Lord of Bixiao Palace, cultivation, peak of the Dharma Realm. Fortune value, 100,000 can be pursued. Personality, cold and aloof, persistent and resilient. Extremely naive regarding human affairs due to years of seclusion. Highly admires her senior sister, Mu Changge. Physique, 9 orifice, exquisite body. Cultivation speed is extremely fast. But each breakthrough in major realms requires special opportunities. Remarks. The following are pursuit suggestions. 1. Use Mu Changge's cultivation insights as a starting point. Not sitting down with Mu Changge to discuss is her greatest regret. 2. Provide key assistance during her breakthrough to the void realm. The host needs to break her void. 3. Utilize the remaining emotional ties from Shui Yu's step to establish supportive cultivation bonds. Requires Shui Yu's agreement to share partner privileges. Mu Changge looked at the system panel and nearly choked on his own saliva. Was this system trying to kill him faster? Even the current Saint Lord was letting him pursue her. What was even more outrageous was the third suggestion. Asking Shui Yu to agree to share partner. He had just greeted Lin Wan and almost got killed for it. Share partners. Wasn't he that going to get him killed by the 2 powerful Dharma Realm beings teaming up against him? Damn system, you've ruined me. The outer sect assessment begins now. Yiling C's cold voice interrupted Mu Changge's wild thoughts. With a wave of her jade hand, the arena rose from the ground. And the elders from various peaks took their seats as judges, watching the battles while selecting their favored disciples. 3 days later, the outer sect assessment was nearing its end. Only 3 people remained in the arena. In the first match, Lin Wan faced Shen Biao. Chapter 56, Lu Waning's Betrayal. Mu Changge's Fury. With a command, 2 graceful figures leaped onto the arena simultaneously. Lin Wan held a green peak sword, its blade shimmering with a faint cold light. Shen Biao, on the other hand, was forming hand seals, surrounded by mysterious energy. Their clash was the long-awaited showdown in everyone's hearts. Since the assessment began, only their performances had been the best. Sister Biao, please enlighten me. Lin Wan cupped her fists in salute, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Shen Biao smiled slightly, conjuring an ice lotus with her fingertips. Sister Wan, no need to hold back. Begin. In an instant, the sword light collided with the ice lotus, erupting in dazzling brilliance. Lin Wan moved like lightning. Her sword techniques sharp, each strike accompanied by the sound of breaking air. Shen Biao evaded gracefully like an immortal, the ice lotus blooming around her, neutralizing all the sword energy. Good. Lei Lai slammed the table. This Lin Wan's swordsmanship is exquisite. She should join my Tianjian peak. Junior brother Lei, you are mistaken. An elderly man with white hair and youthful features stood up from the spectator seats. Dressed in a purple gold robe and wearing an ancient bronze alchemy cauldron at his waist. He was the head of the alchemy peak, Yao Chenzi. Just because her swordsmanship is good, doesn't he mean she must go to Tianjian Peak? Yao Chenzi stroked his snow-white beard, smiling. This girl's sword techniques contain the essence of alchemical fire. She is clearly a good seed for alchemy. Did you see? The sword energy is infused with the characteristics of true fire. With a wave of his sleeve, he pointed at the faint golden patterns flowing on Lin Wan. If she joins my alchemy peak, she will surely become a master alchemist within 10 years. Old man Yao, ladies face darkened instantly. Your alchemy peak disciples can't even hold a sword steady. Don't mislead others. Yao Chenzi calmly pulled out a jade vial from his sleeve. Little Lin, if you join my sect, this bottle of 9 turns golden pill is your initiation gift. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. As long as one wasn't too mediocre in talent, the 9 turns golden pill could help cultivators reach the golden core stage, a top-grade pill. During this period, there was no bottleneck at all. With just a little effort, breaking through felt like riding a rocket. And the entire inventory of the Bixiao Palace did not exceed 10. TCH, ISNT at just a pill? Who can't do that? Lei Lai snorted coldly. My Tianjian Peak also has alchemists. Waning, show your master the pills. Training a disciple for 1,000 days, using them for just a moment. He didn't expect that letting this girl follow Mu Changge to learn alchemy, such a seemingly useless thing, would come in handy at this moment. Yao Chenzi squinted his eyes. Ridiculous. How could Lei Lai, who knew nothing about alchemy, have disciples skilled in this technique? Yes, master. Lu Wanning also knew that it was time to show off and bring glory to her senior Mu. She took out 2 pills and handed them over, Master Alchemist. Wanning feels ashamed. I've just entered the field. This is the Xian Bing Dan I refined. And the other is the Jiuzhuaning Jin Dan you just mentioned. Yao Chenzi's originally indifferent expression froze the moment he took the pills. He first pinched the Xian Bing Dan, and the light flickered at his fingertips, his old eyes gradually widening. 3 parts of medicinal power. When he picked up the Jiuzhuaning Jin Dan, his hand actually trembled slightly. It truly had 1 part of medicinal effect. The entire venue fell silent. The alchemy disciples who came with Yao Chenzi gaped in disbelief. They had painstakingly cultivated for 10 years and might not even be able to refine a Xian Bing Dan with 3 parts of medicinal power, let alone a high-grade pill like the Jiuzhuaning Jin Dan. The reason for the low inventory of such pills was twofold. First, Yao Chenzi understood hunger marketing, as rarity makes things precious. Thus, as the peak master of the alchemy peak, he could always hold a position in the sect. Secondly, such pills were indeed difficult to refine, and the required spiritual herbs were exceedingly rare. But now a little girl from Tianjin Peak had refined such pills, and even though they only had 1 part of medicinal effect, it was enough to shock him. Impossible. Yao Chenzi suddenly looked up. Your master knows nothing about alchemy. How could he cultivate a disciple like you? My master isn't very capable, Lei Lai said, almost stumbling. The pride on his face vanished immediately. If it weren't for this girl saving his face, he would have sent her flying back to Tianjin Peak. Lu Wanning suddenly pointed at the judging panel, smiling mischievously, but Senior Mu is amazing. All of this was taught to me by him. I only learn a little from my senior. Whoosh. All eyes turned to Mu Changge, who was drinking tea. Puffed. Mu Changge spat out a mouthful of tea. What does this little girl want? She just sold him out like that. How could he remain low-key and create surprises in the future? He didn't want his peach grove to be trampled. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a comfortable life to live. And how could he continue being his leisurely elder? As for the daughters of fate, he didn't care how many came, as he could still gain fortune points from them. But how many daughters of fate could there be? If a bunch of male disciples came, old men with white beards, how could he chase them away? Senior brother, you also understand alchemy? Shui, you look surprised. Although she had long thought her senior brother was capable of anything, she didn't expect him to be so hidden. This Mu Changge wiped his mouth, glaring fiercely at Lu Wanning, then smiled. Junior sister, what do I know about alchemy? It's all the secret manuals given to me by the master. I just gifted them to Wanning because she liked them. Shui, you cast a doubtful glance. At this moment, Su Chunyu leaned over to her ear. Master, I think the senior not only understands, but is also very proficient. I broke through my cultivation because I ate the pastries he gave me. And I even broke through 2 levels. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Looking over, she found that it was indeed, as Su Chunyu said, breaking through 2 levels. Peak of the 7th stage of the nascent soul, just 1 step away from entering the 8th stage. Shui Yu immediately smiled, transmitting to Mu Changge. Senior brother, I knew you were the best. Are you being so kind to Chunyu because of my face? Mu Changge felt goosebumps all over. A woman being coy is the most deadly. After Su Chunyu saw his warning gaze, she covered her small mouth and giggled. Yao Chenzi had been listening intently. With his cultivation at the 10th stage of the transformation god, even though Su Chunyu's voice was not loud, he heard it clearly, and his heart was shaken. He was certain that it was definitely not an ordinary pastry, but one made from spiritual pills. Otherwise, it would be impossible to raise one's cultivation by 2 levels in a row. What kind of spiritual pill has such miraculous effects? Could be the long-lost Qian Yuan Zhao Hua Jin Dan. This kid actually has such ability. Yao Chenzi had known him for 800 years and had never seen him touch an alchemy furnace. Or perhaps he was overthinking. Maybe the pill was just a gift from the Fairy of Melody? Damn! He suddenly realized that Mu Changge's cultivation had broken through to the 5th stage of the Golden Core. The Fairy of Melody truly is the Supreme Elder, one of the few top powers in the Bai Xiao Palace. Who wouldn't drool over such a treasure? Senior Mu, do you really not understand alchemy? The Holy Lord Yi Lingxi looked suspicious. She had also heard the previous conversation. She had been stuck at the peak of the Dharma form for many years, using various spiritual pills from the Baishao Palace, but could not break through her bottleneck. Yi Lingxi and Yao Chunzi thought of the same thing, that it was the Qian Yuan Zhao Hua Jindan that allowed Su Chunyu to break through 2 realms, just as Mu Changge was about to deny it. He saw Yi Lingxi lightly tap her fingertip, and an image appeared in the void, showing him stealing and roasting Yi Lingxi's spiritual pet on the back mountain years ago. That fire-controlling technique was clearly at the level of a top alchemist. The image was accompanied by Mu Changge's voice. "Braised chicken wings, I like to eat." Every time Yi Lingxi saw her 9-feathered fire phoenix, which she had raised for 300 years, being treated like a mountain chicken by Mu Changge, she couldn't help but go crazy. If it weren't for Yin Qingli compensating her a lot at that time, she would have rushed over with her sword. Mu Changge's expression stiffened. Such a long-ago event, and Yi Lingxi still remembers. Women really hold grudges. At that time, he didn't know anything about alchemy. He was just greedy, and his cultivation could not advance, so he accidentally achieved some small success in fire control. Moreover, the focus now shouldn't be on the competition between Lin Wanner and Shunbai Yao, right? Everyone, look quickly. The 2 junior sisters are about to determine the winner. Lin Qingshuang timely rescued Mu Changge. Seeing him return a friendly smile, she shyly lowered her head. In the arena, accompanied by fluctuations of spiritual power, a graceful figure fell, her breath slightly disordered. Shunbai Yao's long sword was pointing at Lin Wanner, junior sister. "Thank you. If it weren't for the Lu Yin sword refined for me by Senior Mu, our victory or defeat would be hard to say." Chapter 57. Large-scale exposure scene. Big shots collectively breaking defense. Before Mu Changge could breathe a sigh of relief, his heart sank again. No, the previous matter was hard won. And now you come to stir up trouble again. Wait. The master of the artifact peak, Yang Tai Xian, rushed towards the arena, staring intently at the long sword in Shunbai Yao's hand. Is this a top-grade spiritual weapon? After Yang Tai took the Lu Yin sword from Shunbai Yao and examined it, he showed a look of surprise. What a joke. The forging technique of this sword is actually at the 9th level of heavenly craftsmanship. What is the 9th level of heavenly craftsmanship? On the high platform, Lei Lai frowned and asked. This senior Mu of his is becoming increasingly inscrutable. First, there was that mysterious maze that made him, a transformation god, suffer repeatedly. Then it was alchemy, and now he can even forge weapons? Yang Tai Xian, who was obsessed with the path of weapon forging, disregarded his own status and shouted in front of the disciples. With Yang Tai Xian's forging skills, just creating a top-grade spiritual weapon would not be enough to impress him, even though it was a premium spiritual weapon. However, when he was on the high platform, he felt that this spiritual weapon was extraordinary. This Lu Yin sword seemed to be only of the mystical level, but its actual power was not inferior to an ordinary earthly level spiritual weapon. Such a spiritual weapon, let alone an outer sect disciple like Shunbai Yao, even the direct disciples of various peaks would treat it as a treasure. When did this old Mu learn to refine weapons? Yang Tiexin was full of questions. The 9 forgings of heaven's craft is a lost art of weapon refinement that has been missing for thousands of years. Yi Lingxi slowly spoke. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Even as the holy master, she could suppress her inner excitement, but her body still trembled slightly. Mu Changge, the idle elder of their Baishao Palace, had mediocre cultivation, yet his accomplishments in other areas were unexpectedly high. If so, why was he so low-key? Even the previous holy master, Yin Qingli, had not mentioned these matters. She realized that her senior brother was hiding his light under a bushel, living a life of leisure. Yin Qingli didn't want anyone to disturb him, so she kept his matters confidential, and, judging by his reaction, he was also trying to conceal it. Senior brother Mu, those who are capable must work harder. This time you can't escape. Yi Lingxi whispered softly, her red lips slightly curling. However, it was a fact that Mu Changge's lifespan was nearing its end, and there was nothing she could do about it. But as an elder in the sect for many years and a disciple of the Grand Elder, wasn't it reasonable for her to ask him for some assistance? After all, he had roasted her spirit pet that she had raised for many years. Shueiyu's red lips parted slightly, and her gaze toward Mu Changge grew even more fervent. Senior brother, how many more surprises do you have that your little sister doesn't know about? Mu Changge, family. Who understands? This is a major exposure event. No way. Absolutely not. That's enough. He must not expose too many secrets. He didn't want to live without peace in Bixiao Palace in the future. He feigned calmness, saying, "No, junior sister, you're overthinking it. I don't know anything about refining weapons. I just did it for fun. It was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Just for fun." Yang Tiexin's voice changed pitch. The cloud patterns on this sword's body were formed using the thousand-fold forging method, hammered 9,000 times to take shape. You call that a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat? He twitched his lips. With this skill, even his master, who specializes in weapon refinement, couldn't achieve it. How could he bear it? That casual remark made his old face feel hot. Shun Biao's pretty face flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with affection. It turns out that the senior had refined such a good spiritual weapon for her. She felt she was somewhat letting it down. She felt that she couldn't bring out the true power of this spiritual weapon. During her battle with Lin Wanner, she had already sensed that the power of this spiritual weapon was limitless, depending on her own strength. The next moment, Yang Tiexin suddenly rushed in front of Mu Changge, grabbing his hand. "Old Mu, you said you would lend me the weapon manual for research back then. It turns out you have such talent. This is too discouraging." He was both excited and pounding his chest. The idol Mu Changge had said he was just casually looking at it to pass the time. Play. Yang Tiexin's face contorted to the extreme. That was a sword intent inscription. He had studied it for 300 years without understanding it. Yang Tiexin's eyes turned crimson, wishing he could eat Mu Changge. Jealousy can make one lose their composure. After a while, his heavy breathing finally calmed down, but he still held on to Mu Changge's hand tightly. "Old Mu, teach me the 9 forgings of heaven's craft, okay? In that case, I will worship you as my master." Yang Tiexin was about to bow and worship him in front of everyone. Mu Changge felt his scalp tingle. "Yang senior brother, don't. You will embarrass me." This person was even more senior than him. If he really bowed and worshipped him as a master, it would completely mess up the hierarchy. The outer disciples never expected that their moment of glory would be overshadowed by the idol elder Mu Changge. Lei Lai, sitting on a high platform, smiled with squinted eyes. Even someone as stubborn as Yang Tiexin could do this. Then what about the losses he suffered in the peach forest? Not at all. That was the extraordinary mastery of formation by senior brother Mu. No one could break it. Then, he secretly glanced at Shueiyu, unsure whether this woman truly couldn't see the traces of the formation back then, or if she deliberately wanted to teach him a lesson. Shueiyu felt his gaze and merely shot him a look. Lei Lai shivered, feeling a frost-like chill envelop him, until she turned her head and looked at Mu Changge, her red lips blooming with a smile, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He couldn't win. Now he really couldn't win. The gap between the transformation god and the law aspect was like a chasm. Those who achieve are teachers. If you don't agree today, I will never give up. Yang Tiexin was still determined to worship him as a master. Mu Changge really wanted to refuse. The esteemed head of the artifact peak, a mighty figure in the transformation god realm, publicly accepting an idol elder as his master. What a scandal that would be. Mu Changge's forehead was lined with black lines as he tightly held onto Yang Tiexin's arm. "Yang senior brother, calm down. I don't know anything about the 9 forgings of heaven's craft." "Nonsense." Yang Tiexin's bear tremblet. The cloud patterns on the sword were clearly the legendary 1,000 hammer and 100 refinements method. It could not be forged without a century of hard work. Lung Qingshuang and Lu Weining watched Mu Changge wipe his sweat while trying to come up with excuses, unable to hold back their laughter. Senior Mu is too low-key. When encountering experts from various fields, one cannot hide. Just as they were about to speak up to defend Mu Changge, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for courting the daughter of fortune, by Ji, with a progress of 90, and receiving 2,000 points of fortune value. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Heavenly Transformation Array Body Attribute 50. In that instant, Mu Changge felt that his understanding of formations was even more proficient than before. Looking at Baiji's gaze toward him, a dreamy light flickered in her eyes. "No, Why did this girl get courted at this time? He really hadn't thought about courting her. Yang's senior brother. Shuei stood up from her seat. She moved her long, beautiful legs to help him up, smiling gently. It's getting late, and there's still a competition. If there's anything, we can wait until after the assessment to discuss it. Yang Tiexin had no choice but to temporarily give up. The last match of the outer sect assessment was Shun Biao against Zhao Wuji. As soon as the voice on the high platform fell, Zhao Wuji stepped onto the arena. Shun Biao looked at her opponent's eyes, not daring to be careless. She had heard of Zhao Wuji, who, like Lin Wanner, had arrived at Bixiao Palace 3 years ago, usually keeping a low profile. Every match he had fought before had almost ended in a narrow victory. However, this person gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. But no matter what, she had to win first place and must not embarrass Senior Mu. Junior brother Zhao, please. Senior sister, please. A sinister smile appeared on Zhao Wuji's lips. Little did he know that a gaze had already locked onto him from the high platform. Chapter 58, Shun Biao's Life and Death Moment. Who is a yellow sparrow? Yi Lingxi's fingertips gently tapped on the armrest, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Just now, the Xintian demon mirror hanging at her waist suddenly trembled. This treasure left by Yun Qingli would not give a warning for no reason. She glanced at Mu Changge and found that his gaze had locked onto Zhao Wuji even earlier than hers. Interesting. Yi Lingxi's lips curled slightly. She was curious to see if it was as she guessed. Seemingly influenced by Mu Changge, Shuei, sitting next to him, also fixed her beautiful eyes on Zhao Wuji. The damaged formation from a month ago, combined with the stardust Mu Changge had prepared for her to repair the formation, made her think of something. Now was the time to verify it. If it was as she suspected, then her senior brother was truly unfathomable. What golden core realm? It was merely a secret method to confuse others, a disguise. Deep down, Shuei even had a hunch that perhaps with her law aspect cultivation, she might not be able to defeat Mu Changge. On the arena, Zhao Wuji moved. He held a pitch-black long knife that shimmered with a cold, eerie light, its blade entwined with a faint aura of malevolence. The corner of Zhao Wuji's mouth lifted slightly. Senior sister, please enlighten me. Shun Biao's expression was serious. Her flowing cloud sword trembling lightly in her hand, the sword's tip swirling with faint golden cloud patterns. Suddenly, her figure vanished from the spot, and in the blink of an eye, she clashed with Zhao Wuji for dozens of rounds. On the stage, Zhao Wuji's movements were ghostly. His knife strikes fierce and aimed at vulnerable points, sometimes like a sudden storm, sometimes like a venomous snake striking. So strong, Lin Wanner narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, seemingly surprised that this disciple, who entered the sect alongside her, possessed such strength. No wonder he made it to the final. However, she did not believe he was Shun Biao's match, simply because she had the flowing cloud sword in hand. The senior is really too biased. If I had a mysterious great spirit weapon, I wouldn't necessarily lose to Shun Biao in that battle. Mu Changge sensed her resentful gaze and cleared his throat, sending her a message, come to the peach grove after it's over. Instantly, Lin Wanner's eyes lit up. She was somewhat looking forward to what her senior had prepared for her this time. To express her gratitude, she would stay in the peach grove tonight, which would also be good to repay her senior. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of Fortune Lin Wanner. Progress 100. Receiving a fortune value refund of 33,000 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 100 attribute bonus to the spirit void body. Mu Changge's eyes brightened. He truly gained a lot from this little girl. As for the attribute bonus, he also understood its meaning. It meant that the unique physiques of different daughters of fortune could enhance his own. Such rewards were undoubtedly extraordinary. His accumulated fortune value also reached 102,400. Boom! With a buzzing sound on the stage, the knife light clashed with the sword energy, erupting into a blinding brilliance. Shun Biao was forced back several steps. What a fast knife! A disciple from the outer sect exclaimed. Zhao Wuji pressed the attack, his knife momentum growing faster and faster, layering countless phantoms, with black mist swirling faintly around. Senior sister Shun, you are not my opponent. Zhao Wuji laughed oddly. Suddenly, his knife momentum changed, the blood light on the blade surged. and a scarlet knife light shot out, directly aiming for Shun Biao's throat. Not good. Someone shouted from below. Shun Biao's pupils contracted slightly, her figure quickly retreating. The flowing cloud, sword blocking in front of her. It's not over yet. Her long sword erupted with brilliant golden light. The cloud patterns on the sword seeming to come alive, transforming into golden sword energy that surrounded her. Seeing her block that move, Lin Wanner couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This Zhao Wuji is truly too despicable. Every move is insidious and vicious. And he isn't even using the techniques of the Bishao Palace. She wondered where he came from before joining the sect, and how he learned such a vicious knife technique. At this moment, Shen Biao glanced at Mu Changge on the stage. Seeing him looking at her, her delicate face flushed slightly, and then she urged her spiritual power. No matter what, I cannot lose this battle. I want to show Senior Mu that I am different from the past, that I have the ability to protect myself. If I can't even win first place in this outer sect assessment, how can I? Shun Biao imagined the warm scene of staying in the peach grove with Mu Changge in the future. Thousand shadows returned to one. She cast aside distractions, transforming into dozens of afterimages, each one thrusting a sword at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's expression changed, swinging his long knife. The knife light fell like a curtain. However, clang, 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 the sword shadows fell like rain. His knife momentum was completely suppressed. His arm was slashed by the sword energy, leaving several blood marks. And he was forced to retreat repeatedly. What? Zhao Wuji's pupils suddenly shrank. The last sword, Shun Biao's true form reflected in the depths of his pupils. The long sword striking directly at his chest. He hurriedly crossed his knife to block. Crack! The knife broke. The tip of the flowing cloud sword pressed against his throat, needing just another inch to take his life. Junior brother Zhao, I concede, Shun Biao said with a faint smile. The entire arena fell silent. Lin Wanner smiled broadly. As expected, she won. Neither of them embarrassed Senior Mu. It's a pity that in the last battle she encountered Senior Sister Biao. Otherwise, even if she lost, she could have taken second place. Good. On the high platform, Lei Lai clapped and cheered, his laughter hearty. This girl's swordsmanship is extraordinary. She should join my Tianjian peak. He cast a proud glance at Yao Chenzi, wondering if this old man would still compete with him for disciples. It can't be that both these girls have alchemy talent. Unexpectedly, this time it was Shui Yue. Haha, extraordinary swordsmanship should join your Tianjian peak? In Lei Lai's eyes, it brought a chill. With this girl's sword path accomplishments, she need not rely on you as a master. Biao should join under me, practicing dual sword formations. Could it be that Senior Brother wants to compete with me for disciples? Looking at Shue's narrowed, beautiful eyes, Lei Lai, who just puffed out his chest, deflated like a puncture balloon, awkwardly laughed. How could that be? To be favored by Junior Sister. This girl is truly fortunate. Lei Lai continued to fly off the handle. Shui Yue, this crazy woman, single for so many years, whoever marries her will be out of luck. Senior Brother Changge is so visionary. No wonder he chose Yun Qingli as his partner without hesitation. Not only did she become the Holy Master, but she is also very gentle. Unlike Shui Yue, who at the slightest provocation sets off a vortex array, turning people into meteors. Now that she has broken through to the law phase, if she sets off another array, he might be turned to dust. Absolutely cannot confront her directly. He turned his gaze towards Mu Changge. Senior brother, I see this girl has been looking at you. Do you have some ties with her? Based on his attitude towards his disciples and his acquaintance with Mu Changge, it was clear that this senior brother was someone who appreciated talent. A disciple with such outstanding swordsmanship would be most suitable for his Tianjian peak. As long as he spoke up, even if Shui Yue was tough, she wouldn't dare to refute Mu Changge. This is called liking someone, equivalent to having a soft spot, not to mention having ties. Biao's achievements are largely thanks to Senior Brother's teachings. Shui Yue shot a sidelong glance at Lei Lai, her delicate hand stealthily reaching under Mu Changge's ribs, giving him a gentle twist. Isn't that right, Senior Brother? Her beautiful eyes narrowed into a slit. Shui Yue was surprised that Mu Changge seemed oblivious to her actions, still frowning as he stared below. On the arena, a sudden change occurred. The moment Shun Biao turned to put away her sword, a sinister smile appeared on Zhao Wuji's lowered face. A flash of cold light flickered from his sleeve, a 3-inch-long short blade transformed into a ghostly light, heading straight for Shun Biao from behind. "Senior sister, be careful," Lin Wana screamed. On the high platform, Mu Changge's fingertips trembled imperceptibly. But faster than him was Yi Lingxi, who had been keeping an eye on the situation. She lightly raised her jade finger, and a golden barrier formed behind Shun Biao. Ding! The short blade struck the barrier, producing a crisp sound. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji not only did not panic, but instead laughed maniacally. Yi Lingxi frowned. Her barrier unexpectedly showed dense cracks, and it looked like it would shatter. Soul-devouring demon blade. Yang Tiexin suddenly stood up. He was from the heavenly demon sect. "Ha ha ha, this girl's life. I will take it." Zhao Wuji laughed sinisterly. His soul-devouring demon blade could ignore any barrier formed by spiritual power. Chapter 59. The Demon Blade's Backlash. "Zhao Wuji, you are doomed. No, you die first." Mu Changge's calm voice echoed throughout the arena. His fingers slightly pointed. "Freeze." The soul-devouring demon blade suddenly froze in front of Shun Biao's throat, as if encountering immense resistance, unable to advance an inch. Zhao Wuji's pupils widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How could he lose contact with the soul-devouring demon blade? Buzz! The soul-devouring demon blade trembled violently, and on its pitch-black blade, golden cloud patterns identical to those on the flowing cloud sword appeared. In Zhao Wuji's terrified gaze, the demon blade unexpectedly changed direction and shot out at a speed even faster than before. Blood splattered. The demon blade precisely pierced through Zhao Wuji's chest, nailing him to the pillar at the edge of the Lei Lai arena. Even more bizarrely, the demonic energy wrapping around the blade was being frantically devoured by the golden cloud patterns. Zhao Wuji let out a scream that was far from human. Golden patterns resembling spider webs emerging beneath his skin. "You actually controlled my demonic weapon." The entire venue fell into silence. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at this usually lazy and idle elder. That earlier move of using his own methods against him was clearly a manifestation of a legendary state of clarity in weapon consciousness. That was a realm of forging so supreme that even the head of the sacred artifact peak, Yang Tiexin, could not touch it from afar. Yang Tiexin's mouth trembled, pretending. He wanted to see how this old man Mu Changge would continue to feign ignorance. Clarity in weapon consciousness. As long as this was achieved, one's mind could connect with any spiritual weapon and turn it to their own use. Zhao Wuji's soul-eating demon blade thus severed its connection with him and injured him instead. Shun Biao's beautiful eyes sparkled. Her senior had saved her once again, and her gaze towards Mu Changge was filled with tears. Fortunately, there was a senior around. Otherwise, senior sister Biao would have been in danger. Lin Wana patted her chest. Senior brother? Shui Yu, who maintained a twisted posture, finally confirmed that on the day they repaired the mountain protection formation, senior brother had suspected it was the work of the demonic path. But he had been hiding in the peach forest. Why was he so certain? Unless he had encountered the demon sect before, which led to extra precautions. The despicable heavenly demon sect had infiltrated their Bishao palace once again. This time it was Zhao Wuji. Who was it last time? Had senior brother been injured? Shui Yu looked into his eyes, unable to hide her worry. Mu Changge had already stood up, his robes moving without wind. You infiltrated Bishao palace a month ago, using the identity of an outer sect disciple to nurture the demonic seed. Do you think we can't see through such a clumsy trick? It's merely a counter trap. I wanted to see what you would do. He slightly curled his fingertip, and the demon blade plunged deeper. Aren't you going to show yourself? Blood demon ancestor In Wuya. These 3 words were like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the entire training ground. Yao Chenzi's jade cup turned to powder in his grip, his cold gaze fixed on a man known as blood demon ancestor In Wuya, Zhao Wuji. The fiery sword of Lei Lai appeared in his hand with a buzz, its blade engulfed in blazing flames. Ever since his disciple Li Changfeng was sent by the demonic path to infiltrate the heavenly sword peak and plotted against him, nearly turning him into a demonic puppet, He had sworn that whenever he saw a person from the heavenly demon sect, he would kill one. It had only been a month since Li Changfeng died, and they had infiltrated again. Impossible, Yang Tiexin exclaimed in shock. The blood demon ancestor was slain by junior sister Qingli 100 years ago. The heavenly demon sect was thus destroyed. How could he possibly be alive? It's just a feigned death to escape. Yi Lingxi snorted coldly, the Xiantian mirror at her waist trembling slightly. She gently pressed her jade hand, stopping its movement. In Wuya, you have repeatedly provoked our Bixiao Palace. Can we allow you? In that battle 100 years ago, Bixiao Palace had destroyed the heavenly demon sect in one fell swoop. In Wuya and many masters of the demonic path had perished. But she knew that In Wuya had merely faked his death to escape. The techniques of the demonic path were truly too strange. Even if Yin Qingli knew it was a feigned death, she could not trace his whereabouts. Bixiao Palace had been secretly investigating for many years, until they had no gains and had temporarily given up recently, only to find that the other party dared to provoke them. Ha ha ha, with you bunch of waste. Zhao Wuji coldly scanned the audience, looking at everyone on the high platform. I originally intended to use this outer sect competition to infiltrate one of your peaks again, but there's no need now. Demonic energy surged, and a cloud of blood mist appeared above Zhao Wuji's head. As the blood mist emerged, Zhao Wuji's head immediately drooped, cutting off his life force. Mu Changge, I underestimated you, this good-for-nothing, once again ruining my plans. The blood mist condensed into a sinister face. No matter, I didn't expect that during an outer sect assessment, Yi Lingxi would also be here along with so many heads. I will capture all of you. This was an unexpected gain for him. Thus, another arrangement was just in time to be put to use. Killing these people would heavily injure Bixiao Palace, which was no less than lurking in any peak. Using those people for his own purposes, and the harvest would be smaller. Everyone was more astonished that he said again. Could it be that previously there were people from the demon sect who infiltrated Bixiao Palace and were quietly resolved by Elder Mu? How could a casual elder in the Golden Core stage have done that? Why had Elder Mu, who had not shown his face for many years, reappeared, yet remained so inscrutable? The outer sect disciples looked at Mu Changge with increasing confusion. Instead, those heads looked at Mu Changge after he stood up, their gazes growing deeper. Huh? Mu Changge laughed, leisurely tidying his sleeves. My partner is the supreme powerhouse of this realm, and she can make you all roll in fear while I enjoy her soft rice. He suddenly raised his gaze, his eyes swirling. Do you have any objections? As the last word fell, a golden hand grasped that blood mist, forcibly pulling out a blood-colored figure from within. In Wuya, even if this is just your avatar, I will make sure you come and go without return. Boom! As the golden hand squeezed down, that blood mist figure was exploded into a cloud of blood mist. However, before everyone could relax, the blood mist quickly recondensed and gathered in the air, revealing In Wuya's appearance. He was a withered old man with grayish-blue skin and narrow, elongated eyes glowing with a scarlet light. GGG, Mu Changge, do you think this lord would fall into your hands twice? In Wuya's laughter was chilling, his bony fingers caressing the blood-colored robe. Even if you have countless methods, this lord today is confident that you won't be able to use them. Demon, stop the nonsense. I want to slay you with one sword and avenge my past humiliation. The fiery-tempered Lei Lai could no longer contain himself. He leaped up, gripping the fiery sword with both hands. Heavenly fire, profound evil, thunder, tribulation, tempering bone. With my sword heart, summon the 9 heavens. In an instant, dark clouds gathered above the training ground, and 9 purple lightning bolts descended from the sky, all converging on the sword's body. The violent lightning illuminated his hair and beard, making every strand stand out as if the thunder god had descended. 9 heavens thunder sword technique. Yao Chenzi exclaimed in shock. Isn't this the supreme sword technique that can only be executed in the law manifestation realm? This thunder madman clearly hasn't broken through to the law manifestation, yet is forcibly summoning the divine thunder of the 9 heavens. Yi Lingxi was also slightly moved. Lei Lai looked at them, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Come on, let everyone see my supreme swordsmanship talent. Tremble, insects. He locked his gaze on In Wuya's avatar, vowing to obliterate it in this lightning light. Thus, Lei Lai would become the brightest one in the entire venue, and he wouldn't fear Lin Wanner and Shun Biao, those two girls, not worshipping him as their master. After all, his senior brother Mu had stolen the limelight. It was his turn now. He could already envision the scene of the two little girls begging to worship him as their master. Following that, Lei Lai fiercely swung this sword. But only a gust of wind swept past. Where's my thunder? Lei Lai blinked in confusion. Why had his sword momentum dissipated for no reason? Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Is this your supreme swordsmanship? In Wuya laughed heartily. Do you want to make me laugh to death? You. No, something's wrong. Shui Yu timely stopped Lei Lai. Senior brother Lei, come back. This place is covered by a formation. Chapter 60. Su Qingyu, the 9-foot female martial god. A stick to break the great formation. As Shui Yu sensed something unusual, the entire venue was instantly enveloped by a giant formation, accompanied by In Wuye's eerie laughter. She finally understood that the greatest reliance of the demon path infiltrating the Bixiao Palace was this formation. Ha ha, after all, it is the first seat of the Breaking Sky Peak, but unfortunately, you discover it too late. In Wuyo's laughter echoed within the formation. The entire square was shrouded in a layer of blood-red light, and countless dark red formation patterns emerged from the ground, writhing like blood vessels, crawling across the entire space. Not good. Yilingxi's expression changed drastically. She tried to operate her spiritual power, only to find that her spiritual energy felt like a solid block of lead. Shui Yu's face was also grave. The frost power she had just gathered was instantly drawn away by the formation. What was worse was that she could clearly feel her spiritual power being forcibly extracted by the formation, flowing along those blood-red patterns to some unknown location. Shui Yu looked up. The point where their spiritual power converged was the spirit crystal high above the formation, which must be the eye of the formation. Only by destroying that blood-red spirit crystal could they break the formation and regain their freedom, but accomplishing that was definitely not easy. Thud! Those weaker outer sect disciples had already collapsed to the ground, their faces as white as paper. Their spiritual power was being crazily extracted, and they were rapidly losing the strength to even stand. What kind of evil formation is this? Lei Lai inserted his fire sword into the ground to support himself. His forehead, veins bulging, beads of sweat rolling down continuously. In Wuyo's figure slowly emerged above the formation. He had completely dissipated the blood mist state, condensing into a solid demonic body. Are you feeling despair? In Wuyo spread his arms and took a deep breath with pleasure, saying, This is the spiritual power you have worked so hard to cultivate. What pure energy it is. Mu Changge stood still, but his brow was deeply furrowed. He could feel an invisible pressure weighing down on everyone like Mount Tai, making breathing extraordinarily difficult. Senior brother, Shui Yu struggled to move to Mu Changge's side. This formation is extracting our spiritual power to shape a body for In Wuyo's avatar. The body formed using their spiritual power as a guide will definitely not be inferior to In Wuyo's true body. That is truly terrifying. It's okay, don't panic. Mu Changge looked up at the blood-red crystal above the formation. If he destroyed the eye of the formation would naturally break. Ha ha, Mu Changge. Do you really think you can do it? In Wuyo's eerie laughter was piercing. His figure flickered, gazing at him across the formation. Although this bloodthirsty spirit crystal is not very defensively strong, it still requires golden core cultivation to break it. And now, his scarlet eyes swept across everyone. How does it feel to have your cultivation suppressed to the foundation establishment stage, Master Yi? He cackled, pointing at Yilingxi and then looking at the barely standing Shui Yu, mocking. And you too, Fairy Shui Yu? As for the other few first seats. In Wuyo smiled. Can't even stand up, right? Finally, his gaze landed on Mu Changge, his mouth grinning from ear to ear. Mu Changge, just a mere golden core stage. Oh no, you're not even at the chi refinement stage now, right? In Wuyo laughed heartily. I want to see how you ants will break my bloodthirsty spirit sealing great formation. Senior, please think of a way. Lin Wanner gasped for breath. It was only then that everyone noticed that he seemed to be the only one unaffected by the formation. That old body still stood upright. In Wuyo noticed this too, but it didn't matter. The disciple of Miaoyin, plus the previous confrontation, it was not surprising that this guy had a protective treasure. However, with that alone, it was still wishful thinking to break his formation. Senior, Lung Qingxuang, Lu Weining, Baiji, Xun Biao, and others all looked at Mu Changge in unison. Although many present did not believe Mu Changge had a way, this old man was their only hope. Instead, Su Qinyu shouted, "There is no need for seniors to take action to break your filthy formation." Suddenly, dazzling golden light erupted around her. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, and her petite body rapidly expanded in the golden light. Her originally slender figure transformed into a 9-foot-tall Valkyrie, her ample chest nearly bursting through her clothing. The bulging veins on her muscular arms made her look powerful, as she suddenly held a wolf fawn club more than a foot long, which was the 1,000 Jun that Mu Changge had forged for her. What kind of technique is this? The many first seats looked shocked, then simultaneously turned to Shui Yu. Shui Yu's eyes contained a hint of horror. She couldn't possibly not sense the power of this body cultivation secret technique. Then, she glanced at Mu Changge, who stood with his hands behind his back, calm and indifferent, and roughly guessed where her disciple had obtained this body cultivation secret technique. This technique, combined with Su Qinyu's heavy body, was equivalent to a tiger gaining wings. Such a big chest. Mu Changge's peripheral vision caught Su Qinyu, and his nostrils fell hot. Any normal man would be unable to resist the urge to rush over and feel it. The eldest disciple of Fairy Shui Yu, Su Qinyu, has come to break the formation. Her voice was like a bell, her legs slightly bent, and the ground immediately cracked. "Demon, take my club." Boom! Su Qinyu shot into the sky like a cannonball, swinging the wolf fawn club in a half-moon arc, accompanied by a terrifying sound of breaking air, smashing toward the blood-red spirit crystal. Dozens of blood blades shot out from the formation. Ding, ding, ding. The blood blades struck Su Qinyu's defensive barrier, making a sound like metal clashing, leaving no scratches at all. Sister Qinyu is so strong. Baiji's face was filled with shock. She had never heard of a body cultivation secret technique like this at Breaking Sky Peak. Could it be, for some reason, she instinctively felt it was Mu Changge's doing? Only he possessed secret techniques that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Lung Qingxuang stared unblinkingly, secretly clenching her delicate fists, as if feeling the pressure. As the first seat's eldest disciples with equal cultivation, she had no confidence that she could defeat Su Qinyu. In the sky, Su Qinyu's momentum did not decrease. She suddenly swung the wolf fawn club heavily onto the bloodthirsty spirit crystal. The great formation shook. Everyone felt unsteady beneath their feet. Aside from a few first seats and Mu Changge, most disciples fell to the ground. Shen Bia and Lin Wanner were no exception. They crawled on the ground, unable to stand up under the immense pressure. Lung Qingxuang, along with Baiji and Lu Weining, remained half-kneeling, gritting their silver teeth and struggling to hold on. Boom! Accompanied by the dazzling light fading away, the surface of the spirit crystal rippled strangely, and the force from Su Qinyu was completely rebounded. Her pupils constricted suddenly, and her 9-foot-tall body, like a kite with a broken string, crashed against the edge of the blood-red light curtain of the formation. A mouthful of blood spurted from her mouth. Her transformation state was lifted, returning her to her petite form, and the wolf fawn club in her hand reverted to its original state, falling to the ground. "Qinyu." Shui Yu took a difficult step forward to help her up. Su Qinyu smiled wryly and shook her head. "Master, Senior Mu, I have disappointed you." "It's okay." Shui Yu's smile was exceedingly gentle. Her disciple had achieved this much, surpassing many present. "Can a little girl like you break my formation?" In Wuyo's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the venue. "I advise you not to struggle in vain." Even if Miaoying came, she could only rely on her own overwhelming strength to break this formation. What a pity! Once the formation is broken, you will all be affected, and no one will survive. Even this outer sect will surely be flattened. This is the brilliance of his formation. By placing the eye of the formation within the formation itself, those trapped inside, even if they know where the eye is, are powerless to break it. If they were to break it from the outside, they could only rely on brute force. Those within the formation would also find it hard to survive. Anyway, he was just an avatar, Even if he was killed by Miaoyin, the lives of so many in Bixiao Palace, including the current master, would be worth it. Is that so? Mu Changge tore off his outer robe, revealing his fair and smooth upper body. But I don't believe it. Chapter 61. The muscle man breaks the array with one punch, and the girls are shy. Ah, what are you doing? Shueyu looked at his strong physique, covering her little face, then quietly opened her fingers to sneak a glance, unabashedly sizing him up, but her pretty face grew increasingly flushed. She couldn't help but secretly sigh. As expected of the man she liked, even at his age, he was still so charming. Master, does it look good? Su Chanyu quietly leaned in closer to her ear. If it looks good, then look a little longer. Once this village passes, there won't be this shop anymore. If you want to see it again, it will just be the two of you going back to the room. Hiss! Before she could finish her sentence, Shueyu grabbed her ear. Looking at her master's fierce gaze, she stuck out her tongue and hinted with her eyes for her to look at someone else. Shueyu saw several girls behind her. Only Lung Qing Shuang turned her head, wanting to look, but too shy to do so. Bai Ji covered her mouth, but her eyes were quite honest. As for Lu Waning, she almost drooled. Lin Wanair, even under pressure, couldn't straighten her body, but still couldn't help but secretly marvel. Senior Mu looked stronger than a month ago, and then she seemed to think of something, her little face flushed with clouds. The only normal one was Shun Bai Yao. She covered her entire face, with only one eye peeking through her fingers. Her heart racing like a little deer. Is this really a senior? So strong. If there's a possibility, can she handle it? Mu Changge didn't have time to care about what they were thinking. The first style of senior health exercises, aging like fine wine. He crossed his arms, took a horse stance, and in the astonished gazes of everyone, his slightly thin body inflated like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a muscular man, standing 2 meters tall. His muscles bulged, his bronze skin glimmered with a metallic sheen, and his white beard fluttered in the wind. He looked just like a muscular immortal with an ethereal aura. What is this? Yang Taixian's eyes widened. What kind of technique is this? He was quite shocked. Could this technique be the one Mu Changge taught to Su Chenyu? But Su Chenyu is a heavy body, and it wouldn't be surprising if she could learn this method. However, Mu Changge is a cultivation waste. How did he manage it? The Xian Yuan Bone refining pill. It must be the long-lost Xian Yuan Bone refining pill. Yao Chenzi was so excited that his beard trembled. He made up his mind to find a way to profit from Mu Changge. Alas, Yao Chenzi couldn't help but regret not thinking of this sooner. This old man is a disciple of the Miaoyin fairy, and even if his talent is limited, he must have some treasures. Looking again at Lin Wan Air and Shun Bai Yao, as well as the girls from Tianjian Peak, including Su Chenyu, each of them had an extraordinary relationship with Mu Changge. This could not have escaped his eyes. If he had thought of this layer earlier, he would have sent his disciples out early. And how could he have let others take the lead? No, Mu Senior Brother is simply practicing a physical refinement method. Leilai saw the difference between this technique and Su Chenyu's method. Su Chenyu's physical refinement method still needed to stimulate spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the greater the power. But Mu Changge's method had no trace of spiritual power, seeming to rely solely on physical strength. Yi Ling, she also noticed this. She pursed her lips. Her senior brother Mu had truly given her too many surprises. She had occasionally heard people mention Lin Wan Air and Shun Bai Yao. One had been stuck at the 9th level of Qi, refining for 3 years without a breakthrough, while the other, due to the Xianyin constitution, had slow progress. A month later, these 2 girls had instead become the most outstanding disciples of the outer sect. Impossible. In Wu Ye was the first to react, shouting angrily at Mu Changge, "You are clearly a waste. How could you have cultivated such an advanced physical refinement method? What? Can't old people work out?" Mu Changge flashed a bright smile. He slightly bent his legs and sprang into the air, delivering a punch called the Setting Sun is incredibly good. Whoosh! Mu Changge's figure vanished in place, leaving only an afterimage. Everyone held their breath. Whether or not he could break this large array depended on this punch. The next moment, he appeared in front of the blood-red spirit crystal, his right fist shining with dazzling golden light as he struck down heavily. A crisp cracking sound resonated throughout the venue, and a fist mark was smashed into the surface of the blood-red spirit crystal, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading out. The large array trembled violently, and the blood-red light curtain shattered like glass. "No!" Inwuya roared. "This is impossible. My blood fiend sealing spirit array cannot be broken." What was even more unbelievable to him was that the punch Mu Changge threw with pure physical strength actually contained the might of the golden core realm. Boom! The spirit crystal exploded, and a spiritual power storm swept through the entire area. Inwuya gritted his teeth. "Mu Changge, you are dead. I will remember you." How infuriating! It was truly infuriating. His plan had once again been destroyed by this waste with only golden core cultivation. "Want to leave? Did you ask me?" Mu Changge charged at Inwuya, and a flash of spiritual light passed through his hand as he grasped the Haotian hammer. The hammer transformed into 2 meters long, with a hammerhead the size of a grinding disc, its surface engraved with complex star patterns, and the hammer handle entwined with 9 golden dragons, each lifelike. On either side of the hammerhead were inlaid a sun and moon, and as he swung it, a faint image of the sun and moon shining together appeared. "Watch me smash your chest with this little hammer." Boom! The Haotian hammer, carrying immense force, slammed heavily into Inwuya's chest. The 9 golden dragons simultaneously let out a deafening roar, and the sun and moon patterns erupted with dazzling light. Inwuya's avatar didn't even have time to scream before it shattered like porcelain, turning into a sea of demonic energy. Collect! The demon slaying and dispersing gourd appeared out of thin air, and with Mu Changge's low shout, all the dissipated demonic energy was drawn into the gourd. This demonic energy was a great pollution to other cultivators, but for him, it was excellent nourishment. And how could Mu Changge let it go? The moment the array shattered, Shuei rushed over first, just as Mu Changge landed back on the ground. Feeling a small hand gently stroking his muscles at his waist, Mu Changge asked, "Junior sister, what are you doing?" "In nothing." Shuei's little face turned red. "I just wanted to see if senior brother was hurt. Just say you want to take advantage of him. Could he hide his injuries from you? A being at the Dharma manifestation realm? Women are so superficial. Just because he has a bit more muscle and is a bit stronger, they can't control themselves?" Not far away, Su Chunyu looked at Mu Changge's strong muscles and well-built upper body, covering her mouth with her little hand, her eyes sparkling. "So big, so powerful. It's so captivating. I want to touch it like master. The feel must be very good." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the woman of fortune. Su Chunyu. Progress 100, awarded 36,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the woman of fortune, Lu Waning. Progress 100, awarded 21,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the woman of fortune, Bai Ji. Progress 100, awarded 22,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Shen Bai Yao's fortune points increased to 30,000, fully returned to the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. The attributes of the Tian Yan array body increased by 50, and the Danwang sacred body increased by 50. Mu Changge was almost stunned hearing this series of notifications. In such a short time, his total fortune points reached 211,400 points. What surprised him even more was that once the progress reached the maximum, any increase in the fortune points of the women he courted would be returned to him all at once. This is too awesome, as expected of the courting return system. Lying down all the way to win, while others struggle desperately, he just has to flirt with girls and smile. But what use does the attribute enhancement from each woman of fortune he courts have for him? Then the system provided an explanation. When a physique bonus reaches full capacity, it can be fused with one's own physique. System, how can I raise their physique bonuses to 100? Mu Changge pondered. Ding! The heart attack is the lower path. The body attack is the upper path. Mu Changge understood. No wonder only Lin Wanner had 100%. But what did this system take him for? Chapter 62. The all-powerful old Deng encounter a blockade. Let this holy master handle. Is he that kind of person? Mu Changge stood tall and dignified, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over the few faded women present. Shuei was gazing at him with affection. Su Chenyu had eyes full of admiration. Lin Wanner was blushing and stealing glances, and Shin Biao seemed hesitant to speak. Mu Changge cleared his throat, reining in all his muscles, and silently put on his robe. Everyone, the demon plague has been eliminated, and it seems that Biao and Wanner are the first and second place winners. We just need to announce the results. He smiled awkwardly at the shocked faces of the several heads. Since that's the case, then Senior brother, wait. Yi Lingxi walked over, looking at him meaningfully. Mu Shixiao, shouldn't you give us an explanation for today's incident? What explanation? Mu Changge cleared his throat. Junior sister Yi, please don't overthink it. I'm just a leisurely elder, not skilled in combat. Today's events were purely coincidental. That's it. I'll be leaving now. Stop. Yi Lingxi waved her jade hand, and a golden light barrier blocked Mu Changge's path. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Do you think these few words can fool us? Mu Changge paused, turned around, and showed an awkward yet polite smile. What does junior sister mean? He spread his hands. Could it be that as a senior brother, I can still lie? I really am not skilled in combat, and it really was all coincidence. You're overthinking it. Are we overthinking it, or are you hiding too much? Yang Tiexin stepped forward, his beard bristling with anger. As a golden core cultivator, can you casually display weapon insight? Can you easily control a top-grade spiritual weapon? Can you also use that body-refining secret technique? Believe this old elder's words? Unless you see a ghost. The earlier scene of Mu Changge wielding the Haoyan hammer left them dumbfounded. Although each peak had a top-grade spiritual weapon, to fully exert its might required a transformation stage cultivation. Mu Changge looked like a golden core cultivator, yet the power of that one hammer was incredibly fierce. Coincidence. It was all coincidence. Mu Changge continued to feign ignorance. What weapon insight? What top-grade spiritual weapon? I don't know anything about that. I just happened to pick up a hammer. And that body-refining technique? That was a health exercise given to me by Xiaoli after her ascension, meant for maintenance. You all must not overthink it. He maintained a silly smile on his face, appearing harmless, a stark contrast to his earlier imposing image. Yao Chenzi leaned in closer, his eyes sparkling with interest. So, the pills you refined allowed Chen Yu's knees to break through 2 levels of cultivation were also coincidental? Mu Shixiao, be honest. How much have you hidden from us? Lei Lai, enjoying the spectacle, joined in. No wonder he was always sent flying by Mu Changge. It seems that not only the formations, but also this old elder strength is unfathomable. Mu Changge stood in the center, glancing at everyone's stance. The scene turned cartoonish. Yi Lingxi looked down at him from above, her law manifestation pressure transforming into a tangible golden halo. Yang Tiexin stood like an iron tower on the left, the aura of a master weapon refiner making the surrounding air scorching. Yao Chunzi stroked his beard on the right, surrounded by dozens of medicine bottles, each emitting suspicious green smoke. Lei Lai stood behind, holding the fire sword, the lightning on the sword crackling. Most striking was Shui Wei, who, despite her petite figure, was wearing high heels made of condensed ice, standing a full head taller than Mu Changge. She was also waving a binding lock that she had somehow produced. Mu Changge's image shrank into a small ball in the center, 3 drops of cold sweat beating on his forehead. Senior brother, will you confess honestly, or? Yi Lingxi's smile was sweet yet terrifying. Or should we help you remember? Mu Changge had given her too great a surprise, clearly a versatile talent of the Bishao Palace. She even suspected that when Yun Qingli was the holy master, she had sought various miraculous pills from Mu Changge to deceive them. Otherwise, how could a proud woman like her take a liking to a waste who was only at the golden core stage? Even with various miraculous pills, how did he extend his lifespan to be as long as that of a nascent soul cultivator? Based on her conjecture, it was only in this way that Mu Changge could enjoy extraordinary treatment while living a life of seclusion. He really was living the good life. Yi Lingxi was so jealous, she gritted her teeth. She almost didn't want to be the holy master anymore, just wanting to be like Mu Changge, contemplating the Tao amidst beautiful scenery every day. Perhaps she could break through to the void realm. This old elder, if he didn't strip him bare today, he could forget about escaping. Looking at Yi Lingxi with her arms crossed and the smile at the corner of her mouth, Mu Changge swallowed hard. Master, why are you here? Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. Everyone looked up in unison, only to see a few crows flying overhead. When they looked down, only a wooden dummy was left on the ground, with a note attached. Do not disturb during closed-door training. Burn paper for matters. Not good, he got away. Lei Lai, furious, shattered the dummy with a sword strike. At this moment, a streak of flowing light shot into the sky. Mu Changge, stop right there. Shui Yue's delicate shout echoed throughout the scene. Holy Master, leave this to me. That streak of flowing light disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. As for Shui Yue's earlier ferocity, it was naturally intended for show. In this way, she had a legitimate reason to follow Mu Changge to the peach grove in front of everyone, while avoiding others from following and disturbing them. Especially thinking about the agreement she had with Mu Changge tonight, Shui Yue felt both shy and unable to contain her excitement. After being single for so many years, she could finally enjoy some romance. And looking at her senior brother's strong physique, she really didn't know if she could handle it. Shui Yue's heart raced even faster as she flew towards the peach grove with increased speed. Lin Wan'er and Shun Biao exchanged glances and then smiled at each other, tacitly sneaking away from the spot, heading toward the peach grove. Their day was crafted by Mu Changge, and once again, they witnessed his extraordinary talent. The two suddenly felt that whether it was entering the inner sect or the various peaks, it was not as good as staying by his side. After all, what others could do, Senior Mu could do too. What others couldn't do, he could still do. Why seek far when one could grow strong nearby? Master, wait for me. Su Chenyu grasped her wolf-tooth club and was about to chase after him. Chenyu, wait. Yang Tiexin stopped her, noticing the extraordinary nature of the spiritual weapon in her hand. He exclaimed, this is a top-grade, Xian-level spiritual weapon, or an advanced type of magical treasure. Where did you get it? An advanced type means this treasure's level can still be improved. With his years of experience in weapon refining, it was not hard to see that advancing this spiritual weapon to a top-grade earth level would be an easy task. This secret treasure can be large or small, and its weight can be adjusted at will, clearly tailored for this girl. Su Chenyu was momentarily stunned. Then looking at the many scrutinizing eyes, she grinned foolishly. Senior Mu doesn't let me say. What can't you say? Yang Tiexin raised an eyebrow. He doesn't let me say that he refined it for me. Su Chenyu dropped this line, performed a disciple salute, and hurriedly vanished in a flash of light. Everyone was left in a state of confusion. Yao Chenzi was the first to react. What about Lin Wan'er? I want to take her as my disciple, inherit my teachings, and pass on the position of the head of the Pill Peak to her. Yao Chenzi calculated in his heart. By taking Lin Wan'er as his disciple, he could deepen his connection with Mu Changge. At that time, would he still be afraid of not obtaining the long-lost pill formula? Even if he couldn't get it, it wouldn't matter. Lin Wan'er would do just fine. In the future, who would dare to look down on their damned peak? I see that girl Shun Biao has a connection with me, so I'll take her as my disciple and bring her to the divine artifact peak. Yang Tiexin chuckled as he stroked his beard, saying that my lineage has successors now. What Yao Chenzi can see, how could he not see it? It could be said that taking in either of these two disciples would make him the biggest winner. Nonsense. Lei Lai snorted coldly, not hesitating to curse in public. These two are both swordsmanship geniuses. Wouldn't it be a waste of their talent to join your sect? Junior brother Lei, what do you think? The two narrowed their eyes, each preparing to take action at the slightest disagreement. I want them all. Lei Lai shouted furiously, his body surrounded by a surge of lightning. Chapter 63. The Holy Lord's Hot Spring Meeting, dealing with the Master more directly. Boom. A purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, cleaving the ground between the three into a trench about 10 feet deep. Lei Lai's hair stood on end, resembling a thunder god descended to earth. His domineering voice echoed throughout the venue, declaring that today no one should compete with him for these two disciples. Otherwise, his fire sword would not recognize people. Crazy Lei, are we afraid of you? Yao Chenzi raised an eyebrow with a cold smile, and 12 brilliantly golden pills flew out from his sleeves, forming an intricate formation in the air. My golden pills are not to be taken lightly. Come on, it's just the right time to test my newly refined heaven-burning hammer. Yang Tiexin was even more direct, slamming his entirely red giant hammer into the ground, causing the entire arena to shake. Seeing that the three masters were about to come to blows, Yi Lingxi lightly tapped her fingertips, and a golden screen separated the three. Good, very good. Then let us showcase your abilities in front of all the disciples, so that the demonic sect 1T have any tricks up their sleeves to take us down. She raised her eyebrows, exuding an imposing aura without anger, and coldly glanced at the few who were frozen in place. Fight! Why aren't you fighting? Give it your all. Don't come back until you've knocked each other out. Holy Lord, that is not what we meant. Yang Tiexin hurriedly retracted the heaven-burning hammer. The three then noticed that hundreds of outer disciples in the training ground were staring at them with wide eyes. And several in the front row even took out recording stones to capture the scene. Shocking. The three great masters were about to fight in public over disciples. The atmosphere became quite awkward. However, under a glare from Lei Lai, the recording stones shattered with a bang, scaring the disciples into trembling all over. They had acted impulsively just now. They had never seen such a scene before in their daily lives. Holy Lord, the demonic sect has repeatedly provoked us. If it weren't for Senior Brother Mu this time, we would have almost fallen into their trap. We can't let them off the hook anymore. Lei Lai put away the fire sword, his expression serious as he clasped his fists and said, I will lead people to thoroughly investigate the entire sect and ensure that we catch all remnants of the demonic sect. He had suffered several times at the hands of the demonic sect, leaving him feeling extremely frustrated, but there was nothing he could do to vent his anger. The Tianma sect had long been dispersed by Yun Qingli, and even though Bixiao Palace had sent people to investigate for many years, they still hadn't found their hiding place. Thus, they were forced to adopt a defensive stance. This made Lei Lai feel even more stifled. He wished he could find the demonic sect's base and fight them head-on. Yao Chenzi hurriedly expressed his stance, saying that he would start refining the demon detection pills and distribute them to the disciples of each peak. The divine artifact peak immediately began to refine demon-slaying artifacts. Yang Tiexin pounded his chest and guaranteed that since the Tianma sect uses humans as blood food, once their traces are found, they would definitely be wiped out in one fell swoop to defend the dignity of our righteous path. Yi Lingxi slightly nodded, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. Today's matter must not be leaked to anyone, and regarding those two girls, she curled her lips into a meaningful smile. Since they are trained by Senior Brother Mu then, Holy Lord, the three great masters shouted in unison. Yi Lingxi raised her jade hand lightly, saying that whether to take you as disciples depends on your abilities. The three then breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that Yi Lingxi did not intend to fight with them. Yao Chenzi's eyes turned, and he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Yi Lingxi. Holy Lord, this is my newly refined beauty pill. In the future, if there are any exceptionally talented disciples, Old Yao, Lei Lai, and Yang Tiexin glared at him simultaneously, saying that since the Holy Lord said it would depend on their abilities, he was being deceitful. Hee. When have I ever been deceitful? Yao Chenzi shrugged. After all, he said in the future, not now. I agree to this matter. Yi Lingxi accepted the beauty pill, knowing that the inheritance of alchemy is crucial, and Dan Peak also needs to incorporate some fresh blood. Lei Lai was speechless. Who doesn't know that the disciples of Dan Peak can't even hold a sword steadily? Is it possible to rely on these pills to eliminate the demonic sect? Women are indeed women. Even the Holy Lord cannot resist the charm of the beauty pill. Thank you, Holy Lord. Yao Chenzi proudly stroked his beard, casting a victorious glance at Lei Lai and Yang Tiexin, saying that what good is being strong? Since that is the case, I'll take my leave first. He cupped his hands toward Yi Lingxi, stating that Dan Peak still has ancient pill formulas and 9-turn golden pills to eat like candy. If the Holy Lord needs anything, just send disciples to fetch the pills. Wait, Lei Lai grabbed Yao Chenzi's sleeve, saying that old medicine jar should stop being so slippery. Yang Tiexin coldly snorted, making it clear he wouldn't back down. In the end, it was still Yi Lingxi, smiling slightly, saying that if you don't hurry, those two disciples might be taken by someone else. The three then realized that Shui Yu had already left ahead of them. So, 3 streams of light rushed toward the peach forest, and their arguing voices gradually faded into the sky. Crazy Lei slowed down. Old Yang, don't crowd me. Medicine jar. You're being unfair. Yi Lingxi watched their departing figures, her lips curling slightly. 3 fools. She lightly stroked the beauty pill with her fingertips, a glint of cunning flashing in her beautiful eyes. Isn't it more direct for a master to secure disciples than for the disciples themselves? Yilingxi's intuition told her that Shui Yu had the same idea. However, she was the Holy Lord and had to maintain her demeanor, which was far less carefree than Shui Yu's. Moreover, she was not one to fall behind Shui Yu. If she didn't take advantage of Mu Changge, what was the point of raising the chicken she had for 300 years? Didn't the 9-feather phoenix just get roasted and eaten by him? What man doesn't love beauty? Yilingxi thought to herself that as long as it could enhance her strength, it would be a problem for this holy lord to make some sacrifices. She even suspected that Yin Qingli's rapid advancement in cultivation must have had a lot to do with Mu Changge's behind-the-scenes support. After that, Yilingxi took out a communication jade slip, lightly tapped it, and wrote, "Senior brother, tonight at midnight, let us meet at the hot springs in the back mountain to discuss matters regarding the demonic sect." The jade slip transformed into a stream of light and flew toward the peach forest. Yilingxi turned around and caught a glimpse of an outer disciple in the corner of the training ground covering his right arm, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. That person's gaze met hers and quickly dropped. She intended to investigate, but found nothing unusual about that disciple, and the Xian Tian Demon Detection Realm did not issue any warnings. In the peach forest courtyard, Mu Changge had just brewed a pot of tea when he sneezed 3 times in a row. He rubbed his nose and muttered, feeling an ominous premonition, until a beam of light shot through the air and landed steadily in front of him. Mu Changge reached out to take it, his heart skipping a beat at the spiritual energy fluctuations from the jade slip. A message from the Holy Lord? Shui Yu had somehow appeared beside him, squinting at the jade slip and asking if it was okay for her to take a look. Mu Changge's hand trembled, spilling tea on his clothes. This junior sister of his. Before he could finish his sentence, Shui Yu swiftly snatched the jade slip. She glanced at it, and her expression suddenly darkened. Midnight? Hot springs? Discussing matters separately? This must be an important matter. Mu Changge forced a dry laugh, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Shui Yu slammed the jade slip onto the stone table, leaning over with her hands on the surface, and asked, "Senior brother, when did you become so familiar with the Holy Lord?" Her collar opened slightly with her movements, and Mu Changge's gaze involuntarily drifted downward before he quickly looked away. Not familiar at all. He forced a smile. "Junior sister, you know me, I seldom leave home. How could I be familiar with anyone else? But here I am inviting you to the hot springs." Shui Yu's fingertips brushed against Mu Changge's hand, and she smiled. "How about we go to the hot springs tonight to discuss?" "Discuss what?" Mu Changge's eyelids twitched. Shui Yu's smile was charming as she lifted his chin, her breath like orchids. "Naturally, who is fairer?" Slap! The teacup in Mu Changge's hand fell onto the table. Ding! Suggestion. Host. Engage in a dragon playing with 2 phoenixes for double the joy and double the return. What nonsense! Mu Changge roared inwardly when the 2 women fight. Won't I be the one suffering? A terrifying image flashed in his mind. Yilingxi's law avatar's pressure and Shui Yu's Isa ray clashing above the hot springs. He was trembling in the middle, completely naked. "Senior brother," Shui Yu's voice pulled him back to reality. "What are you thinking? Your face looks pale." Mu Changge looked up, nearly spitting blood from his nostrils, and said with a divine craftsmanship, "Still junior sister's fair." Chapter 64. The scene of the heavenly flame hammer exploding. "My innate treasure has harmed me." Senior brother, how could you peek at me?" Shui Yu covered her chest with both hands, but her face wore a proud smile. "If senior brother likes, wait a little longer and you can look slowly." That tender tone almost melted all of Mu Changge's bones. His junior sister Shui Yu was truly unexpectedly enchanting. Bang! The courtyard door was burst open. Lin Wanner and Shun Biao rushed in. "Senior, it's bad. The 3 headmasters are fighting outside the Peach Grove." Above the Peach Grove, Lei Lai's 9 heavens divine thunder, Yao Qinzi's golden pillar ray, and Yang Tiexin's heavenly flame hammer were in fierce collision. Sparks flew like lightning, creating quite a commotion. Mu Changge wondered, what are they doing? "They're arguing." Lin Wanner blushed and lowered her head. "Who has the right to teach us?" Shun Biao added. They even said whoever wins will become your, in-law. In-law? Where did that come from? What are they arguing about? Mu Changge face-bombed in disbelief. Each of them was a headmaster of a peak, powerful figures in the sect. Where's their face? Heh, these old men are quite delusional. Shui, you certainly knew what they were fighting about. She glanced over. Senior brother, wait a moment. I'll go take care of them. At the entrance of the peach grove, Lei Lai crawled out of a pit, covered in black smoke. Yao Guanzi, you used an explosive pill to ambush me. This is called strategy. Yao Chunzi floated in mid-air on his alchemical furnace, looking at the soot-covered Lei Lai, laughing heartily. Isn't the Sword Dao headmaster the one who got blown up by me? Who said our alchemy peaks cultivators can't fight just because they can't wield a sword? Watch me. Yang Tiexin swung his heavenly flame hammer towards Lei Lai. Let me end this with one hammer. Previously, it had been him and Yao Chenzi teaming up against Lei Lai alone. Ultimately, as sword cultivators, they were no match for Lei Lai in one-on-one combat. But as long as they knocked down this madman, they could split Lin Wanner and Shun Biao between them. I'll hammer you. Lei Lai cursed angrily. You two old men. It's bad enough to team up against me, but you even sneak attack. The three figures intertwined again, fighting fiercely. Suddenly, a clear and cold voice came from the sky. Three senior brothers, you have such refined tastes. How about letting a little sister join? Junior sister, you're here too? Lei Lai looked up, awkwardly glancing at Shui Yu, who was glaring at them. Shui Yu smiled. Senior brother said, you're too noisy. I came to help you quiet down. Whoosh. She lightly waved her hand, and two ice crystal chains shot out, binding Yang Tiexin and Yao Chunzi together like rice dumplings. Two senior brothers, Shui Yu smiled like a flower, her smile not reaching her eyes. If you have anything to say, you can slowly discuss it when you see senior brother Mu. Also explain what this in-law business is about. Wait, Shui Yu, junior sister. You listen to me. Yao Chenzi let out a wail as Shui Yu tossed him towards the depths of the peach grove. Yang Tiexin fared worse. His heavenly flame hammer slipped from his hand, and he spun like a top, flying away. My hammer. A red ribbon flew from Shui Yu's hand, wrapping around the heavenly flame hammer and flinging it towards the peach courtyard. Lei Lai felt a chill run down his spine and quietly took 2 steps back. Sure enough, this woman's gentleness was only directed at Mu Changge. It remained the same over the years. That junior sister. I suddenly remembered I have something to do at the Sword Peak. Senior brother Lei. An ice wall blocked Lei Lai's path, and Shui Yu smiled sweetly. Since you're here, why hurry to leave? I really have something to do. As he watched Shui Yu approach with a smile, Lei Lai broke out in a cold sweat. His brain raced, recalling Mu Changge's past antics. Say what women like to hear. Once, this old fellow took him to see female disciples bathing. One compliment caused the disciple to bloom with joy, blushing profusely. He ended up locked in the discipline hall for 3 days and nights. Junior sister, wait. Lei Lai raised his hand to stop Shui Yu's steps. Glancing at the 2 bulging areas across from him, have you noticed actually you're quite fierce? Shui Yu's steps suddenly halted, her pretty face blushing bright red, steaming hot. Embarrassed? Lei Lai secretly rejoiced it really works. But before he could bask in his triumph, Shui Yu's figure vanished. Slap! A crisp sound echoed through the peach grove. Accompanied by Lei Lai's scream, his figure traced a beautiful parabola through the air, passing through layers of peach trees until he could no longer be seen. In the peach courtyard, Mu Changge was leisurely sipping tea when 2 icy dumplings fell from the sky, crashing into his yard. Old Mu, save me. Yao Chenzi poked his head out from the ice debris. Junior sister Shui Yu is crazier than Lei Lai. That one fights at the slightest disagreement. Shui Yu is completely different. She doesn't need a disagreement. She doesn't even need to say anything. She just attacks directly. Poor old bones like him almost shattered. At this time, Yang Tiexin climbed up from the ground, covered in dirt. Where's my heavenly flame hammer? Seems to be up there. Shun Biao bit her lip, weakly pointing upward. What the heck? Yang Tiexin looked up in shock. His heavenly flame hammer was spinning in mid-air, howling down towards his head, wanting to dodge. He found himself still bound by the ice chains. Old Yao, help me out. This is your innate treasure. Catch it. Yao Chenzi rolled behind Mu Changge. Helping him was impossible. It would be best if it knocked him out, That way both of his disciples would belong to him. I'll catch your grandpa. Yang Tiexin jumped forward a few steps. The heavenly flame hammer accurately struck where he had been, creating a tremendous roar and sending him flying. As the dust settled, he hung upside down from the hammer's handle, his legs twitching in the air. Huh. Yang Tiexin let out a long breath, saved. Just as he finished speaking, his pant leg tore with a rip, shredding into ragged cloth strips, and he collapsed to the ground. However, the ice chains had disappeared, allowing him to stand up, supporting his waist. In his tattered appearance, he no longer looked like a celestial being, but more like a beggar. Shen Biao was about to step forward to offer some concern when another figure fell from the sky. Amidst the flying dust, Lei Lai lay sprawled on the ground in a big character shape with a clear palm print on his face. Hey, ISNT that Lei Lai. Yang Tiexin leaned forward. I heard your sword peak has a special technique called flying immortal from outside the sky. Could this be it? Puffed. Lin Wan'er and Shen Biao covered their mouths, stifling laughter. And even Lu Wanqing, who arrived late, peeked from behind. The most outrageous was Yang Tiexin, the old man, who was actually recording it with a crystal recording stone. Just as Lei Lai was about to explode, Shui Yu's voice came from above. Are the senior brothers having a great conversation? Everyone looked up as Shui Yue descended gracefully, stepping on the ice lotus with Lei Lai's blazing sword in hand. Senior brother Lei, your sword, she said with a smile, tossing it casually. Crack! The blazing sword struck the ground between Lei Lai's legs, just inches away from his vital parts. The entire venue fell silent. In this moment, not only Yang Tiexin and Yao Qinzi, but even Mu Changge instinctively tightened his legs. Several of you, why have you come to my peach grove? Mu Changge lightly coughed, nonchalantly savoring his tea. Yes, of course. Yang Tiexin forced a smile. Old Mu, we've been friends for so many years. What do you think about these two girls? He glanced at Shen Biao and Lin Wan'er. Senior brother Yang, you are late. Shui Wei approached Mu Changge, placing her delicate hand on his shoulder. Senior brother has already agreed to let me take them as disciples. Junior sister Shui Wei, you can't just... Yang Tiexin was about to say that Shui Wei was being too domineering when he saw her fingers coalesce an ice shard, causing him to shiver. Does senior brother have any objections? Even if he had objections, he had to keep them to himself. After all, his life was at stake. Yao Qinzi quietly moved toward the door. My alchemy furnace is still burning. After the two left, Lei Lai pulled out the blazing sword, his eyes fierce. Senior brother Mu, you must let me take one as a disciple, or I won't hold back. Oh, Mu Changge raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by not holding back? Thud. Lei Lai knelt down, hugging Mu Changge's thigh. I beg you, senior brother, let me take Lin Wan'er as a disciple. Just look at this girl, those eyes, that figure. I'm saying her sword talent is extraordinary. Lin Wan'er's pretty face flushed crimson, shyly hiding behind Shen Biao. The head of the Tianjin peak seemed, just as the rumors suggested, utterly unreliable. She secretly huffed, really what nonsense. Shen Biao covered her mouth, giggling, her beautiful eyes darting between Mu Changge and Lei Lai. Mu Changge was both amused and exasperated by Lei Lai's antics, pulling his leg away. Speak properly. If senior brother doesn't agree, I won't get up. Lei Lai clung tighter. The Tianjin peak hasn't taken in good disciples for 30 years. If this continues, I might as well end it all. Senior brother, how can you be so heartless? Senior brother Lei, aren't you afraid of your disciples laughing at you? Shui Wei watched, her eyes twitching. Afraid of what? Lei Lai raised his head and turned to Lin Wan'er. Girl, if you become my disciple, I will pass on the 9 heavens Xian new sword manual to you. That's a ground-level technique. Naturally, he wanted Shen Biao, but he didn't dare to compete with this crazy woman Shui Wei. Settling for second best was also a choice. Moreover, Lin Wan'er's talent was not inferior to Shen Biao's. If it weren't for that Luyin sword, the two would have ended up at stalemate. Wan'er, what do you think? Mu Changge turned to ask. Lin Wan'er bit her lip lightly. Senior, I just want to stay by your side. She lowered her head, her small face tinted with a layer of red. Lu Weiniying, behind Lei Lai, blinked her eyes and stepped forward, shaking Lin Wan'er's arm. Junior sister, just agree. It's a ground-level technique. Our senior sister cultivates the top-grade Xian level. Lin Wan'er was taken aback, wondering why this senior sister was being so enthusiastic toward her. Lu Weiniang had a cunning smile. She was killing two birds with one stone, winning favor with Lei Lai while ensuring Lin Wan'er would become one of their own once she entered Tianjin Peak. This way, no matter whom Senior Mu favored, they wouldn't escape their grasp. Unless someone like Shui Yue, a powerful figure, and the Holy Master came to compete for disciples, which was clearly impossible. After all, one was the head, and the other was the Holy Master. Both held significant status, who would lower themselves to 4 Senior Mu. However, Lei Lai's promise still underestimated his master's determination to take in disciples. Lin girl, I can also pass on the first ultimate technique of the Bixiao Palace Sword Arts. The 9 Heavens Thunder Sword Technique. Lei Lai stood with his hands behind his back, looking serious. Mu Changge was indeed too mysterious and unpredictable, and Lei Lai admitted that he had underestimated him over the years. But that was okay. Lin Wan'er was the bridge between Tianjin Peak and Mu Changge. As long as he took her as a disciple, what would he have to worry about in the future? Moreover, his eldest disciple Lung Qingshuang, second disciple by Ji, and little disciple Lu Weiniang all had good relationships with Mu Changge. Now with Lin Wan'er, Tianjin Peak would completely bind his senior brother. If any of the disciples made mistakes in the future, they would have plenty of backing. Hearing Lei Lai's promise, not just Lin Wan'er, even Shui Yue was slightly moved. The 9 Heavens Thundersword Technique was one of the 3 major techniques of the Bixiao Palace, traditionally only practiced by the Holy Master and the head of the sword path. A ground-level technique? Lin Wan'er opened her mouth slightly, almost thinking she had misheard. Lei Lai puffed out his chest proudly. Yes, this sword technique, when cultivated to perfection, can summon the divine thunder of the 9 heavens and break through myriad laws with a single sword. He secretly glanced at Mu Changge, thinking he had shown enough sincerity. Who knew Mu Changge suddenly frowned. Lei, it's not unfounded to say you're unreliable. This sword technique has a fatal flaw. Senior brother, be cautious with your words. Lei Lai's expression changed, and he hurriedly interrupted. He almost forgot that this sword technique was given to him by Mu Changge. But it was too late. Indeed, this sword technique was powerful, but if one couldn't match it with their cultivation, it required one's lifespan as a medium. If this little girl used it once, it could consume 100 years of her lifespan. Shui Yue shot him a sideways glance, coldly laughing. Senior brother Lei, is this how you teach your disciples? Upon hearing this, Lin Wan'er's face turned pale. Then I won't learn it. With her cultivation level, using this sword technique a couple of times would cost her life. Don't. Girl, it's not that serious. Lei Lai was anxious. I have longevity pills. That old man Yao Chunzi gives me a few bottles every year. Besides, you're just a trump card. I'm not asking you to use it recklessly. Senior, I still want. Lin Wan'er looked at Mu Changge. The rest of her words left unspoken, but implied. Mu Changge smiled. Girl, going to Tianjin Peak isn't bad. The spiritual energy there is abundant, much better than staying with me. However, he turned to Lei Lai. I can hand her over to you, but if Wan'er suffers any grievances, you won't need me to teach you a lesson. Junior sister Shui Yue will make sure you fly around Bixiao Palace a few times. Lei Lai shivered and quickly promised. Shui Yue snorted lightly. Her fingertip ice shard transforming into an ice lotus that floated in front of Lin Wan'er. She warned her, as long as Lei Lai dares to bully you, crush this ice lotus, and I will arrive immediately. Lin Wan'er took the ice lotus, glancing at Mu Changge with reluctance. All along, she wanted to prove herself to her senior, but now that the opportunity had come, she felt some regret and even thought that staying by Mu Changge's side was the best option. You won't be unable to see each other in the future. If you miss me, you can come over anytime. And here, take this. Mu Changge waved his hand with a smile. This is my modified 9 Heavens Thundersword technique, eliminating the flaws of insufficient cultivation and lifespan consumption, though its power is slightly reduced compared to the original. What? Lei Lai snatched the jade slip, his consciousness scanning it, and his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Shui Yue also showed shock. Modifying a heavenly level technique required at least the cultivation and insight of the tribulation stage. This senior brother of hers was truly fascinating, unknowingly exposing himself again. After Mu Changge revealed this, he hurriedly added, this was modified by Shaoli before her ascension casually. The grade has dropped a bit, only middle grade ground level. The more he explained, the more surprised Lei Lai became. He had never heard of any foundation establishment disciple who could use middle grade ground level techniques without any cost. This practicality had already surpassed heavenly level categories. Senior, Lin Wanner blinked her watery big eyes. Looking innocent, you still let me stay since you're so powerful. Why would I want to learn from, She cautiously glanced at Lei Lai. Learn swordsmanship from an ordinary head? Pooh! Lei Lai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean by ordinary first seat? Shui Yu couldn't help but chuckle, quickly covering her red lips with her sleeve. Shen Baiyao wanted to laugh, but dared not show it too obviously, her little face turning red from holding it in. Lu Waning, on the other hand, looked shocked. To dare speak to her master like that and still be safe and sound, she was definitely the first one. As for Lei Lai, he trembled as he pointed at himself. I am at the peak of the transformation stage, with profound understanding of the Sword Tao. Lei Lai never imagined that he would be underestimated by a little girl who was only at the foundation stage. Lin Wan Air tilted her head innocently. But you were surprised by a technique that Senior Mu casually improved. Lei Lai opened his mouth, speechless. The person who could casually improve a heavenly level technique was right in front of him. What else could he say? Mu Changge was both amused and helpless. Wan Air, do not be rude. The swordsmanship of Master Lei is indeed. Indeed what? Shui Yu suddenly interjected, looking at Lei Lai with a half-smile. Is it really not even as good as the earthly level techniques, casually written by my senior brother? Lei Lai thought. Let him die. Then, seeing Mu Changge's helpless expression, Shui Yu lowered her little head, looking pitiful. Senior brother, I was wrong. Next time when I speak, you can interrupt, and I will have no complaints. Junior sister, you need to be serious and cautious. Mu Changge emphasized earnestly. This technique is not one I improved. It was just a slip of the tongue. Do you understand? He slapped the table, spitting as he spoke. Shui Yu nodded repeatedly. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she promised that she would never have a slip of the tongue again. Wait, why does it always sound like there's something hidden in the words? Her family, who understands? Changge, come to my place later. Miao Yin's voice suddenly echoed in Mu Changge's ears, but only he could hear it. Chapter 66. Shui Yu's clothes half undone. Mu Lao Deng flees overnight, huh? Master is calling for me again? What is it this time? Shouldn't she be continuing to break through? Could it be that she knows about what happened in the outer sect today? That would not be good. How would he explain this matter that exceeded everyone's expectations? Shui Yu noticed his unusual expression and asked, what is wrong? Nothing. Mu Changge shook his head, looking at Lin Wan Air. Before you leave with Master Lei, I have a gift for you. He lightly tapped his finger, and a stream of light entered Lin Wan Air's sea of consciousness. It was the Ling Su Ju. Lin Wan Air gently closed her eyes, immersing herself in her thoughts, and then heard him speak gently. Your physique is special. This technique complements you well and can serve as your internal cultivation method. Yes, senior. She bit her lip lightly, gazing fervently at Mu Changge. It turned out that during the month she was in closed-door training, her senior had found such an excellent technique for her, and, as the senior said, it was highly compatible with her. As long as she practiced according to this method, she was confident that she could significantly improve her cultivation speed. There was no gift in the world that could surpass this technique. Lin Wan Air's heartstrings were once again touched. She even wished that only she and Mu Changge were here at this moment, so she could properly express her gratitude to her senior. But Shui Yu's attitude towards her senior made her think too much. Therefore, she could only quickly strengthen her own abilities to fulfill her wishes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for establishing a dual cultivation bond with Lin Wan Air. From now on, when she cultivates, you will grow stronger, and you will receive a 50 return. After the system reminded him, Mu Changge suddenly realized and immediately questioned, why is this reward only arriving now? According to the system's previous explanation, as long as the strategy index reached full capacity and broke through that barrier, one could receive spiritual power returns. He had been back in the peach forest for an hour. It was already dark, and the reward only came after he had given out the Ling Su Ju. Ding! Rewards may be delayed, but will never be absent. Note, the explanation rights belong to the system. It is recommended that the host quickly form a marital bond with Shui Yu. Mu Changge rolled his eyes secretly, but also had some guesses. This Ling Su Ju fragment was originally prepared for Lin Wan Air. Only after giving it away could he consider the karmic ties with this girl cleared. It could also be understood as completing the system's task. Although Lei Lai was curious, he did not ask what kind of technique Mu Changge had given to Lin Wan Air. After he and Mu Changge exchanged pleasantries and bid farewell, he took Lin Wan Air and Lu Waning along the mountain path. The moonlight was like water, illuminating his face marked with a red imprint. Master, Lu Waning, who had been holding in all the way, finally couldn't help but speak. Did someone hit you on the face? Nonsense. Who am I? Who dares to hit me in the entire Bai Shao Palace? Lei Lai paused, puffing out his chest. I just took in a good disciple, so I'm in high spirits. Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from afar. Brother Lei, your fire sword has fallen. Whoosh. A flash of fire shot through the air and hit the other side of Lei Lai's face. Slap. Now the other side of his cheek also had a red mark. Now it looks more symmetrical. Lei Lai cursed inwardly, but on the surface remained calm. See, what did I say? No one dares to hit me. This is just the sword hilt, do you understand? The two little girls exchanged glances and nodded in tacit agreement. Yes, it's the sword hilt. Lin Wan Air couldn't help but laugh. Slap. Lei Lai's eye twitched, and he gave Lu Waning a flick on the head. She looked aggrieved, Master. It was junior sister Wan Air who laughed. However, to her surprise, Lei Lai glared angrily. Your junior sister is laughing. Why aren't you laughing? What kind of problem did this master have? Was it too late for her to laugh now? Lu Waning giggled, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Slap. Another hit on the head. Lei Lai's eyes glinted coldly. Who told you to laugh? Lu Waning was on the verge of tears. All right, the dignified head of the heavenly sword peak, is actually bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Double standards. Little did she know, in the small courtyard of the peach forest, two pairs of eyes had been watching them the entire time. After they withdrew their gaze, Lei Lai finally let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, I can't handle any of them. Lei Lai dropped Lu Waning and pulled Lin Wan Air onto the fire sword, which transformed into a streak of red light. No, Master, I haven't gotten on yet. Lu Waning cried out. Shui Yu retracted her distant gaze and turned to look at Shun Bai Yao. Girl, are you willing to join my Petit Peak? She parted her red lips, playing with a strand of blue silk with her fingertips. Shun Bai Yao was slightly taken aback and then respectfully saluted. Don't rush to answer. Shui Yu interrupted her with a light laugh. My Petit Peak practices both sword and formation, not as crude as the heavenly sword peak. She waved her jade hand, and 9 ice crystal swords formed a profound array in the air. The sword is the bone, the formation is the soul. If you take me as your master. Shui Yu suddenly leaned close to Shun Bai Yao's ear, lowering her voice. I won't give you too many restrictions. You might even see your senior Mu often. Shun Bai Yao's pretty face instantly turned red, and she looked flustered at Mu Changge. Mu Changge, holding his teacup, trembled. Junior sister, what are you saying? What? Did I say something wrong? Shui Yu tilted her head, smiling. This little girl is still from your Bai Shao Palace. And you take special care of her, don't you? She secretly pinched Mu Changge's waist with her fingertip. Shun Bai Yao took a deep breath and solemnly bowed. Disciple Shun Bai Yao pays respect to master. Shui Yu nodded in satisfaction, lightly raising her hand. Good disciple, rise. She took out an ice crystal jade pendant and handed it to her. This is the token of a direct disciple of Petit Peak. Shun Bai Yao thanked her, receiving it with both hands, then reluctantly looked towards Mu Changge. Go on. Shui Yu waved her sleeve lightly. Your senior sister Chenyu is waiting for you outside the peach forest. She will arrange your cultivation courses. Once Shun Bai Yao left, Shui Yu immediately turned to rush towards Mu Changge. Senior brother, now no one is bothering us. She lightly tapped her fingertip, and an ice curtain sealed the courtyard door, then circled around to Mu Changge's back, her small hands sliding towards his chest. Senior brother promised to break my formation. You can't go back on your word. Shui Yu squinted with a smile, concealing a hint of sharpness within. It seemed that as long as he dared to say he would accept Yi Lingxi's invitation, he would directly face the consequences. Gulp. Mu Changge swallowed hard. especially when he saw Shui Yu's small hand touching the red ribbon at her waist, causing his breath to suddenly catch. He cleared his throat. Junior sister, don't be foolish. Master is still waiting for me. Heaven knows whether Miao Yin has used her divine sense to probe this place. Although he felt this possibility was slim. Master? Shui Yu was taken aback. Are you referring to the Grand Elder? Looking at Mu Changge's nod, although there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She couldn't stop him. Miao Yin's summons must be for an important matter. She didn't want her relationship with Mu Changge to be known by Miao Yin. Yun Qingli is Miao Yin's disciple. If she wanted to stop her senior brother from being with her, Mu Changge would have no choice but to comply. So it was better to wait until the rice was cooked. Senior brother, you may go. Shui Yu reluctantly withdrew the barrier, her fingertips still hooked on Mu Changge's garment. I'll be waiting for you here. If you come back early, then. Bang! Outside the courtyard, Su Qingyu maintained her muscular form, shouldering a wool fawn club as she pushed open the courtyard door. Master, junior sister's inner power technique is learning. She froze in place, staring at her master. Half-dressed and draped over Mu Changge, the wolf fawn club clattering to the ground. Sorry for the interruption. She turned to run. She no longer asked if the technique for breaking Tianfeng was taught to Shen Biao or if her senior had already given her extraordinary skills. What shocked her even more was that Mu Changge was faster than her, disappearing before she could react. Is Senior Mu a rabbit? Stop. Shui Yu instantly regained her authoritative demeanor, tidying her clothing. I am checking your senior uncle's injuries. Right. Su Qingyu stiffly turned around, chuckling awkwardly. Junior sister is still waiting for me, so I'll just... Qingyu, Shui Yu called out with a smile. I'm feeling a bit bored and want to have some fun with a disciple. You don't mind, do you? With a flick of her hand, 9 ice chains bound Su Qingyu into a zongzi shape and pressed her to the ground for a good rub. Help! Senior Uncle Mu, come back. Her shrill cries echoed above the peach forest, startling a flock of birds. Hearing the commotion, Mu Changge quickened his flying speed. Chapter 67. Master is moved. Miao Yi is captivated. At Miao Yin's place, a jade couch lay horizontally, covered with the snow-white fur of a spiritual fox, soft as clouds. Miao Yin, dressed in a simple white gauze, with flowing sleeves that outlined her graceful figure, rested her chin on one hand, reclining on the couch. Her silky hair cascaded like a waterfall over the fox fur, accentuating her snow-white skin that glowed radiantly. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shifting like the stars fading. Like autumn waters free of dust. This guy Changge really makes me wait. Miao Yin's red lips parted slightly, her voice lazy yet cool. Her fingertips lightly tapping the jade couch. Is it really going to be like this when he arrives? Her cool face flushed slightly, resembling a celestial being from a painting, now tinged with a hint of earthly warmth. Miao Yin's fingers moved slightly. The forbidden technique of the Bixiao Palace, the art of harmony, had already settled on the chapter regarding the cauldron body. She flipped through it repeatedly, having read through the secret technique. It was only through this method of dual cultivation, using her own cauldron body as a guide, that she could extend Mu Changge's lifespan by 100 years. She didn't mind sacrificing some of her lifespan, but after all, she was his master, and this kid was also the partner of another one of her disciples. Although Qingli's ascension meant their karmic ties had been severed, just the thought of having to do such things with Mu Changge made her blush and her heart race uncontrollably. Even with all her years of cultivation, she couldn't remain indifferent. Then, Miao Yin smiled slyly, as if she had thought of a certain idea. After all, she was Changge's master, and to openly do such things would make it hard to face that kid in the future. Even if it was for his own good, she couldn't be so blatant. Just as she initially thought, it had to be done secretly, so Changge would know. Otherwise, as his master, she would have no face to confront her own disciple. However, that kid Changge had given her an unexpected surprise. The commotion caused by Yin Wuyo outside the sect hadn't escaped her perception, but she was still in a critical period of seclusion, which was why she hadn't rushed over immediately. By the time she thought to go, Mu Changge had already shattered that great formation. Thinking of her disciple's body bulging with muscles, she felt her cheeks heat up. Where did that kid learn such advanced body cultivation techniques? Miao Yin couldn't help but wonder. It was also evident that Mu Change's body cultivation method was truly a technique for forging skin and bones, requiring no spiritual power to activate. The power contained in his punch was not weaker than that of a fifth-tier golden core cultivator. And the force behind that hammer that crushed Inweo's clone was enough to kill all golden core cultivators in an instant. The reason he could exert such extraordinary power was largely due to the hammer in his hand. She, as his master, had overlooked him too much. It was getting harder and harder to understand Changge, while Qingli had prepared all kinds of spiritual pills and sought other cultivation methods and treasures for him. Sigh. I owed Changge too much. Just thinking of her disciple, who had sacrificed his lifespan to refine blood essence pills for her to take, filled her with heartache. Now, the only thing she could do for him was to sacrifice her own body to extend his lifespan by 100 years. Moreover, the body was merely a shell. Why should she cling to it? Yet, for some reason, she felt a vague sense of anticipation and wanted to see if the matters between men and women were as wonderful as Qingli said. Ding! Congratulations to the host for captivating the luck-bearing woman, Miao Yin, with a progress rate of 40, earning a return of 20,000 luck points. As soon as Mu Changge arrived outside the door, he heard the system's notification and couldn't help but feel astonished. What was Master thinking, and what was she doing? More importantly, he was panicking. Could it be that everything he did outside the sect was captured by Master? But she should be in closed-door cultivation, recuperating. He took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and respectfully said, "Master, I seek an audience." "Come in." Miao Yin's lazy voice came from within. Stepping inside, Mu Changge immediately saw Miao Yin reclining on the jade couch. The figure under the translucent gauze highlighted her graceful form, making him catch his breath, and today, Master looked somewhat different. Not only was there a hint of allure, but there were also more pieces of spiritual fox fur on the jade couch. "Master, did you call for me?" His heart raced, preparing for Miao Yin's next question. Miao Yin gently raised her jade hand. "Master feels a bit tired. Could you help me massage my shoulders?" Mu Changge was taken aback, but quickly replied, "I obey." He walked behind Miao Yin, placing his hands on her fragrant shoulders, and the system's notification sounded again. Ding! Optimal opportunity detected, automatically activating the 36 techniques of cloud pushing. Before Mu Changge could react, his entire body was no longer under his control. His 10 fingers moved like butterflies flitting through flowers, sometimes gently kneading, sometimes pressing, the strength perfectly controlled. Miao Yin felt as if she were floating on clouds, closing her eyes to enjoy it. She quietly opened her eyes, glancing at Mu Changge, feeling a trace of bewilderment. What is wrong with me? Why do I suddenly find Changge so pleasing to the eye? Mu Changge also noticed Miao Yin's unusual behavior. His master moved? Impossible. His master was a powerful being in the tribulation period. How could she be captivated by a mere massage technique? But that look in her eyes was clearly one that a woman had for her beloved. Mu Changge quickly shook his head. The most important thing now was to prevent his master from having the opportunity to speak, so he wouldn't have to answer some headache-inducing questions. If Miao Yin asked, Mu Changge didn't want to deceive her, but some secrets he certainly could not divulge. On the jade couch, the beautiful sound couldn't help but smile slightly. No wonder that girl Qingli would go looking for Mu Changge as soon as she came out of seclusion. Her disciple enjoyed himself so much. This technique must have been taught to Mu Changge by Qingli. The beautiful sound tightly clutched the fox fur at the edge of the couch, wrinkling the snow-white fur in several places. In contrast to her, Mu Changge appeared utterly exhausted. This technique consumed too much spiritual power. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and his vision darkened. Having only reached the 18th move, he could hardly hold on. "Master, I'm out of strength." Mu Changge gasped as he knelt in front of the jade couch. The beautiful sound slightly opened her beautiful eyes and nodded faintly. Then, "Rest well." She raised her jade finger, and a beam of spiritual light flashed before Mu Changge's eyes. His vision went black, his 5 senses rapidly sealed, and his body uncontrollably fell forward. With a light tap of her finger, a gentle ray of spiritual power caught the falling Mu Changge. Her eyes flashed with countless struggles, but ultimately became extremely resolute. "Changge, I cannot let you be so short-lived. I will transfer 100 years of my lifespan to you. Chapter 68. The activation of the cauldron body, strengthening through mutual cultivation. Detected 5 senses sealed. Automatically activating the passive skill spirit travel through the void, breaking the 5 senses seal, restoring perception. The host will remain conscious for 2 hours. The master actually wants to transfer her lifespan to him. He wanted to get up and tell the beautiful sound that he was no longer the old Mu Changge. His lifespan was over 10,000 years. But he could only regain his perception. The seal on his body remained. The beautiful sound carefully placed his unconscious form on the jade couch, her fingertips brushing against his pale cheek, and with a wave of her jade hand, the candlelight extinguished. Only a few luminous pearls remained, emitting a hazy glow. She leaned closer, her hair falling softly on his face, carrying a faint fragrance. Do not blame me, master. The beautiful sound sighed. This matter you will never know. In the darkness, Mu Changge saw the beautiful sound shedding her plain white gauze. Master, Mu Change's heart cried out in despair. The beautiful sound was so sacred and inviolable. How could she do such a thing for him? He had only wanted to refine blood-boosting pills for her to gain the fortune from her. Why should the master feel so guilty? It should be him who feels guilty. Mu Changge's heart was filled with mixed emotions. When the beautiful sound called him over, it was not to reprimand him, but rather to give him lifespan in this way. His spiritual sense soon detected a secret technique nearby. It was the forbidden technique of Bixiao Palace, the technique of love. One page recorded that this method could transfer lifespan to him. Master, at this moment, if Mu Changge could speak, his voice would surely choke. Since he became a disciple of the beautiful sound, she had never expressed much, but he had never felt that she owed him anything. Without the master, there would be no today for him. This was not something he casually said, but rather a heartfelt truth. A drop of water's gratitude should be repaid with a fountain. The master had given him the identity of a direct disciple, allowing him to stand in the position of an elder, otherwise, even as the partner of Yun Qingli. After she ascended, he would still be seen as a waste by others, struggling to establish himself in the sect. The respect he received from others stemmed from the fact that he was a disciple of the beautiful sound. Mu Changge wanted to stop this, even wishing to exchange his fortune value for a tool to break the seal, but the system seemed to have malfunctioned. Then a wave of coolness surged in, followed by an indescribable warmth. So that is how it is. She finally understood what it meant to have romantic feelings and how to correctly use this secret technique. The beautiful sound furrowed her brow, and, as she manipulated the finger technique, she gathered a mass of spiritual mist that completely concealed their figures. Strange. Why did it feel like Changge was a bit nervous? The beautiful sound dismissed her distractions as she cast the secret technique. And a large amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth quickly gathered around them as the core. Mu Changge bitterly smiled. He wanted to relax, but his body was completely out of control. Then, he felt a stream of spiritual power flowing into his body from the connection of their hearts and minds, like spring rain nourishing his meridians. Detected high-level mutual cultivation secret technique. Host's lifespan increasing. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. The beautiful sound suddenly froze. Such thick meridians. Her expression turned to shock as she sensed through the secret technique that Mu Changge's meridians were more than 10 times that of a cultivator of the same level. How did this kid do it? But she quickly understood. It must be a life-preserving method left to him by Yun Qingli. Unfortunately, the spiritual power in those meridians was too thin, which was somewhat wasteful. Mu Changge was at a loss for words. He never expected that the 36 moves of pushing clouds was a big pit. Each move consumed spiritual power exponentially. Just when he wanted to take a break, he unexpectedly fell into the master S-trap again. As he felt an unprecedented warm current surging within him, he quickly focused his thoughts. The beautiful sound's 100 years of lifespan was gradually being injected into his life in this manner. Previously, Mu Changge could never have imagined that one day he would feel the master's tenderness. He just felt too guilty towards the master. The beautiful sound bit her lip, her beautiful black hair shimmering softly in the dim light of the luminous pearls. Ultimately, the beautiful sound's voice carried a hint of self-mockery. have fallen into this mortal world. From now on, she would also be a woman who had experienced love. However, giving her cauldron body to Mu Changge was a choice she did not regret. Even if she had to do it again, she would still make the same choice. As the master, she owed it to her disciple. Seeing the beautiful sound lost in thought, Mu Changge wished he could embrace her. But he couldn't move a finger and could only passively accept everything. He didn't know how long had passed. The beautiful sound was tense all over, and a stream of pure spiritual power surged into Mu Changge's body like a flood. Consuming 100 years of lifespan was not a big deal for her, but her vitality was ultimately drained as she collapsed weakly on Mu Changge, breathing heavily. After a long time, she finally propped herself up, her jade hand lightly brushing over his face, her gaze complex. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the fortune-bearing woman, the beautiful Sound Fairy. Progress, 60. Earn fortune value return, 40,000 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving dual additional rewards. Cauldron Body Attribute Bonus, 50. Strengthening through mutual cultivation and Tribulation Breaking Pill, 8th rank. Stable entry into 9th rank. Mu Changge did not have time to be happy. He had already consumed too much spiritual power, and his consciousness grew heavier until he lost awareness. The beautiful Sound beside him got up to tidy her clothing, then dressed Mu Changge neatly, restoring everything to its original state. Finally, after looking at her still sleeping disciple, she waved her hand to undo his 5 senses seal while she sat cross-legged on the bed, her complexion returning to its cold demeanor. In the Peach Grove courtyard, Shui Yue stood under the peach tree, curling a fallen peach blossom petal with her fingertip, the moonlight stretching her shadow into a slender and lonely figure. It's midnight. Why hasn't senior brother returned? She murmured softly, her brows slightly furrowed. He wouldn't have been punished, would he? Shui Yue's mind conjured the image of Mu Changge being suspended in a tree by the beautiful Sound Fairy using the immortal binding rope, getting whipped. No way. I have to save him. Just as she stepped forward, she suddenly stopped, biting her lip in distress. If I rashly go, what reason would I give? Moreover, the beautiful Sound Fairy is senior brother's master. Ugh, serve him right. She couldn't save her senior brother, who told him to hide so deeply. If it weren't for Yin Weio sneaking into Bixiao Palace, almost sealing the spirit array with blood evil and capturing them all, she wouldn't have witnessed her senior brother's strength. Shui Yue then imagined another scene. Mu Changge kneeling in front of the beautiful Sound, crying and pleading, "Master, spare me. I will never dare to hide my strength again." She couldn't help but laugh out loud, then irritably slapped her own face. Shui Yue, how can you gloat when your senior brother is in trouble? Sigh, poor senior brother. No one could save you now. However, the promise made with you today cannot be fulfilled, I'm afraid. But Shui Yu smiled slightly. Realizing that she wasn't the only one being stood up, she decided to visit the hot spring near the peach orchard to see what expression their holy master would have when abandoned. When Shui Yu arrived, she was surprised to find Yi Lingxi holding a bruised outer sect disciple. Holy master? Shui Yu frowned. What is this? A demonic spy. Yi Lingxi casually tossed the person to the ground. He had just attempted to poison the water source in the peach orchard, and I happened to catch him. Shui Yu recognized this outer sect disciple, but hadn't he noticed anything unusual at the time, nor did he show any signs of being tainted by demonic energy. However, the magic-dissolving pill in his hand was enough to indicate who was behind him. Chapter 69. The Bell Hides the Demon S Trace. The Holy Master S legs are truly white. Shui Yu's pupils constricted. The magic-dissolving pill is a secret potion of the demonic path, colorless and tasteless. Once dissolved in a water source, it can cause the drinker's spiritual power to stagnate until they're eroded by demonic energy, ultimately becoming a puppet. Although it is not as potent as the source of demonic energy, cultivators below the God transformation realm cannot resist it. Once turned into a puppet, one becomes a mere walking corpse, and upon death, their soul is also destroyed. Shui Yu's chest rose and fell slightly, her fist clenched tightly, the moonlight enveloping half of her face, making it appear even colder. Tell me why you did this. Crack. The peach blossom petal at her fingertips was covered in frost. Ice crystals reflecting a cold light under the moon. With a crisp sound, the ice flower at her fingertips shattered into countless sparkling ice shards. The outer sect disciple trembled violently, his pupils reflecting the snowflakes flying in the air, each one mirroring Shuei's frost-covered, stunning beauty. Holy Master! He fell to his knees, his forehead heavily hitting the blue stone slab, his foundation establishment cultivation appearing like an ant before a powerful being. Just a hint of released pressure made his internal organs tremble. Shuei raised her delicate finger, a wisp of mist wrapped around it, and the disciple instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The white vapor he exhaled instantly condensed into frost, covering his hair tips and eyebrows with fine ice crystals. My patience is limited. Shuei's voice seemed to come from the depths of the icy abyss, the temperature around them suddenly dropping. In 3 breaths, explain yourself clearly. She suppressed her killing intent. Had this disciple not been devoid of demonic energy, he wouldn't even have had the opportunity to speak. Yi Lingxi didn't just capture him. She would have killed him. Yi Lingxi sensed the hidden anger beneath Shuei's calm exterior and sighed inwardly. This junior sister of hers, after so many years, had not forgotten Mu Changge. Instead, her feelings had deepened. However, since Yun Qingli had already ascended, it was indeed a rare opportunity. But who could tell that many could see Mu Changge was extraordinary? Not just her. Yi Lingxi couldn't help but think of the purpose of tonight's meeting by the hot spring with Mu Changge, her pretty face slightly flushing. Spare me, Shuei. The disciple sobbed, trembling, his forehead quickly staining the blue stone slab with blood. His eyes swirled. I have a hidden reason. Shuei said nothing, only gave him a glance. The icy aura around him intensified compared to before. It was Wuyo who kidnapped my sister. If I don't do as he says, he will kill her. She is my only relative in this world. He cried, pleading for the Holy Master and Shuei to help him, sobbing. Foolish. Yi Lingxi snorted coldly. Who is Wuyo? He claims to be the blood demon ancestor, practicing a blood-based technique, relying on the consumption of blood to improve his cultivation. Even if you listen to him, how can you be sure he will spare your sister? The disciple was left speechless. Shuei sneered, if it were you, would he let the blood food slip away? If Wuyo had such a kind heart, how could he practice such a venomous technique? Bang, bang, bang. The disciple frantically knocked his head, wiping his tears, begging the Holy Master and Shuei to save his sister, declaring he was willing to die to atone for his sins. Upon hearing this, the 2 women fell silent, not to mention whether they could rescue someone from Wuyo. Even if they could, finding that Demon South hiding place would be impossible. Chun Yutong seemed to see their thoughts. Trembling, he took out a blood-stained bell from his bosom. This is what my sister clutched before she was taken away. Yi Lingxi waved her wide sleeves, and the bell flew into the air under her divine sense. Black demonic energy appeared on the surface of the bell. This item carries the aura left by that demon. Yi Lingxi frowned slightly, glancing at Shuei. We could track him using the tracking technique. Holy Master, Shuei. Chun Yutong, seeing this, knocked his head like a pestle. I beg you to save my sister. She is also a disciple of our Bixiao Palace. The night wind brushed through the peach orchard, lifting several fallen petals. The ice crystals at Shuei's fingertips had long since dissipated, but a wisp of coldness still lingered. She and Yi Lingxi exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Wuyo, the blood demon ancestor, had once been a magical cultivator in the tribulation period, rampaging through their northern region for many years with a notorious reputation. He had been defeated by Yun Qingli 100 years ago in that righteous and demonic war, feigning death to escape, losing his cultivation. He was like a centipede with 100 feet, dead but not stiff. Who knows to what extent his cultivation has recovered over these 100 years. With just the 2 of them at the Dharma aspect level, they might not have complete confidence in completely eliminating Wuyo. What does the Holy Master think? Shuei decided to listen to her opinion first. Yi Lingxi frowned, sealing the demonic energy on the bell with her jade fingers. While the tracking technique was feasible, that demon was cunning and might not show his true self. Shueyu's long eyelashes drooped slightly, casting a shadow over her eyes. She was well aware of the dangers involved. But as long as Yin Wuyo is alive, he will never let Mu Changge go. A direct attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. She would never allow such a thing to happen again. Senior sister, Shueyu called out softly, her tone unusually carrying a hint of pleading. This is an opportunity. Yilingxi's eyes flickered slightly. She naturally understood Shueyu's implication that eliminating Yin Wuyo would lessen the threat to Bishao Palace. But did Shueyu really care about Bishao Palace? Yilingxi saw through without saying it. Noticing her gaze, Shueyu's pretty face flushed, hoping her senior sister would make the decision and then inform her sister. As she turned, her skirt swept across the ground covered in peach petals, making a subtle rustling sound. After taking a few steps, Shueyu suddenly stopped. Chen Yutong, the disciple trembled all over. I'm here. What is your sister's name? Returning to the immortal venerable, my sister is named Chunling. Shueyu lightly responded, not looking back, her figure turning into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. Yilingxi watched her depart, her fingertips unconsciously playing with the bell floating beside her. The bell emitted a subtle sound, particularly crisp in the quiet night. In Wuyo, she whispered, her eyes gleaming coldly, then turned to Chen Yutong and said, you should return and wait for arrangements. As a disciple of Bishao Palace, this holy master will not stand by and do nothing. Thank you, holy master. Under Chen Yutong's gaze, Yilingxi transformed into a stream of emerald light. He licked his lips. The holy master's legs are truly white. The east began to brighten. The peach orchard in the morning mist gradually awakened, with a few early rising spirit sparrows flapping their wings, sweeping across the branches still holding the night dew. Meowing pavilion. Morning light slanted through the window and fell onto the jade couch. Mu Changge's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening his eyes. He found himself lying on his master's jade couch, covered with a snow-white spirit fox fur blanket, a faint scent of cold plum lingering at the tip of his nose. Memories surged like a tide, including his push cloud 36, Meowing's 5 senses seal, and that difficult-to-explain transition of lifespan. You're awake? Mu Changge followed the sound and saw Meowing sitting cross-legged on a mat in a plain white dress, meditating. The morning light cast a golden halo around her, resembling a fairy from a painting. Mu Changge hurriedly got up. Master, your disciple, you exhausted your spiritual power last night and fell into a coma. Meowing interrupted, her tone calm. I have already adjusted your meridians. She opened her eyes, her gaze like water. Are you still feeling unwell? Mu Changge's ears turned red. He certainly remembered what had happened, but since his master pretended that nothing had occurred, he said, thank you, master. Your disciple is fine now. He suddenly realized that the spiritual power within him had returned to its peak state. Meowing's lips curled slightly. Though your cultivation is insufficient, your foundation is solid. My help is limited. Go now. I need to enter seclusion again. Yes. Mu Changge bowed respectfully, suppressing the impulse to immediately hand the tribulation-breaking pill to Meowing, and turned to leave. Changge, disciple is here. Meowing parted her red lips slightly and finally said, do not neglect your cultivation. Mu Changge stared blankly at his master's face, so close to him, and saw a hint of worry in her usually cold eyes, something he had never seen before. It was as if Meowing feared he might suddenly perish. Chapter 70. 12 blood pillars seal heaven and earth. Immortal maidens in despair when Mu Changge left Meowing's seclusion place. The morning sun had fully risen above the sea of clouds. That foolish woman, Shueyue, he hoped she hadn't waited in the peach grove for the entire night. And there was also Yilingxi's message that they had agreed to meet at the hot springs at midnight last night. Thinking of having stood up 2 people in one night, one of whom was the Holy Lord, Mu Changge felt a pain in his brow. Could he be blamed for this? How could he have known that his master called him over not to reprimand him, but to extract a confession through severe punishment? It was simply too severe. Mu Changge returned to the small courtyard in the peach grove and, before he could enter, saw Su Chenyu waiting in the courtyard. Master, you are finally back. Su Chenyu smiled, twirling a peach blossom branch in her hand. the silver bells on her skirt jingling. Master waited for you almost all night. Mu Changge paused, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Where is Shuiwen now? Uffed. Su Qingyu laughed when she saw Mu Changge's tense expression. She tilted her head and shook Mu Changge's arm. You don't have to be afraid. Master left with the Holy Lord before dawn. Ah, Mu Changge frowned. But what happened? Nothing major. Su Qingyu grinned. They found Yin Wuyo's lair, and the Holy Lord took Master and 10 elders from the sect to rescue someone. What? Mu Changge's pupils shrank. This girl called that nothing major? Yin Wuyo was truly so easy to deal with. He had long since been killed by Xiao Liar. Where exactly is it? He suddenly grabbed Su Qingyu's wrist, his grip a bit too strong. Ow, ow, ow. Su Qingyu pouted, rubbing her wrist. Master, be gentler. You really don't need to worry. So many experts are going together. That Yin Wuyo is doomed. She laughed. And they're going to the North Mang Mountain Range to rescue that outer disciple named Chunling. But Master isn't going to save anyone. She is going to help you kill someone. Then she relayed the events that had happened in the Peach Grove last night. The demon transformation pill, the outer disciple Chun Yutong, and the kidnapped Chunlinger, along with a bell. Mu Changge quickly analyzed in his mind and felt increasingly uneasy. Yin Wuyo was a monster who had lived for over 1,000 years, a figure from the same era as his master. If he truly wanted to take someone away, how could he leave any clues behind? Then Mu Changge thought of the demon transformation pill, his expression suddenly changing. Not good. A two-pronged strategy. The demon transformation pill isn't important, nor is whether Yin Wuyo can kill him. What is important is using that bell to lead Yi Lingxi and Shuiwen to find his hiding place. Qinyu, where is Chun Yutong? Mu Changge's expression became extremely serious. Su Qingyu was taken aback and replied honestly, the Holy Lord punished him to the discipline hall. Is there something wrong? She asked, puzzled. Seeing Mu Changge frowning deeply, she covered her mouth and smiled. Oh, with Master S strength, you can rest assured. Really, your own master hasn't even entered the door yet. Wait, no. It's that your own master hasn't even welcomed Senior Mu to the Broken Sky Peak, yet you're worried like this. That Yin Wuyo is just barely hanging on. How much strength can he have now? It's just that master doesn't allow her to go. Bang! Mu Changge darkened his face and mercilessly knocked her on the head. Qinyu, I tell you, you must not underestimate anyone, even if your cultivation is deeper than the opponent's. When facing an enemy, you must use all your strength, and after killing, you must turn them to ashes. He took a deep breath. Xiao Liar is too merciful. If it weren't for this, Yin Wuyo would have long since disappeared from this world. Oh, disciple remembers. Su Qingyu covered her head and secretly glanced at Mu Changge. Then I'll go back first. Mu Changge nodded. As she reached the door, she suddenly slapped her forehead. Master asked me to tell you. She mimicked Shuyue's cold tone and said, tell that bastard, if he dares to come without permission, I'll freeze him into an ice sculpture when he returns. Su Qingyu blinked and waved her small hand, turning into a streak of light across the sky. Mu Changge smiled wryly and shook his head. That foolish woman, Shuiwen, clearly had no confidence but insisted on taking risks. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have given him such a warning. Yin Wuyo wanted his life. It wouldn't be that easy. A gust of wind blew, scattering peach blossoms everywhere. Mu Changge gazed toward the direction of North Mang Mountain, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Demon, you better not play tricks. Whoosh! The wine immortal sword appeared out of thin air. After stepping on it, Mu Changge sped toward the North Mang Mountain Range. He didn't go to the discipline hall, as that would only waste time, and he was certain that Chun Yutong was definitely not within the sect. This time, Mu Changge admitted that he had underestimated Yin Wuyo. As for Chun Yutong, the outer disciple, he was not corrupted by Yin Wuyo's demonic aura. He was still himself. Seeing his sister being kidnapped was true, but it was also true that he had reached some sort of deal with Yin Wuyo. North Mang Mountain Range. Chun Yutong knelt in a cold cave, his forehead pressed against the damp rock floor, and before him, a pair of black boots embroidered with blood-colored patterns slowly paced. You did well. Yin Wuyo's hoarse voice echoed in the cave. Chun Yutong trembled all over, but did not dare to raise his head. Lord, my sister, what's the rush? Yin Wuyo sneered, extending a bony finger to pinch his chin. What I promised you will naturally be fulfilled. The flickering firelight in the cave illuminated Chun Yutong's pale face, his eyes flickering uncertainly. What? Regret? Inweo mocked. You are the first to contribute to my grand plan. Working for the Demon Lord. I do not dare to take credit. Just what? Inweo sneered. Just think that the high and mighty fairies of Bishao Palace don't care about the life or death of an outer disciple. This sentence struck Chun Yutong's heart like a knife. Yes, I dare not gamble. They won't really save anyone. Chun Yutong murmured, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes dissipating. Rather than placing hope in them, it was better to cooperate with me. Inweo straightened up with satisfaction. Good, you're a smart person. Whether I can save your sister, they don't care. What they care about is whether they can kill me. Outside the cave, a faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. They're here. Inweo's eyes glowed with blood, glancing at Chun Yutong. I will take you to see how those high and mighty fairies submit to me. 12 streaks of light cut through the sky, and Yi Lingxi, clad in snow-white garments, led the others to descend into the blood-soaked valley. Shuiwe followed closely behind, with 10 elders flanking both sides, each summoning their magical treasures and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Saint Master. Shuiwe's fingertips condensed with frost, pointing towards a nearby cave. The source of the demonic energy traced by the tracking spell was right here. At this moment, 2 figures emerged from the cave. Inwui, clad in a blood-red robe, with bony fingers resting on Chun Yutong's shoulder. TSK, Yi Saint Master. You arrived even faster than I expected. He sneered at the frowning Yi Lingxi. Is your head buzzing? Did you not expect to be betrayed by your own disciples? You talk too much. Shuiwe lightly stepped forward, countless ice crystal blades appearing behind her, converging into a roaring ice dragon, the sound waves deafening. Inwui's pupils reflected the image of the ice dragon charging at him, and he raised his finger to condense a blood shield inscribed with demonic runes. The ice dragon collided with the blood shield, the intersection of extreme cold and utmost evil, generating a shockwave that crushed the surrounding rocks into powder. As the ice mist dissipated, Inwui stood unscathed in place. Shuiwe returned to her position, looking grave. Saint Master, this demon must have regained 70% of his strength. This is definitely his true form. Everyone, follow me to exorcise the evil and eliminate the demon. Before Yi Lingxi's voice could fall, a loud rumble shook the entire Biming mountain range. 12 beams of bloodlight shot up from beneath everyone's feet. Each blood column revealed fierce demonic runes, intertwining into a blood-colored cage that obscured the sky. Chapter 71. Shuiwe's delicate legs felt weak, the ambiguous support of the formation. Not good. This is a blood sacrifice formation. An elder with white hair exclaimed in shock. Quick, set up a defensive formation. But it was too late. A strange, swallowing sound came from the ground, and all the essence blood within their bodies began to boil uncontrollably. 2 elders with slightly weaker cultivation immediately fell to their knees, their skin visibly shriveling. Ha ha ha. Inwui floated outside the formation, coldly watching them, with 2 in the law manifestation realm and 10 in the transformation realm, absorbing your essence blood. My peak recovery is just around the corner. Yi Lingxi's expression changed drastically, her delicate hands forming seals. Purifying lotus bloom, a golden lotus platform blossomed beneath her feet, temporarily isolating the blood sacrifice's corrosion. Yi Lingxi gritted her teeth, struggling to hold on, her small face pale. Shuiwe, quickly think of a way to break the formation. Sweat trickled down her forehead. It wouldn't be long before she exhausted all her spiritual power, and then they would become fish on a chopping board. Shuiwe's spiritual power operated at full capacity, layers of ice crystal armor forming around her. No, this is bad. She realized in horror that the spiritual power within her was rapidly depleting, suddenly shouting, "There's a second layer of formation underground." Before her voice fell, the ground erupted with countless blood-colored crystal clusters, each flickering with an eerie red light, those clusters ravenously devouring the spiritual power that everyone was releasing. Blood spirit crystals? Yi Lingxi's expression finally changed. He had turned the entire mountain range into a soul devouring great formation. Realizing it now was too late. Yin Wui's maniacal laughter echoed under the blood-colored sky. He spread his arms wide, greedily absorbing the power gathered from the dual formations. 100 years ago, your Bixiao Palace caused me heavy losses. I lay dormant for a century. It's finally your turn. With one Saint Master, one Law Manifestation Realm Head, plus 10 Inner Door Elders, he could almost take them down without breaking a sweat. He had hidden for so long, and a month ago, infiltrated the outer door of Bixiao Palace to prepare for this day. Inside the formation, 2 elders had already passed out, their skin shriveled like dead wood, and the others were all pale. If not for Yi Lingxi's secret method, they would have already met a tragic end in this formation. However, seeing Yi Lingxi's trembling body, she could barely hold on much longer. "Saint Master, how are you?" Shui Wei groaned, her long jade legs feeling weak under the formation suppression. Her Law Manifestation Realm's sea of spiritual power was rapidly depleting, yet she unhesitatingly transferred her cultivation to Yi Lingxi, feeling the gentle spiritual power coming from behind. Yi Lingxi shook her head. "It's fine. This demon is indeed cunning. I didn't think this through, and it has implicated you all. Sister, at this point, there's no need to say that." Shui Wei smiled. "I have always been your supporter." One could say that she played a significant role in this matter. She desperately wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate the hidden danger of Yin Wui, but unfortunately, the opponent was not easy to deal with, and thus, she fell into a trap. "Why did you betray Bixiao Palace?" Yi Lingxi glared coldly at Chen Yutong. Chen Yutong, feeling guilty, dodged her gaze, only to hear Yin Wui's laughter. "He doesn't believe you can rescue his sister from me. He has already made a deal with me. You want me to give you to him as a plaything." Yin Wui's laughter carried a mocking tone, his smile widening. "Yi Saint Master, your disciple has quite the appetite, daring to set her sights on you. But she has good taste. She suits my preferences very well. Ha ha ha. Impudent." Yi Lingxi's eyes suddenly burst with dazzling golden light, the purifying lotus trembling violently. She formed seals with her jade hands, and a brilliant golden light shot straight into the clouds, but suddenly shattered mid-air. Puffed. A mouthful of blood sprayed from her lips, staining her white robe. Yi Lingxi split her focus, forcibly activating her spiritual power, which ultimately led to the backlash of the blood sacrifice formation. Those blood-colored crystal clusters surged towards her like sharks sensing blood. "Saint Master, do not get distracted." Shui Wei transformed her finger into a sword, sweeping the sword energy to temporarily freeze those clusters. "He is deliberately provoking you." Indeed, as Yi Lingxi's emotions fluctuated, the light shield of the purifying lotus dimmed noticeably. Yin Wui seized the opportunity to absorb the spiritual power within the formation, his aura visibly rising. He laughed wildly. "Yi Saint Master, the tiger has fallen to the plains and been cornered by dogs. You can't even kill a mere outer door disciple. Why not let me show you some mercy and help you?" Before his words fell, he reached out a blood-colored palm from afar, gripping Chen Yutong's throat and lifting him up completely. Then, the blood and energy from Chen Yutong continuously flowed away. "Demon, you have no credibility." Chen Yutong struggled desperately, but could not break free, panic overtaking him. "You promised me you would let my sister go." He finally realized he had been used, regretting having trusted this demon. "Why would I let go of such nourishment? 3 days ago, I drained your sister to a husk." In Yin Wui's blood-red pupils, a cruel, bloodthirsty light flickered. "But I can send you to meet your sister. You'll become nourishment for me, just like her." "No." Boom. Chen Yutong's body burst like a broken sack, exploding into a cloud of blood mist, all absorbed by Yin Wui. Yin Wui licked the blood from his fingertips, grinning eerily. "Yi Saint Master, are you satisfied with this gift?" Yi Lingxi clenched her silver teeth, her delicate body trembling slightly. As the current Saint Master of Bixiao Palace, she had never suffered such humiliation. "Demon, even if I die today, I must kill you." Yi Lingxi's chest rose and fell, her cold gaze burning with towering rage. Her fingers pointed like a sword at her brow. "Saint Master, no." A golden pattern emerged from her brow, and the entire formation suddenly shook violently. Yi Lingxi was using Bixiao Palace's secret technique, the heart-burning technique, forcibly enhancing her cultivation at the cost of burning her own vital blood. Boom! Her cultivation soared from the Law Manifestation Realm to the 6th stage of the Void Cave Realm. In the later stages of cultivation, each elevation was a significant leap, and the heart-burning technique allowed her to leap from the peak of the Law Manifestation Realm to this level, demonstrating the power of this secret technique. However, the stronger the secret technique, the heavier the price to pay. If Yi Lingxi did not stop in time, she not only risked losing her cultivation, but also her life. At the end of her strength, Yi coldly snorted, "No matter how you struggle, you won't be able to escape from my grand formation. If you can't escape, then break it." Clang! A clear sword sound resonated from the horizon. A 3-foot-long green sword pierced through the air, its blade entwined with mysterious Tao patterns, easily tearing apart the blood-colored sky like fabric. "Who is it?" Yi shouted angrily. The response came from a cold voice. "Break!" The green sword light suddenly split into thousands, pouring down like a torrential rain, with each blade of sword energy piercing into the core of the blood-colored crystal cluster on the ground. Crack, crack! The entire formation let out a mournful cry under the unbearable burden, and the blood-colored barrier was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. At this moment, a tall figure stepped through the rain of swords. The newcomer wore a dark outfit and a half-silver mask on their face, revealing a distinctly defined jawline. Lightly tapping their toes on a floating long sword, their clothes fluttering elegantly. "Who are you?" Yi Lingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed. She couldn't see through this person's cultivation. The mysterious person did not respond, merely waved their fingers. The Immortal sword emitted a clear dragon's roar, transforming into a 100-foot green light, directly piercing the eye of the blood sacrifice formation. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the dual formations collapsed with a rumble. In the chaotic surge of spiritual energy, the mysterious person swept their sleeves, protecting Yi Lingxi and Shui Yu behind them. The 10 elders behind them, while being blown away, wanted to curse. They should have been protected too. Why such a difference in treatment? Yi was knocked back by the rebound force, spitting out blood, staggering back a few steps. "Who exactly are you?" Only then did the mysterious person slowly raise their hand and remove the mask. At the moment when everyone's gaze froze, they couldn't help but show astonishment. Chapter 72. One sword to exterminate evil. Time-space sword intent to slay the demon lord. The mask slowly slid down, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face. The most striking feature was a pair of eyes shimmering with a faint golden glow, seemingly containing endless Tao rhythms. Long, jet-black hair was casually tied behind, with a few strands falling beside the sharply defined cheekbones, adding a hint of unruliness. "This is..." Shui Yu's pupils constricted, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in her heart. That upright posture, that sword-holding stance, looked exactly like someone from her past, yet this face was so unfamiliar. Yi Lingxi slightly adjusted her breath, then gave a graceful bow. "I hope for your assistance, esteemed friend." "There's no need for such formalities," the mysterious person replied, their voice clear, yet with a hint of laziness, completely different from Mu Changge's usual tone. "Exorcising evil and safeguarding the Tao is our duty." They raised their right hand, and the Immortal sword obediently flew back into their palm. This action stunned Shui Yu again. The way they retrieved the sword was identical to how Mu Changge had once taught her swordsmanship. "Umph! What kind of rat dares to flaunt its might in front of me?" Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, and 9 bone nails emerged from the blood mist. "No matter who you are, if you ruin my good plans, die." "Bloodfiend soul nails!" An elder screamed in terror, "Get away." The mysterious person, however, remained calm, forming a strange sword seal with their left hand. The Immortal sword's green light surged, and dense ancient runes appeared on the blade. "Wine god curse, break the evil." As they shouted lightly, ripples appeared in the space where the sword edge passed. The 9 bone nails that were rushing towards them seemed to sink into a quagmire, their speed drastically reduced. "How is this possible?" Yi's expression changed in shock. "This is time-space sword intent." He could clearly feel that within the traces of the sword path, there were spatial laws. as a dignified demon lord who had roamed the northern region for many years. He had never seen anyone's sword path comprehend to such a terrifying realm. Moreover, this person appeared so young, yet he couldn't detect their cultivation level. Truly strange. Inwaya then saw the mysterious person smile slightly, their eyes shining with golden light. Your vision is indeed stronger than your cultivation. Swish! A sword light flashed, and Inwaya's left arm was severed at the shoulder. Ah! Inwaya screamed in agony as he retreated explosively, black blood gushing from the severed arm. Who are you? The mysterious person's long hair flew in the wind. Immortal wind and cloud body technique. Their figure transformed into 9 afterimages, each solidified. Wielding the cold green wine immortal sword, stabbing towards Inwaya from different angles. Inwaya, with one arm, formed a seal, blood mist swirling around him. Blood demon true body. His body instantly swelled, and a sinister blood-red phosphor appeared on his skin. The 9 sword lights struck against the phosphor, producing a sound like metal clashing, sending sparks flying. Mu Change's eyes flashed with surprise, as expected of an ancient monster that had lived for over 1,000 years. A demon from the same era as his master meowing. He had already exchanged most of his fortune for cultivation, raising his strength to the 32nd level of the out-of-body stage, and he had used all his power, even employing the wine god curse. Yet even so, he still couldn't eliminate this demon in one strike. Furthermore, he constantly maintained the operation of his heavenly eye, noticing that Inwaya's cultivation was far below his peak state, having fallen to the 2nd stage of the cave void. Even so, he was not comparable to others. Is this all you've got? Inwaya sneered, swinging his claws. And 3 blood glows tore through the air. I was just careless earlier. Don't get too proud. Be careful, Shuei instinctively reminded. She had wanted to rush over her, but had to forcibly hold back. If Inwaya suddenly turned his direction and attacked Yi Lingxi and the others, she would be the only one left to fight. Drunken immortal moon, viewing step. Mu Change's figure instantly became illusory, the blood glows passing through him as if hitting a phantom. The next moment, he appeared above Inwaya, the sword tip hanging down. Green Lotus Sword Song. The sword tip blossomed into a brilliant green lotus, and amidst the fluttering petals, countless sword energies poured down like a torrential rain. Each sword energy struck the gaps in the scales, causing Inwaya to emit a painful roar. Ah, damn ants! He could feel that in terms of cultivation alone, this kid was not his opponent. He just didn't know where he got so many strange tricks that always caught him off guard. He frantically swung his one arm, forcibly extracting the power of the earth veins from the entire North Mang mountain range, transforming it into a surging wave of blood that surged into the sky. The sky was dyed dark red, looking from afar as if the apocalypse had arrived. Be careful, Shuei exclaimed. He's burning his essence. Mu Changge stood in midair, his long hair flying under the blood-colored sky. He raised his hand, and a red, ancient wine gourd appeared in his palm. Wine god's sacrifice. 10,000 swords returned to the source. This was the strongest move Mu Changge could unleash. If this strike failed to eliminate Inwaya, then he would have no strength left. At this moment, Shuei's gaze was tightly fixed on that gourd. The mouth of the gourd spewed out a vast wave of wine, with each drop of liquid transforming into a small green sword in midair. In an instant, the entire sky was enveloped by the rain of swords. Demon Lord, I want you to die without a trace. Mu Changge pointed his fingertip. Go. 10,000 swords were unleashed. Feeling the horror within, Inwaya's eyes widened in terror. Poof, poof, poof. Countless sword energies pierced through the blood wave, pinning Inwaya in midair. His demonic body was riddled with holes like a sieve, black blood cascading down like a waterfall. I won't accept this. Inwaya's pupils began to fade. Mu Changge floated down, waving his sword finger, annihilate. Boom! All the small swords exploded simultaneously, and Inwaya's demonic body was reduced to ashes in the glaring green light. In the end, only a pool of foul-smelling blood remained, sizzling as it corroded the ground. A gentle breeze blew, dispersing the blood mist. Mu Changge withdrew his magical treasures, and only when he confirmed that Inwaya was dead did the golden light in his eyes gradually fade, revealing a pair of warm, jade-like black eyes. "Everyone, are you all right?" It wasn't until Mu Change's voice fell that everyone reacted, realizing that Inwaya was dead. Yi Lingxi stepped forward, her gaze scanning him with a hint of suspicion. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed friend. May I ask for your name? If you don't mind. I hope you can visit my Bixiao Palace." "No need." The young man, transformed from Mu Changge, put on his mask again, saying, "Why must we be acquainted to meet again? I merely intervene when I see injustice. I still have important matters to attend to. We shall meet again." The wine immortal sword surged with azure light as he leaped onto the sword's body, his robes fluttering, giving him a somewhat celestial appearance. Yi Lingxi gazed at the horizon, suddenly asking softly, "Sister Shueiyue, could that person's gourd resemble Senior Brother Mu's?" She knew that just based on a gourd, one could not determine if that person was Mu Changge, and besides, that person's aura and appearance were completely different from Mu Change's. "Saint Master, I shall take my leave first." Before Shueiyue finished speaking, she transformed into a beam of ice blue light and shot away. Yi Lingxi had not yet reacted when that graceful figure vanished into the horizon. Above the sea of clouds, Mu Changge let out a secret sigh of relief, but suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold behind him. "Stop!" A clear shout rang out like thunder. Mu Change's heart skipped a beat. "Damn it! How did that girl Shueiyue catch up with me?" His spiritual energy was almost exhausted, and forcing the wine immortal sword to move was already a struggle. As he saw that ice-blue figure drawing closer, Mu Changge gritted his teeth and performed a spell to escape. Trying to escape? Shueiyue's red lips curled, and her jade hand reached out, binding him. A crimson ribbon shot out from her sleeve, coiling around Mu Changge like a spiritual snake, pulling him down from the clouds. Mu Change's body fell uncontrollably, but just before he hit the ground, an ice-blue figure caught him. "What do you mean by this, fairy?" After stabilizing himself, Mu Changge was indignant. "I just saved you, and this is how you repay your savior?" Shueiyue lightly raised her finger, and the crimson ribbon dissipated like smoke. She stepped lightly, her gaze holding a hint of mischief. This fellow Taoist. She suddenly paused, condensing a point of ice-blue spiritual energy at her fingertip. "I must repay your life-saving grace, but since I have nothing of value, how about offering myself instead?" Shueiyue's smile captivated the heart. At that moment, something flew out from Mu Change's embrace and landed in Shueiyue's hand, causing him to reveal a bitter smile. Chapter 73. The Old Cow Eats Young Grass. Shueiyue wants to complete the circle. "Oh, what is this?" Shueiyue feigned surprise, blinking her eyes and smiling at Mu Changge. "Isn't this the token of affection I gave to someone?" She held in her hand the hairpin she had gifted to Mu Changge. Suddenly, she leaned closer to his unfamiliar handsome face. "Senior brother, do you want me to read aloud the poem engraved on it in public? Or should I announce in the Xianshui realm what you confessed to me that day?" A threat, a blatant threat. How did she recognize and confirm his identity? Did she not think he was a killer after treasure? Shueiyue certainly did not think so. Not to mention Mu Changge would not easily leave Bixiao Palace. Even if he did, with her senior brother's mysterious nature, who could kill him? "Ah, you girl." Mu Changge decided to drop the act. His black hair turned white at a visible speed, his appearance aged back, and his clothes reverted. Upon seeing this, Shueiyue burst out laughing, poking his chest with her finger. "You played that pretty well. Even the Saint Master was fooled." Her senior brother was truly someone who always left people guessing. And this transformation technique was so magical that it could change a person's aura. "Sister, how did you recognize me?" Mu Changge was extremely puzzled. This transformation technique was exchanged from the system, and after using it, it could completely change a person's appearance and aura. Shueiyue shrugged. "I don't know. I just knew it was you the moment I saw you. Although your appearance changed, you couldn't fool me." Saying this, there was a hint of pride in her eyes as she handed the hairpin back to Mu Changge. Did senior brother come all this way because he was worried that his little sister might encounter danger? She blinked her charming eyes, her face full of allure. Mu Changge cleared his throat a few times, intentionally putting on a stern face. "You foolish girl, can't even see through such a small trap. And you still want your senior brother to worry about you." He quietly took back the hairpin, but the moment his fingertip touched Shueiyue's small hand, he suddenly trembled. In that instant, Mu Changge realized there were emotional ties between him and Yue. No wonder she could recognize him. Ah, how careless of me. Why are you scolding me? Yue pouted, clinging to his arm. I'm someone with a senior brother. You won't let anything happen to me. And besides, senior brother is still strong. Worrying about his little sister is quite normal, right? Her smile became even more enchanting, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer to Mu Changge's ear. It's just that the little sister feels like she understands her senior brother less and less, and wants to know him better. Yue's delicate fingers slid up Mu Changge's arm, stopping at his heart. Mu Changge instinctively stepped back a half step, only to be blocked by the trees behind him. Yue took the opportunity to get closer, leaving only a few inches between them. He could even smell the faint fragrance emanating from her flowing hair. Sister, don't be foolish. Mu Changge's voice tightened. Are you testing me? I'm not the kind who. Not the kind who what? Yue narrowed her eyes, her fingertip gathering a trace of coldness. Oh no. He realized he had misspoken. Although Yue treated him differently from others, her outwardly gentle demeanor concealed a core that did not change, and her pride was extremely strong. He could withstand the tests of others, but having established a partner relationship with Yue, they were just one step away from completing it. What he said was equivalent to implying that Yue lacked charm, and that was unacceptable. Looking at Yue's narrowed, beautiful eyes, Mu Changge lightly moved her small hand from his waist, saying with righteous indignation, I meant to say, sister, you really have a keen eye? Yue couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, recalling the moment the great formation shattered when Mu Changge only protected her and Yilingxi. The other 10 elders had been sadly blasted away, causing her to roll her eyes. She lifted his chin with her jade finger. Senior brother, you were really impressive when you slayed the demons just now. The great formation of RUNWAY took countless efforts to build, yet you broke it so easily. That great formation, whether in defense or power, was enhanced by being inside it. I wasn't within the formation, so breaking it was easy. It's nothing to boast about. As soon as Mu Changge finished speaking, he saw Yue lean in with her red lips. But RUNWAY is powerful, yet you still killed him? This. Mu Changge rubbed his nose. I relied on the treasures bestowed by the master, catching him off guard. Oh, is that so? Yue looked at him with an expression that said she didn't buy it. Senior brother, you didn't return all night yesterday. What were you doing with the Miao Yin fairy? Mu Changge choked on his words. Could he say the truth? If he did, tomorrow this day would be his memorial day. Teaching and passing on knowledge. That shouldn't be considered deceiving Yue, right? He was speaking the truth. It was just a matter of how Yue interpreted it. She was indeed diligent. Yue did not do what he feared. As long as she didn't make things difficult for Mu Changge, that was good enough. If Miao Yin knew how much strength her disciple was hiding, she might want to crush this rebellious disciple. After all, she was in closed-door training, or rather, a dead-end training session, and had specifically allocated some energy to teach Mu Changge. But what about this old fellow? Left hand 6, right hand 7, left foot on the ground, right foot kicking. When it comes to flashy operations, no one could compare to him. However, a man who knows how to hide himself can live a long life. The more Yue looked at Mu Changge, the more captivating he became. She clung to his arm, the dignified fur seat turning into a little fangirl, her eyes sparkling. Senior brother, can you change into a different look again? Shallow. Mu Changge shook off her arm, straightening his body. Does sister think I don't look good like this? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Yue blinked with a smile. Mu Changge cleared his throat. A lie. A lie is. Yue's smile was cunning. You look better. And the truth? Well, Yue pondered for a moment. You still look good. Looking at Mu Changge's speechless expression, her smile became even more enchanting. Shi Xiang, when we consummate our marriage, could you please turn into that kind of person? I also want to be like an old cow eating tender grass, she giggled, lightly tapping Mu Changge's chest with her fingertip. Yue shimmy. A clear and cold voice came from afar. Yilingxi descended with 10 elders, stepping on golden lotuses. She scanned Mu Changge with a frown. Mu Shi Xiang? What are you doing here? Right, why am I here? Mu Changge slapped his forehead. Oh dear, I'm getting old. My memory is failing. How could I be here? How could I possibly be here? Yue couldn't help but laugh, secretly pinching Mu Changge to signal him not to give himself away. I want to tell you all that I've recently developed somnambulism and have been sleepwalking to who knows where. Mu Changge changed the subject and looked at Shui Shimmy. How'd you all end up here? But that's not important. Since we ran into each other by chance, let's go back together. With that, he was about to leave with Shui. Stop. Yi Lingxi waved her jade hand, sealing off the surroundings with 9 golden lotuses. What is the relationship between the mysterious sword cultivator who saved us and Shi Xiao? Seeing the situation was not good, Shui hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Saint Lord, Shi Xiao. Shimmy doesn't need to cover for him. Yi Lingxi stepped closer, her gaze fixed like a torch on the wine gourd ornament that was faintly visible at Mu Changge's waist, reaching out to grab it. Buzz! The fallen Jiuxian sword appeared in her hand. Yi Lingxi looked down, her lips curling slightly. Jiuxian sword, Qinglian sword song, and this gourd. Does Shi Xiao still want to hide it? The air suddenly became silent. The 10 elders widened their eyes, some in disbelief. Mu Changge looked embarrassed. I can explain. Shui covered her mouth and chuckled, wanting to say something but unsure how to start. It was Yi Lingxi who generously extended her hand, giving him a chance to explain. Mu Changge suddenly clapped his hands, gritting his teeth. Shimmy, I encountered a thief. A young man who doesn't follow the rules of martial arts. I was drinking, and he just snatched my gourd away. What about this Jiuxian sword? Yi Lingxi lightly stroked the sword's body, the blue lotus pattern glowing faintly. How could the mysterious sword cultivator's spirit weapon be in Shi Xiang's hands? That's even more infuriating. Mu Changge stroked his beard, thumping his chest. That thief not only took my gourd but also casually took the sword gifted to me by my master. Thankfully, Shimmy Shui helped me get it back. This is a heavenly grade spirit weapon, and he just gave it back? Elder Jiao Juduan couldn't help but interject. Moreover, that person was able to kill Yin Wuyo. With Shui Yue's cultivation level, how could he threaten him? Jiao Juduan, you're a good person. Why did you have to open your mouth? Mu Changge took out a prepared recording stone. I have evidence. The displayed scene showed him drinking when the mysterious sword cultivator suddenly appeared, snatching away the Jiuxian sword and gourd he had placed aside. Even Shui Yue's eyes widened. Had she not exposed Mu Changge's identity, she would have believed it was true. Yi Lingxi raised an eyebrow, pointing at the sword's body. The words gifted to Changge appeared on the blade, and whether in writing or aura, it seemed to have been left by Miaoying. Yi Lingxi was momentarily stunned. The evidence was conclusive. Yet she felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Shimmy, you should believe it now, right? Mu Changge spread his hands. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see my master. No need. Yi Lingxi returned the Jiuxian sword to Mu Changge. Shi Xiao, after all, it's a treasured item given to you by the Grand Elder. Please be careful in the future. Everyone, we should head back. She transformed into a stream of light, with the other elders following closely behind. Only he and Shui remained. Thankfully, he had prepared well, so he didn't expose himself. As for the scene in the recording stone, he had used the system's ability to forge it with luck points. The handwriting left by Miaoying was even simpler. After all, she was his master, and he not only received Miaoying's furnace body, but also carried her lingering aura. Quite the skilled deceiver. Just as Mu Changge let out a sigh of relief, he saw Shui tugging at his sleeve, then a stream of light enveloped them. Several hours after everyone had left, the valley returned to silence. The forgotten pool of black blood began to move strangely, glowing with an eerie red light. Drip, drip, drip. The blood droplets gathered like living creatures, forming a vague human figure. Gradually, Yin Wuyo's sinister face emerged, whispering hoarsely, Mu Changge. The blood mass trembled violently, soaring into the air, transforming into a blood arrow shooting toward the distance. Wherever it passed, the moonlight was dyed dark red. This entity will not give up. The hoarse voice echoed in the valley, and the blood arrow ultimately vanished into the northern sky, where the headquarters of the heavenly demon sect was located. If Mu Changge were here, he would be incredulous. After confirming with his heavenly eye that Yin Wuyo was completely dead, he finally felt at ease to leave. But little did he know, this was Yin Wuyo's blood demon resurrection technique. This technique could bring the dead back to life once. 100 years ago, in his battle with Yun Qingli, He was severely injured and escaped with the blood escape technique. Now, using the blood demon resurrection technique, he only needed some recuperation, and after some time, he could recover to his peak even faster. Wuyo was certain that the person who killed him was Mu Changge due to that gourd. He could never misinterpret the feeling when his clone was refined. In the main hall of Bishao Palace, the lights were bright, and dozens of jade tables were filled with spirit fruits and celestial brews. The 12 peak masters gathered together, toasting and laughing. The Saint Lord is wise. The head of Dan Peak, Yao Chunzi, raised his glass and exclaimed, "This time, eradicating Wuyo is a great victory for our Bishao Palace in 100 years. Yes, yes." The head of the divine weapon Peak, Yang Tiexin, beamed with joy. The Saint Lord led the elders to slay that guy. From now on, our Bishao Palace can rest easy. Oomph. A very discordant voice suddenly rang out. Lei Lai slammed the table. Standing up, Saint Lord, and Shui West Shimmy, you are too inconsiderate. Such a big event. Why didn't you call me? To slay Wuyo, this was his chance to redeem himself, and he missed it just like that. Lei Lai felt deeply aggrieved. You should be grateful. Huh? What did Yi Lingxi mean? Did she look down on him? Lei Lai frowned, looking displeased. However, Yi Lingxi offered no explanation. Only Shui Yue covered her mouth and chuckled, seemingly imagining that if Lei Lai had gone along, he would have been blown away by the aftermath of the collapsing array like those elders. This credit doesn't belong to me. Yi Lingxi sat in the main seat, a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. She lightly stroked her wine cup, her beautiful eyes inadvertently glancing at Mu Changge in the corner, munching on spirit fruits, and grinned slyly. Thanks to Shi Xiao, we were able to escape death. Slap! Mu Changge's hand shook, and the cup of spirit wine he was holding spilled onto the table. Ah, Shimmy, what does this have to do with me? He continued to feign confusion. I just thought it had been a long time since it was this lively. I was just here to enjoy the food and drink. If people misunderstand, how bad would that be? If Shi Xiang thinks there's a misunderstanding, I don't. Yi Lingxi still wore a faint smile, her beautiful eyes seeming to see through him. She had never believed the story Mu Changge concocted in the North Mang Mountains, even though the evidence made her speechless. Moreover, she had received news from her disciples that Mu Changge had followed them after they went to the North Mang Mountains. This matter was extremely secretive. Only a few elders, Shui Yue, and her disciple Su Chenyu were aware. If he rushed over, it was likely because he sensed it was a trap. And that somnambulism, this guy was a cultivator. Even if he was getting old, he couldn't possibly have such an absurd condition. Everything is his disguise, even this appearance. Yi Lingxi glanced at Mu Changge from the corner of her eye, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edge of the cup, her thoughts drifting back to that battle on Baiming Mountain. The elegant figure with long hair and golden eyes. The unparalleled demeanor that illuminated the 19 continents with a single sword strike made her ears subtly flush. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of fortune. Yi Lingxi, with a progress of 10, earning a fortune value return of 10,000 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Blood Demon Technique. Blood Demon Technique? As the content of that technique entered Mu Changge's mind, his heart skipped a beat, and he disregarded the gazes of others and what Yi Lingxi was thinking. Senior brother? Shui Yu quietly tugged at his sleeve, pouring him wine while transmitting sound. Everyone is looking at you. Not good. Mu Changge took the wine cup, placed it on the table, and spoke astonishingly. Wuyo is not dead. What? The hall instantly fell silent, breaths clearly audible. Everyone's eyes simultaneously shot toward him. Even the spirit beast Peak's elder, who had been dozing off, was startled and fell off the mat. How is this possible? Wuyo's body was shattered. How could he not die? Yang Tiexin frowned and asked. Yi Lingxi raised her hand to interrupt the crowd. Senior brother, what do you know? We have been overlooking one thing, which is the technique practiced by Wuyo. Looking at the puzzled crowd, he exhaled. The blood demon technique allows rebirth once after death, and to maintain this ability, it continuously devours the vitality of others. Therefore, Wuyo's demonic technique not only can be used to enhance cultivation, but also gives him an extra life compared to others. Mu Changge's expression became serious. After death, It would be like nirvana rebirth, and it wouldn't take long for him to regain his peak state. The crowd looked horrified. At his peak, Inwuyo was at the sixth stage of tribulation. If Miao Yin does not make a move, who among them can stop him? Chapter 75 Senior Brother's mouth is truly poisonous. The Holy Master hurriedly called for a stop. But this elder has been in seclusion for so many years. With no signs of breakthrough, who knows when she will come out? Yi Lingxi slowly stood up, her plain white robe moving without wind. She scanned the crowd. Her voice cold yet resonant. Everyone, the hall fell silent instantly. Since senior sister Qingli has ascended, the responsibility of guarding the Bixiao Palace will naturally fall to me. She lightly caressed the jade pendant at her waist, which is the token of the holy masters of past generations. Regarding Yin Wuyo's matter, I have an unshirkable responsibility. Being in this position as Holy Master, I will not shrink back. What does the Holy Master intend to do? The Grand Elder of the inner sect, Diao Juduan, stroked his long white beard, suggesting, "Why don't we inform the Supreme Elder of this matter? The demon is most wary of her now." "Shut up." Hearing Mu Changge slam the table, everyone was stunned. He stood up in anger, pointing at Diao Juduan's nose and scolded, "My master is in seclusion. How can you disturb her at will? And with such a trivial matter, you can't handle it. What use are you in the Bixiao Palace? Sitting in this elder's position. What use is that? You. What do you mean by you?" Mu Changge snorted coldly, not giving him a chance to speak. Old man with a white beard. Encountering a situation only knows to call for the parents. If the Supreme Elder comes out of seclusion, where will you hide your old face? Laughter erupted in the hall. Shuei directly laughed so hard she collapsed on the table, her shoulders shaking. Yu, Diao Juduan's beard stood on end in anger. He merely said it casually, "What madness has Mu Changge gone into?" Besides, as the Supreme Elder, Miao Yin has the responsibility to protect the Bixiao Palace. Moreover, since Yin Qingli took over as Holy Master, she has not interfered in any matters of the sect. Mu Changge was relentless, continuing to scold. "The demon hasn't even knocked on the door, and you're already panicking. If it comes to real conflict, wouldn't the nest be drenched?" Puffed. Yang Tiexin, who was drinking tea, directly spat it out. Diao Juduan, as the Grand Elder of the inner sect, was publicly humiliated like this. He must have wanted to tear Mu Changge apart. Although he did not agree with Diao Juduan's suggestion to disturb the Supreme Elder, he was baffled by how Mu Changge reacted so strongly. Several female disciples were blushing and couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle. Shuei was the most exaggerated, laughing so hard she fell onto Mu Changge, saying, "Senior brother, you are too accurate in reading people." She playfully winked, somewhat understanding why Mu Changge was targeting him. Yi Lingxi finally couldn't maintain the dignity of the Holy Master anymore and burst out laughing, quickly covering her face with her wide sleeves, though her shoulders couldn't stop shaking. "Ha ha ha." Lei Lai didn't care about anything else. He laughed, slapping his thigh, causing the spirit fruit on the table to bounce around. Mu's senior brother's words are reasonable. What we fear is that Elder Diao only has a nest. Coarse, and unrefined. Diao Juduan's beard twitched as he pointed at Mu Changge, his hand shaking. "Holy Master, this fellow is unworthy to be an elder of the sect." Aye. "Shut your mouth." Mu Changge's eyes widened, continuing to speak. "It's not that I have a poisonous mouth, but there are those who are too outrageous, enjoying a life of luxury. Yet in critical moments, they become cowards. Even the most serious law enforcement elder, Mo Qingyun, couldn't hold it in anymore, and laughter erupted in the hall. Diao Juduan's old face turned red, like a cooked crab, so angry that he swung his sleeve and was about to leave the banquet. "What? Are you leaving just like that?" Mu Changge, not satisfied, added, "Don't rush. In case you get angry and something bad happens, we'll have to trouble the apothecary for a prescription." Shuei was laughing so hard she couldn't straighten her back, pounding the table, while several female disciples were blushing, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Yi Lingxi was trying to suppress her laughter, her hand holding the wine, cup trembling. She pretended to be serious and lightly coughed. "Senior brother Mu, enough is enough. Holy Master, please see clearly. My master is in seclusion, tirelessly striving to improve her cultivation, all for the sake of protecting us in the Bixiao Palace." Mu Changge gritted his teeth, pointing at Diao Juduan, but this old man, always talking about disturbing my master. Disturbing her is a small matter, but affecting her breakthrough is a big deal. He shifted his tone, saying, if my master comes out of seclusion, what will the other disciples think? They will only think that you, as holy master, are too incompetent, and no one will say anything wrong about him. Diao Juduan. Yi Lingxi frowned and pondered for a moment. Miao Yin's coming out of seclusion would indeed reduce her pressure, but ultimately, the current holy master is her. Since Yun Qingli took over as holy master, she has never caused trouble for Miao Yin, even though she is Miao Yin's most favored disciple. And she entered the sect together with Yun Qingli, but in every aspect, she is inferior to her. Although she regards Yun Qingli as a role model, she must at least demonstrate some strength that does not lose to her. At this moment, Yi Lingxi shook her head and smiled, looking at Mu Changge with an increasingly different gaze. This man has awakened her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the daughter of fortune, Yi Lingxi. With a progress of 20, earning a fortune value return of 10,000 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving double additional rewards. 1. Insight into Yun Qingli's great path. 2. Restoration of breath to peak state. Subsequently, Mu Changge felt the nearly exhausted spiritual power in his meridians surge like a spring. In no time, that surging power filled his meridians. However, Mu Changge did not pay attention to this. Instead, he walked towards Diao Juduan, locking eyes with him, and demanded an apology. Absurd. Diao Juduan was furious, not looking at him. What do you want me to apologize for? Apologize to my master. Mu Changge stepped forward, blocking his way. Not giving an inch. My master is young and beautiful. How dare you call her an old lady? Even if it is a respectful title, she is still a fairy. You have shown great disrespect to my master. As her disciple, how can I let you off? Mu Changge stared into Diao Juduan's eyes, glancing at his old face, saying, look at your wrinkled face. If you were in the mortal world, you wouldn't even count as an old person, at most just an old man. Old man? Diao Juduan was so angry he trembled all over. Mu Changge, you are simply lawless. At the pinnacle of immortality, standing proudly in the world. As long as I have Changge, there is heaven. Mu Changge coldly scolded, casually circling around Diao Juduan with a mocking tone as the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect. A figure from the same era as my master, your cultivation level is only at the 10th stage of the Transformation God Realm. If you're afraid, you might as well resign from your position and go home to farm spiritual fields to avoid embarrassing yourself here. He glanced at Diao Juduan and then at the crowd in the hall. If you're not convinced, you can ask the elders and the heads of the various peaks present here. Who wants to disturb the Grand Elder's seclusion? You. Diao Juduan's face turned ashen with anger, his chest heaving violently, momentarily speechless, unable to find a retort. The crowd in the hall exchanged glances. No one expected Mu Changge to confront this Grand Elder so directly. After all, in terms of seniority, they were all considered juniors. All right, Brother Mu, let's leave it at that. Yi Lingxi reigned in her smile, looking at Diao Juduan with an unquestionable tone. Elder Diao, it is indeed inappropriate to disturb the Grand Elder during her seclusion. She paused, her lips curling slightly. As for what Brother Mu said just now, she continued, although the words were a bit harsh, the reasoning is not wrong. In the future, I hope all elders will perform their duties and not shirk responsibility when faced with matters. That is the truth. Diao Juduan turned to the main seat, cupping his hands in respect, glaring fiercely at Mu Changge. If Miaoyin could have broken through, she would have done so long ago. Why wait for over 100 years? Crack! Mu Changge clenched his fists, unable to restrain himself, wanting to slam this old man to the ground. His master had divided her attention for him, even using herself as a furnace to extend his lifespan for 100 years. How could he allow others to slander her like this? Just as Mu Changge was about to explode, boom, a thunderous roar erupted from Yaoyin's seclusion. The entire Bixiao palace shook violently. Cups and dishes on the jade tables fell to the ground, and spiritual fruits rolled everywhere. What is this? Yi Lingxi stood up abruptly. A brilliant golden light broke through the clouds, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy above the forbidden area, dyeing the sky with golden clouds. a vast pressure sweeping over the entire sect. Chapter 76. Miaoying breaks through, shocking everyone. Mu Change's legs turned weak. Tribulation phenomenon. Leila exclaimed in shock. Even more astonishingly, 8 golden lotus phantoms appeared in the sky, the manifestation caused by breaking through to the 8th stage of tribulation. How is this possible? Diao Juduan's face was filled with horror. Miaoying had clearly been stuck at a bottleneck for over 100 years. If she could break through, she would have done so long ago. How could it be so coincidental to happen today? This made his old face feel like it was being painfully slapped. Thank you for your patience. I have been in seclusion for over 100 years, and today I finally have something to show for it. A clear and cold celestial voice echoed through the heavens and earth. This voice was like an ice spring striking jade, warming Mu Change's heart. His master had finally broken through. In the golden light, a graceful figure stepped onto a lotus, Miaoying in a plain white celestial dress, surrounded by 8 golden patterns. With each step she took, a golden lotus bloomed beneath her feet, her stunning beauty appearing even more ethereal than before. Where her gaze fell, the air slightly distorted. Master! Mu Change's voice trembled, genuinely feeling joy for Miaoying's breakthrough. With this, the tribulation-breaking pill he had would come in handy, allowing Miaoying to accumulate her 8th-stage cultivation to its peak before he found a suitable opportunity to give it to her, thus validating his master's painstaking efforts for him. Even though Mu Changge looked at Miaoying's figure with some disbelief, last night the moment Miaoying saw Mu Changge, her heart trembled slightly. When her gaze fell on Diao Juduan, it suddenly turned cold. Who just said that my breakthrough was hopeless? Thud! A wave of pressure enveloped Diao Juduan. His legs went weak, and he fell directly to the ground, trembling all over like a sieve. Even though he was nearly from the same era, and there were only a few years difference in their entry into the sect, the gap in cultivation left him with nothing but a hollow sense of seniority, devoid of any real pride. Great elder, please see clearly, I am just an old fool. Slap! Miaoying lightly waved her sleeve, delivering an invisible slap that sent Diao Juduan flying dozens of feet away. This slap is for your reckless words. Slap! This slap is for your lack of progress. Being frightened by a mere demon cultivator. Slap! This slap is for your bullying my disciple with your age. Diao Juduan was slapped 3 times. But each time it only brought pain, not injury. What frustrated him was that it was clearly Mu Changge who was bullying him, yet he was the one getting slapped. Changge, how have I taught you? Miaoying turned her gaze to Mu Changge, using the coldest tone to say the warmest words. If you can fight, then fight. If you can't, just call for me, and I will help you. The disciple remembers the master's teachings. Mu Changge cupped his hands in respect. Elder Diao is a senior of the sect, and with the Holy Lord present, I don't want others to say I am taking advantage of my position, tarnishing my master's name. Diao Juduan, take a good look. This is my obedient disciple Mu Changge. This is how an elder of the sect should behave. Miaoying lightly raised her finger, a golden light lifting the bruised Diao Juduan. Then her fingertip shot out a stream of light. This 9-turn spirit pill is for you. It can help you break through the bottleneck of the transformation god realm. Diao Juduan trembled as he held the pill. This was a top-tier Earth-level spirit pill that could increase the breakthrough probability by 30%, something even that old man Yao Chun couldn't refine. Thank you, Grand Elder. The old man was so excited that his beard trembled. No need to rush to thank me. Miaoying's gaze turned cold. If you still can't break through within 3 years, I will personally go guard the medicinal fields. Diao Juduan fell to his knees, this time truly convinced. Yi Lingxi nodded secretly. This was the true way of commanding subordinates, establishing authority while giving them a way out. He stole a glance at Mu Changge, finding that the guy was making faces at Diao Juduan, which made the latter's beard bristle with anger again. I, Yi Lingxi, the 32nd generation Holy Lord of Bixiao Palace, have met the Grand Elder. Yi Lingxi was about to bow when a gentle force stopped him. Looking up, he saw Miaoying slightly nodding. I am already aware of the situation regarding Yinwaya. Although I will not stand by and watch, you all must also work hard. Yes. Yi Lingxi nodded slightly. The disciple has decided to enter seclusion 3 days from now to break through to the Dongshu realm. I asked for the Grand Elder's permission, and if Brother Changge has free time, he can take care of some matters in Bishao Palace. The attendees of the banquet were almost all senior figures from Bishao Palace. Many of them had witnessed Mu Changge's impressive performance outside the sect, eliminating Yin Huaya's avatar. There were also quite a few who had heard that the reason for Shan Biao and Lin Wan'er, the two outer sect disciples, being able to take first and second place in the great competition was due to his guidance. Although Mu Changge's personal strength was lacking, his every move could represent the Grand Elder, so no one opposed. In fact, many considered Yi Lingxi's request to be extremely wise. Changge, occasionally restrain your lazy heart. Since it was requested by the Holy Lord, I will agree on your behalf. Miaoying didn't give Mu Changge a chance to speak, and seeing her disciples, she added, no one is allowed to disturb his peace unless it is urgent. Everyone quickly agreed. The heads of the various peaks could see that Mu Changge was intentionally hiding his strength. Especially Lei Lai, who had dealt with Mu Changge multiple times, nodded vigorously, thinking to himself that if it weren't for his stubbornness, he wouldn't have had to fly so many times. After all, he was a disciple of the Grand Elder. If he were mediocre, how could she take him as her disciple? It couldn't be that back in the day, Yun Qingli was favored for her talent, and she secretly asked Miaoying to take him under her wing because she liked Mu Changge, right? Master is mighty, Mu Changge praised loudly. Miaoying's lips slightly curled up. Rebellious disciple, come with me. As she turned, she transmitted a message to his ear. Show me the transformation technique you used on Biming Mountain one more time. Mu Changge staggered, as if struck by lightning. Has Master discovered it? Miaoying was also astonished when she saw it at that moment. If she hadn't noticed Mu Changge leaving the Bishao Palace and secretly followed him with her avatar, she would have been kept in the dark by this rebellious disciple. What was even more unbelievable was that after transforming, Mu Changge's aura was completely different from before, with a vitality and strength like that of a young person. And even his level of power shocked her greatly. Thus, she finally understood that this rebellious disciple had been hiding his true abilities. She just didn't know what kind of secret technique he had used to conceal his cultivation level from her. Seeing this rebellious disciple's performance, Miaoying felt both gratified and angry. She was gratified that this kid was a jack of all trades. Although his cultivation was not as good as Yun Qingli's, he was proficient in various paths of cultivation. If he focused solely on cultivation and abandoned alchemy and weapon forging, his progress might surpass that of her other disciple. What angered Miaoying was that this brat made her think Mu Changge's lifespan was about to end, forcing her to use that kind of love-conjuring method to extend his life. But did this brat even need her to extend his lifespan? He was already quite long-lived. Even if she ascended, it probably wouldn't be long before she could meet him in the upper realm. Betraying the teacher and extinguishing the ancestor, it was simply an act of betrayal. If she didn't teach this rebellious disciple a lesson, her Tao heart wouldn't be at peace. Fortunately, this rebellious disciple was unaware of last night's incident. Otherwise, she wouldn't just be feeling unsettled, but would be ready to explode. What was the term that Changge invented before? Right, social death. Most surprisingly, this disciple was the legendary Wugo Dao body, and thanks to this, not only had her lost vitality returned, but she also broke through her cultivation level. It was no wonder Mu Changge could cultivate so many paths. After Miaoying left, Mu Changge remained frozen in place like a stone statue. Senior brother, Shueyu poked him in the waist and asked, why did that expression from Fairy Miaoying just now seem so frightening? Did she transmit a message to you? She saw clearly that in the previous second, Mu Changge was fine, and in the next second, he looked foolish if he said there was no transmission. She wouldn't believe it even if he killed her. But what exactly did Miaoying say to scare her senior brother to such a state? Looking at his face, it was even wider than hers. Gulps. Mu Changge swallowed hard and turned his head to say, Junior sister, help me prepare a coffin. Just bury me tomorrow. What happened to make you say that? Shueyu was puzzled, watching Mu Changge follow after Miaoying. Chapter 77. The rebellious disciple's layered tricks this master will no longer teach. Also watching Mu Changge leave with unwavering attention was Yi Lingxi. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze and approached Shueyu, asking Junior sister, do you believe what he said today? What? Shueyu feigned confusion. Senior brother is the most honest person. He wouldn't deceive us. Senior sister, don't think too much. She certainly knew that Yi Lingxi was asking about the explanation Mu Changge provided near the Baima Mountains today. Yi Lingxi indeed wasn't so easily fooled. But as long as senior brother didn't admit it, there was nothing she could do. Moreover, Shuai didn't want too many people to know about his excellence. Then how do you explain how he knows the origins of the blood demon technique? Yi Lingxi's alluring lips curled into a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with a hint of brilliance. Before this, I think Qingli Senior's sister also didn't know that the demon could revive once again. She was certain that her guess about this matter was correct. Given Yun Qingli's character, even if she was kind, she would still have to differentiate between people, especially since Yin Wuyo posed a significant threat that must be eliminated, especially under the premise that the demon had 2 lives. Yun Qingli would be even more resolute in eliminating him. But since Yin Wuyo escaped, she had gone into seclusion and had not inquired about his whereabouts anymore. Shuai Yu sighed inwardly, unsure how to help him conceal it, so she said, Saint Master Senior's sister, why don't you go into seclusion now? Overthinking can easily lead to mental illness. Yi Lingxi was filled with black lines. This Shuai Yu, did she really need to say such things? As a dignified practitioner at the Dharma Realm, the Saint Master of Bishao Palace, would she suffer from mental illness? Shuai Yu didn't give her a chance to continue speaking, transforming into a stream of blue light. On the other side, Mu Changge timidly arrived at Miaoying Pavilion. As soon as he entered, bang, the pavilion door swung open without wind, and the barrier instantly rose. Miaoying had her back to him, gently stroking the celadone vase on the table. Her voice devoid of any discernible emotion. Rebellious disciple, do you know your crime? Mu Changge dropped to his knees with a thud, cold sweat dripping down his back. Disciple knows the crime. Disciple shouldn't. His voice abruptly stopped, while he couldn't hide other matters from his master. He must not let her know that last night he was sealed off in all 5 senses. It was an illusion. If that were the case, both he and Miaoying would likely face social death on the spot. What shouldn't you? Miaoying suddenly turned around, raising her jade hand, and a golden light flashed, binding Mu Changge tightly with the binding immortal rope like a spirit snake. Is it that you shouldn't hide your true cultivation level from your master? She flicked her fingers, and the binding immortal rope tightened by another third. Or that you shouldn't. Miaoying produced a jade ruler from somewhere, lightly tapping it against her palm. Let your master worry about your lifespan issue? She felt both shy and angry. With each word, she edged closer. This rebellious disciple really, if she had known this, why did she have to go through such trouble last night? The more she thought about it, the angrier and more embarrassed she became. Ahem. Master, please see clearly. Mu Changge was forced against the door, drenched in cold sweat. Disciple can explain. Smack. The ruler struck Mu Changge. This is for deceiving your master. Mu Changge winced in pain. This ruler seemed to specifically target his soul. Ding. Detected that the host is being wronged. It is advised to counterattack and defend the man's dignity. Mu Changge was filled with black lines. Dog system. Here you come again with your flashy operations. Do you want him to die faster? Miaoying continued. Smack. This is for wasting your talent and not knowing the principle of biting off more than you can chew. Did her master need to teach you this again? Miaoying became angrier with each strike, and in the end, her eyes turned red. Do you know Qingli ascended? You're my only disciple left, and your lifespan is limited. How worried I am for you. The ruler suddenly stopped in midair. Master, disciple knows wrong. Disciple doesn't want to hide anything from you. Seeing Miaoying's moist eyes, Mu Changge felt a sharp pain in his heart. He just didn't want his master to focus too much on this useless disciple, affecting her cultivation. Boom. Miaoying's heart rippled with waves. Did he think he was a waste? Then as his master, she wouldn't have to care about him, allowing her to cultivate in peace and ascend to the upper realms sooner. But he was clearly so outstanding. If he were willing to devote all his energy to cultivation, he would be even better than Yin Qingli. No, it wasn't just that. He was willing to be the green grass. Yin Qingli's ascension impacted her deeply. If her other disciple ascended before her, then, as his master, her Tao heart would surely face another blow. Thinking of this, Miaoying's hand trembled slightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the fortunate woman, Miaoying Fairy, with a progress rate of 70 and receiving 20,000 fortune points in return. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. The Fuyo Yoguang Sword Upgrade, Heaven-level Spirit Weapon. Mu Changge secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his words had indeed had an effect. What he didn't expect was that Miaoyin lifted the ruler once again. Do you think you've realized your mistake? Why should you exhaust your efforts for me? Miaoyin's red lips curled slightly, suddenly leaning down, her hair falling on Mu Changge's face. Did you enjoy pretending to be unconscious last night? Mu Changge instantly froze, cold sweat pouring down. Master, what do you mean? Disciple, doesn't he understand? Oh, Miaoyin's fingertip flicked, and the binding immortal rope lifted him into the air. Shall I help you recall? The ruler became a blur. Smack. This is to teach you to respect your teacher. Smack. Here, let me teach you how to be an honest person. Slap. Here, let me teach you as a master that you should not be too human. Slap. At this moment, Miaoyin suddenly stopped, her ears turning red. She wanted to hit you, but she couldn't continue speaking. It seemed that what happened last night had little to do with Mu Changge, and everything was her doing. Little did she know that this rebellious disciple, through this probing, seemed genuinely unaware of what happened last night. Not to mention that the seal that cut off the five senses was cast by her own hand. Mu Changge had no possibility of breaking through it. On the other hand, this rebellious disciple indeed exhausted too much spiritual power last night. If that's the case, his methods must be quite special, and no wonder they gave her an unusual feeling. Miaoyin took a deep breath, her fingertips glowing with spiritual light, and the binding ropes on Mu Changge were retracted by her. Changge, I can no longer teach you. As master and disciple, it will be better to end our relationship here. Miaoyin did not continue, but her meaning was clear. Since she had become a burden to her disciple, it would be better to sever ties with her disciple's pure Tao body and hidden talents, free of all attachments. It might not be impossible for him to ascend before her. She had broken through the 8th stage of tribulation, but whether she could break through the 9th stage was still unknown. Even if she broke through, whether she could successfully survive the heavenly tribulation was equally uncertain. Rather than letting Changge watch her fail during the tribulation in the future or stagnate, it would be better to let him cut off all attachments. Master. Mu Changge's heart ached like a knife, and he suddenly hugged Miaoyin tightly. Today's disciple is given by the master. If the master does not want this disciple, I will ruin my own cultivation. Rebel, you dare. The ruler in Miaoyin's hand clattered to the ground. Realizing she was being hugged, she struggled but couldn't break free. Let go. I won't. Mu Changge acted shamelessly, saying either the master agrees not to be angry anymore. You. Miaoyin's fingers formed a seal. Splash. A basin of ice water fell from the sky, drenching Mu Changge like a drowned rat. Let go. Miaoyin's heart raced, and her face pretended to be stern. Mu Changge stopped at an appropriate moment, released his grip, and grinned. Master, it's so cool. How about another splash? Miaoyin shot him a sidelong glance, finally breaking her facade, wondering how she ended up with such a foolish disciple. Mu Changge dried his wet hair, then knelt on one knee, looking up with a radiant smile. In this world, apart from the master, there is no one smarter than the disciple. He gathered a red lotus with his fingertips and presented it, which revealed an image of a small figure giving another small figure a back massage. The master is responsible for being beautiful, and the disciple is responsible for adding flowers to the brocade. Miaoyin was momentarily stunned, then her ears turned bright red. Rebel, I punish you to reflect on your mistakes, facing the wall tonight. Another slap from the ruler, this time as light as a feather. Ding. Detected that the host has automatically awakened the skill of flashy operation, hereby rewarding a permanent beauty pill. Chapter 78. The whole sect watches Mu Lao get beat up in style. Miaoyin gracefully sat down on the jade couch, her elegant hands forming a seal as she entered a meditative state, the white spirit fox blanket emphasizing her skin like congealed fat, her flowing black hair rising and falling with her breaths. Mu Changge stood beside her, mesmerized. Her exquisite profile had softened a bit, reminding him of the enchanting scene on the jade couch last night. Miaoyin closed her eyes to meditate, but her divine sense could feel his burning gaze, causing her heart to race, which was not a reaction expected from someone of her level. The disciple obeys the master's orders. Mu Changge reluctantly withdrew his gaze. An hour later, Miao Yin opened her beautiful eyes, and Mu Changge was sitting cross-legged obediently, facing the wall. The moonlight outlined his upright silhouette, showing no trace of his usual carefree demeanor. He's quite obedient. The corners of her lips lifted, and with a flick of her jade finger, a strand of calming fragrance quietly drifted towards Mu Changge. Mu Changge yawned, his eyelids becoming heavy until they completely closed, falling into a deep sleep. Miao Yin lightly stepped forward, pulled the spirit fox blanket off the jade couch, and leaned down to cover him, her fingertips unintentionally brushing against his handsome nose. At that moment, Miao Yin's gaze towards him overlapped with the image of that handsome youth during the battle against Yin Wuyo. "Master, don't go," the disciple was wrong. In his sleep, Mu Changge grabbed her sleeve, mumbling incoherently. Miao Yin's breath caught under the moonlight. She gazed at Mu Changge's sleeping profile, recalling that rainy night 1,000 years ago when a bloodied young boy had also tugged at her clothes like this. Since then, this boy from the Immortal Realm had been brought into the Bixiao Palace, until he and Yun Qingli became her disciples. 1,000 years have passed. That little boy has truly grown up. Miao Yin felt a sense of accomplishment. She had thought this disciple had limited talent and hadn't given him much attention. But it turned out she had underestimated him. This foolish boy had been repaying her kindness in his own way. "Changge, don't be afraid. Your master is right here." Miao Yin patted his hand, covered him with the blanket again, and stepped towards the jade couch. So fragrant. Mu Changge hugged the spirit fox blanket, unconsciously rubbing his cheek against the soft fur, mumbling, "Master, you smell so good like plum blossoms." Miao Yin's footsteps suddenly froze. A few black lines fell on her forehead, and her ears turned red enough to bleed. This little rascal, could it be that he thinks he is hugging her? Also, where did she get the plum blossoms? They had already been picked. At dawn, Mu Changge opened his eyes in confusion, looking at the spirit fox blanket in his arms, which still carried a faint fragrance. How did I fall asleep? Looking up, he saw Miao Yin had opened her eyes at some point, looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Mu Changge jolted up straight. "Master." He stepped forward, respectfully placing the blanket back on the jade couch, his face showing embarrassment. Miao Yin smiled. "Changge, do you know your crime? I punish you to reflect on your mistakes facing the wall. You slept quite well, and a good blanket has been ruined by you." Only then did Mu Changge notice that the blanket had a few suspicious water stains on it, and quickly smiled awkwardly. "Master, please forgive me. I dreamt that you didn't want me as your disciple, and I was very sad." Upon hearing this, Miao Yin shot him a glare. It was the first time she had seen someone be sad about drooling. However, Miao Yin didn't want to expose him. She then saw Mu Changge point at the blanket, asking if the master could give it to him, promising to bring a new one in the future. "If you like it, take it." Miao Yin waved her jade finger, and the spirit fox blanket transformed into a streak of light, entering Mu Changge's storage ring. Looking at his delighted expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. A mere blanket is nothing. Even she. Miao Yin's face turned slightly warm. Cultivation emphasizes the true heart, and one should act according to their heart. Although there are some rules, they don't need to be strictly enforced. However, she was a bit flustered, unsure whether to maintain the authority of a master or interact with him in a different way. She also wondered if this foolish boy would be frightened upon learning of their past relationship. Forget it. It's better not to tell him for now. Some things are better done than said. Since her Tao heart has already been marked by a shadow, what harm is there in giving him a little extra care? So she decided to find time to visit his peach orchard, using the method of dreams to fulfill Changge in his dreams. "Master, are you still angry with your disciple?" Miao Yin remained silent. This boy is so outstanding. What reason does she have to be angry? A little annoyance was merely because she thought his lifespan was nearing its end, which was why she employed the technique of mutual delight. Since it has become a fact, and she had already taught him a lesson, there was nothing more to say, especially since she didn't want to benefit others. Miao Yin's silence frightened Mu Changge. He presented a jade vial with both hands, offering the beauty pill to the master, hoping she would accept it. "Am I very old?" Miao Yin's eyes curled up, her hair cascading like a waterfall, her snow-white toes lightly tapping the ground, her tone carrying an unprecedented hint of petulance. Mu Change's breath hitched, nearly dropping the jade vial in his hand. The master before him had a hint of unspoken affection in her gaze, and her usually tightly pressed lips curved into an alluring arc. Is she being cute? Mu Changge was somewhat suspicious that he might have seen it wrong. He hurriedly shook his head. His master was unmatched in elegance, surpassing any young maiden, but this was his heartfelt gesture. Miao Yin chuckled lightly, took the jade bottle, and gently caressed Mu Changge's cheek. Did I hurt you last night, my disciple? Not at all. Mu Changge shook his head with a silly smile. Not at all. Miao Yin's beautiful eyes narrowed, her fingertips glowing with golden light. Then how can you learn your lesson? Wait, master, I whoosh. Before Mu Changge could finish his sentence, he flew out like a kite with a broken string. He drew a graceful arc in the air, the wind whistled past his ears, and he vaguely heard Miao Yin's voice. The rejuvenation pill has been accepted by your master. In the sky, brilliant lights shimmered, accompanied by the sound of pained screams. Outside, Miao Yin's smile was radiant. Now her Tao heart was truly calm. This kid has a good feel when he pulls. She opened the jade bottle and poured out the pill inside, which turned out to be a heavenly great spirit pill. After swallowing a rejuvenation pill of this level, even if her lifespan was exhausted, she would still maintain her current appearance. My disciple Changge has extraordinary talents. Even if his Tao heart has fallen into the mortal realm, this is the kind of man Miao Yin should appreciate. His specialty is, after all, not just being particularly long. At Tianjin Peak, Lei Lai, who was personally teaching a group of disciples to practice swordplay, saw that figure fly by and was momentarily taken aback, followed by a hearty laugh. Old Deng, you have your day too. Well done, well done. Elder Taishang is mighty. Elder Taishang is domineering, huh? Lei Lai's wild laughter left the disciples dumbfounded. He raised an eyebrow. What are you looking at? I'm in a good mood today. Every sound will earn you 1,000 extra repetitions. Master, look up. Fei Yangyang whispered a reminder. Lei Lai looked up, and a golden palm print descended from the sky. Damn! He wanted to escape, but his body was imprisoned by a force and could not move. Boom! With a loud crash, Lei Lai was embedded in the ground, leaving a human-shaped imprint. Artifact Peak. Ha, old Deng. You won't teach me the 9 forgings of heaven's craft, and now you've got your retribution. Yang Tiexin carried the modified burning heaven hammer, laughing joyfully. Then, a golden fist fell from the sky. Boom! As he was embedded into the ground, he gave a thumbs up. Elder Taishang is mighty. Bang! The burning heaven hammer fell down and just happened to land on him. Master! A beautiful girl rushed forward in terror. At the same time, the head of the pill peak, Yao Chunzi, suddenly exploded a furnace in the courtyard with a bang, spewing out black smoke, and hurriedly knelt in midair to apologize. Elder Taishan, I was wrong. I didn't mean to laugh. I just couldn't help it. Oh no. With another exclamation, a force struck, sending Yao Chunzi flying against the courtyard wall. A female disciple saw this and rushed forward in panic. After helping him up, Yao Chunzi still couldn't stop laughing, leaving the disciple dumbfounded. Chapter 79. Betraying the Master and Destroying the Ancestor. Explosive pills cure all diseases. Yao Chunzi's unusual behavior stemmed from being sealed at the laughter point by Miao Yin's spiritual power, making him laugh uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Master, please stop laughing. If you keep laughing, you'll die from it. Shun Luoyin urged anxiously, stamping her feet, but Yao Chunzi continued to laugh so hard that he fell to the ground. Ha ha! Master, I can't control it. Yao Chunzi laughed while slapping the ground, looking like a mad old child. Elder Taishang, I was wrong. Spare me, wait, Luoyin. What are you doing? He suddenly widened his eyes, seeing his disciple pull out a crimson pill from her storage ring. Just then, a surge of power rushed into his body, releasing the seal. Master, I'm sorry. Shen Luoyin's expression was determined. Explosive pill, specifically for breaking spiritual seals. Yao Chunzi's pupils constricted. His laughter abruptly stopped, replaced by terror. Before he could speak, Shun Luoyin directly crushed the pill and threw it at him. Boom! With a loud bang, Yao Chunzi was blasted away, tracing a graceful parabolic arc in midair, ultimately crashing face first into the spiritual soil of the Pill Peak's spiritual field. The entire scene fell silent. Shun Luoyin clapped her hands, nodding with satisfaction. The laughter seal is released. All the disciples were dumbfounded, forgetting to breathe. The head of the pill peak was blown away by his own direct disciple, using an explosive pill. What kind of operation was this that betrayed the master and destroyed the ancestor? Sister Shun, are you really not afraid of being expelled from the sect? All the disciples who rushed over were so scared that none dared to speak, and when Shen Luoyan looked at them, they all shrank their necks. Soon Yao Chenzi, covered in black and gray, returned. Rebellious disciple, what are you doing? He had a spiritual herb in his mouth, wanting to spit it out, but not wanting to destroy it. He took it out and stored it in his ring. Master, you taught me that the way of pills is not limited. This is me applying what I've learned. Shen Luoyan spread her hands innocently. I can't just watch you laugh yourself to death, can I? Yao Chenzi was left speechless. Rebellious disciple, is this applying what you've learned? This is murder. Rebellious disciple, come with me. As Yao Chenzi passed by her, his expression was flat. Just a short while after entering, a figure in a green dress suddenly shot through the roof, screaming in terror as she flew out. It was none other than Shen Luoyan. The disciples exclaimed. It's a large-scale mutual harm scene. Meanwhile, the heads of Tianjin Peak and Artifact Peak had just gotten up from the ground, floating in mid-air, using secret methods to observe the scene from a distance. Then, Lei Lai and Yang Tiexin exchanged glances and nodded in tacit agreement. Fortunately, although their disciples are troublesome, at least they won't blow up their master. The pill jar is in trouble. This was followed by bursts of laughter, especially from Lei Lai, who was extremely pleased. Continue practicing swordplay. He stood with his hands behind his back, scanning the disciples. Whose sword is the best? I will grant him a breakthrough pill today. Master, we don't have any breakthrough pills left. Lung Qing whispered in his ear. Fool, we don't have any, but doesn't your Uncle Mu have some? Lei Lai shot her a glance. If I give it, I give it. In the end, don't I still have the final say? The disciples understood. Lung Qing covered her mouth with a smile, turning into a streak of light in the sky. Lu Weining saw this and cried out, Sister, if you go to Elder Mu, you should take me along. I don't want to practice swordplay with a long face, and also, isn't Master being too biased? The second sister, Bai Ji, was in seclusion researching formations and didn't say anything. The little junior sister, Lin Wanner, was practicing the 9 Heavens Xian new sword manual and was not among the disciples, so she said nothing either. But why was she dragged to the square to practice swordplay when she wanted to study pill making? And they said her cultivation was insufficient and that she should practice. Cultivating relies on the heart method, not on practicing swordplay. Woo, not happy. On the other side, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the fateful girl, Miao Yin, with a progress of 80, earning a return of 20,000 luck points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, the body of the cauldron attribute 100, which can be used to fuse with the pure Tao body. Bang! With the system's prompt, Mu Changge fell flat on the grass in the Peach Grove courtyard, startling a flock of spirit sparrows. He rubbed his aching waist and got up, grinning. That really woke me up. However, as soon as he looked up, he met a pair of eyes that seemed to be smiling but were not. Shueyu. She was sitting at the stone table, dressed in a fiery red skirt, which contrasted her snow-like skin with a long, jade-like leg exposed beneath the skirt. Her bare feet lightly tapped the ground, toes slightly curled, exuding a hint of lazy charm. Senior brother, why you come back so disheveled? What did Elder Taishang do to you? Remembering Mu Changge's expression of despair when he left the hall last night made her laugh. Oh no, caught red-handed. In the past, he always maintained a graceful and otherworldly demeanor in front of his junior sisters. Now, in this awkward state, one wonders if it was intentionally arranged by his master. Mu Changge lowered his head. Is this skirt a bit torn? He instinctively averted his gaze, but couldn't help but sneak another glance. Shueyu's red dress today was even more striking than usual, with 2 towering jade pillars visible at the split, showcasing her fair skin that glimmered faintly in the light. Damn, why is this woman dressed like this so early in the morning? His head couldn't help but rise again. Why is my junior sister here? Mu Changge cleared his throat, trying to act calm. Shueyu chuckled lightly, tapping her fingers on the table. Did you not ask me yesterday to prepare a coffin for you, senior brother? I'm just here to see if I can use it. She covered her mouth and giggled. clearly indicating that it wouldn't be needed. Mu Changge awkwardly touched his nose and saw Shui Yu approaching. Her red dress fluttered in the wind, and as she walked barefoot on the grass, each step felt like she was stepping on Mu Changge's heart. Senior brother Yu. She suddenly leaned closer, her nose lightly sniffing, as if detecting the scent of the Grand Elder. Care to explain? Mu Changge. What the hell? A type of plant? How could she smell that? Does she have a dog's nose? Just teasing you. Shui Yu laughed as she saw his shocked expression. Just when he thought he could relax, Shui Yu leaned in again, her red lips almost touching his ear. Senior brother, what did you do last night? You were clearly knocked away, yet your master seems to be in a good mood and even specially sent me a message to take care of you. What? My master sent you to take care of me? How exactly? Any details? Could it be that his master also knew about his affair with Shui Yu? Was this a deliberate warning or a test to see if he knew what happened that night with his master? Senior brother, your heart is beating so fast. Shui Yu noticed his flushed ears and smiled even more charmingly, her fingers tracing his chest. Don't you think this is the Grand Elder's recognition of me? Not good. I need to run. His master is all-seeing. Nothing escapes her eyes unless he uses a formation to block her divine sense. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Who told him to suddenly be fed dumplings by meowing? Junior sister, I just remembered something urgent. Mu Changge turned to run. The next second, Shui Yu's red lips curled up, and her fingers hooked onto his belt. What urgent matter could be more important than taking care of senior brother? Especially since it was personally instructed by the Grand Elder. You wouldn't want to go against her orders, would you? She's dead set on causing trouble. His master is setting me up. He had a promise with his junior sister, but has been delayed for 2 days. Little sister always keeps her word, especially to senior brother. Shui Yu grasped Mu Changge's wrist, her red dress swirling as she pulled him towards the room. There's no time like the present. Since the Grand Elder has acknowledged me, why not start now? Wait. Mu Changge's scalp tingled. Junior sister, let me explain. In his panic, he stumbled and accidentally grabbed Shui Yu's skirt. Rip. A crisp sound of fabric tearing echoed. Time seemed to freeze. A tear appeared on the side of Shui Yu's red dress, revealing her snow-white long leg, glimmering in the morning light. The two stared at each other, the air thick with tension. Chapter 80. Shui Yu's red dress temptation. Meowing observes in secret. Senior brother, so you like this kind of thing? Shui Yu squinted her eyes, smiling enchantingly as she reached for Mu Changge's collar. I didn't. Don't say that. How could one wrongfully accuse a good person? Junior sister. Just as Mu Changge was about to speak, a small hand pressed against his lips, and Shui Yu leaned in closer. The tear in her dress slipped down even more with her movement. She stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear, since it's already torn, why not continue? Just as Mu Changge was about to back away, an exclamation suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Senior Mu, I'm here to deliver the spirit herbs. Lung Qing stood at the door, holding a basket of spirit herbs, her eyes wide as she stared at the two, shocked to the point where her voice cracked. The scene reflected in her eyes showed Mu Changge disheveled and Shui Yu in a torn red dress, their positions intimate, as if the next step was to roll into bed. After 3 seconds of silence, Lung Qing slammed the door shut, her voice floating in, I'm sorry. I didn't see anything. You two continue. Outside, she patted her chest, her heart racing, looking aggrieved. Senior Mu was indeed preempted. Shui Yu was still the top disciple of the Poxiang Peak, while she was merely the eldest disciple of the Tianjin Peak. Their status is vastly different. It's not what you think. She walked away speechlessly. Lung Qing left, and no matter how many arguments he had, they couldn't compete with Shui Yu's 2 words. What a disaster. Senior brother, now you have to take responsibility for me. Shui Yu laughed, her flower-like demeanor shaking as she pointed at his chest. Mu Changge's expression darkened slightly. Junior sister, stop messing around and go change into another outfit. But I didn't bring a storage ring. She hooked her finger around Mu Changge's collar, her red lips close to him, breathing softly. How about I hide in your room? Shui Yu tilted her head, appearing to melt into Mu Changge's embrace, her big watery eyes filled with a look of pity. Ding! The system detected that Meowing's divine sense was probing here, and the host might be in danger of being discovered. Would you like to spend fortune points to exchange for items? Exchange. Without a second thought, Mu Changge decisively made his choice. Ding. Heavenly Silkworm robe successfully exchanged, consuming 10,000 fortune points. Damn. Mu Changge felt a pang of pain. What kind of robe is worth 10,000 fortune points? After spending this 10,000, he was left with a pitiful 40,000 and would need to figure out how to earn more fortune points. Ding. The system detected the host's sadness and offered consolation. However, during Miao Yin's closed-door training, secretly consummating with Shui, you would yield all of her fortune points. Shui was acknowledged as his Dao partner. Did he really need to be sneaky? It was just a matter of timing. At least being watched by Miao Yin was not the right time. He was stubborn, but didn't want to seek death. Junior sister, this is for you. Mu Changge's palm glimmered with light, and a radiant red dress materialized out of thin air. The heavenly silkworm robe, woven from millennia-old silkworm silk, was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet impervious to swords. With hidden defensive array patterns at the hem that could withstand a full-force strike from a god transformation cultivator. A terrestrial-grade spirit treasure. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes widened. Her breath momentarily caught. As the top disciple of Poxiang Peak, she naturally recognized its value. This level of robe was rare even in the entire Bixiao Palace. And even her usual clothes were merely ordinary items. Senior brother. Her fingers trembled as they brushed over the fabric. But did you specially refine this for me? Shui Yu's red lips pursed slightly, a barely perceptible ripple appearing in her eyes. The dual attribute ice and fire array perfectly matched her cultivation method. She raised her gaze to Mu Changge, her heart skipping a beat. Senior brother has always remembered my preferences. Even though Shui Yu was usually carefree at this moment, an indescribable warmth surged in her heart. She recalled her time as the newly appointed top disciple of Poxiang Peak and had mentioned it the last time she saw Mu Changge before this. If only I had a robe that is impervious to water and fire, then I wouldn't have to worry too much about the coldness of my constitution. At that time, Mu Changge had smiled and said that it would happen. She hadn't taken to heart, but now, such a robe was right before her eyes. He actually remembered after over 100 years, and even personally refined one for her. She couldn't help but wonder if the path he learned in refining tools was solely for the promise he made back then. If Mu Changge were to say he had forgotten, perhaps Shui Yu would have dug a pit right there and buried him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully courting the fortune-bearing girl Shui Yu, with a progress of 90. You have received a fortune point refund of 15,000 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, the Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, Upper Volume, Heavenly Level Dual Cultivation Technique, 300 Cultivation Efficiency. Heavenly Level, Dual Cultivation Technique. The system. I really appreciate you. Your consideration is truly thoughtful. Mu Changge silently cursed, and then saw Shui Yu putting on the dress. The red skirt was like fire, highlighting her snow-like skin. The tassels at her waist swayed lightly, and her jade legs were faintly visible at the slit. Moreover, due to the formation's concealment, she carried a hazy fairy aura, radiating deadly temptation. Shui Yu twirled around, the skirt flying. Does Xixiang like it? It's okay, Mu Changge coughed dryly. As long as Shimmy likes it. Just okay? Shui Yu was obviously dissatisfied with this answer, narrowing her eyes and poking his chest with her fingertip. Then why doesn't Xixiang dare to look at me? How could he dare? The Master's consciousness was watching here. If he kept looking, something bad might happen. Shui Yu leaned her red lips close to his ear, her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. How about this? Then, her fingertip lightly hooked, lifting the hem of her skirt. Hiss! Mu Changge gasped, reciting the calming chant. A voice came from outside the door, trembling slightly. Senior Mu, can I come in? He dashed forward and opened the courtyard door. Outside, Lung Qingshuang tightly hugged the spirit herb basket, her small fists clenched until they turned blue, biting her thin lips. Qingshuang, sorry to keep you waiting, coming quickly. Mu Changge gave her a kind smile. Did you come to find me for something? Master asked me to come and request a breaking realm pill from you. She handed over the basket in her hands. These spirit herbs are my tribute to you, senior. Lung Qingshuang lowered her head, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. She didn't dare to look at Mu Changge, nor at Shui Yu. especially in that glaring red skirt. Earth-level spirit treasure, immune to water and fire, personally refined by Senior Mu, is enough to represent my feelings. She was naive, thinking that a transcendent figure like Senior Mu could only be matched by someone like the head disciple Shueiyue or a woman like the Holy Master. The Breaking Realm pill, right? Mu Changge took the spirit herbs, smiled gently. Just wait a moment, I'll go get it. He turned and walked into the house, leaving Shueiyue and Lung Qingshuang standing in the courtyard. The air was tense. Shueiyue raised an eyebrow, tugging at Lung Qingshuang's trembling little hand. Shiz niece, we are not strangers. Why are you so reserved today? Uncle Shiyu is joking. Lung Qingshuang's voice was stiff. The disciple is just in awe of the seniors. Oh. Shueiyue gently stroked the tassels of her red skirt. Then what do you think of this skirt of mine? It's killing me. Shueiyue Shu is doing this on purpose. She forced back her bitterness and said stiffly, Uncle Shiyu looks good in anything. Shueiyue squinted, leaning closer and lowering her voice. What if it was made by your senior, Mu himself? Lung Qingshuang suddenly looked up. I don't have that qualification. I'm teaching you. She paused for a moment, smiling even more charmingly. If you like something, you have to take it yourself. Lung Qingshuang's heart tightened. Did Shueiyue Shu notice her feelings for Senior Mu? Girl, the pill you wanted. Mu Changge walked out at that moment, and she hurriedly took it, lowered her head to thank him, and turned to flee, her back panicking like a frightened rabbit. What happened to this girl? Mu Changge looked puzzled. Shueiyue, swirling in her red skirt, linked her arm with his Shi Xiao. You have quite a few peach blossom debts. If you like, why not accept them? Shimmy, be careful with your words. Mu Changge's expression turned serious. I always remember the Master's teachings, focusing on the path, with no distractions. Shimmy doesn't need to test me. My heart for the Tao is very firm. In the Miaoying pavilion, Miaoying sat cross-legged on the jade couch, her red lips slightly raised. Not bad. She flicked her fingertip, and the severing scissors floating beside her quietly fell. Chapter 81, Bloodstained Village. The deadly framing of the heavenly demon sect, Lung Qingshuang walked along the path in the peach orchard, tightly clutching the pill that Mu Changge had given her. She stopped, carefully opened the bottle, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Inside were 3 pills of extremely high quality. As expected of Senior Mu, whenever he took action, the quality far surpassed the pills provided to the sect by Danfeng. Even if Ye Shenzhen personally made them, they might not match the quality of this pill. Were these 2? Lung Qingshuang saw a small jade slip hidden at the bottom of the bottle. She infused it with spiritual power, and Mu Changge's gentle voice entered her ears. Qingshuang, the path of cultivation is long. There's no need to rush. If you have any confusion, you can come find me anytime. The other 2 pills are beneficial for your cultivation and can help you break through quickly. Senior Mu still cares about her. Lung Qingshuang felt her eyes get warm, her nose slightly sour. She was just an ordinary disciple, yet he had never looked down on her and even specially left a transmission jade slip. She must become stronger, strong enough to stand beside him, strong enough that his gaze would no longer only linger on Shueiyue Shu. She clenched her fists, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Then she vanished in a streak of light, happily heading towards Tianjian Peak. Shueiyue's charm came from the art of enchantment, and it seemed that the senior also intended to keep some distance from her, so she still had a chance. The art of enchantment. She wondered what she would become after learning it. She both anticipated and felt nervous. Next time she saw Senior Mu, she must give him a surprise. Meanwhile, outside the main hall, Yi Lingxi stood with her hands behind her back, looking up at the sky with a hint of worry in her brows. Before dawn, she had received news that demonic cultivators had swept through several villages at the foot of the mountain, draining the blood of all those people. And the villages were under the protection of their Bixiao palace. The disciples secretly guarding those villages had also disappeared without a trace. Without even thinking, she knew it must be the work of Yin Wuyo's heavenly demon sect. That demon had come back to life and needed a large amount of blood to sustain him. If she could find the heavenly demon sect at this time, while they were weak, it would be a perfect opportunity to wipe them out. Therefore, she had sent people early to investigate, and it was almost time for them to return. Soon, A streak of blue light streaked across the sky and landed in front of Yilingxi. Holy Master, we have found out. The law enforcement hall elder, Mu Changge, cupped his hands in greeting, his expression serious. The heavenly demon sect is ruthless. In the nearby villages, hundreds of lives were lost without a single survivor. He opened his palm, and a blood-stained recording stone floated up. In the image, blood-red mist enveloped the village, and hundreds of dry corpses remained in a fleeing posture. Their skin tightly adhered to their bones, their eye sockets sunken. A bloodline was left on the foreheads of these corpses, as if their souls had been drawn away. Yilingxi felt a chill in her fingertips. It was indeed Inwuyo. This method came from the soul-devouring bloodline in the blood demon technique. He draws souls for what purpose? Yilingxi's small fists made a slight cracking sound. It had only been one night, and that demon already had the ability to harm people. This confirmed that what Mu Changge said was true. He was still alive. I found this 30 miles away. Mo Qingyun's voice trembled as he unfolded a piece of black cloth stained with mucus, revealing a half-twisted limb. The person was dressed in the attire of a Bixiao Palace disciple, with an arm already transformed into a scaled demonic claw. Looking at Yilingxi's grave expression, Mo Qingyun said, "Holy Master, many people in the village died at the hands of our disciples, while the demon sect was secretly gathering their blood power." Yilingxi's eyes glinted coldly. How could it be just that the demon wanted to kill two birds with one stone? Swallowing blood to restore his power while framing Bixiao Palace for slaughtering mortals? The demon sect is provoking us Bixiao Palace like this. If we let it go, wouldn't it be a laughingstock? Mo Qingyun clasped his fists and said solemnly, "We must seek justice for those unfortunate mortals, those who were eroded by demonic energy, and for the disciples who lost their lives after being used and drained of their blood." He raised his head, his eyes burning with anger. "I, an old man of no talent, am willing to lead the elite of the law enforcement hall to take the lead. I will not return until we have eliminated the demon cult causing chaos." Mo Qingyun's hair stood on end, and the pressure of the transformation god realm erupted fiercely. Yilingxi frowned, looking in a certain direction, and said slowly, "You may withdraw. I have my own plans for this matter." "Holy Master," Mo Qingyun wanted to say something, but seeing Yilingxi wave her hand, he had to stop speaking. The flicker of dark light in Yilingxi's eyes indicated her thoughts. Inwuyo's move was extremely ruthless. Recklessly sending disciples to encircle and eliminate could not only lead to the loss of elite members, but also solidify the accusation against the disciples of Bixiao Palace for going mad and slaughtering villages. Even aside from these considerations, the more people involved in the action, the greater the possibility of disciples becoming corrupted, and inevitably, some would become pawns of the heavenly demon sect. Ultimately, the demonic techniques were too strange, and she had to be cautious. Unless it came to a decisive battle with certainty of completely annihilating the heavenly demon sect. Until then, she could only act in a way that minimized risks, and those sent out must have the capability to accomplish the task. After thinking for a while, she found only one suitable candidate, Shui Yu. "Senior Brother Mu, let us see if you can keep this hidden." Yilingxi's delicate red lips curled into a mischievous smile. Her intentions were not merely about the matter at hand. Mu Changge would never allow Shui Yu to go alone. As long as he followed her to eliminate those chaotic demonic creatures, they would have nearly succeeded. In the Peach Grove courtyard, Mu Changge felt a sense of relief, as if some invisible pressure had quietly dissipated. With his current cultivation level, that chilling sensation from behind was definitely not an illusion. More likely, it was Miao Yin retracting her consciousness. Although Miao Yin was a super expert at the 8th stage of tribulation, making it difficult for other cultivators to detect her probing, he was different. He had a connection with Miao Yin, and the aura of her presence made it easier for him to sense her. It was understandable that he noticed it. Fortunately, that treasure was still there. Just a moment ago, he even felt as if he were about to be cut off. It seemed that his master had already entered seclusion. With this show of intent, he should be safe for a while, but when Miao Yin would call him again was uncertain. Before that, he needed to make some preparations. But what could he prepare for such a powerful figure like Miao Yin? He had nothing that could catch her interest until he saw Shui Yu's dress, and suddenly, he had an idea. Shuei noticed she was being watched, and her small face flushed, especially when she saw the corner of his mouth. Senior brother really has a tough mouth, but an honest body. Despite her bold actions, she was actually quite nervous. After all, she had little experience. Senior brother, your Dao heart seems a bit unstable. Shuei's red lips lifted slightly as her fingertip brushed against his lip, wiping away the glimmer. The wind was strong just now. Sen got in my mouth. Mu Changge grinned awkwardly. Please don't laugh at me, junior sister. Puffed. Sen can get in your mouth? Following senior brother. She gained some insight and loved his serious nonsense. So in senior brother's eyes, I'm not as good as sand. Shuei chuckled inwardly, pretending to be wronged as she lowered her eyelids. Then, do you want to confirm whether it was the sand that got in your mouth or me? She lightly tapped Mu Changge's chest with her fingertip, her voice soft and alluring. However, at this moment, Yi Lingxi had already arrived at the courtyard entrance. She stepped in with a slight smile. Junior sister Shuei, you are indeed here. She glanced at the two of them. Mu Changge's clothes were slightly disheveled, and Shuei's red dress was alluring. It seemed that her timing was somewhat off. How could it not be the right time? Shuei rolled her eyes. Sitting gracefully on a stone bench, her jade foot resting on Mu Changge's. I had a sip of spiritual tea. The Holy Master's presence surely isn't just for a room check, right? Yi Lingxi's eyes twitched slightly. Had this Shuei already progressed to this extent with senior brother Mu? Well, this would be good. Handing this task to her would ensure that Mu Changge wouldn't stand by idly. Something has happened. She sat down on the stone bench, taking out a recording stone. The Heavenly Demon sect has slaughtered 3 villages and plans to frame us at Bixiao Palace. Chapter 82. Shuei's jade foot grinds against senior brother. Dark currents surged beneath the table. The blood-red images from the recording stone unfolded in the courtyard, with the bloodline on the forehead of the corpses being shocking. Shuei's tea cup shattered, and the boiling spiritual tea dripped through her fingers, then froze into ice. A cold aura erupted around her, covering the stone table in a layer of frost. The twisted corpses in those images, the glaring bloodlines on their foreheads, all stimulated her nerves. What an audacious heavenly demon sect! How dare they act so recklessly? Shuei's voice was chilling. The heavenly demon sect commits such heinous acts and frames them on Bixiao Palace. They dare to slaughter mortals without limits, especially at the foot of their mountain. This is a declaration of war against them. Mu Changge frowned tightly, his gaze fixed on the corrupted disciples who had mindlessly slaughtered an entire village. Ultimately, having their own vitality